What? What kind of porcelain magic academy were you admitted to, Jiangguo? A tall man wearing short white sleeves and a gold necklace around his neck shouted with some surprise. It's Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Mr. Chen. Professor McGonagall looked at the Dragon Kingdom man in front of him with some displeasure, who was already a little out of shape at about 30 years old. She still didn't understand why Headmaster Dumbledore would allow a foreign child to attend Hogwarts, even if the other party repeatedly explained that the child's talent in magic was extremely amazing. Yes, Hogwarts. The man smiled heartily, but then asked tentatively that, where is your school and Huajietun Vocational and Technical School famous? Although he didn't know exactly where the other party said that Huajietun was located, Professor McGonagall always felt that it was somewhat inappropriate to compare it with Hogwarts. However, she still replied politely, in my eyes, as long as it can help children learn and grow, there is no distinction between high and low schools. Oh, if you don't say it's a teacher, this talk is different. The man clapped his hands sharply and smiled. With these words, the pattern opened up at once. But I still want to ask, what kind of work is magic? Will I enter the factory after graduating in the future? Professor McGonagall didn't want to talk to the other party anymore. After all, she had only wasted a lot of words to make the other party understand the concept of magic, but it still seemed useless. Fortunately, this man did not think that he was a liar like most muggles who had just heard about magic. So she quickly took out a letter and handed it to the man. This is the acceptance letter handwritten by Headmaster Dumbledore, and I ask you to hand it over to that child. After that, Professor McGonagall cast a transfiguration and disappeared from the man's face in an instant. It turns out that foreigners will also shrink into inches. Seeing Professor McGonagall leave, the man scratched his head and said to himself. At this moment, the door of the house was violently pushed open. A young boy about 10 years old, but very strong, ran out in a hurry. In his hand, he also squeezed a handful of boiled grass. I saw the boy looking around and asked, Uncle, where is she? Where did it go? As a result, as soon as the words fell, the boy was slapped on the head. You kid is babbling. What? This fight is trying to fight with others. The man known as the uncle glared at the boy, and the language spoken in his mouth also changed to the Eastern Hundred dialect of the Dragon Kingdom. No, I just finished catnip. Why did you let people go? The boy glared back, not showing the slightest cowardice because the other party was his elder. I want to keep the old lady for a meal, and the people will give me a chance. The second uncle was a little aggrieved when he heard this. I guess I was scared away by your social dress. The boy pouted. At this moment, the second uncle noticed that the grass in his nephew's hand seemed to be catnip, and immediately wondered, Jiangguo, what are you doing with catnip? Isn't that thing used to amuse cats? You don't understand. The boy rolled his eyes, pulled the envelope in the other's hand, and turned to walk towards the house. He can't say that he suddenly awakened a system just now, or a system that relies on a human mentality to obtain rewards. The boy's name is Li Jiangguo, and he is now an 11-year-old Longguo boy who is not very ordinary, and his hometown is Huajietun in Shenyang, East Bai. The reason why he is not extraordinary is because Li Jiangguo is a traverser who accidentally crossed into this magical world. In the 11 years he has passed, he has lived a very ordinary life for most of the time, climbing trees to dig out birds' nests every day, and picking roe deer on the side of the road. Until a year ago, the old man who had gone abroad to earn knife pleasure despite the opposition of his family wrote back, said that he made some money opening a bathhouse in the UK, and planned to take his eldest nephew to stay abroad for 2 years to feel the atmosphere abroad. So his family sent him to England. Why do you say that his uncle earned knife pleasure and ended up in Great Britain? It's not for those who apply for visas to fool them. It's a good goal, just missed it. In the bedroom, Li Jiangguo muttered with some pity while chewing catnip in his mouth. The system he had just awakened was called the mood swing system. As the name suggests, it is about making the target mentality fluctuate wildly, resulting in various rewards. Rewards are divided into 5 levels: white, blue, purple, red, and gold. The emotions that can trigger reward conditions are also complex and diverse, including anger, fear, pleasure, and sadness. The stronger the mood swing, the higher the trigger boost. And the premise is that only for people with magical talents, ordinary muggles cannot activate rewards no matter how much mood swings they have. At the same time, the level of the reward is also related to the target's own strength. This is also why Li Jiangguo just wanted to take catnip to attack Minerva McGonagall. The other party is an animagus who can turn into a piebald cat at will. It stands to reason that catnip should be able to cause a lot of mood swings for the other party. If this is successful, he will not take off directly? Unfortunately, Li Jiangguo probably did not have the opportunity to verify it in a short period of time. Knock knock. At this moment, a knock sounded on the door, followed by the uncle's voice outside the house. In the courtyard outside the house, Li Jiangguo and his son gathered around a simple oven to eat skewers. The gentle breeze blows through, making people feel a relaxation all around. I saw Li Jiangguo and his uncle swinging from the beginning to the bottom in one breath, eating a mouthful of oil. Then he picked up a bottle of beer and poured it into his mouth. It's still this little string of strength. He burped comfortably, patted his belly and sighed. It's good everywhere in this country, but the food is a little unrefined, and if you want to make a skewer, you have to bake it yourself. By the way, uncle, how do they know that I have a talent for magic? Li Jianguo also stirred a bunch of roasted meat into the seasoning, and asked without raising his head, how about saying that your uncle can look at people? Listening to his nephew ask this question, the uncle smiled proudly. Remember the last time I took a bath with you, didn't that white-haired old man? What's it called? Oh yes, old Deng. Dumbledore? Li Jianguo suddenly came up with such a name. The last time I went to soak in the bathhouse opened by my uncle, I felt that the foreign old man next to me who rubbed his back looked very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Yes, it's called that. The old man clapped his hands and nodded. It's this old Deng, who was staring at you for a long time while scrubbing the bath over there, and I still thought that this old man had some special proclivities. Who knew that after scrubbing in the shower, he would take my hand and say that he was the principal of a school, and then look at your bones and be amazed, look at you like someone who can achieve great things, and want you to go to their school. Are you sure that's what he said? Li Jianguo doubted. He didn't remember the idiom of bone surprise in English, plus his uncle's half-hanged English level. Even if he estimated it, he couldn't hear any meaning. That's basically what it means. The old man said with a look of disapproval, anyway, I will say that you are very talented, and I want to admit you out of the ordinary. And then you believe it? Believe. Why not believe? You're Mao, the most conspicuous stone in the pit. People can smell you from far away. The uncle's words almost made Li Jianguo spit out the meat that had just been stuffed into his mouth. This level of education is not high, and I can't even play a metaphor. Anyway, I think it works. The uncle continued, besides, it is not easy to study abroad. I ran back and forth, and the ticket was not less, but I still couldn't get you to get the school done. Who knew there was a ready-made one today? As a foreigner, especially in this era, it can be very difficult to enroll in a local school. Not to mention the better schools. It's not the old British flag of the right meter. Even if you have money, you will probably be blind. I think this can be tried. The more the uncle thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible for Li Jianguo to go to Hogwarts. If nothing else, this name is expensive when he hears it, and when he returns to China after school, you are also a turtle, and it is easy to find a daughter-in-law in the future. I'm still the king. Li Jianguo rolled his eyes speechlessly when he heard this. Speaking of looking for a daughter-in-law, you have been abroad for so long, have you not seen me find an aunt to come back? You know what, I call this patriotism. As soon as he heard about the marriage, his uncle's pain point was immediately stimulated, and even his voice was raised a little. Marry a daughter-in-law and go back. Doesn't this confuse our family's excellent bloodline? I don't know who just ran to the flower shop opened by a foreign girl a few days ago, saying that he would give it to others for the monthly season there. Li Jianguo pouted and complained. Hey, you unlucky child. Seeing that he was ruthlessly debunked by his nephew, his uncle's blood pressure came up at once, and he raised his hand to give Li Jianguo's head up. Who knew that at this moment, an icy voice suddenly sounded in Li Jianguo's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully making the target angry and satisfying the premise of emotional reward. Ding! Matching rewards for hosts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the red quality reward, Imperial Sword Art. Ha! Li Jianguo was completely stunned at this moment, and he didn't even react to the iron palm of love that was slapped on his head. Can the system actually work on the uncle? Also a bonus of red quality. This is the second highest of all rewards. Wait a minute. According to the system, the target who can activate the reward must be a non-muggle, that is, someone with magical talent. At the same time, the higher the strength, the higher the probability of dropping high-quality rewards. And that means, he is a well-known local Huajietan boy, the general manager of Huo's bathing center, an excellent communicator of Dongbei bathhouse culture, plus the uncle of the public enemy of the monastic community women's committee. A hidden master? Recently, someone in the Abbey Parkway community claimed to have seen a pile of clotheslines flying in the sky in the middle of the night, including the one from their own house, and also lined up with the letter A for a while, and the letter E for a while. As soon as this news came out, a wizard living in seclusion in the vicinity had reported the matter to the Ministry of Magic, suspecting that a wizard had used magic to make a prank without authorization, and the initiators of the matter did not know about it. At this time, he was operating a fruit knife and practicing how to cut apples accurately and efficiently. The so-called Imperial Sword Art is not only the sword. In principle, it is basically the same as the levitation charm, but in terms of operational accuracy and aggressiveness, the difference between the two is not a little bit. When the proficiency is high, you can even attach sword chi to the manipulated items. You don't need a staff to cast spells. After a few days of practice, Li Jianguo could already drive 20 lighter items to attack a target point at the same time. Unfortunately, he can't get the real sword for the time being. It can only be replaced with something messy. These days, in addition to practicing imperial swordsmanship, Li Jianguo adheres to the principle of sustainable exhaustion in fishing, and continues to catch his uncle. However, I don't know if it's his back, or the system has a touching probability of falling. For 3 days in a row, Li Jianguo changed his tricks to promote the high-speed circulation of his uncle's blood, and as a result, he lost a reward. It's a purple quality, but it's not a big spell. It's called Avadaso. Invented by a man named Enzo, this spell is one of the 3 unforgivable curses, a favorite of a mysterious man without a nose. The effect is indeed quite perverted. It comes with an instant death effect, as well as a chance to send Azkaban for further study. In short, for the current Jianguo, the role of this thing is not as effective as the spell that removes you. But now the target of the droppable items that can be touched is the uncle, and even if there are wizards in the surrounding neighbors, Li Jianguo can't recognize it. He can't go out into the street in broad daylight and shout, "Oh, look at me, I'm a wizard." In doing so, it is estimated that before the wizard colleague came to the door, the Ministry of Magic first asked him for tea. It seems that we have to find a way to go to a place with many wizards. Li Jianguo sat at his desk, muttering while spinning his pen. To say that there are usually the most wizards in all of Britain. Without a doubt, Diagon Alley is definitely a top place to rank. And I also need to go there to buy some of the items I need to enroll. But the question arises again, where is Diagon Alley? In his previous life, Li Jianguo only watched the Harry Potter series of movies, and he only brushed it once, and he had forgotten the details for a long time. I vaguely remember that the place was in the alley behind a bar. Helpless, he had to turn to his uncle. I hope to get some useful news from this man who always calls himself the little prince of the bar. Diagon Alley? The uncle was sitting on the sofa rubbing his feet, and when he heard Li Jianguo mention these 3 words, he suddenly showed a mysterious smile. "I know this place." "You know?" Li Jianguo was instantly stunned. "How can you, an ordinary person, be familiar with the wholesale market in the wizarding world?" "Yes, the salt from the bath master in our bathhouse came from there." "How do you know this?" "It stands to reason that everything about the wizarding world shouldn't be kept secret from muggles." Although Li Jianguo has now realized through the system, his uncle is not a muggle. But outsiders don't know. Don't look at your uncle's amount of alcohol, a small beer skewer under the belly. Want to put a source of goods from people's mouths, or is it not a hand handle? The old man said quite proudly. So 10 minutes later, the 2 drove to a grocery store in the city. The manager of this shop is Mr. Wharton, who has 3 bottles of beer in his uncle's mouth and can spit out anything. The 2 also bonded because of the bathhouse. As soon as I entered the house, a smell mixed with decay and saltiness rushed to my face. The small, dark room was filled with all kinds of strange debris, and even Li Jianguo saw a row of sun-dried bat carcasses hanging from a beam diagonally above. At the counter, a thin middle-aged man was sitting there drinking beer. Hearing footsteps approaching, he immediately raised his head drunkenly. As a result, when he saw that it was Li Jianguo's uncle who visited, his face immediately showed joy. "Mr. Huo, long time no see. I was still wondering if I should go for a few drinks with you." "A few cups are enough, iron." The old man laughed heartily and said, "I'll go to my place another day. I just asked people to mail a few cases of beer from my hometown." Although at first, Li Jianguo was very skeptical that his uncle's English mixed with the Eastern Hundred dialect could be understood. But judging from the reactions of the 2 when they communicated, it is estimated that the uncle gave people the relevant knowledge of popular science after getting drunk. But today is a business. After a few simple pleasantries, the uncle pulled Li Jianguo and introduced, "This is my nephew to build a country. I haven't received an acceptance letter from that Hogwarts Vocational School of Witchcraft and Wizardry recently, so I'm looking for you to inquire where Diagon Alley is, and go shopping there." "My God, you are the special student of that Dragon Kingdom?" After hearing this, Mr. Wharton suddenly became drunk on his face, and pointed at Li Jianguo in surprise and shouted, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the mood swing system reward and getting the blue reward rapid growth." The system prompt suddenly sounded, and the identity of Mr. Wharton's wizard was basically determined, not a squib. However, in the face of Mr. Wharton's somewhat exaggerated reaction, Li Jianguo was a little confused for a while. His name is Li Jianguo, and he is not called Harry Potter. As for such a big reaction, "You've heard of me?" He scratched his head and asked. "You are the first Dragon Kingdom student to enter Hogwarts in nearly 200 years. When Mr. Wharton heard this, he immediately picked up a newspaper from the counter and handed it to Li Jianguo. "The Daily Prophet has already published news about you." Li Jianguo took the newspaper with a confused look and looked at it. Sure enough, in the column position in the 3rd row on the left above, there is a striking headline. "The mysterious ancient kingdom of the East has officially regained contact with the Western magical world. A boy from the Dragon Kingdom is about to enter Hogwarts." As for the following content, it is basically Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, who recently recruited a Dragon Kingdom student to Hogwarts. The mysterious power of the East is about to reappear before the eyes of the world. Some speculate that this could be a major breakthrough that changed the landscape of the wizarding world. Is this all right? Li Jianguo was stunned. If he remembered correctly, Hogwarts had Asian students. There are even magic schools in Asia. It is also the magic house that was set up in a country where the small life is good. But in the unified cognition of the wizarding world, the country that can truly represent the Eastern magical culture has to be the Dragon Kingdom. Neon's unique spells, to put it bluntly, are just the fur that Kong Long Guo has secretly learned. It's just that for some special reasons, the wizards of the Dragon Kingdom have almost cut off contact with the entire wizard world for more than 200 years. However, this still does not prevent many wizards from having a strong interest in the magic culture of this mysterious ancient country, and even devoting their lives to research. This is also the main reason why Li Jianguo was specially recruited to the newspaper column. The secondary reason is that since the defeat of a certain man surnamed Fu, there has been a lot less big news in the wizarding world, and in order to increase sales, it is inevitable that some things will be made into a fuss. Good guy, you kid is also a celebrity now. The old man also glanced at the newspaper, and when he saw Jianguo Li's name on it, he immediately said beautifully, "I just didn't put the whole picture on you, or I specified a bunch of little ladies." Hearing this, Mr. Wharton subconsciously glanced at Li Jianguo's appearance. Compared with Ying's unfashionable and somewhat bald uncle, Li Jianguo's appearance is much better. Although he is not old, his figure is already tall and burly, coupled with his angular facial features, which is indeed different from the traditional Western impression of Asians. There is even a little more mysterious temperament. Of course, the premise is not to speak. If you want to go to Diagon Alley, I can help. At this point, Wharton turned the conversation to business. But I don't have a portfolio here, we have to go through the fireplace and flue powder. Saying that, he got up from the counter and took Li Jianguo and the two to a fireplace that was still burning charcoal. In a moment you shout out the name of Diagon Alley, and then grab a handful and scatter it, Mr. Wharton said as he pulled out a small purple pouch from his pocket containing green dust. Be careful to speak clearly, hold your elbows and close your eyes, don't fidget or panic. The front was fine, but when it came to the 4 words of clear speech, Li Jianguo and his uncle looked at each other quite tacitly. What happens if I don't speak clearly? The old man suddenly asked. It's nothing, it's possible to teleport somewhere else. Mr. Wharton stood in the middle of the stove, clutching a handful of flue powder in his hand. I'm dedicated to you as a demonstration. Saying that, he shouted Diagon Alley at the same time, sprinkled flue powder, and then a green flame disappeared from the eyes of the two. Why was it cremated on the spot? The old man was startled by the green flame that suddenly appeared, and said with a sigh, "It's fun, though." He also grabbed a handful of flue powder, got into the fireplace, and learned it in a good way. Diagon Alley. With a bang, the old man turned into flames and disappeared into the fireplace. However, according to Li Jianguo's estimate, this product will most likely run in the wrong place because of the last child. So when it was his turn, he first repeated it in his mouth several times, and after making sure that he was playing correctly, he began to teleport confidently. Fragrant feet. As soon as the words came out, Li Jianguo realized that he still had an accident if he didn't have an accident. After a whirlwind, he finally pounced on a dog's out of a dilapidated fireplace. The first thing that catches your eye is a pair of delicate white and tender little feet. Is it really fragrant? Did you teleport to the wrong place? On the other side, a great big man came to the Leaky Cauldron bar at this time. This man is an elderly man with long white hair that can be tucked into his belt. He wears a pair of half-moon glasses on his face and has a long nose that is twisted and appears to have been broken at least twice. From the moment the old man walked into the bar, everyone's eyes involuntarily locked on him. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. Of course, there are a small number of people who are afraid. Just because this old man is exactly the greatest wizard of our time, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Headmaster Dumbledore, I feel extremely honored to have you here. Hannah Abbott, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron Bar, came over excitedly and shouted respectfully to Dumbledore. I hope it didn't cause you any trouble. The latter smiled back. I haven't been here for more than a decade, so please bring me 2 butterbeers. Did you come with a friend? Hearing that the other party asked for 2 beers, Abbott was suddenly curious. Yes, I reckon he'll be there soon. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. However, as soon as his words fell, a figure suddenly emerged from the fireplace. I saw him patting the dust on his body while muttering in a language that no one in the bar could understand. This gringoish research is just unreliable, and almost passed me to the wrong place. But immediately after, he noticed a gentle gaze looking at him. Oh, isn't this old Deng? Seeing Dumbledore sitting at the bar, the uncle immediately waved at him enthusiastically and greeted him. It's an honor to meet you here. Dumbledore took the glass and responded, would you like to come and have a drink together? That's a must. The old man smiled heartily, and then swaggered to the bar and sat down next to Dumbledore. The hotel owner Abo brought a glass of wine in time. Didn't your nephew come with you? The two touched glasses, and Dumbledore asked with a smile first. You said Jiangguo, that kid is behind my ass. I guess I've reached Diagon Alley now. That being said, my uncle is still a little worried about whether his nephew's accent will almost pass the wrong place like himself. He is a very talented child and believes that he will be an excellent student in the future. Dumbledore smiled when he heard this. That's for sure. The old man smiled proudly. That kid is mentally when he is young, and this is thanks to me, unlike his father. His parents must also be wizards, to be precise. They should be called monks in your place. Dumbledore suddenly changed his tone. It's just that it seems that he doesn't know the peculiarities of the family he is in. Hearing this, an imperceptible strange look flashed on the old man's face, and then he sighed. It seems that you already know it. When I was young, I traveled all over the world and was fortunate enough to meet a Dragon Kingdom cultivator. Dumbledore chuckled. He's also very good at disguising himself, but you know, sometimes even the best disguise will reveal some clues. You wizards of the Dragon Kingdom are indeed very good at hiding their existence from muggles. At this time, he noticed that a magic spell that could block out sound was cast in a small area around the two. I hope only we both know about it. The old man's expression suddenly became serious. As for the reason, you will know later. After saying that, his face returned to Fang Cai's big grinning appearance, and he picked up the wineglass and smiled. I'll do it first, you feel free. When you have time to go to my store one day, I'll get you a free card. Meanwhile, Li Jianguo was sitting on the ground and looking at the girl in front of him who was about the same age as himself. The other party has a pair of smart silver eyes and dark golden brown hair. His skin is slightly pale, but his facial features are very delicate. It's just that her two eyes bulge outward, giving her a surprised expression and a crazy energy. In addition, the girl wore a necklace around her neck that looked like a stopper of a wine bottle, and the necklace on her ears was in the shape of a turnip, which made her look even more strange. Facing Li Jianguo, who suddenly appeared from the fireplace, the girl was particularly calm, and even took the initiative to stretch out her hand and smile. Hello, my name is Luna Lovegood. Hello, my name is Li Jianguo, just call me Jianguo. The two held their hands, and Li Jianguo felt that the other party's little hands were a little unusually cold. Did you pass this in the wrong place? Luna had a bit of curiosity in her eyes. After all, Overturning Alley is not the place for wizards of your age. Her voice is very good, and at the same time inexplicably makes people feel a sense of trust. I said, this place doesn't feel right. Li Jianguo scratched his head when he heard this, and his gaze suddenly swept over the girl's naked little feet. Why didn't you wear shoes? I suddenly wanted to experience the feeling of walking barefoot, so I took off my shoes. Luna replied lightly, not seeming to find anything strange about her actions. It is worthy of being a crazy girl, and her thoughts are really different from ordinary people. Li Jianguo smiled slightly when he heard this. However, he just wanted to ask Diagon Alley where to go, but the next second he was covered by the girl and dragged behind an iron cabinet. Immediately after, the sound of pushing the door sounded. Mr. Fenrir, with all due respect, you have been too reckless this time. The man walked to the counter with a bit of concern in his tone. Now the streets are full of your wanted warrants. So what? Mr. Borkin. The strong man known as Fenrir had a disdainful smile on his face. After so many years, the Ministry of Magic has not been able to do anything to me. Fenrir? Hearing this person's name, coupled with the other party's lush long hair and weird eyes like a vicious wolf, a complete name instantly popped up in Li Jianguo's mind. Fenrir Greyback. The most murderous werewolf in the world today. Werewolves, sometimes referred to as human wolves, are humans capable of transforming into wolf form when the full moon rises. These people can be said to be outliers among wizards, because their transformation will indiscriminately attack all humans around them, and they are rejected and discriminated against by the wizard community. As for the person in front of him, he is even more a heavyweight character. It stands to reason that the average werewolf will hide his identity as much as possible and live a low-key life. But Fenrir was notorious for attacking children, and then tried to build a powerful army to rule the wizarding world. Over the years, countless wizards have been attacked by him and infected into werewolves. Lupin Remus, Hogwarts professor of magical defense, was one of them. Luna, who was next to her at this time, probably also realized the identity of the other party, and her little hand subconsciously grabbed Li Jianguo's arm. After all, no matter how she said it, she was just a 10-year-old girl. The two men on the other side continued to talk. Anyway, after the transaction is completed, I recommend that you get out of here as soon as possible. Mr. Borgin pulled a black bag from the counter and pushed it in front of Fenrir. 10 galleons, please don't think it's expensive. I risked being targeted by the Aurors to get my hands on these things. In this regard, you are as reliable as ever. Fenrir picked up the bag, glanced at the contents inside, and then a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It's just that this laugh seeps into people. Even Mr. Borgin couldn't help but shrink back, afraid that the guy in front of him would suddenly burst out and give himself a bite. Fortunately, Fenrir seemed to be in a good mood today, and took out a stack of gold coins very cheerfully. There was even an extra one. 11 galleons, the extra one, should be the reward for today's windfall. Fenrir said with a sly smile, and his eyes suddenly looked at the location where Li Jiangguo and the two were hiding. Those two cute little guys probably can't wait to be bitten by me. Was it discovered? When Li Jiangguo heard this, a wry smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. The dog nose of this product is really smart. I'll count to 3 in a moment, and we'll split up. At this time, Luna showed an unusually calm and whispered quickly, "If you run out, go immediately to the third shop on the left to find my father, Xenophilius Lovegood. Then let me cover you." Li Jiangguo smiled and said, "I'm a big old man, I can't pull a girl's back." But Luna just wanted to say something, but in the next second, a look of shock appeared in her light pupils. I saw that the items placed around the two suddenly floated. This is flotation spell? But this boy doesn't have a magic staff in his hand. Also shocked were Fenrir and Mr. Borgen. This boy with an Asian face could actually release the levitation spell without a staff at such a young age? And it still seems to cast silently. What an outrageous talent must this be? However, before the two could react, the items floating in the air immediately crackled towards the two like bullets. The target of the key attack was naturally Fenrir. Taking advantage of the fact that the two were caught off guard by the Imperial sword art, Li Jiangguo took Luna's small hand and rushed towards the door. "Stop them, Mr. Fenrir!" Mr. Borgen shouted anxiously while looking distressfully at his room full of precious goods. Once word spread that he and Fenrir met, it was estimated that he would have to spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. Less finger pointing at me. Fenrir had long been impatient by the mess that kept smashing at him, and immediately roared and pounced on Li Jiangguo and Luna. However, in the next second, he felt that he was blocking a sharp pain. Looking down, it turned out to be a withered human hand that pinched his descendant roots. For a moment, Fenrir was not pulling, and not pulling was not. In the end, he was carried away by anger, and simply gritted his teeth and continued to rush towards Li Jiangguo, secretly vowing to tear this damn little devil to pieces. But this momentary hesitation made him miss the opportunity. All the surrounding items suddenly fell to the ground, but what followed was an iron virgin who fell from the sky and was nearly 2 meters tall, and smashed straight on him. Seeing this, Mr. Borgen pulled out his wand and was about to attack. But at this time, Li Jiangguo and Luna had already run outside the store, causing his magic to hit the door fiercely and smash the door glass. "It's all over now." He collapsed weakly to the ground, his face full of horror. On the street, Luna, who was running away by Li Jiangguo, raised her small face and looked at the boy in front of her with adoring eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully arousing the cult of the target and receiving the white reward, the smashing charm. The prompt of the system sounded, but at this time, Li Jiangguo did not have the heart to think about these at all. I saw that his feet suddenly softened, and he fell violently to the ground, and even Luna behind him fell on him. Looking at the handsome face that was close at hand, Luna's little face suddenly turned red, but soon she noticed that the boy's face was turning a little pale. "Are you hurt?" the girl asked with concern. "Nope." Li Jiangguo shook his head with a smile, "It's just a little out of strength." Just now, after he used the Imperial sword art to manipulate that iron virgin broken, the weight of that thing was beyond the control of his current proficiency. Fortunately, it was still successful, and the price was some overdraft of physical strength. Under the current worldview, there is no concept of mana to release magic. Wizards unleashing spells consumes more physical strength. They probably won't chase after them. After Luna got up, she gently picked up Li Jiangguo, and her eyes swept back at the same time. The two had now run down the street, and although Overturned Alley was a mixed place, it was still within the control of the Ministry of Magic. The werewolf who was wanted by the Focus should not continue to hunt and kill at such a big risk. At this time, the riots in the Bakimbo store also attracted the attention of nearby people. More and more people are looking to this side. "Luna!" Anxious shouts came from the left. Then I saw a middle-aged man with white hair like a marshmallow and wearing an egg-yellow robe hurriedly running over. It was Luna's father, Xenophilius Lovegood. "We're all right, father." Luna shook her head and smiled, "But just now we met Fenrir Greyback, right in the Borgenbach store." "What?" Mr. Lovegood's face changed instantly, and then he looked at his daughter with some chagrin and self-blame. "I knew I shouldn't have brought you to a place like this." As the editor-in-chief of the magazine Singing Against the Tune, he came to Fall Alley today to interview a shop owner who was a former Death Eater and later defected in time. "But I couldn't resist my daughter's request to come here to take a look, so I brought her here with me." Who knew that he would actually meet an extremely dangerous figure like Fenrir? "I'll go inform the ministry," Mr. Lovegood said quietly, but then noticed Li Jiangguo next to him. "This gentleman is?" "He is Li Jiangguo, and it was he who saved me from Fenrir just now." Luna replied first. "Are you the Hogwarts freshman from the Dragon Kingdom?" Mr. Lovegood's voice suddenly rose much higher. He took off his gloves, stretched out his hand towards Li Jiangguo and smiled. "Xenophilius Lovegood, it is an honor to meet you." "It's the same." Li Jiangguo shook hands with the other party. Although I don't really like the Daily Prophet's exaggerated facts to gain attention, this one is clearly an exception. Lovegood smiled. You are indeed a talented young wizard, as the newspapers say. To be able to escape from the notorious Fenrir at such a young age, relying on courage and wisdom, if this matter were reported, would surely shock the entire wizarding world again. I wonder if I will have the honor of conducting an interview with you, Father. Hearing this, Luna suddenly quietly pulled Mr. Lovegood's sleeve. Please help me keep this matter secret. Li Jianguo smiled and refused. I'm sorry, I was rude. Lovegood slapped his head. You know, doing our job always has a bit of a professional habit. He guessed that when Fang dealt with Fenrir, Li Jianguo must have used mysterious magic from the east. Otherwise, how to explain that a child who does not even have a staff can actually escape from a dangerous werewolf? And the other party must not want to master this magical magic by himself to be known by others. This is indeed very in line with the legendary style of those cultivators of the Dragon Kingdom, mysterious and powerful. So, Mr. Lovegood, how do you go to Diagon Alley? Li Jianguo remembered the matter at this time, and quickly asked. It's around here, you should be in the wrong place because of Flu Fan. Lovegood replied with a smile. He noticed the dust on the boy's face, so he guessed the reason why the other party had returned to the overturned alley. I still have things to do here. If you don't mind, you can let Luna accompany you. She used to hang out there a lot. That's troublesome. Li Jianguo nodded. I won't be able to enroll until next year. Father said that I would most likely be sorted into a Ravenclaw, because my father and mother were both assigned to that academy. On the way to Diagon Alley, Luna kept talking like a lark. Her voice is very flexible and soft, so even if she keeps talking, it will not be boring. I can go anywhere, isn't the class the same anyway? Li Jianguo replied casually. He did not mean to be perfunctory, but was silently sorting out the harvest just now. That recent encounter caused him to activate the system 3 times in a row. The anger of Fenrir and Borgen, respectively, and the shock of Lovegood. 2 blue and 1 white level drops are okay. In particular, the innate divine power talent, intermediate level, drop from Fenrir can multiply his base strength value tenfold. As a mage who needs to wield a staff all year round, it is reasonable to have more strength. What fell from Mr. Lovegood was the mid-level ancient Runevan talent. Although it is of little use at this stage, it can also be of great use in the future if there is an opportunity to come into contact with ancient rune materials. As for the man named Bo Jin, it was Li Jianguo who talked about getting rid of you a few days ago. In short, this trip to the overturned alley was not in vain. You're right, but try not to go to Slytherin. Luna was not angry at Neriku's slightly perfunctory answer, but continued, there are a lot of Death Eaters out there, including the one named Voldemort. Hearing Li Jianguo's cold words, Luna's light-colored pupils suddenly opened. You actually dare to say that person's name directly? So what, hasn't he been beaten away? Li Jianguo said disapprovingly, if you can still come out to make trouble, you don't have to wait for me to call his name. That's true, too. Luna nodded approvingly. Thanks to the boy who worked the miracle. After that incident, the name Harry Potter can be said to have spread throughout the wizarding world. If you were shot in the head, and you end up shooting the person who shot him, I guess you can also be famous. Li Jianguo pouted. Guns? What is that? You can understand it as a prop developed by muggles that can release the Avadaso curse without chanting. Li Jianguo was also a little caught off guard by this question, and after thinking for a while, he gave such a poor explanation. So muggles can develop such powerful magic items? Luna was visibly more surprised, but it still didn't activate the emotional system. They have a lot more powerful things. Li Jianguo thought that if such a thing as nuclear weapons were placed in the wizarding world, it would have to be regarded as a top-level forbidden art. The two had already arrived at Diagon Alley during their casual chat. That is, the small Yuwu of the wizarding world. Compared to the overturned alley that I accidentally broke into before, the atmosphere here is much better. A variety of shops line the streets, and passers-by along the way have kind smiles on their faces. The crowd around Li Jianguo glanced at it, but did not find the figure of his uncle. So he asked Luna to take him to Gringotts and exchanged his pocket money for 50 galleons. Let's go to the whole wand first. Li Jianguo took out the list in his pocket and looked at it, turned his head and said to Luna, happy to accompany. The girl smiled. The two turned 3 times down the street and finally came to the door of a wand shop. Compared with other shops, this shop looks dilapidated, small, and inconspicuous. If it weren't for Luna leading the way, it is estimated that Li Jianguo would have to wander around for half a day to find it. But in terms of popularity, the surrounding stores are estimated to be less high. Ollivander Wand Shop, founded in Park 382, a proper 1,000-year-old brand. Wizards throughout England have used it and said yes. The current owner of the store is Garrick Ollivander, the oldest member of the staff-making family, often referred to as Mr. Ollivander. As soon as he entered the door, the white-haired old man climbed down the ladder, walked in front of the two with his legs and feet, and took the lead in looking at Li Jianguo with his big light eyes. "Look who's coming, a young wizard from the mysterious ancient country." "Hello." Li Jianguo was a little awkward by this old man. "It's an honor to be able to serve you, and I think it will be unforgettable for me." Mr. Ollivander smiled, then turned to look at Luna with a smile. "Beautiful Miss Lovegood, we meet again. Unfortunately, you still have to come to me in a year to buy wands. That day will come soon." Luna smiled politely. "Let me see." Mr. Ollivander turned his gaze back to Li Jianguo and stretched out a thin, pale hand and squeezed his arm. Very strong body, a very powerful little fellow, obviously not very suitable for a lightweight wand. "I wonder where you usually use your hands." "Left hand," Li Jianguo replied without thinking. In fact, he can also open the bow left and right. However, because he is left-handed, his left hand is more flexible. It's a very special habit. Mr. Ollivander sighed. "Trouble, raise your arm." Li Jianguo obediently raised his arm, and at the same time a tape measure automatically flew in front of him, measuring the length of his arm and the size of his palm. Every Ollivander wand has a super magical substance, which is the essence of its ability to perfectly cooperate with wizards to release spells, Ollivander said while recording the data. "We use unicorn fur, phoenix tail feathers, and dragon heartstrings with different woods to make wands, so each Ollivander wand is unique." After measuring the distance between his nostrils, Ollivander finally put away his notebook and turned to the back to get rows of wooden frames. "But you're special, and it's challenging to pick the right wand for you." With that, he pulled out a long box and opened it and handed over a straight wand. "Acacia wood, with unicorn hair, 9¼ inches long, suitable for casting delicate spells, excellent toughness, you can try it." Li Jianguo reached out and took the wand that looked like chopsticks. "Let the back bend freely." Syllable. Folded. The store fell silent for a while. "Which, didn't you say that the toughness is excellent for me to try?" Looking at Ollivander and Luna, who were directly stunned, Li Jianguo suddenly scratched his head with some embarrassment. "I mean, let you wave it and try it." Mr. Ollivander opened his mouth. "Then if you don't make it clear, I thought you asked me to fold it and try it. So what now, do I have to pay one?" Li Jianguo said a little depressed. This little old man couldn't speak clearly. No, that's my problem." Mr. Ollivander quickly waved his hand and said, "It seems that the toughness of this wand is not up to your requirements." After that, he walked back to the shelf and got busy. "Try this." Soon, Mr. Ollivander picked out another one and brought it to Li Jianguo. "Alderwood, with the heartstrings of a dragon, 11 inches long, will become very useful and loyal when you meet the right owner. You wave it and try it." This time, Ollivander directly pointed out, letting Li Jianguo wave his wand. Although the characteristic of alderwood is that it is not easy to bend, he estimates that it will be broken by the other party. I don't know what the boy grew up eating, and his arms were almost as thick as his thighs. "I'll try." Li Jianguo held his wand and instantly felt a warmth coming from his body. He subconsciously waved, and the magic in his body was naturally guided out. But who knew that before the magic power was transmitted to the tip of the battle, he felt a wave of resistance. Bang! With a loud bang, wood chips splashed everywhere. The wand splits directly. What is the situation? This time, even Li Jianguo was stunned, holding the magic wand that had turned into a trumpet flower at the top. "Why did you blow up the chamber before you could shoot it?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the 2 target mood swings and getting purple and white rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the purple reward, the silent spell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the white reward, fainting. Obviously, Mr. Ollivander was shocked by Li Jianguo's play. Luna, on the other hand, stared at a pair of light-colored pupils, and her delicate little face was full of incredible expressions. Is the original process of picking a wand so dangerous? It seems that. This one is also not very suitable. Mr. Ollivander scratched his cheek, which had just been cut by the wood chips that had just flown out. This is the first time in his long career that he has encountered this situation. Similarly, customers blow up their wands when they use them, which is likely to hurt the reputation of their own store. This is resolutely intolerable. Try this one again. I saw that he returned to the wooden frame again and rummaged in front of it, but this time the search time was obviously longer. However, in the next 10 minutes, from time to time, people passing by the door of the wand shop would hear explosions. I didn't know, I thought the store was celebrating with fireworks. How about I try it again another day? Looking at Ollivander, whose face was covered in stains and his white hair was blown up high, Li Jianguo said with some unbearability. In just 10 minutes just now, he had already exploded no less than 20 magic wands. And this old man came to look at it every time, and he was also bombed no less than 20 times. If it goes on like this, don't buy a magic wand, and the person will send it away first. If it doesn't work, slow down and blow up another day. Or if you have an iron wand here, it shouldn't be easy to blow up. Who knew that Mr. Ollivander suddenly clapped his hands and shouted after pondering for a while. I see. It's a problem with monoconduction. What? Li Jianguo was stunned when he heard this. You can understand that the magic you unleash is very special, and conventional wood or staff cores cannot be carried out smoothly. Ollivander explained with some excitement, but what you just said reminded me that maybe I can try metal, but it will take some time to look into it. That is, you can't buy it today? Li Jianguo asked. I'm really sorry, it's the first time our store has encountered such a special situation. Mr. Ollivander bowed a little guiltily and said, but don't worry, I will definitely make you a satisfactory wand and bet on the reputation of our Ollivander family. He vaguely felt that after this incident, their family's staffing level might be raised to another level. What about these blown wands? Or I'll lose a little. Li Jianguo glanced at the wand remained scattered all over the place, and said with some embarrassment, after all, it is not easy for people to open their doors and do business. You don't have to worry about that. Mr. Ollivander smiled and shook his head. Instead, I would like to thank you for giving me a new wand-making idea. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering gratitude mood swings and receiving the red reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the reward Fu Chu Deco. Yes, people have to thank us. However, this time there was a red reward, which made Li Jianguo a little unexpected. But what the hell is this talisman encyclopedia? Can foreigners still drop this thing? It was agreed that after the wand was made, Ollivander would take the initiative to contact him. After leaving their contact information, Li Jianguo and Luna left the wand shop under the smiling gaze of Ollivander. As a result, as soon as he went out, he saw his uncle dragging the birdcage in his left hand and a box in his right hand swaggering towards him. There was also a parrot standing on his shoulder. No, you walk the birds here? This is not a country, but let your uncle look for it. After seeing his eldest nephew, the uncle immediately quickened his pace and walked towards the side. In the end, he did not forget to glance at Luna, who was standing beside Li Jianguo. This little girl is? Luna, my new friend. Li Jianguo rolled his eyes. It's really handsome, like a doll. The old man squeezed his eyes at Li Jianguo, with an expression of what you kid can do. That's right, I just bought some game. Let's go back and brush the hot pot later. Game? Yes. The old man nodded, but then noticed that his nephew's eyes were on the owl in the birdcage, so he quickly said, it's not this thing was bought for you. I'm talking about fire dragon meat, and I heard that the person who sold this said that this thing is old and replenished. By the way, what do you think of my mink? I'll tell you it's expensive, 2,000 yuan smaller. Facing this old man who twisted his waist and kept showing off, Li Jianguo hurriedly quickened his pace and walked forward, due to spending a little more time in the wand shop. At this time, the sky above Diagon Alley was already a little dark. So Li Jianguo and the three had to add the progress of fast shopping. Fortunately, the Madame Morkan robe store where you buy clothes is very close, and it is a two-step walk away. However, when the clerk at the door saw the middle-aged man who had just finished buying clothes turn back, his face suddenly changed. Sorry, once the clothes in our store are sold, they will not be returned. Merlin's beard. Today I finally met a customer with a special aesthetic, and bought the mink coat that has been put away for more than 10 years. How can I return it to him? Who said that you are going to return it? Do you have another piece here? Give my nephew a whole body. If it is winter, you must not freeze to death in school. Hearing the uncle say that he would not return, the clerk immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately said apologetically, I'm really sorry, your dress has been selling well, and there is no longer stock in the store. Are you sure it sells well? Li Jianguo pulled the corners of his mouth when he heard this. This dress can smell musty from far away, and it will definitely not be smoked after a few years. However, he did not poke it. After all, it is not easy to buy a mink here. As soon as he heard that there was no stock in the store, the uncle suddenly lost interest, and ran outside by himself to continue to walk birds. Li Jianguo, on the other hand, bought clothes according to the notes on the list. By the way, she also bought Luna a light blue women's robe. I can't ask for this dress. Facing the robe handed over by Li Jianguo, Luna quickly waved her hand and refused. My father said you can't just take other people's things. She didn't expect that the reason why the other party let herself try it was because she wanted to give herself clothes. It's okay, you just take it, Li Jianguo said with a disapproving. Then he leaned over to the little girl and pointed to the old man who was standing outside the shop trying to teach the parrot 100 words. I tell you, my uncle has no other hobbies, he likes to spend money, and he is uncomfortable if he spends less than a certain amount every day. You see that he is like this now, specifying that he is not comfortable spending money, and he is afraid of getting angry with the two of us, so he ran outside to calm down. Believe me, I read a lot and won't lie to you. Are you sure? Luna glanced quietly at her uncle standing outside the shop. It was found that the other party seemed to be really angry at the parrot. Is there such a strange habit in the world? Lu Sun once said that when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. Li Jianguo said with a smile. So just accept it, just as a gift for the first time we both met. Who is Lu Sun? Hearing Li Jianguo say this, Luna no longer shirked, just took the clothes and tilted his head and asked curiously. Lu Sun, Ziuki, a native of Zhoushu, Zhejiang, is a very famous writer there. So it is. Luna smiled slightly when she heard this, and then removed the necklace made of cork from her neck. I'll give this to you. It's not very valuable, but I made it with my own hands. She said this with a calm expression, because in the eyes of the girl, the most important thing in giving gifts between good friends is the meaning. It just so happened that Li Jianguo also felt so. I saw him take the necklace with a smile and put it directly on his neck. Don't say it, it's pretty good looking. Li Jianguo fiddled with the mirror twice and smiled with satisfaction. And Luna's face also showed a sweet smile. She hadn't smiled like that in a long time. When the uncle came in to settle the bill, he saw the necklace around Li Jianguo's neck at first glance. So he quietly gave a thumbs up to his nephew. After shopping for clothes, the next shopping process is much simpler. There is no need to measure the height and size anymore. Just follow the notes on the list to buy. The only thing that was a little twisted was that when the uncle was buying the crucible, he had a little dispute with the boss about whether this thing could be used to stew and eat. In a last breath, I bought all the crucibles of all sizes in the store. To this end, the owner also gave an mailing service very intimately. Why is this old man so fierce? Isn't the boiling medicine and stew all set on fire and boiled? On the way back, the old man was still muttering in his mouth. If you don't say that this is an insult to pharmacy, then cooking is not a science. To put it bluntly, the money is not in place. I didn't see it and sent us away with a smile at the end. Luna could only understand half of the words that came out of his mouth. However, the girl thought that this English with a strange accent sounded interesting. Luna, Mr. Jianguo, have you finished shopping? At this time, Mr. Lovegood's voice reached the ears of the three. When I heard the prestige, I saw that he was standing across the road and waving at this side with a smile. This is Mr. Lovegood, Luna's father. After approaching, Li Jianguo took the lead in introducing, this is my uncle. Uncle. Mr. Lovegood apparently didn't understand the meaning of the word very well. It's his mother's brother. The old man took the other party's hand and said enthusiastically, it's a coincidence. Go, the future in-laws, go to our shabu-shabu, let's have a little game tonight. It's a pity that old Deng you left beforehand, otherwise we can still have a good drink. Old Deng? Mr. Lovegood was a little confused. It's Headmaster Dumbledore. Li Jianguo helplessly acted as an interpreter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully shocking the target and satisfying the emotional reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the purple reward, multiple cast, intermediate. Multiple casts? Li Jianguo's mind first popped up a certain blue fat man with two heads. Take a closer look at the talent introduction. Multicast, intermediate allows the host to have a certain probability of generating 1 to 10 times more releases when releasing an attack or defensive spell. Boy, doesn't this mean that if you put a big melon yourself, it is possible to directly come to 10 courses at once? Voldemort called the insider. One thing is to say, the explosion rate during this period is really a bit high. A trip to Diagon Alley activates 6 or 7 system rewards. If this goes to Hogwarts, you can't go directly to heaven? Are you familiar with Headmaster Dumbledore? On the other hand, Mr. Lovegood had not yet recovered from Fankei's shock. What character is Dumbledore? It was considered the greatest wizard of our time, one of the mysterious beings that the most feared being, but the tone of voice that listened to this middle-aged muggle just now seemed to be very familiar with Headmaster Dumbledore. That's not it. The old man grinned and said, I just said that I want to give him a free card in my store. Take the liberty of asking, what is your profession in the muggle world? Lovegood asked cautiously. I, the one who opened the bathhouse. The old man was stunned for a moment, and then boldly grabbed Mr. Lovegood's neck and smiled. In the future, if you have time to go to the store to mention my name, we don't have to spend money as a family. For the enthusiasm shown by this middle-aged man in the Dragon Country, Lovegood was obviously a little at a loss. What's more, he hadn't had time to figure out the series of strange words that the other party had just said that he had never heard before. But fortunately, my uncle has traveled south and north for so many years, and his nagging skills can be described as very profound. It didn't take long for the two to have a very pleasant conversation. Looking at her father, who had not been as talkative as today for a long time, Luna's face showed a strange expression. She smiled and looked at the boy beside her. It seems that today it is not just me who made new friends. That's where it goes. Li Jianguo stretched his waist. After a while, the two of them will have 2 mouthfuls, and it is estimated that they will have to worship a handle. Night falls. A few people who returned home had a hot pot dinner in the courtyard. Faced with this special cooking method from the ancient country of the East, the taste of Lovegood father and daughter has been unprecedentedly impacted. After all, English cuisine, looking at the whole world, is very loud. Compared to dark dishes such as stargazing pie, pumpkin juice and boiled beans are already relatively normal foods. It was only when Mr. Lovegood saw his uncle pouring plates of dragon meat and dragon liver into the crucible. The corners of his mouth can't help but twitch slightly. If only it was a scene that happened when a wizard was concocting a potion. But the problem is, they're eating right now. And using so many expensive materials to fill your stomach is too luxurious. How do you feel that the meat is a bit woody? The uncle picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, smashed it twice, and then published his evaluation of the taste of this wild meat. It is estimated that it is cooked old, and it will be less shabu next time, Li Jianguo said without raising his head while adjusting the seasoning. Yes, but I'm flustered after eating. The old man nodded approvingly, and then raised his glass and smiled at Mr. Lovegood. Come to Lao Luo, let's go one. Don't just look at it, clip a piece of dragon blood. I tell you that this thing will not be tender after cooking for a long time. After taking a long sip of beer, perhaps stimulated by alcohol, Mr. Lovegood finally got the courage to reach into the pot with a cutlery called chopsticks. It's just that he is not very skilled in clamping it several times before he successfully clips a piece of dragon blood and puts it in his mouth. Just light up your eyes. It was at this very moment. He seems to have discovered the 13th use of dragon blood, just when Li Jianguo and them were feasting. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore was half reclining in his chair at this time, stretching his arms back and forth. At this moment, Professor McGonagall hurried in. Headmaster, there is news from the Ministry of Magic that Fenrir Greyback appeared in Overturned Alley today. Are those people finally going to start moving again? Hearing this, Dumbledore immediately straightened up and said with a solemn expression. After a little thought, Professor McGonagall voiced the guess in her mind, could it be because that kid is about to start school? If that's the case, it's necessary to strengthen the protection of that child. This incident should have nothing to do with Harry. Dumbledore shook his head and said, after so many years, the existence of that child has been kept a good secret. Not necessarily. Professor McGonagall snorted exasperately, but I've heard that someone is already preparing something to celebrate, especially Diddlo Diggo's brainless guy. You can't blame them either. Dumbledore smiled and said, you can't blame them either, after all, there have been so few things worth celebrating in 11 years. Professor McGonagall seemed to want to say something, but then noticed a small bruise on the other man's neck. Are you hurt? After dinner, the uncle and Mr. Lovegood were already drunk and unconscious. In the process, the uncle really had to pull the ladder to worship the handle. It's a pity that as soon as they got together, they fell directly under the table. With the hot and humid evening breeze of summer, I fell asleep. Inside the room, Luna sat on the bed, flipping through the magazine in her hand with her white little feet. Her habit of reading books is very special, which is to turn the whole book upside down. Or rather, this magazine called Sing the Contrary should have looked at it this way. As for Li Jianguo, he was sitting at the table at this time, secretly sorting out today's harvest. After a series of encounters in Overturned Alley and Diagon Alley, he can be said to have gained a lot. Today, except for the Imperial Sword Art and Avidiso Life, which were first obtained from his uncle. In terms of spells, he also added Smashing Charm, Accept Your Weapon, and Fainting. Of course, these are spells that can be learned through books or in class after school starts. A white reward that belongs to the lowest level. What really sets Li Jianguo apart from the other wizards is the talent or spell obtained from the blue above reward. The first is the Rapid Growth from Mr. Wharton. It's a botanical talent that speeds up the growth of seeds or plants by delivering magic to them. He hasn't had time to test the exact increase yet, but today he bought some seeds from the herb store, and he can test them when the time comes. As for the remaining silent spell, as the name implies, when Li Jianguo releases the spell in the future, he does not need to shout the spell with great emotion and frustration. Simply wave your wand and concentrate on choosing the magic you want to unleash. This was originally a trick that was extremely difficult to master, but thanks to the system, he, a wizard who had not yet entered school, could already perform it. With the talent of multiple critical attacks, Li Jianguo at this moment can completely become invisible. And that Fu Chi Deko is relatively special. It is a kind of existence like an invisible book, and Li Jianguo can consult it through the system at any time. It's just that this thing makes him feel big at just one glance, and even his head will explode at another glance. The main reason is that the content recorded in it is too complicated, thousands of pages, and it is all written in affiliation. It is estimated that it will take 1.5 years to fully grasp it. Are you sorting out the items you need for admission? At this time, Luna on the side suddenly spoke. If you feel troublesome, I can help you. I've got all these things in my head. By this time, she had returned to the slow tone in which the two had first met. At the same time, Li Jianguo also noticed that the girl rarely seemed to blink. I've finished tidying up. Li Jianguo smiled and stood up from his desk. I saw him walk to the bed, gently take Luna's little hand, and chuckled, Go, I'll take you to a fun place. A trace of doubt flashed in the girl's big gray eyes, but she still nodded, put on the slippers prepared for her by Li Jianguo and jumped off the bed. The two walked down the corridor straight to the attic. Finally, after pushing a plank, he came to the roof of the house. At this time, it was late at night, and the dark sky was shimmering with stars. A gentle breeze brushed through Luna's blonde hair, blowing a few strands of fluffy hair in front of her eyes. "Well, isn't it beautiful here?" Li Jianguo let go of the girl's hand, walked slowly to the eaves and sat down. "Good luck today, I can still see the Big Dipper." Big Dipper, Luna wondered. "Right there." Li Jianguo smiled and pointed to the northern sky. At this time, Blue Star was not as polluted as it was before he crossed it. The stars stand out against the backdrop of the night. "This is what we call it there, and I don't know what you call abroad." Saying that, Li Jianguo's eyes suddenly became a little stunned. After experiencing such a miraculous thing, he sometimes wondered if there were really immortals in this world, and they were looking down on a group of mortals from a high altitude at this time. Or, in this vast starry sky, a certain star is the planet where he once stayed. "We call it Ursa Major." Luna sat down next to Li Jianguo, turned her head with a smile and said, "It is said that one of the handmaids of the moon god flew into the sky and became it. And her name also has the meaning of moon god." "That's pretty much it," Li Jianguo said with a smile. "We also have a saying there that people will become stars in the sky after death. So, people don't leave when they die, and what they lose will always come back to us in some way in the end." The girl glanced at the sky lightly, and then turned her gaze back to Li Jianguo. "It's like after today's separation, we will meet again at school in the near future. Then you will have to call me senior." The boy grinned. P.S. The new book kneels for a wave of flower review votes. Important for new book issues. If you think this book is good, please support it. If you have any questions, you can also ask them in the comment area. The two sat on the roof until it was close to the early hours of the morning. As for the drunk two, they didn't wake up until the next afternoon. Subsequently, Li Jianguo's life gradually returned to normal. During this time, he had been researching books on the history of the wizarding world that he had bought from Diagon Alley, as well as the Book of Runes. It wasn't until more than a week later that an owl knocked on the glass of his bedroom. It was a horned cane with cute but distinctive inconspicuous ears. Judging from its appearance, it should be not young, and the fluff on the sides of its cheeks is white and long, like a gentleman's beard. As the magical creature most commonly used in the wizarding world to deliver letters or parcels, owls are known for their efficiency, discretion, and ability to find recipients without having to rely on addresses. Before, the uncle gave Li Jianguo a gray forest cane, and he gave him the name of a dog. They have a natural affinity for magic. Therefore, those who do not wish to receive letters must use repellent charms, camouflage charms, or shielding charms to prevent the owl from finding themselves. Opening the window, the owl that delivered the letter directly threw down the letter, nodded at Li Jianguo and flew away. The letter bears the name Ollivander. The general content is that the wand that was promised to be customized for Li Jianguo has now been made, and he is specially invited to go to Diagon Alley this afternoon to try it out. "I didn't expect the efficiency to be quite high." Li Jianguo looked at the letter in his hand, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He originally thought that it would take half a month for the other party to do a good job. However, judging from the strange shapes displayed by the wands I saw in the store before, at least it won't take much time to make the appearance. So that afternoon, Li Jianguo went to Diagon Alley alone. A few days ago, with the help of Mr. Lovegood, his fireplace was licensed by the Ministry of Magic to connect to the FLA network. So there's no need to go to Mr. Wharton's house to teleport. By the time he arrived at the wand shop, Mr. Ollivander had just seen off the last of the guests. "Mr. Jianguo, you are finally here." After a long time, Mr. Ollivander looked much haggard and thinner. The two thick dark circles under his eyes indicate that he has obviously not rested well during this time. But even so, when he saw Li Jianguo's arrival, his face still showed an expression of joy and excitement. I saw him walking quickly in front of Li Jianguo, stretching out his pale and cold hand and pulling Li Jianguo's arm to walk towards the store. And as he walked, he said, "I have to say, your luck is simply amazing. 3 days ago, I was still worrying about what kind of wand material to use. As a result, an old friend who was proficient in alchemy recommended a very rare material to me that afternoon." After entering the store, Mr. Ollivander finally let go of his hand, then trotted all the way to the counter, bent down to take out a long box. "It's almost half the size of a normal wand box. Look at this." Ollivander pushed the box in front of Li Jianguo, then opened the lid and said excitedly, "This is definitely the most special wand I've ever made in my life." When Li Jianguo heard this, he immediately glanced at it curiously. But then he was stunned. "Are you sure it's a magic wand? I saw a stick lying quietly inside the box with a dark body and a metallic luster." The word stick is used because it is not only long, but also as wide as 2 fingers of an adult. The lunar surface's rugged exterior makes one wonder if holding it in your hand will make you panic. Looking at the sharp top, Li Jianguo felt that this thing might be more suitable to stab people. "Like you suggested earlier, this wand doesn't use the usual wood material. Perhaps sensing the doubt in Li Jiangguo's eyes, Mr. Ollivander introduced with a smile the material used to make it was a meteorite that fell from outer space, and the metal substance in it was refined to make it what it is today. 16 inches long, the core of the wand is the heartstring of the dragon, although it is a bit heavy compared to a normal wand, but it is definitely tough enough. After that, he looked at Li Jiangguo with an expectant look and said softly, "Come on, give it a try, you won't be disappointed this time." Under Mr. Ollivander's expectant gaze, Li Jiangguo took his wand out of the box. As soon as he started, he immediately felt the difference in this wand. How to say, that unprecedented sense of fit is unmatched by any magic wand that has been tried before. As for the weight, it is indeed much heavier as Mr. Ollivander said, but for Li Jiangguo, it is just right. After all, those wooden wands used with his current strength, it felt like waving a feather, and there was no sense of manipulation. Let's try waving. With the last step left now, Mr. Ollivander finally had a nervous look on his face. P.S. The new book kneels for a wave of flower review votes. Important for new book issues. If you think this book is good, please support it. If you have any questions, you can also ask them in the comment area. This time, when Li Jiangguo waved his staff, he had to be much more careful, and it just simply released a levitation spell. After all, the guy he has in his hands now is a real iron pimple. If this thing explodes, it is not much less powerful than a grenade. If you don't get it right, you can send him and Ollivander away. You got him, Leviosa. In keeping the lowest key principle possible, Li Jiangguo pronounced the mantra in his less standard pronunciation. Fortunately, with the silent spell, even with a little accent, it has no effect. I saw that the tip of his staff was aimed at the box on the counter lightly. To be precise, it moved less than 2 centimeters. Swoosh! In the next second, the box floated directly, and the staff did not explode. The whole process was incredibly smooth. A little bit harder. Mr. Ollivander looked pleased and hurriedly shouted. When Li Jiangguo heard this, he nodded, directly raised his wand and waved it vigorously. You got him, Leviosa. Just listen to another whoosh. This time a vase not far away flew directly to the roof. Very good. Mr. Ollivander clapped his hands directly and excitedly this time. It seems that this wand is very suitable for you and has excellent stability. At this time, the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. From now on, you will be the owner of this wand. Thank you, Lao Tai. Li Jiangguo was also very satisfied with this iron pimple, so he bowed to Ollivander and said, "No thanks, it stands to reason that I should be grateful to you." The latter quickly waved his hand and smiled. If it weren't for you, our family staff making technique wouldn't know when it would have been able to go further. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the target's gratitude and getting the blue reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving intermediate herbal medicine proficiency. The system's beep sounded again. However, at this moment, Mr. Ollivander suddenly looked righteous, but I still have an obligation to remind you. Because the core of this staff is the heartstrings of a dragon magical animal that is unique and almost extinct in your country. So this staff can only be used by you personally. If you change to someone else, it is easy to cause accidents due to the unstable delivery of mana. Mr. Ollivander's words immediately made Li Jiangguo stunned. A unique and near-extinct dragon magical animal in the Dragon Kingdom? The first thing that came to his mind was the true sense of the divine dragon. Could it be that there really is such a creature in this world? However, when casting the spell just now, Li Jiangguo did feel a sense of intimacy from the depths of his bloodline. Do you know the specific image of this creature? He asked tentatively. I don't know. Ollivander shook his head and said, this material was also given to me by my old friend, who has visited many places in his long years, including the Dragon Kingdom. And this dragon's heartstring was exchanged for by a Dragon Kingdom wizard he met by chance. After these words, Li Jiangguo suddenly became curious about the old friend in the other party's mouth. But looking at the appearance of the other party, it is obvious that he does not plan to talk more. So he smiled slightly, and said solemnly to Mr. Ollivander, if you have the opportunity, please say hello to your friend for me. I believe he will be very happy to hear this news. Ollivander smiled and nodded. Also, there's one more thing I need to say to you. On the day we first met, there was a pickup riot at the Bakinbok store, and you should have been there. Hearing this, Li Jiangguo suddenly frowned. Seeing this scene, Mr. Ollivander quickly explained, it's not that I mean to investigate you, but someone recently asked me about you. That guy from Borgen has now been investigated by the Ministry of Magic, and I suspect that the people who contacted him wanted to have some bad thoughts about you. The men in Ollivander's mouth can be guessed without thinking that it is Fenrir the Werewolf or the Death Eaters allied with him. Given these guys' terrifying reputation in the wizarding world, it's normal that Ollivander didn't directly say his identity. Thanks for the reminder. After a little contemplation, Li Jiangguo thanked him seriously. Be able to inform yourself at the risk of not being very familiar with. It is enough to see that the other party is a person of high moral character. Hands up. Mr. Ollivander smiled. Li Jiangguo then delivered the money to buy the wand. Counting customization, there are 8 galleons in total. Originally, he wanted to give more. After all, the cost of his wand alone for materials must be far more than this price. But Mr. Ollivander refused on the grounds that the family had charged such a fee for 100 years. And when Li Jianguo walked out of the wand shop, before he took a few steps, he vaguely felt that several pairs of eyes were observing him from different angles. "It's really a dog, bite it." A sneer rose at the corner of Li Jianguo's mouth and muttered in a low voice. P.S. The new book kneels for a wave of flower review votes. Important for new book issues. If you think this book is good, please support it. If you have any questions, you can also ask them in the comment area. In the dimly lit alley, a wizard shrunk in a black cloak whispered to the man hiding in the shadows. The latter turned his head slightly and revealed half of his face out of the shadows. It was Fenrir Greyberg. I saw him grinning with a big mouth full of fangs, and Senran smiled. "Since this kid plans to seek his own death, then we will fulfill him." Things went a little more smoothly than Fenrir expected. Originally, he just wanted to find out the residence of that Dragon Kingdom kid today, and then look for a suitable opportunity to attack. But I didn't expect that guy to dare to return to the overturned alley. In this way, it saved him a lot of effort. A few minutes later, Li Jianguo entered the overturned alley. It's still as desolate and eerie as ever. As the sky grew dark, against the background of the dim streets around them, the scattered pedestrians looked like ghosts wandering blindly. And these guys are gradually moving closer to themselves. Seeing this scene, the surrounding merchants closed their doors and windows one after another. The movements were so neat that it looked like it had been discussed beforehand. Of course, this is also a rule that belongs to Overturned Alley. If you want to do business here, the first thing you can't offend is these fierce and vicious dark wizards. In a short time, only Li Jianguo and 5 or 6 black-robed people were left on the entire street. It's all at this time and still wearing a cloak. Isn't it a little too deliberate? Li Jianguo turned to look at the few people in front of him and pulled the corners of his mouth. "Oh, it's really stupid." Fenrir, who was the leader, took a step forward, and at the same time took off his hood to reveal his rough and fierce face. Obviously aware of us, he actually dared to come to this place. "You who are from the Dragon Kingdom must not know much about the common sense of our Western wizarding world." Who knew that when Li Jianguo heard this, he shook his head and sighed. "How else to say, you tiger? Didn't you see that I deliberately led you here?" As soon as the words fell, he jerked out the newly acquired wand from his waist. "Stroke to death." The strange pronunciation sounded in everyone's ears, but just when they were surprised, dazzling light instantly filled the line of sight. It was as if they were looking directly at the sun, and the burning tingling sensation caused everyone to close their eyes uncontrollably. "This is fluorescent flickering?" Fenrir thought in surprise as he closed his eyes. But before he could think about what was going on, a huge impact knocked his body straight backwards. The tearing sensation in his body caused a painful wail to come out of his mouth, and the same voice sounded among his companions. By the time he opened his red and swollen eyes to see what was happening, Li Jianguo was no longer in front of him. At this time, his 2 companions had spat blood from their mouths and fell unconscious. It's the smashing curse. Logically, this spell usually acts on solids, but if the magic is strong enough, releasing it on a person can also cause serious injuries such as fractures. Fenrir's face instantly became gloomy. He had realized that something was not quite right. How could a young boy who had not yet entered school unleash such a powerful spell? In association with the encounter at the Bakinbok store some time ago, this made him feel more and more that Li Jianguo was not an ordinary guy. However, he was overcast, and he had been aroused with ferocity at this moment. I saw Fenrir sniff the air around him and said coldly, "The alley on the left. Don't kill it immediately after you find it. I will personally bite him to death." Yes, when the rest heard this, they immediately took orders. Then it turned into a black mist and floated upwards. On the other side, Li Jianguo shuttled back and forth between narrow and dark alleys. For the first time, he was speechless at the rules set by the Ministry of Magic. Fang Cai took advantage of the werewolf's exceptionally sensitive vision to turn fluorescence flickering into a large-scale group control. But such a good opportunity, he can't directly come to a few shots to gnaw the opponent in seconds. After all, if this was detected by the Ministry of Magic, even if he survived, he would have to be escorted to Azkaban the next day. In desperation, Li Jianguo could only retreat and use the smashing spell. However, this is obviously limited in lethality for Fenrir, who has a wolf body. Therefore, he could only flee the place first, ready to break through one by one with a tug of war. At this time, he had already noticed that several figures were speeding towards this side. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a black mist would fall not far from him, turning into a black wizard. Seeing this, Li Jianguo immediately retreated in the opposite direction, and sprinkled a handful of seeds from his pocket as he ran, then aimed the wand at the ground and used rapid growth. In the next second, those seeds quickly burst out of their shells and turned into green cabbage with sharp mouths. It is the dragon country that bites kale. Before the dark wizard could react, the group of biting kale rushed towards him like mad dogs. and Li Jianguo, who had fled to another alley, was suddenly pulled into the door. Immediately after that, a violet aroma wafted to the tip of his nose. "Don't make a noise yet." Suddenly dragging Li Jianguo into the room was a girl wearing a dark green dress. She has cold blue eyes, and her blonde hair is draped over one shoulder to modify the white porcelain Shensu's skin. The delicate facial features and slender neck make it look like a noble and elegant swan. It's just that the girl's haughty look always feels like someone is not close to people. Before Li Jianguo could react, his face was indiscriminately smeared with some white powder by the girl. This is the pollen of the sorburith tree that allows you to avoid the smell of werewolves. There is also an abandoned fireplace in the next room, and the Ministry of Magic has not yet evacuated the FLA network. You can use it to escape. The girl spoke to herself, her voice cold. "Although thank you for being so enthusiastic. But my sister is going to escape." Li Jianguo was stunned by this foreign Xiao Ni's operation, and pulled the corners of his mouth and spoke. "And, who are you?" The girl obviously did not expect Li Jianguo to say this, and she suddenly paused when she planned to leave dashingly. Turning his head to look at Li Jianguo, his eyes were like looking at a stupid troll. "You're not really stupid enough to think you can deal with so many dark wizards." She hooked her lips and sneered. "As for who I am, my name is Cassandra Worley. I think you should have heard of our family's name, right?" "I haven't heard of it." Li Jianguo shook his head decisively. The girl was stunned when she heard this, and then took a deep breath. "Your insight is indeed as shallow as your IQ. Since you want to seek your own death, then when I suddenly had kindness, I helped a stray dog who didn't know how to be grateful." After that, she turned around and prepared to continue leaving. Why did this little near talk so aggressively? Li Jianguo was speechless. The implementation of their own plan is good, and suddenly a tiger lady appears. I saw that he slowly took out his wand and aimed it at Cassandra's back. Dead de pu chin. The light went straight to Cassandra and accurately grazed her shoulders, causing the girl to stand abruptly. In the next second, a figure appeared from the darkness and fell unconscious. "You really think these guys only chase people by their noses?" Li Jianguo walked quickly to Cassandra and took her little hand. "Net to make a mess for me, it would have been troublesome enough to run alone." Cassandra, who was suddenly held by her hand, instantly blushed, and she just wanted to break free from Li Jianguo's hand, but she heard the other party shouting lowly, "Don't make a fuss." Several flashes of light lit up from the window and went straight to the two of them. Seeing this, Li Jianguo immediately used his imperial sword technique, summoned a table to block him, and then pulled Cassandra towards the back room at the moment when the table exploded. "How dare they attack me as a member of the Worley family?" The girl was obviously frightened by the scene just now, and chanted indignantly while running. In this regard, Li Jianguo could only roll his eyes and complain, "Why, you're family members of the panda." As he spoke, another dark wizard stopped in front of the two and raised his wand to cast a spell. But Li Jianguo's reaction was obviously faster, directly interrupting the casting with a blow to your weapon, and then releasing Cassandra's hand and rushing to the man, punching him hard in the face. Cassandra behind her directly widened her eyes and froze. The two spells he just now didn't chant spells. Could it be that you have mastered the silent spell? But, obviously, he is about the same age as me. In fact, the scene on the street of Overturned Alley not long ago happened to be seen by her who came to buy books related to black magic. Curious about why the boy was able to release that powerful fluorescent flash, Cassandra followed and helped. It's just that Li Jianguo's subsequent strength completely subverted her cognition. A boy who had not yet entered school was able to master so many spells, and the release is incredibly silky. Even just now, a silent spell was cast. This made even Cassandra, who was a family scholar, suspect that she had an illusion. You must know that she has barely mastered an offensive spell, and she has already been called by her parents as an incomparably rare genius in the Worley family for 100 years. But this boy of the same age as himself can already cast spells as smoothly as drinking water. How is this possible? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the target shock emotion and getting the white reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the white reward spell hanging upside down admiralty. Cassandra's shock brought Li Jianguo a system reward, but at the moment, he didn't have time to care about this. Because the conversation between Fang Cai and the two had been delayed for some time, those dark wizards had already chased nearby. Sure enough, he was just about to turn around and remind the girl to find a place to hide first, but a figure suddenly rushed out from the shadows and directly threw him to the ground. The game of peekaboo is over. Fenrir squeezed Li Jianguo's shoulder and said with a smile, "P.S. The new book kneels for a wave of flower review votes. Important for new book issues. If you think this book is good, please support it. Mr. Fenrir, are you not afraid that someone from the Ministry of Magic will trouble you?" At this time, Cassandra faced such a scene, but showed calmness beyond her age. She said lightly, "This student is specially recruited by Headmaster Dumbledore. If you hurt him, I am afraid that you will cause a lot of trouble." Hearing Dumbledore's name, Fenrir's face visibly changed. But then he smiled wickedly. I'm afraid that old thing won't be proud for a few days. As long as that adult returns, the wizarding world will return to our grasp. At that time, your family will have to think carefully about the original choice. For the famous Worley family, Voldemort had solicited as early as the time of the Death Eater riot. After all, this kind of history and the vast majority of the clan came from the Slytherin family, which perfectly met his requirements for pure-blood wizards. It's a pity that the Worley family directly chose to refuse at that time. Due to the other party's reputation among pure-blood wizards, the Death Eaters did not make any excessive moves. Again, this is the main reason why Cassandra is so calm. As the little princess of the Worley family, these Death Eaters would not easily attack themselves. It's just that what the girl didn't expect was that she actually heard such shocking news from Fenrir's mouth this time. Could it be that the mysterious man is brewing some conspiracy? Facing Cassandra, who was lost in thought, Fenrir had a smug smile on his face. He turned his head to look at Li Jianguo and slowly cracked the corners of his mouth, revealing sharp canine teeth. But for the sake of how much fun you made me have today, I'll give you the honor of being one of us. After saying that, he suddenly opened his mouth and bit Li Jianguo's neck. However, at this moment, a sharp pain came from his abdomen. Under the pain, Fenrir couldn't help but reflexively loosen his hands. Li Jianguo, on the other hand, took this opportunity to break free and punched him in the face, knocking him out. What kind of strange power is this kid? Fenrir's strong body slammed into an old cabinet, his golden pupils full of incredulous expressions. I have to weigh nearly 200 pounds. Unexpectedly knocked off by this kid with one punch? Are you a werewolf or am I a werewolf? Also, what is the matter with that wand, which can actually pierce his hard skin? Unfortunately, Fenrir's series of shocks did not trigger the system reward probability. I saw Li Jianguo slowly stand up, stretch out his hand, and summon back the metal wand that pierced Fenrir's abdomen. At this moment, his shirt had been torn when he was thrown down just now, revealing a lean and bulging muscle. Surprised. While wiping the blood from his wand, he chuckled. As a wizard, it's normal for me to have a lot of strength, right? I'm going to tear you to shreds. In the face of Li Jianguo's provocation, the anger in Fenrir's heart was instantly ignited. Anger had overwhelmed his already irrational brain. I saw Fenrir take out a bottle of potion from his pocket and pour it into his mouth. Immediately after seeing a crunching sound coming from his body swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The already dense hair was growing rapidly like a vine at this time, covering almost half of his body in the blink of an eye. A few seconds later, he turned into a strange creature that was half human, half wolf under the astonished gazes of Li Jianguo and Cassandra. Wolfification potions. A magic potion that allows werewolves to transform even when they are not full moons. This is exactly what Fenrir bought at the Borgenbach store. And this is also the first time he has used it in front of outsiders. Get out of here. Seeing this, Li Jianguo quickly shouted at Cassandra. The mutated werewolf has almost lost all sanity and will indiscriminately attack all humans around him. And the girl also realized the danger of the situation, and instinctively retreated her body. But before she could escape with her legs, she saw Fenrir leap towards Li Jianguo. Seeing this, Cassandra immediately took out her staff and used the only offensive spell she could use. Feigned. A flash of light successfully hit Fenrir's body, but it only made him pause slightly. This tiger girl, Li Jianguo sighed secretly, leaned forward and grabbed Fenrir's leg, who was trying to change the target of the attack, and threw it hard. For the next few minutes, Cassandra watched in a daze as the two wizards engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Fenrir is good to explain. After all, as a werewolf, he is originally good at hand-to-hand combat. But what happened to this boy from the Dragon Kingdom? Can you actually fight a completely mutated werewolf? Could it be that this is the unique talent of the wizards of the Dragon Kingdom? At this time, she suddenly remembered in her mind that she had seen in the ancient books collected by the family that the Dragon Kingdom indeed had a unique wizard, which was called physical cultivation by the locals. Li Jianguo's heart was secretly bitter. Although he has the werewolf talent that is rewarded by the system, his strength and reaction speed are different from ordinary people. But what he is facing now is a veteran werewolf at the leader level of Fenrir. Coupled with the age gap between the two, it directly led him to gradually fall into the downside. And the other party obviously has a lot of combat experience in dealing with wizards. Li Jianguo wanted to use his magic wand to counterattack several times, but was interrupted by the opponent's timely offensive. It can't go on like this. Seeing that he was being suppressed more and more, Li Jianguo gritted his teeth and slammed the other party's paws abruptly, and then took advantage of his unpreparedness to attack his pubic testimes. This condensed all his strength and hit Fenrir's crotch with a knee blow. The latter suddenly trembled, let out a twisted wail from his mouth, and covered his crotch and retreated. Seeing the scene, Li Jianguo decisively rolled over and distanced himself from the other party. At this time, Fenrir was extremely depressed in his heart while enduring the stinging pain in his crotch. This bastard fights completely out of the routine. Either capture the 3 ways, or use the insidious trick of poking the eye and pulling out the chest. Not at all wizardly demeanor. But when he recovered, he found that Li Jianguo had pointed his wand at himself. You don't think that you can hurt me after transformation with those low-level spells? He even has human consciousness? Li Jianguo and Cassandra were stunned at the same time. Don't compare me to those low-level werewolves. Seeing this, Fenrir said proudly, I am a werewolf with the purest bloodline. Even after transformation, I can have a complete consciousness. Hearing this, Cassandra suddenly frowned. In this way, the other party's desire to attack him just now was completely intentional. So what if that's the trick? At this moment, Li Jianguo suddenly chuckled, and the tip of his wand began to slowly glow green. This is... Fenrilton's pupils froze, and he was all too familiar with the appearance of this casting. After all, he had seen dozens of wizards die under this green light. So he immediately bent his legs and rushed towards Li Jianguo, wanting to interrupt the spell casting. But who knew that the other party was gnawing halfway, and the wand in his hand directly turned into a black light and pierced his chest. Damn it! I should have thought how someone who hadn't even attended a magic school could use the unforgivable charm. Fenrir in midair was obviously unable to dodge, and could only watch as the dark wand pierced his heart. He instantly spat out blood from his mouth and collapsed weakly to the ground. Werewolves' ability to recover is perverted, but their heart is their most fatal weakness. And Li Jianguo also held his bleeding chest at this time and walked slowly towards Fenrir. He didn't say anything more, but directly held the handle of his naked wand. Ridto. The smashing spell destroyed Fenrir's internal organs in an instant, causing his gaze to completely lose its vitality after a moment of distraction. Finally solved. Li Jianguo suddenly loosened his body, fell to the ground, and gasped. This battle is really tiring. The first time he killed someone, his hands were still trembling slightly at this moment. Fortunately, after activating the werewolf physique template, the wound on his chest has begun to slowly recover. At this time, Cassandra was completely stunned. He actually killed the infamous Fenrir Greyback, as an 11-year-old boy. At this moment, Cassandra's inner pride was greatly impacted. She has been known as a genius since she was a child, and compared with the boy in front of her, she is far inferior in talent and resourcefulness. So, you should be fine, right? She pretended to be calm, tried to maintain her proud posture, and looked at Li Jianguo lightly. It is estimated that the Ministry of Magic is already on its way, you can seek healing from them. Saying that, she deliberately glanced at the scratch on the other party's chest. Don't wait for them. Li Jianguo got up and walked in front of the girl. Please help me keep today's matter secret. I don't want to be taken back by those people to investigate, that would be too much trouble. I don't seem obligated to help you keep this secret. Cassandra frowned. Then there is no way. Li Jianguo sighed when he heard this. In this way, I can only use some special means to make you forget what you saw today. You want to use forget about everything on me. The girl immediately stepped back vigilantly, secretly clenching her wand. Who knew that? Li Jianguo shook his finger and said, I haven't learned that spell yet. Saying that, he raised the metal wand in his hand and smiled, but I can let you pass by physical means. Although this process will be a little painful, there is no guarantee that there will be no sequelae. Looking at the long black wand in front of her, Cassandra couldn't help but tremble. Isn't he trying to knock himself out with this thing? And the bad smile on the other person's face seems to confirm this. I promise you. In desperation, Cassandra had to nod. Words are unfounded. Can I trust you? We, the people of the Worley family, have always done what we say. The girl glared at Li Jianguo fiercely and snorted coldly. It was the first time she had made such a gaffe in front of outsiders. This bastard from the Dragon Kingdom is simply ungentlemanly. How can a lady be threatened like that? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully making the target feel ashamed and getting the system-wide reward. The battle that took place in Overturned Alley was eventually discovered by the Ministry of Magic. The next day, the Daily Prophet published the news of the death of Fenrir Kryberg, the leader of the werewolf community who had committed countless criminal events. And those who carried out such righteous acts left no names and no traces. The Wizarding World, which had originally initiated various celebrations because of Harry Potter's imminent admission, has become much more lively now. Some wizards who had been afraid of the remnants of the Death Eaters were also inspired by this incident to participate in the celebration. And Li Jianguo, who caused such a sensation, has been staying at home all this time. In addition to learning about the Wizarding World, he occasionally slips around owls and teases his uncle. But what made him a little depressed was that the drop rate on his uncle was really outrageously low. After such a long toss, I finally dropped a red reward. During this time, he also celebrated his 11th birthday, by the way. On that day, Luna's father and daughter and Mr. Wharton were also invited to the home to participate in the celebration. The uncle gave Li Jianguo a mink coat specially made from Mrs. Moken's robe specialty store as a birthday gift. and Lovegood and Luna always gave him a whole year of singing the opposite tuned magazine. Mr. Wharton also sent something that took a lot of thought. It was a small bag of seeds of various magical plants. But what surprised Li Jianguo the most was this. Cassandra didn't know where to hear about his birthday, and actually sent a gift. And it is also the latest flying broom, the Light Wheel 2000. If Li Jianguo remembers correctly, the price is not cheap. I can't imagine that this girl is still a little rich woman. According to the emphasis emphasized in the letter, the other party sent this thing because Li Jianguo stopped Fenrir that day, and did not want to owe him favors, and also specifically stated that he did not want to lead Li Jianguo in flying lessons because of the performance of flying broomsticks after school started in the future. After reading the letter, Li Jianguo only smiled slightly. He had a pretty good impression of Cassandra in general, although he was a little venomous and tsundere. But judging from the fact that she was able to take risks to help herself at that time, the little girl was actually quite kind-hearted. Finally, with the passage of time, Li Jianguo finally ushered in the day of the start of school on September 1st, City of London, King's Cross Station. According to what was written in the admission letter, Li Jianguo arrived here before 10:30. At this time, the station was already crowded. He noticed that most of the people who came to the station at this point were in groups of 3s and 2s, and the children among them were all pushing carts full of heavy salutes. There were enough things to cover their figures. Of course, Li Jianguo is no better. Adhering to the fine tradition of the Dragon Kingdom of not being able to suffer children outside, the uncle can be said to have stuffed everything he can think of into the salute. There were more than 24 pairs stuffed into my pants alone. You're looking at what RA didn't pull. The old man who had been squatting in front of the cart for a long time finally stood up and shouted at Li Jianguo. I'll stuff all the gifts for you, and when the time comes, those teachers will send them when they have the opportunity. Especially on old Deng's side, I gave a dozen wild ginseng sang, looking at his thin appearance, just to make up for more. If there is anything left, don't keep it by yourself, use it to build a good relationship with your classmates. The old man kept chattering, and as he spoke, he pulled out a stack of money from his pocket. You take this money, in case it is not enough, you will let the dog carry the letter to me, and I will mail it to you. Okay, I'm not going out on a trip, why bring so much money? Seeing this, Li Jianguo quickly pushed the money back. You unlucky child, you must not be idle and ask someone to go out and make a skewer at that time. I think you don't have to have a place. Li Jianguo glanced at his mouth and said, by the way, did you buy me the whole stove for me? You don't say, I almost forgot. The uncle slammed the door of his head, and then took out a round object wrapped in oil paper from his waist bag. Lao Wo sent it to me this morning. However, when he opened the oil paper, Li Jianguo was dumbfounded. Are you sure this is not a stove for burning incense? Isn't this the same as on the picture? When the old man heard this, he immediately scratched his head. Look, for legs, there is a place for things in the middle. Well, you have to have a lid. Li Jianguo was speechless. Who do you think alchemy is open and practiced? That's the whole thing. The old man also seemed to think that it made sense. No, you go to school and use the whole lid yourself. I haven't studied alchemy, so I don't know what kind of stove to use. Sure enough, the uncle has always been very reliable in the matter of unreliability. At this point, Li Jianguo had to stuff this bronze incense burner into the salute. To say that this thing is not useless. In case you encounter an exam and are worried about it, you can also insert 3 sticks of incense to worship Kong Lao Er. Just as Li Jianguo was about to bid farewell to his uncle, a familiar voice came from not far away. Turning around, he saw that it was Mr. Lovegood and Luna. Lao Luo, what are you doing here? The old man suddenly shouted in surprise. How can we be absent on such an important day? Mr. Lovegood smiled. Here you go. Luna came over at this time and handed Li Jianguo a somewhat old-looking telescope. I found it in the magic thrift store, and I can see some hidden stars. Thank you. Li Jianguo took the telescope with a smile, and at the same time felt quite moved. This girl, who seems a little weird in the eyes of others, can always inadvertently do something that makes people feel warm. Well, the train is about to leave, and it's time for us to say goodbye for a while. Then we'll see you on the holidays. Li Jianguo also smiled, bowed his head goodbye, and turned and walked into the crowd. You'll be the same next year. Looking at Li Jianguo's departing back, Mr. Lovegood gently put his hand on his daughter's shoulder and chuckled. At that time, you will definitely become a wizard as good as Mr. Jianguo. That's not necessary. The old man laughed when he heard this. My eldest niece is so smart, she will not be able to hold a handle in the future to learn this piece. With that, he put his arm around Mr. Lovegood's neck. Go, let's go to the hall to celebrate the founding of the country. That's exactly what I mean. Luna quietly watched in place for a moment in the direction the boy left, and then jumped to follow the 2 old men. Li Jianguo pushed the box all the way through the crowd. Finally, we came to the area between platforms 9 and 10. Right in front of him there was a partition wall. If memory serves, this is supposed to be the passage to the station of 9 3/4. Okay, what is the platform? At this time, a voice entered Li Jiangwo's ears. Following the prestige, I saw that it was a short, chubby woman who spoke. Beside her was a red-haired boy. It's 9 3/4. Another little red-haired girl took the woman's hand and shouted loudly with a sharp voice, "Mom, can I go?" "You're too young, Ginny." "Okay, Percy, you're on the front." Then I saw the boy who looked the oldest walk directly towards the block, and when the distance was almost 3 or 4 meters, he suddenly took a step and rushed up. Then it disappeared. 2 other identical boys followed and entered the wall. The last remaining boy was thin and tall, with a sparrow face, and looked a little humble. It must be Ron Weasley, one of the protagonists. At this moment, a boy with disheveled brown-black hair and sunglasses on his face leaned towards several people with some restraint. "Don't think, it must be the famous Harry Potter." Seeing that Harry was still teaching Harry how to enter the station, there was a quarter of the station. Li Jianguo took the lead and pushed the car into the wall. After a brief darkness, a crimson steam train came into view. A large sign on the train read Hogwarts Express, and behind him, where it was originally a wall, became a wrought iron supply-way. I have to say that magic is really magical. Smoke from steam trains lingered over crowds, and cats of various colors passed under people's feet. There was even a dog egg who tried to sneak up on the cage in it. Frightened, the young owl raised its hair and kept pulling its throat as a threat. But its call obviously can't withstand any waves and the piercing chirping of many owls of the same kind. Li Jianguo specially found a carriage behind the section. But it didn't take long for more people to walk into the carriage, and it was estimated that the train was about to leave. Bored, he took out a previous issue of Singing and Singing magazine from the Salute. This magazine is much more interesting than the Daily Prophet, which pursues current affairs. It is dedicated to sightings of creatures that are said to exist in the world, as well as some non-mainstream news. In this era of lack of entertainment, it is a good pastime. No wonder sales are much higher than the Daily Prophet, which is endorsed by the Ministry of Magic. However, it didn't take long for Li Jianguo to see it. The door of the compartment was pulled open. I saw Ron and Harry Potter walk in. "Is there anyone here?" Ron first glanced at the tall and burly Li Jianguo, and then asked cautiously and softly, "Everywhere else is full, I don't know. Your rat may need quacks." "Thank you." Ron saw that the other party promised so cheerfully, so he walked to the innermost position by the window and sat down. Harry Potter, on the other hand, nodded at Li Jianguo with some restraint and sat down next to Ron. Silence returned to the compartment for a while, until a squeak suddenly sounded. "Be quiet, Spotty." Ron patted his pocket lightly, and then looked at Li Jianguo on the other side with some embarrassment. "I'm sorry, it's called Madara and it's my pet mouse. Originally, it couldn't sleep all day, and I don't know why it suddenly made movement just now." "It's okay." Li Jianguo chuckled. "Can you let me take a look? It's the first time I've seen a pet rat." "Rat?" Ron was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that the tall, strong boy with black hair had a strange accent. But he immediately nodded and said, "Of course." I saw that he took out a fat gray mouse from the inner pocket of his jacket, and he looked listless. "He is already useless, it was my brother who gave it to me when they didn't want it." The Weasley family is also a long-established pure-blood wizard, even ranked among the 28 pure-blood families of the Holy Being. It's just that the people in their family like to mingle with muggles, so they are not very popular in the pure-blood wizarding world, and in Ron's generation, there are really a little too many children in the family. As a result, the family is living on a tight scale. "Can I take a look at it?" Li Jianguo glanced at the fat mouse. "I feel that he may be sick." "Will you still see a doctor?" Ron was a little surprised. "I know a little bit about it." "That's great." Taking the mouse from Ron's hand, Li Jianguo immediately picked up this guy's tail and pretended to take a closer look. Of course, he knew that the mouse in front of him was actually Peter Pettigrew became. This product originally betrayed Harry Potter's parents to Voldemort, and as a result, old Voldemort gnawed melons on himself. In order to prevent retaliation, he first faked his death to his former friend Sirius Black, causing him to be caught in Azkaban. Then he cast a transfiguration spell and became a rat to hide. In the end, it passed into Ron's hands. Overall a very annoying character. "You rat, you may have been holding back for too long." I only listened to Li Jianguo say slowly, in our humble words, "It is to get a bastard." Even Harry Potter, who had been silent, was intrigued by this strange term. "That's right." Li Jianguo nodded profoundly. "For example, the pig farmers in our village will give their eggs to the pigs before they reach adulthood. In this way, they will have no worldly desires, they will only know how to eat and play every day, the meat will grow quickly, and they will live for a long time." Later this practice was carried over to cats and dogs, and the effect was called a good one. "But Madara is already old." Ron was stunned by Li Jianguo's words, and he doubted the letter. "Then it should be even more quackless." "Believe me, I'm good at this, the stray cats in our community are all my eggs. Make sure it'll be alive for a while." Saying that, Li Jianguo put the spot on the table. At this time, Peter Pettigrew finally realized what the boy wanted to do. This is planning to castrate yourself. Although he has never used that thing, it does not mean that there is no chance in the future. What if the adult makes a comeback? Thinking of this, he immediately struggled violently, but the other party's hand was too strong, and he couldn't break free of the restraints when he turned into a mouse. So Peter tried to bite Li Jiangguo's hand. Stop. The latter immediately gave him a brain crash and administered physical anesthesia. Madara seems reluctant. Seeing this, Ron said with some concern, "Normal, it's all like this." Li Jiangguo smiled and comforted, and then pulled out his long and thick meteoric iron wand from his arms and aimed the tip of the battle at the crotch of Spotted. "Except for you," he shouted indiscriminately, but what he actually cast was a miniaturized version of the smashing spell. With the help of the meteorite wand, he can now perform micromanipulations on some relatively simple spells. In the next second, Peter Pettigrew, who was fainted by the bullet, was immediately awakened by a sharp pain from the bone marrow. At this time, he had already recognized a reality. Own eggs, broken. But at this time, he did not dare to return to his human form to take revenge on this damn boy, otherwise the people of the Ministry of Magic would definitely track him down immediately. Harry Potter looked at the rat jumping up and down between the seats with a hesitant expression. "It's okay, it's like this just after surgery." Li Jianguo grinned and looked unimpressed. However, he secretly complained in his heart, "If you know what this rat did to your parents, you probably want to stew it in its basket." But at the moment, he didn't plan to tell the other party the truth. After all, this kind of thing has no basis for talking, and it is easy to be taken away as a mental illness. The current Ministry of Magic would rather believe that Li Jianguo is Merlin than believe that Voldemort is still alive. That's right. At this time, Ron on the side seemed to have thought of something and suddenly shouted. I saw him pointing at Li Jianguo and asking with some uncertainty, "You won't be the student from the Dragon Kingdom, will you?" "It's me, whatever." Li Jianguo nodded. After getting a definite answer, Ron first glanced at Harry Potter and muttered in his mouth, "No wonder I always feel that you are different from everyone else. I couldn't imagine I could sit with two celebrities." With that, he stretched out his hand and introduced himself. "My name is Ron Weasley, and this one next to me is Harry Potter. You should have heard of him. It's an honor to meet you." Harry Potter also stretched out his hand and smiled a little shyly. "I heard Hagrid say that you are a very gifted wizard. That's all reported by the newspapers." Li Jianguo smiled and said. However, at this moment, the door of the compartment was pulled open again. This time it was a little girl with thick brown hair who had changed into a new Hogwarts robe. "Did any of you see a toad? Neville lost a toad?" Her tone was haughty. But unlike Cassandra's pride that flows in her blood, she is closer to the confidence of a top student. And behind her, stood a chubby boy with a round face. The three protagonists of the original work are completely complete. Plus a hidden child of destiny, the future Gryffindor Sword Lord. We haven't seen it. Ron seemed to dislike the tone of her voice and shook his head decisively. "I'm sorry, if you see you later, please go to the 8th car and tell me." Neville said a little sadly, "I always lose it, and if my grandmother found out, she would scold me." "What's the name of your toad?" At this time, Li Jianguo suddenly spoke. Are you asking me?" Facing the strong Li Jianguo, Neville's first reaction was similar to Ron's. Some nervousness and stuttering. "It seems that no one here has toads except you." Li Jianguo chuckled. "Nope. Excuse me." Neville quickly apologized, "His name is Leifer." "Okay, wait a minute." Li Jianguo nodded when he heard this, and then took out a cut yellow paper and a brush stained with cinnabar from his pocket. I saw him writing and scratching on the paper with a pen, and finally what appeared in the eyes of Harry was a mass of patterns that they couldn't understand. "Please reach out." Li Jianguo raised his head and smiled at Neville. The latter was stunned for a moment, but still obediently stretched out his right hand. But immediately following his fingertips was a pain. It turned out that it was Li Jianguo who pierced his finger with the tip of his wand. Before Neville could retract his hand, Li Jianguo grabbed the other party's wrist, and then forcibly squeezed out a drop of blood and landed on the yellow paper. At the same time, he chanted, "Heart God Danyuan, make me true." In the next second, to the great surprise of everyone present, a scene happened. I saw that the yellow paper actually burned out of thin air, and then a 3-inch tall small paper man came out of the flames and deftly jumped off the table. "Follow it, it will lead you to your pet." Facing Neville, who was sluggish, Li Jianguo smiled at him. "Ah, good." Although a little confused by this magical scene, Neville nodded and turned to follow the little paper man. The remaining few people looked at Li Jianguo blankly. Is this also magic?" After a moment, Ron asked with wide eyes. "Think so of it." Li Jianguo nodded. As soon as the words fell, Neville's surprised shouts came from outside the compartment. "I've found Leaf. It's just amazing." Harry Potter was also completely shocked. At the same time, 2 successive system prompts sounded in Li Jianguo's mind. Harry Potter and Ron dropped him a purple reward and a blue reward. The former is a magic enhancement talent, and the latter is a magic shadow without a blade. This should not belong to the category of European magic, including the history of modern magic, the rise and fall of the black arts, and important magical events of the 17th-20th centuries. But in these books, there is not a single paragraph that mentions the magic you just used, Hermione said as quickly as if pouring beans, but the words you wrote on that piece of paper just now are very similar to the ancient text of the Dragon Kingdom recorded in the history of world magic writings. So if I'm not mistaken, you're probably the only Dragon Kingdom student to attend Hogwarts in nearly 2 centuries, right? It is worthy of being a top student, and it can be said that it is reasonable and well-founded after a conjecture. Ron and Harry Potter were directly dumbfounded. A scumbag looks up at the top student. It's just a little trick. Li Jianguo smiled. It's not trivial. Who knew that Hermione actually sat directly next to him and stretched out her little hand? Can I sit here? By the way, my name is Hermione Granger. Of course. Li Jianguo shook hands. Hermione smiled slightly, and then said seriously, there are quite a few people in the wizarding world who are interested in this now. If it were me, I would compile all the magic I knew and publish it. It can definitely make a splash in the entire academic community of magic. Maybe, but I'm not really interested in that. Li Jianguo chuckled. He was not selfless enough to take out what his ancestors left behind and share it with these gringos. Not everyone thinks the same way you do. In the face of Hermione's chatter, Ron couldn't help but complain. That's true, but I think it's hard for you to appreciate the charm of it. Hermione shot back without showing weakness as she tilted her little head. But as soon as her words fell, the door of the box was pushed open again. Li Jianguo suddenly felt speechless. Yes, it's almost time to catch up with the public toilets. This time it was 3 boys who came in. The blonde-haired and pale boy who walked in the front came up and glanced at everyone in the box. And he still held in his hand the small paper man that Li Jianguo had just summoned. Let me guess, the one who can use this strange magic should be this gentleman. The blonde boy smiled at Li Jianguo as he pretended to be old. It's just that his smile looks hypocritical. It's me, but I think you should return it to its original owner. Li Jianguo said lightly. Indeed it is. The boy smiled, but did not mean to return it in the slightest. Now the whole train is talking about it, saying that there are 2 big people on the train, one is the famous Harry Potter, and the other is you. Speaking of this, he glanced at Harry and continued, oh, by the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Malfoy, Dracula Malfoy. He deliberately emphasized his name twice. As a result, Ron on the side couldn't help but cough lightly, as if he was holding back a smile. Why, do you think my name is funny? Malfoy's face suddenly darkened. I know who you are without asking. My father told me that the people in the Weasley family are red-haired and full of freckles. Another point is that they have too many children to support. With that, he pulled his gaze back to Li Jianguo and Harry. And some wizarding families are naturally much better than others, so I advise you not to be friends with some other people, especially some mudbloods. As he said this, he glanced at Hermione obviously. Li Jianguo, on the other hand, felt that the girl next to him trembled uncontrollably after hearing this. Not because of fear, but anger. So he looked coldly at Malfoy. Are you teaching me to do things? What kind of friends I make? It's not your turn to dictate. Especially people like you who come from wall-to-wall families. As soon as these words came out, Malfoy's face instantly turned livid, and I saw him suppress his anger and roar, do you know what stupid thing you're talking about? Why, I didn't hear clearly. Li Jianguo sneered, if your ears are not good, go and see it in advance, so as not to affect the lecture later. Also, since you like this thing so much, then I'll give it to you. Saying that, Li Jianguo lightly snapped his fingers. The small paper man in Malfoy's hand suddenly burst into flames. The flames even spread to his long cuffs. Seeing this, the 2 bodyguard-like boys behind him quickly tried to extinguish the flames. One of them even pulled out his wand and tried to cast a spell to extinguish the flames. As a result, because I was too nervous, I couldn't succeed after several clicks. For a time, the funny appearance of the 3 people in a hurry caused people nearby to laugh. And Malfoy's pale face became as green and red as bicolor sugar from fear and shame. Hermione next to her couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckled. There was a little more gratitude in his eyes when he looked at Li Jianguo. A clear spring is like water, you're still as rude as ever. I saw Cassandra slowly walking out from the crowd of onlookers. She wears a slim green dress and 2 diamond-shaped pendants carved from emeralds on her ears. It looks like a princess coming out of an ancient castle, elegant and cold. As soon as it appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Then aren't you just as nosy? Li Jianguo rolled his eyes. As a result, he was gently pulled off the corner of his clothes by Ron on the side. She is the eldest daughter of the Worley family. How do you know her? Ron asked in a low voice, the freckles on his face becoming more conspicuous from the redness. You blush a bubble teapot. Li Jianguo complained in his heart speechlessly. However, he then noticed that not only Ron, but almost all the boys around him were quietly looking at Cassandra, like Harry Potter. Since Cassandra appeared, his eyes had not moved from the other party. Even Malfoy, who had just dragged himself into the sky, panicked and tidied up, trying to save his embarrassed appearance just now. Could it be that this girl still has the blood of Vila on her? Li Jianguo thought sullenly. As everyone knows, a girl like Cassandra who is noble, beautiful-looking, and has particularly good clothes is often very lethal in the eyes of a group of 11 or 12-year-old boys. Hello, my name is Malfoy, Dracula Malfoy. At this moment, Malfoy suddenly cleared his throat, put on a gentlemanly posture, and stretched out his hand and smiled at Cassandra. You're right, some people are born rude. He had long heard the name of Cassandra War, a girl from the oldest and noble pure-blood family who showed amazing magical talent at a young age. Malfoy had met each other several times at several pure-blood wizarding banquets with his father, and each time they met, he would be deeply attracted by this noble and elegant girl like a swan. It's a pity that I never had the opportunity to get acquainted. But that didn't stop Malfoy from having fantasies in his mind. After all, a girl with the same noble bloodline and beautiful and excellent blood like this is only worthy of him among his peers. And the other party also helped himself just now. What does this mean? This shows that she has a crush on me. But soon, his face, which had just regained its paleness, became ugly again, because Cassandra actually ignored him directly. I saw the girl's eyes looking at Li Jianguo coldly, and her brows wrinkled slightly. You really shouldn't be with these people. For the sake of our still knowing each other, I can barely let you sit in the same private room with me. This train was originally funded and built by the Worley family, and our family can enjoy privileges. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the people around them all looked at Li Jianguo in unison. That's right. The eldest lady of the Worley family, who has always been cold, actually took the initiative to invite this boy from the Dragon Kingdom to sit with her? If Cassandra invited Harry Potter, maybe they could still show understanding. After all, the other party is now the focus of the entire wizarding world. But this kid has nothing special except for his nationality. Why can they get an active invitation from their goddess? However, what surprised these people was still to come. I saw Li Jianguo scratching his cheek and slowly speaking that, "Thank you for your kindness. But I refuse. I'm still a little more lively." Hearing this, Cassandra's brows furrowed even more. It is rare for him to take the initiative to invite a person of the opposite sex, but he was actually rejected. However, the good cultivation still made her not show obvious anger, and just snorted softly, "I hope I won't see you punished by the school for misusing magic to your classmates in the future." With that, she tilted her head proudly and turned away. It's just that Li Jianguo noticed that the girl deliberately glanced at Hermione, who was sitting next to him, before leaving. Seeing this, Malfoy first glared at Li Jianguo fiercely, and then followed with two attendants. But it didn't take long to hear Cassandra's cold voice not far away. "The trouble is far away from me. I don't want to get acquainted with people in the family who are not firm. Don't please me, you're not qualified enough." Suddenly, a burst of laughter broke out in the box that had been quiet for a long time. It was Ron who laughed first. He sat down on the chair with his stomach covered and grinned. "That guy named Malfoy doesn't look like a circus clown. In our place, it's called a." Li Jianguo also chuckled. "But you actually refused Cassandra's invitation." After Ron finished laughing, he looked at Li Jianguo with some puzzlement. "So what? That girl really doesn't talk very flattering." Hermione nodded approvingly. "But don't you think that's more attractive?" Ron muttered with a hazy look. In exchange for Hermione's disgusted eyes, and Li Jianguo also looked at him with some surprise. "Good guy, I can't see that your kid still has the potential to shake em. Will she be in the same house as us in the future?" At this time, Harry Potter suddenly spoke. "I heard Hagrid say that when we get to school, we will have a sorting ceremony. I think it's unlikely." Ron shook his head when he heard this. "I've heard for a long time that Cassandra is a natural Slytherin." "It's that Volt. Is the academy where the mysterious man once stayed?" Harry asked. "That's right." Ron nodded. "All in all, I can go anywhere except this academy. I want to go to Gryffindor." Hermione joined the conversation between the two. "I've already inquired and they all say that Gryffindor is the best house, and Dumbledore graduated from there." "That's what I thought." Speaking of this, she shifted her gaze to Li Jianguo with inexplicable expectation in her eyes. "What about you? Where do you want to go to a college?" "I'm casual." Li Jianguo chuckled. "Anyway, it's all the same course, not to mention what kind of person you become in the future. It still depends on your heart. Haven't Slytherins also given birth to many good wizards?" "You're right." Hermione nodded thoughtfully. During the conversation, the cart selling snacks passed by their box. Seeing this, Li Jianguo quickly reached out to stop him, paid for most of the snacks on the car, and then invited several people to eat together. He was still interested in these weird magic snacks. When he watched the movie before, he was curious about how strange these gadgets tasted. As a result, after eating a booger-smelling multi-flavored bean, he cursed in his heart the person who developed this anti-human snack. On the contrary, Ron and Harry Potter ate with relish. During this period, the three also discussed yesterday's news in the Daily Prophet. This includes the robbery of Gringotts. The safest place in the world, with the exception of Hogwarts, is no longer safe. In this regard, Li Jianguo was not very interested. After all, as a traverser, he already knew whose handwriting this matter came from. He didn't bother to intervene, but continued to sort out the system rewards he had just received for activating various emotions. This time 4 came in one go. However, due to the strength of the target, there is only one blue level reward. The rest is all white. This on the contrary made Li Jianguo look forward to life at Hogwarts even more. After all, there can be said to be many masters there. All of them are talents. Finally, after almost an hour of travel, the speed of the train gradually slowed down. The sky outside the window has also darkened. It is surrounded by large areas of mountains and woods. The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your salute in the car and we will take you to school. A strange man's voice sounded in the carriage. Hearing this, Ron took the lead in taking off his coat and began to put on the Emperor's black robe. Seeing this, Li Jianguo also did so. However, during this time, he grew a lot taller, and the clothes made from the clothing store at that time appeared shorter. After the train stopped, the young wizards who were about to enter the school got up and rushed to the door. As soon as he got off the car, Li Jianguo felt a chill hit him. I don't know if it's because I've been in the car for a long time. At least at home, he didn't feel so cold at night. At this moment, a rough voice reached his ears. First year freshman, come here. Harry, come over here, are you okay? In the crowd of people, a tall figure holding a lantern in his hand is particularly eye-catching. The man was nearly twice as tall as the average man, wearing an oversized moleskin coat, and his thick and lengthy beard was coiled around his chin like several strands. Hagrid. Harry waved excitedly at the giant. The latter smiled back and looked at Li Jianguo and the 3 people beside him. It looks like you've made a few new friends. Okay, come on, first-year freshman, come here, watch your feet, Hagrid shouted as he led the way ahead. The crowd lined up in a long line and walked down a steep path. It was getting darker and darker, and the only source of light came from the lantern in Hagrid's hand. This made Li Jianguo can't help but want to spit on the infrastructure of Hogwarts. Such a big school, I don't know the whole row of streetlights, what if someone falls? As soon as he came up with this idea, Hermione next to her slipped and fell forward. Fortunately, Li Jianguo's hand was quick and pulled her back. It's a bit dangerous to walk in the dark at night. Seeing that Harry also had a faint tendency to fall, Li Jianguo sighed, pulled out his wand from his waist, and shouted softly, "Stroke to death." In an instant, a dazzling light shone from the tip of the staff. Sorry, it's too much. Facing everyone's gaze, Li Jianguo smiled a little embarrassed. At the same time, he shook the wand in his hand twice and shook the light a little smaller. As everyone knows, after his series of actions were seen by Hagrid, he was suddenly surprised in his heart. Fluorescent scintillation is one of the simplest lighting techniques, and many talented students can learn it on their own through textbooks, even if they are not enrolled. But a casual like Li Jianguo can release such a large scale of illumination range, and can also skillfully adjust. This can be described not only by talent. It seems that there are many geniuses coming this session. Thanks to Li Jianguo's fluorescent flashing, the pace of the crowd moved forward much faster. Soon they reached the end of the narrow path. You are greeted by a black lake. On the hillside on the other side of the lake stands a majestic castle, and the spires of the castle hill look mysterious and spectacular under the light of the moon. Welcome to Hogwarts, Hagrid shouted, but before that, we have to cross the lake by boat. No more than 4 people per boat. As he spoke, a small boat was docked on the shore. Li Jianguo and Harry, who were walking in front, took the lead in getting on the boat and sailed forward along the mirror-like lake. The boat swayed leisurely and rowed so fast that Harry and they were both afraid to speak for fear of falling into the water. The huge castle was getting closer and closer, and looking up there was a vague feeling of levitating above their heads. Finally, after passing through a dark tunnel, we came to a place that resembled an underground pier. Ahead is a ground paved with gravel and small cobblestones. The group crossed the path and climbed the stone steps of the subsequent tunnel, and then saw Hagrid stop in front of a huge oak door. After making sure that everyone was there, he raised his sandbag-sized fist and knocked on the door 3 times. The door slowly opened. A familiar figure appeared in Li Jianguo's line of sight. It was Professor McGonagall, who had come to his house to invite him to enroll. Wearing an emerald green robe, she looked around this year's freshmen with a serious expression. It finally stopped at Li Jianguo. This student, it's good to learn textbook knowledge in advance, but I don't think I should need the lighting spell now. Only then did Li Jianguo remember that he patronized the scenery along the way and forgot to cancel the spell. So he smiled awkwardly, raised his wand and blew at the tip of the wand. The surroundings suddenly darkened a lot. There was also a burst of good-natured laughter in the crowd. The atmosphere seemed to become less dignified. Thank you, Hagrid. Leave it to me next. Professor McGonagall finally had a smile on her face and said to Hagrid. Then she opened the door wide and let everyone into a wide foyer. Continuing down the marble stairs, it wasn't long before Li Jianguo heard a buzzing voice from a door on the right. Sure enough, when I walked in, I saw that the luxurious hall was almost full. They should all be upperclassmen. Before entering the door, Professor McGonagall explained the situation with the 4 colleges and the upcoming sorting ceremony. So after a group of people entered the hall, they did not find a place to sit, but lined up and went straight to the top stage of the auditorium. This night sky is not real, the ceiling has been turned into by magic, Hermione whispered as she walked, pointing to the transparent hall roof. I read it in Hogwarts, a school history. However, at this moment, several people behind him suddenly screamed loudly. What's that? A boy shouted in a sharp voice. I saw more than 20 pearly white and translucent ghosts suddenly popping out of the surrounding walls, sliding through the entire room while turning their heads and ears. All right, ghosts, please be quiet. Professor McGonagall stood in front of the stage and turned around and snapped. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. The ghost heard the obedient fish penetrating the wall and disappearing from everyone's eyes. Professor McGonagall then put a wizard hat in front of the freshman in the front row, the hat shirt patched and worn out. Its dark green exterior and stains accumulated over the years make it look like a pile of kelp. This should be the sorting hat, also known as the scabbard of the Sword of Gryffindor. The students also seemed to realize what was going to happen next and began to tidy up their clothes. It seems that we just need to wear this hat. Ron suddenly whispered to Harry Potter, I'm going to kill Fred. He told me as if he was going to fight the monsters. Harry Potter did not reply, but clenched his fists, and it could be seen that he was also nervous. Hermione, on the other hand, was chanting the spell with words in her mouth. At this time, the sorting hat suddenly moved its body, and then cracked a mouth-like crack. It started singing. At this time, Li Jianguo noticed a somewhat gloomy gaze looking towards them. The one who was allowed to go was looking at Harry Potter. The man was emaciated, with greasy, straight hair and a large hooked nose. The first impression is uncomfortable. From the furrowed brow he had when he looked at Harry, he could guess that this person must be Snape. Next to him sat Professor Flitwick, a diminutive professor with goblin blood, who was also the head of Ravenclaw. And the short lady on the right, wearing a thick hat full of patches, is Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, Bishop of Potions. As for the white-bearded old man in the middle, Li Jianguo is much more familiar. After all, the two had a friendship of soaking in the bathhouse together. After noticing Li Jianguo's gaze, Dumbledore also smiled at him and nodded. After the sorting hat finished singing, the audience immediately broke out into a round of warm applause. Only the freshmen looked confused, not knowing where this hat sang well. But for the sake of the subsequent branch, they still applauded cooperatively. Okay, now officially start the sorting ceremony. Professor McGonagall took a few steps forward, holding a roll of parchment in her hand. Whoever I call will put on his hat and sit in front of the stool and listen to the sorting house. The first one, Hannah Abbott. Then I saw a ruddy-faced little girl with 2 blonde hair braids, stumbling out of the queue and putting on her hat. It didn't take long for the sorting hat to shout its decision directly. Hufflepuff. Suddenly, the people at the table on the right applauded and cheered Hannah, welcoming the girl to their table. Seeing that the sorting was so simple, many of the freshmen breathed a sigh of relief. The sorting continues. After 3 or 4 people, Li Jianguo heard Professor McGonagall call out Cassandra's name. The girl slowly walked out of the group and sat down gracefully on the stool. It's just that before she picked up the sorting hat, her brows were obviously wrinkled, as if she didn't mind the dust on it. So she took out a pair of white silk gloves from her pocket and put them on. Sure enough, it's very similar to your mother. The sorting hat said in a deep voice, without a doubt, you are a natural Slytherin. As soon as these words came out, Slytherin House instantly erupted into violent cheers, especially the boys, who applauded vigorously. As for the girls, most of them coped with it ruefully. Cassandra walked off the stage with her head raised proudly, and did not forget to glance at Li Jianguo proudly when she passed by him. It is clear that this girl is still holding revenge. Jianguo Li. At this time, Professor McGonagall called out Li Jianguo's name. Hermione quickly touched his arm and motioned for him to step forward. At this time, the hall fell silent again. Is he the wizard from the Dragon Kingdom? At the long table at Ravenclaw House, a girl with purple hair whispered to the people next to her. He and you are both from Asia, but he's quite handsome. I don't know if who will be assigned to Ravenclaw. The target of her speech was an Asian teenage girl. His name is Cho Chang. He was also the only Asian at Hogwarts before Li Jianguo enrolled. It's just that her family came to Britain more than 200 years ago. Except for the surname, it is almost no different from ordinary Europeans, and it has almost no connection with the Dragon Kingdom. Chu Zhang took a deep look at Li Jianguo sitting on the stool, and a look of unclear meaning flashed in his eyes. Malfoy, who had already been assigned to Slytherin, looked at Li Jianguo with a bit of resentment. Fang Cai wanted to sit next to Cassandra, but the other party refused on the grounds that he had reserved it in advance. Thinking about what happened on the train before, he could roughly guess who the vacancy was reserved for. Just with that kid's lowly bloodline, he is also worthy of entering the elite crowded Slytherin? Li Jianguo took a deep breath and slowly put the sorting hat on his head. At the same time, it began to perform cerebral occlusion. This was the spell he had learned in the period before he entered school, and he had been practicing it diligently. For this moment, the sorting hat is essentially a magic item that is proficient in taking the mind of the gods. Colleges are assigned by reading students' feelings and memories. The identity of the person who crossed himself and the possession of the system cannot be known to outsiders in any way. The moment he put on his hat, Li Jianguo unexpectedly felt a magic force invade his brain. But fortunately, this magic is very weak. It was only a slight reading of the memory he wanted to see. A subtle voice sounded in Li Jianguo's ears. Quite an interesting upbringing, but it also makes the choice difficult. You are very talented, you are not bad, and you have a unique talent in strategizing, both courage and ambition. Before Li Jianguo, the sorting hat never seemed to be so tangled. Especially when they heard the last sentence, Harry and Ron's expressions became even more nervous. I was afraid that the friend I had just made would be sorted into Slytherin. It's still very magical and contradictory. The 4 academies are actually very suitable for you. As he spoke, the sorting hat fell into a long silence. Even the professors sitting on the stage were surprised. They've never seen the sorting hat take so long on the selection. As soon as these words came out, the Hufflepuff students all stood up instantly. They clawed incessantly, and excited cheers came out of their mouths. After all, most of them had learned about the identity of Li Jianguo's Dragon Kingdom wizard from the Daily Prophet. Having such a classmate from the mysterious ancient country is generally a very exciting thing. Especially on the way to Hogwarts Castle, the fluorescent flashes cast by the other party are enough to show their useful talent. Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, also had a bright smile on his face at this time. Previously, many children who were very good in her eyes were sorted into other colleges. This made her feel a little sorry in her heart. Now that Li Jianguo has come to her academy, even if the highly anticipated Harry Potter behind him will not be able to reach Hufflepuff. This year she also had an amazing genius among her students. And Cassandra's emerald green eyes flashed with a hint of loss after hearing the result. She first glanced at Li Jianguo, who was walking towards the table where Hufflepuff was. Then the Tsundere snorted coldly and turned his head. "Excuse me, can I sit next to you now?" Malfoy straightened his hair, got up and walked over to Cassandra's side, and asked with a smile, "I think that we who also come from noble wizarding families can have many common languages. That student, can I trouble you to come and sit next to me?" Who knew that Cassandra still didn't pay attention to him, but said directly to a chubby girl on the opposite side. The girl seemed a little confused. She first looked at Malfoy, and found that there was a bit of threat in the other party's eyes. "So I was suddenly a little embarrassed. I've covered all your snacks this semester." Seeing this, Cassandra hooked the corner of her mouth and said lightly, "Okay." When the girl heard this, she immediately got up and went around the table and sat down next to Cassandra. For a moment, the senior Slytherin students burst into laughter. "It's a bit of a shame, but it's good that it's not Slytherin." Ron and Harry looked at each other, and the former whispered, "Now it's our turn." Hermione kept her eyes on Li Jianguo until she took her seat. Finally, Fang took a deep breath and said, "The next sorting process was much smoother. The only thing that caused a stir again was when Harry Potter was assigned to Gryffindor." Not surprisingly, Ron and Hermione were also sorted there. With the last student, Blaise Shabani, was sorted into Slytherin. Professor McGonagall finally rolled up the parchment and left with her sorting hat following Albus Dumbledore. He stood up and looked at the group of students with a smile on his face. "Welcome, everyone." He opened his arms to the students. "Welcome to the new school year at Hogwarts. Before the banquet begins, I would like to say a few words." "That's it, stupid. Cry. Residue. Ring. Thank you." With that, he sat down again. Could it be that this old man is still a poet? Li Jianguo was directly blinded by Dumbledore's penultimate sentence. If so, this poetic expression is still a bit too advanced for carbon-based organisms. The people around have already started to eat. Especially the students on the Hufflepuff side. It is called a positive meal. However, for these meals, Li Jianguo did not have much interest. These gringos are really not particular about eating. In addition to the potatoes is pumpkin, mixed with some dessert and fish soup at most. What he couldn't bear the most was that the accompanying drink was actually pumpkin juice, an anti-human thing. In Li Jianguo's heart, his dislike of this drink is second only to carrot juice and diet cola. But at this time, he also felt a little hungry after all the tossing. So he took out a pair of chopsticks from his pocket and prepared to grab something to eat. "Ha! How do you have 2 magic wands?" At this time, the handsome boy sitting next to him was suddenly surprised. "Did you say me?" Li Jianguo was stunned. "Sorry, I was a little rude. The boy smiled embarrassedly and stretched out his hand. My name is Cedric Diggory, 2 grades above you, you can just call me Cedric. Welcome to Hufflepuff, Li Jianguo. The two shook hands, and then Cedric's gaze still secretly glanced at the chopsticks in Li Jianguo's hand. It was the first time he had seen someone hold 2 magic wands in their hands in such a strange way. Could it be that you want to cast some special magic on the food on the table? It's called chopsticks. Seeing this, Li Jianguo chuckled and explained, it is the tableware that our Dragon Kingdom uses when eating. Saying that, he also casually picked up a piece of pumpkin pie and demonstrated. It looks better than a fork. Cedric's eyes lit up. If you're interested, I'll give you a pair when you come back. I have several pairs somewhere. A chubby little friar-like ghost suddenly appeared from under the table and took off his hat towards Li Jianguo and saluted. His name is Fat Friar, and he used to be a Hufflepuff man. Cedric introduced. Hello, Tetsuko. Li Jianguo stretched out his hand and shook it with the Fat Friar. Of course, ghosts are disembodied. The two just held a false grip, and the feeling of the ghost passing through his limbs directly made him cold. There is a power in your body that makes me fearful, but fortunately you are a kind child. The Fat Friar suddenly opened his mouth and said something inexplicably ingenious. Then he disappeared from Li Jianguo. When he reappeared, he was already gathered with the ghosts again and whispered, every now and then I look here. Several of the ghosts looked at Li Jianguo with a little fear in their eyes. The dry rice on the Hufflepuff side is fast. But fortunately, every time the food is eaten, the plate will automatically disappear, and then a new plate of food will appear. However, the dishes still did not meet Li Jianguo's appetite. He suddenly missed his uncle's usual skewers and hot pot. At this time, he suddenly felt a stream of eyes looking to his side. Turning around, I saw a man with a thick purple turban wrapped around his head. After making eye contact with Li Jianguo, he raised the pumpkin juice in his hand a little coyly and gestured to him. That's Professor Quirrell, Bishop Defense Against the Dark Arts, a little nervous, but not bad. Cedric whispered. It does seem to fit. Li Jianguo suddenly smiled mysteriously. This guy doesn't just teach defense magic. It has also made considerable achievements in gnawing melons. Half an hour later, I saw that everyone had eaten almost the same. Dumbledore slowly stood up and said to the students, before the banquet is over, I have a few things to remind everyone to pay attention to, especially the first-year freshmen. The first is that the wooded area on the school grounds is directly accessible to any students, and of course, those in the old class should also remember that. As he spoke, his eyes clearly swept towards the futuristic twin. Also, Mr. Filch, the administrator, also asked me to remind everyone not to cast magic in the corridor. The vetting of Quidditch players will be held in the second week of the semester. Please contact Ms. Fire if you are interested. Speaking of this, Dumbledore cleared his throat and emphasized, finally, I must tell you about anyone who does not want to suffer an accident or die a painful death. Please do not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. When he said this, his expression was very serious, and it obviously didn't look like a joke. Therefore, in addition to a few people laughing, more people expressed doubts. Why is something different this year? Cedric frowned. It stands to reason that wherever we are not allowed to go, the professor will explain the reason. It's like there are a lot of dangerous animals in that wooded area, and everyone knows that. Could it be that they moved those animals into that corridor? The corners of Li Jianguo's mouth raised. Of course, he knew why that corridor was forbidden to go close. However, he was more interested in the Forbidden Forest than the Philosopher's Stone. It is said that in addition to various magical animals, it is said that there are many ancient magical relics inside. Okay, before everyone goes to bed, let's sing the school song together. Over there, Dumbledore was still talking loudly, and Cedric's expression suddenly froze. It seems that this school song has left him some bad memories. After the banquet, Li Jianguo followed the Hufflepuff prefect to the dormitory. Their common room is in the hallway on the right-hand side near the kitchen. At the entry point, there is a pile of large wooden barrels placed on a dark stone trough. Mind you, you guys are going to knock on the bottom of the second barrel in the middle of the second row in the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff. The prefect emphasized while intending to demonstrate. But who knew that at this moment, a boy suddenly shouted, and then the whole body floated into the air. Peeves, don't come and mess around. Seeing this, the prefect quickly shouted behind the boy. The answer to him was a loud, piercing, popping sound like praying for deflatedness. What do you think of this way of greeting? With a pop, a dwarf appeared out of thin air. With a bunch of evil black eyes and a large mouth, he floated cross-legged in midair while strangling the little boy's arm. Isn't that interesting? He giggled. But soon he stopped laughing. Because Li Jianguo didn't know when he walked in front of him, under his doubtful gaze, he took out a yellow piece of paper and pasted it to his brain. Nasty first-grade imp head, you want to do? Halfway through the sentence, Peeves' voice stopped abruptly. He was horrified to find that his body couldn't move. It really works. Li Jianguo scratched his chin and said to himself with some surprise, I can't think of it being good for foreign ghosts. With that, he freed the little boy from Peeves. At the same time, Li Jianguo also noticed that this Peeves seemed to be somewhat different from those ghosts. More like a collection of some negative energy. Li, how did you do it? The prefect was also shocked by this scene in front of him. Just a yellow piece of paper with strange writing can keep the arrogant Peeves there? This one. Li Jianguo smiled and said, it's called stickers there, and most of them are used to deal with zombies, that is, local ghosts there. I just didn't expect it to work with this thing. If you want him to keep moving, just tear this note off. You have to keep in mind that you must strike according to the correct melody. The prefect walked back to the barrel and instructed as he tapped it, if you knock the wrong barrel, or if you hit it the wrong number of times, then the lid of another barrel will burst, and your bodies will be covered with vinegar. Maybe it was talking to distract him, or maybe he wanted to give everyone a false demonstration. He actually typed the wrong syllable. The result is just listening boom. With a bang, a large amount of vinegar erupted from the exploded wooden barrel, drenching him through. By the way, it also affected a few freshmen next to him. But after Lin finished vinegar, the barrel magically returned to its original state. Look, this is the end of typing the wrong syllable. The prefect scratched his head in embarrassment, turned to everyone and said, Senior Ernie, will you be pickled the next day? A stocky boy suddenly laughed. The rest of the people burst into cheerful laughter when they heard this. I don't want to be used by elves to mix caviar. Prefect Ernie also shrugged humorously. The crowd burst into laughter again. A few minutes later, Li Jianguo finally saw the Hufflepuff common area. In 2 words, it is comfort. It is a large unpretentious circular room with low ceilings. Through the round window, you can see the dandelions and grass outside the window, gently swaying under the evening breeze. The decor of the rooms is earthy, with hanging or placing plants everywhere. After seeing the arrival of new students, they suddenly started singing and dancing rhythmically to the song. It looks like everyone has arrived. At this time, Cedric, who had disappeared for a while, rushed over with a stack of things. Li Jianguo glanced at it and found that what he was holding in his arms was actually a variety of animal and plant specimens. This is the specimen we made last year, so you can pick it up as a gift for you. Cedric smiled, and with that handsome face, it caused several girls to blush. It has to be said that Hufflepuff students may not be the best of the 4 houses, but definitely the friendliest. This made Li Jianguo feel that it was not a kind of luck to be assigned here. In addition, there are many snacks in the lounge, so you can take them if you are hungry. Senior Ernie added, of course, I hope you will be kind to the elves who work in the kitchen, after all, they provide it privately. After a brief chat, Ernie and Cedric led the group to their respective dormitories. The salutes that had been left in the car were also put in the dormitory in advance. Li Jianguo's 2 roommates are named Ona and Jim. The former is the stocky boy who first spoke in front of the lounge door, always with a kind smile on his face. Jim's personality is much more shy, he is tall and thin, and his family situation does not seem to be very good from the point of view of dress. The wizard's robe, which was half shortened, was covered with patches. I didn't expect that I would actually share a dormitory with you. After introducing themselves to each other, Ona took the lead and smiled at Li Jianguo. I heard on my way here that you were a very gifted wizard. That lighting spell you performed was simply amazing. I was still worried about whether I might accidentally slip it. I'm afraid of this too. Li Jianguo smiled heartily, but the strength is big, and I was almost blinded. Would you like some grilled sausages? At this time, Jim said a little timidly. I saw him take out a paper bag from the salute, which contained more than a dozen small brown grilled sausages. It was marinated by my grandmother, and although it is not as good as the one sold in the store, it tastes good. As he spoke, his eyes kept carefully fixed on Li Jianguo and Ona, as if he was worried about seeing disgust in their eyes. Grilled sausage? I love this one the most. Ona's eyes lit up when he heard this. Can you bring me 2? I don't really like the kind made at banquets, it tastes too sweet. Of course. Jim suddenly smiled and grabbed a handful of grilled sausages from the bag and handed it to the other party. Wait. Just as Ona was about to stuff the grilled sausage into his mouth, Li Jianguo suddenly opened his mouth to stop him. The 2 immediately looked at him suspiciously. It's too monotonous to eat like this. I saw that the corners of Li Jianguo's mouth suddenly rose slightly, and he turned around and rummaged through his luggage for a while. I think it's invincible with this thing. Saying that, he took out 3 packs of instant noodles and put them on the table. I've eaten this. Jim excitedly shouted, it's called fast food. It's called instant noodles there, Li Jianguo said as he took out 3 small dry pots, and by the way, he took out the magic staff and cast a clear spring like water. This night, Jim and Ona found out for the first time. It turns out that in addition to boiling medicinal agents, crucibles can also be used to cook instant noodles. Soon, the enticing aroma wafted throughout the dormitory. And the whispers of 3 boys. It's a pity that there are no eggs, otherwise the whole 2 will be more fragrant in it. This chopstick is harder than my wand. Even the sausages can't be clamped. I didn't expect this kind of noodles to be so delicious, but unfortunately my family rarely buys snacks. However, just as Li Jianguo and his two roommates were enjoying their meal, Peeves, who had been forgotten in the doorway, remained motionless and floated in place, until a cat with red eyes squats in front of it. Let me see who this is. I can't imagine that our Peeves also have such quiet times. There was a snoring sound in the dormitory. Ona and Jim slept like dead pigs after eating 2 packs of instant noodles. The snoring of the former added a bit of blockage to this silent night. Li Jianguo lay on the bed and did not fall asleep for a long time. Of course, he wasn't too loud to sleep because Onad's snoring was so loud that he couldn't sleep. He has excellent sleep quality, and once he thinks of falling asleep, it is basically a matter of 2 or 3 seconds. And even if you whisper in his ear, it doesn't necessarily make him quarrel. The reason why he hasn't slept for so long is to sort out the system rewards that dropped today. Shortly after the sorting ceremony, the system ushered in a wave of upgrades. All rewards will not be displayed immediately after they are earned. Instead, it is suspended in the system by depositing, and it can be exchanged for 1 higher level reward by exchanging 10 lower level rewards. Bonus content is completely random. After enrolling, Li Jianguo's series of performances caused him to drop a total of 11 white rewards and 5 blue rewards. The only red reward was received from Dean Pomona Spla after he assigned Do Hufflepuff. He didn't want to think about it just now, so he chose to activate directly. The result is a talent called Advanced Herbal Specialization. You can make yourself have a high probability of getting triple output or mutation when cultivating exotic plants. At first glance, this effect may be very perverted. But for Li Jianguo, who has been dark-faced for a long time, he doesn't believe in probability anymore. After all, under the detailed calculation, there are hundreds of students attending the banquet at the entire Hogwarts. As a result, the reward was activated more than a dozen times with a toss. It's all the lowest level of white and blue. Although most of the reason is that the strength of the students is generally low, this probability is also somewhat touching. However, after some thought, Li Jianguo finally decided to exchange the 10 white rewards for blue. According to his experience, these white rewards are basically simple spells, most of which can be obtained by studying in school, or reward some galleons. And blue is different, either it is a high-level spell, or there is a probability of opening some special talents. Sure enough, the blue reward after redemption directly gave a very special talent, Parceltongue. This thing was originally an innate ability that only the bloodline of Salazar's descendants could have. Speaking of function, there is no other use than being able to talk to snakes and control basilisks. But it's really special. The people who will now be a certain man surnamed Fu and Harry Potter. Dumbledore seems to be a little, but he can't control the basilisk. In addition, the other 5 blue talents Li Jianguo were temporarily preserved. After saving up to 10, I plan to exchange the purple one. Now his strength is still enough in school, as long as the Slytherin excellent graduate does not return to school early. There is basically no danger to life. After one night, early the next morning, Li Jianguo opened his eyes on time, brought the crucible and textbooks, and began his study career at Hogwarts. The first class was Snape's Potions, with the Ravenclaw men. On the way to the classroom, Ona and Jim both acted nervous. Because they had long heard from their seniors that Professor Snape was a strange temper and a very difficult person to get along with. Favorite deduction of points for students other than Slytherin. Sure enough, when Snape walked into the classroom like a wind, he first shrugged his nose twice, and then his whole face pulled down. I only listened to him slowly speak. You came to my class to learn the precise and rigorous subject of potions configuration, and to be a good potions master, a keen sense of smell is essential, Snape said as he walked over to the desk where Li Jianguo was and casually picked up his crucible. Although I have known for a long time that Hufflepuff is rich in rice buckets, I did not expect that one day you would appear a figure who uses crucibles to cook. I don't expect you to really grasp the beauty of the smoke that evaporates and wafts out of true tendencies, but I don't want the smell of rice wafting out of your crucible. Saying that, he glanced at Li Jianguo coldly, and threw a sentence while turning around. Hufflepuff deducts 2 points. Wait. At this time, Li Jianguo suddenly raised his hand and said, Professor, I have a question. Say. Snape glanced at Li Jianguo again and said coldly, what I want to ask is that it seems that there is no school rule that prohibits cooking with crucibles. When Snape heard this, Newboing stared at Li Jianguo coldly for a moment before he said in a deep voice, from the moment I asked about the disgusting smell of food in your crucible, I had such a rule in my class. Hufflepuff, deduct 1 more point. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the target anger and getting a purple reward once, whether it is turned on or not. Yes. Facing the arrogant and unreasonable Snape, Li Jianguo pouted and didn't want to say anything more, then decisively chose to open the reward in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent, Quantum Speed Reading. Quantum Speed Reading? After listening to the prompt tone of the system, Li Jianguo was instantly a little confused. He quickly checked the talent introduction. Quantum speed reading, the full name quantum fluctuation speed reading, is a major breakthrough in the application of quantum mechanics in events, allowing users to read a book in a very short time and write down all the content related to it. It's a whole job. After reading the introduction, Li Jianguo called a good guy in his heart. He casually picked up a potions textbook and flipped through it. As a result, as soon as he opened the first page, the content inside automatically flooded into his mind. So, Snape, who was lecturing, suddenly heard a brushing sound in his ears from time to time. Following the prestige, he saw that the student of the Dragon Kingdom who had resisted him just now was flipping through the books at an extremely fast speed. The action looks like a fan. Snape's blood pressure suddenly came up. In his eyes, this kind of action is tantamount to forcibly gaining attention in class. This made him immediately think of a guy who he hated from the bottom of his heart. They also like to attract the attention of the people around them through boring actions. I saw him slowly speak. I can teach you how to increase your reputation, brew glory, and even organize death. There had to be one thing, and that was that you weren't the fools I often met, especially the kind of idiot who likes to get the attention of his classmates through some clown-like actions. Am I right, Mr. Jianguo Li? Professor, I'm just understanding the textbook. When Li Jianguo heard this, he tugged at the corners of his mouth. Good guy, you're looking for fault on purpose, aren't you? Good. Snape smiled contemptuously. Then let me test how much I understand. He obviously did not believe Li Jianguo's words. If he could understand the content by reading a book like this, wouldn't he be able to clean the oil stains by touching his hair with both hands? What do I regret if I add the water first root powder to the wormwood solution? I saw him suddenly asked. Narcissus root powder and wormwood together can be used to form a very potent sleeping pill, that is, the living hell decoction. Li Jianguo replied without thinking. What is the difference between aconitum and lupul aconitum? Both are the same plant, collectively known as aconitum. So how to prepare the potion used to treat scabies? Throw dried nettles and grated snake teeth into a large kettle and simmer together, and after turning off the heat, add porcupine spines and steamed slugs with antennae. Snape asked several questions in a row, and even the more difficult he asked. But Li Jianguo answered like a stream. This made Snape's complexion even more difficult to look at. He never expected that the other party really knew so much about the textbook. It seems that you put a little thought into it before school starts. He took a deep breath and said, with your ridiculous trick, it is indeed a wonderful performance. Saying that, he suddenly turned around and picked up the somewhat damaged copy of 8,000 Magical Herbs and Mushrooms on the lecture table and sneered. Then let me see your unique way of reading again. How about we make a bet? Professor. Seeing this, Li Jianguo smiled lightly and said, it's very simple, give me 5 minutes to read the book, and if I can repeat it, the rule that crucibles cannot be used to cook food will be eliminated. In addition, the points deducted before are also added back. How? Yes. Snape nodded after a moment of silence. Then please start your show. He would never have believed that there could be such an outrageous way of reading in the world. It's not that Snape hasn't seen it, but only if you do. As far as Li Jianguo's speed of turning the book is concerned, a glance of 10 lines is disrespectful to him. However, soon Snape realized, there is no most outrageous in this world, only more outrageous. I saw that Li Jianguo took less than 5 minutes to finish this thick book of 8,000 magical herbs and mushrooms. Then under the surprised gazes of Snape and the two classmates, he slowly recited the contents of the book, even included the notes Snape had made. Enough! Snape's expression changed gloomy, and he finally interrupted, enough already. Then bet on it. The corner of Li Jianguo's mouth hooked. I do what I say. Snape snatched the book from Li Jianguo's hand and glared at him hard. And on that premise, Hufflepuff adds 2 more points. As soon as these words came out, the Hufflepuff classmates immediately burst into cheers. The Ravenclaw students, on the other hand, looked at Li Jianguo with a monster-looking gaze. Are the Sorting Hats sure you're not mistaken? With this horrible memory, not coming to Ravenclaw was simply an insult to their house. Give me quiet! Snape shouted angrily. And the rest of the class process, he was obviously not in a good mood. A Hufflepuff student was in the process of mixing potions when he knocked over the crucible by mistake, causing Snape to get angry again. But he didn't deliberately look for Li Jianguo's stubble, because he found that this kid was also extremely talented in dispensing potions. Even the first time I did it, I prepared a near-perfect potion. It's just that what Snape doesn't know is that this is also thanks to the red system reward that he just dropped out of anger. Advanced Potions Mastery. With this talent, not only can the success rate of the potion configuration be greatly improved, but there is even a probability that the potion will have a triple increase effect. Of course, Li Jianguo unsurprisingly darkened his face again. After the potions class, Snape left the classroom without saying anything, and Li Jianguo, who was in the limelight, instantly became the focus of everyone. Li, you are simply a super genius. It actually made Professor Snape touch a nose of ash. That is, if I change it, it is estimated that my brain will be muddy at that time. Who dares to say that our Hufflepuff is rich in rice buckets? Although loving food is not a mistake, everyone chattered and hugged Li Jianguo out of the classroom. By the way, he also met the Harry Potter trio who had just finished Transfiguration class. However, Harry and Ron were obviously a little upset. But after hearing about Li Jianguo's performance in potions class, they still showed an expression of disbelief. Hermione, in particular, looked at Li Jianguo with both adoration and a bit of disbelief. Headmaster Dumbledore was lying comfortably in his chair, enjoying a delicious honey candy. As a result, as soon as he put the candy in his mouth, Professor Snape slammed open the door and walked in angrily. "What's wrong, Severus? You seem to be angry." "That kid," Snape shouted in a dull voice, "that kid has no talent, he's even more arrogant than his father, and he seems to enjoy his fame. His mood today is simply terrible. First, in the first class, he was put up by the kid from the Dragon Kingdom. Then in the second class, I met James Potter's son. That boy is a replica of his father. Mediocrity, arrogance, and thought it was. Apart from those eyes, I can't find any good points. But his nature is very kind and brave, isn't he?" Dumbledore got up and smiled, "And you promised me that you would." However, he stopped abruptly as soon as he was halfway through his words, because Professor McGonagall also walked in angrily. "What day is it?" Dumbledore was suddenly a little confused. On the first day of school, two teachers looked so angry. "Isn't it because of Harry's kid too? Dear Minerva?" he asked. "Harry?" Minerva was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and said, "It's not him, although he was late for the first class with Ron this morning." "Then who makes our elegant Lady Minerva so angry?" Dumbledore was even more curious now. It had been a long time since he had seen Professor McGonagall show such a gaffe. "It's that kid from the Dragon Kingdom, Li Jianguo." Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and tried to get herself to say it in a calm tone. "What's wrong with him? It must be another show off his extraordinary talent in class." Snape snorted coldly, "A little imp who is a little clever and has no one to see." As soon as these words came out, Dumbledore shifted his attention to Snape again. "Why did you also have an unpleasant mess with that child today?" Being able to provoke two professors on the first day of school was something Dumbledore never expected. "That kid obviously looks very sensible. He's really smart, especially when it comes to transfiguration." Minerva nodded first, acknowledging Li Jianguo's talent. But what? At this time, Dumbledore was like a ballast in a melon field anxious to find melons to eat. Professor McGonagall was always half-talking. "Isn't this in a hurry to kill individuals? But he doesn't respect me." Professor McGonagall seemed a little embarrassed, and finally held back such a sentence. "Disrespecting you? That, or I'll explain." At this time, a strange voice came from outside the door. When the three heard the prestige, they saw Li Jianguo sticking out a head at the door and smiling at them. Seeing this, Professor McGonagall and Snape snorted coldly at the same time and pinned their heads. "Well, I hope you can give me a compelling reason." Dumbledore beckoned to Li Jianguo and said with a serious expression, "Otherwise, I will punish you for bumping into the two professors." "Okay." When Li Jianguo heard this, he quickly slipped into the office. "That's right." Li Jianguo cleared his throat and began to speak slowly. "I'm not in my second transfiguration class today, but when I arrived at the classroom early, I could see a cat on the podium. I don't like to have cats when I'm not at home, so I thought about teasing it, so I took out a funny cat stick." "Funny cat stick?" Dumbledore was puzzled by this new term. "That's it." Li Jianguo took out a slender stick with a colored feather tied to the top with a rope. "Why did you carry this with you?" Dumbledore asked again. "That doesn't seem to be the point." Snape suddenly reminded. "Ahem, too, you go on. This doesn't look at a lot of wild cats in our school, in case you encounter it, it's just funny." Li Jianguo scratched his head and continued, "Then I used this stroke to pull the cat twice, but I didn't expect that he was actually Professor McGonagall." "Is that all?" Dumbledore looked at Professor McGonagall with some bewilderment. "Of course," Professor McGonagall said with a straight face, "I just used transfiguration, and I'm not a real cat. How can I be affected by that kind of thing?" "Yes." Li Jianguo nodded and said, "Of course, Professor McGonagall is not moved, but his hands and feet do not listen to the call, and he always wants to reach that pinch of hair." "Shut up." Professor McGonagall's face suddenly turned red when she heard this, and she shouted at Li Jianguo, "I'm not setting off your transfiguration skills." Li Jianguo shrank his head and explained ruefully, "Besides, I don't know that the cat has become you." "It seems to make some sense." Headmaster Dumbledore brushed his beard and muttered thoughtfully, "Do you really think that's the case?" "Headmaster." Professor McGonagall gave him a cold look. "But this is not done right." Dumbledore instantly changed the conversation and said to Li Jianguo with a serious expression, "Although you are unknowing, this incident does damage Professor McGonagall's majesty in the school. So Hufflepuff deducts 1 point. With that, he turned to look at Professor McGonagall and Snape. "It's normal for boys to be naughty. I'll educate this kid well in a moment, so let's go back to other things first. In fact, the anger in Professor McGonagall's heart at this time had almost subsided. When I think about it, I like to turn into a tabby cat and wait for students to go to class, and the new students don't know it. Seeing that Headmaster Dumbledore gave a step, she did not intend to pursue further, so she nodded and left the office with Snape. It seems that our semester is not destined to go very well. As soon as she left the door, Professor McGonagall said to Snape with a wry smile. She had heard from students about the other party's rage in class. It's never been smooth, Snape replied expressionlessly, but immediately after him, he frowned. Minerva, did you smell a chili pepper coming from the office? Chili? Professor McGonagall was stunned, and then tried to sniff the air. It's a little bit indeed, with a hint of aroma. Speaking of this, she seemed to have suddenly thought of something, turned back to the office door, and put her ear to it. Just listen to a conversation coming from inside. Is this snack called spicy strips also unique to your Dragon Kingdom? It's delicious, I specially asked my family to give the mail, it's always troublesome. The taste is really good, but unfortunately there is no honey flavor. By about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there was already no class. After sneaking out of Dumbledore's office, Li Jianguo happened to meet Harry and Ron, who looked dejected. The two had been targeted by Snape in Potions class not long ago. Not surprisingly, Grand Cento was deducted 2 points. Therefore, they decided to go to Hagrid's to recover their mood, and invited Li Jianguo to go with them. Hagrid lived in a log cabin on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. In front of the gate there is a crossbow and a pair of rubber galoshes. After arriving at the wooden house, Harry Potter was just about to knock on the door, but saw that the door was suddenly opened a crack, followed by a large and hideous dog's head, barking at him. Back off, Tooth. Inside the house came Hagrid's voice, as well as his hurried footsteps. But by this time, the huge black hound had pounced on Harry. At this moment, Li Jianguo suddenly pulled Harry over and blocked him at the same time. Be honest. He glared at the hounds and instantly switched to the werewolf template. In an instant, the black hound's eyes revealed a little fear, and he retracted back with his tail between his legs. Ha! Hagrid rushed to the door at this time, and when he saw the appearance of his teeth, he suddenly whispered in surprise. It's the first time I've seen Tooth like this in front of strangers. He looked at Li Jianguo curiously, and said with a smile on his face, you're really a great little guy. With that, he said apologetically to Harry again, sorry, I didn't notice Tooth scratching the door just now, but it should just want to say hello to you. Come first. Hagrid's house consisted of only one room, with ham, pheasants hanging from the ceiling, and boiling water in a copper pot in a brazier. They are Jianguo and Ron. Harry took the lead. Another little brother of the Weasleys. Hagrid glanced at Ron and chuckled, I've spent almost most of my life trying to drive these twin brothers out of the Forbidden Forest. Saying that, he drove another piece of rock skin cake to the dinner plate in front of Li Jianguo. As for this, I have heard a little about it for a long time. Headmaster Dumbledore's vision is as precise as ever, and you can see from the fluorescent flashes you cast at that time that you will be an extremely good wizard in the future. And I'm glad you're sorted into Hufflepuff instead of Slytherin. Jianguo also let Professor Snape touch a nose in class today, Ron said suddenly. The expression on his face when he spoke was as if Li Jianguo had helped him and Harry take a bite. Oh? Hagrid was surprised, that's a great thing. Severus is not likable, but he is still very good at learning. And Professor McGonagall, I heard that he also made Professor McGonagall angry, Ron added. This morning, he and Harry were criticized by Professor McGonagall for being late. As soon as these words came out, Hagrid's gaze towards Li Jianguo was a little more strange. Being able to provoke 2 professors in one day, it seems that this little guy is not a simple character. It's just a misunderstanding. Li Jianguo scratched his head and picked up the rock cake casually, but found that this thing was really the same as its name, as hard as a stone. But although Professor McGonagall made 2 Rarges today, it was worth it. Because from the other party, Li Jianguo dropped the golden reward for the first time, Ancient Animagus Talent. And the first time he obtained this talent, he quietly found a secret place to experiment. The animal he was able to turn into was actually a dragon. It's still the Huaxia divine dragon of the 8 classics. Although the physique is only a dozen meters long, it should be remembered that the animagus transformation is usually limited to non-magical creatures. Fantastic creatures like dragons or phoenixes, which should only exist in legends, want to transform into them. Even wizards of Dumbledore's level will bring unpredictable consequences. And not like Li Jianguo, who has no worries. As for the ability after transformation, Li Jianguo has not had time to understand it for the time being. Presumably, it should be no problem to ride the clouds. And the body size after transformation will also grow larger with age. That alone is enough to throw off the average animagus I don't know how many streets. The 3 of them had afternoon tea at Hagrid's. It wasn't until just before dinner time that I started walking back. During this time, Harry took the initiative to talk about the theft of Gringotts, presumably having an idea about the Chamber of Secrets. and Li Jianguo also tried to ask Hagrid about the Forbidden Forest during the chat. But Hagrid, who has always been not very strict, changed the topic every time. However, this time Li Jianguo did not achieve nothing. The surprise he brought to the other party when he started gave him a purple reward, named Giant Body Physique Template. In addition to strengthening its strength like the Werewolf template, it also has 5 times more magical resistance than ordinary people. It's a great meat shield. When the 3 of them walked back to the castle for dinner, they were all heavily filled with rock skin cakes. Out of politeness, they were also embarrassed to refuse. As soon as he arrived at the restaurant, Li Jianguo heard Malfoy bragging about his magic broom flying skills. It was also claimed that his Quidditch skills were thieves, and it was only a matter of time before he entered the Slytherin Quidditch ranks. Discerning people can see that the purpose of his boast is to show off in front of Cassandra, trying to gain the heart of this little princess of the Worley family. I still have a comma 260 at home. I was going to bring it to school, but unfortunately my father thought I should compete with some inferior people in flying lessons in a fair way. This is to prove how good our Lycola family lineage is. Dracula blew while glancing at Cassandra with her eyes. His father had already written to him to inform him that he wanted to win the hearts of the girl from the oldest wizarding family as much as possible. Because the Worley family is also one of the shareholders of Hogwarts School, and even has twice as many shares as their family. If the two can marry, the entire Hogwarts will be in the hands of the Dracula family in the future. He is confident in this. After all, he is so good. The reason why the other party has always been so cold to himself is nothing more than because of the girl's reserve. Maybe she has already developed a love for herself. Cassandra, however, was clearly not interested in what he had to say. I saw the girl suddenly stand up and slowly walk to a dining table with elegant steps. The boy who was about to put the hot pot base in the crucible asked lightly, "Is that the latest model of flying broomstick? And still gave it to this kid?" After hearing Cassandra's words, Malfoy instantly became calm. Her own goddess actually took the initiative to give expensive gifts to others. When did the relationship between the two of them become so good? Obviously on the train, they don't look compatible. He felt a strong sense of jealousy welling up in his heart. When I was this old, I had never received a gift from anyone other than a member of my family, especially from beautiful girls. Of course, he is not the only one who feels jealous. Especially the Slytherin boys. You must know that the cold and beautiful Cassandra is not just a goddess in Malfoy's mind. And the students of other academies also cast envious eyes towards Li Jianguo. After all, it's a Light Wheel 2000. It's worth as much as a luxury car in the Muggle world. With it, I just haven't had a chance to use it. Li Jianguo raised his head and looked at Cassandra standing in front of him with a condescending posture with a somewhat inexplicable look. The girl is still dressed in dark green wizarding robes today, but it is obviously carefully tailored. With delicate lace at the cuffs and collar, it looks more like an elegant maxi skirt. The lower body is a pair of gray over-the-knee stockings with black leather shoes. A green bow pinned to her long wavy blonde hair. I have to say that this girl's clothes are really good. It is as proud as ever, like a swan. We'll have flying lessons this Thursday, and we'll be able to use them then. Cassandra glanced at Li Jianguo faintly with those emerald green eyes. I hope you won't be out of the ocean at that time. Li Jianguo's heart was suddenly speechless. This little Ni ran over just to say this? Miss Cassandra was able to fly alone on a broom at the age of 6, and is now the new seeker of our Academy Quidditch team. At this time, a chubby snake yard girl emerged from behind Cassandra. It was the girl named Belinda who was promised by Cassandra to contract a semester of snacks at the sorting ceremony. At this time, he has become the loyal little henchman of the other party. I saw her say with a proud face, "Students from the Worley family have always been the best Quidditch players." So? Li Jianguo pouted. What does it have to do with me that she joined the Quidditch team? So you should also try to join the Quidditch team in your house. Then have a dignified duel with Miss Cassandra. Belinda shouted a little angrily. She really couldn't figure out how the noble and beautiful goddess of the snake courtyard could pay so much attention to this straight boy like Wood. As Cassandra's junior henchman, she also has the task of privately inquiring about Li Jianguo's news. In fact, from all aspects of the news, this boy is indeed exceptionally good, and his appearance and talent are impeccable. And there is a unique sense of mystery on the body. But it's a little rude. As Cassandra told her, not a gentleman at all. You're talking too much. Cassandra suddenly glanced at Belinda coldly. I just don't want to fight some mediocre and incompetent people. Saying that, she also deliberately scanned the people next to Li Jianguo. It's going to be boring. You're bored about me. Li Jianguo rolled his eyes when he heard this. If there is nothing else, don't bother me to eat. Hearing this, Cassandra's face suddenly changed. You are still so rude. She glared at Li Jianguo angrily and turned to leave. Inexplicable. Li Jianguo pulled the corners of his mouth and prepared to continue to bury his head in cooking. As a result, several boys around them, led by Harry and Ron, came over again, with envious and gossipy expressions on their faces. did she really give you a Halo 2000? If you have a chance, can you lend me a ride? It turns out that you have such a good relationship in private. Then why did you get angry with her just now? Obviously she is such a cute girl. Could it be that this is a special affection between the two of you? Li Jianguo was instantly troubled by this group of gossipmen, and was just about to make them quieter, but he saw a group of owls suddenly flying in the cafeteria. Various mails and envelopes interrupted several people's inquiries. One of the packages landed on Neville's table. The boy opened it excitedly and showed everyone a glass ball the size of a large marble, which seemed to be filled with white smoke. "This is the memory ball," he said. "Grandma knows that I always have no memory, so she will use him to tell me something I forgot to do. You just have to pinch it, like this." But halfway through Neville's words, he noticed that the memory ball suddenly glowed red. That meant he really forgot something. In an instant, he stretched his face, trying to remember what he had forgotten. As a result, at this moment, a hand jerked out and snatched the memory ball away from his hand. It was Malfoy. This guy was very upset because of what happened to Cassandra just now, and he urgently needed to have some fun to have fun. So he focused on Neville, who looked very tricky. Harry and Ron jumped to their feet, ready to fight Malfoy. The two of them had long been unhappy with this kid. But there are people who are faster than them. If you don't want to be cut by me, just honestly return the things to Neville. I saw Li Jianguo stand up abruptly and look at Malfoy coldly. What if I say no? Malfoy was stared at for a while, but in the end, he asked calmly, "Do you want to fight me? My father was the director of the school. I believe that the board will not condone this kind of bullying, at least not in our Worley family." At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Li Jianguo looked at Cassandra with some surprise. As a result, the girl snorted lightly and glanced her head to the side, seemingly not wanting to look at him. Cassandra's words immediately made Malfoy's face gloomy, and he quickly returned the memory ball to the table. "Wait and see." He dropped the sentence and hurriedly slipped away. "Jianguo, there is also a letter from you here. It seems to be sent by a girl." Ron suddenly shouted at Li Jianguo with a pink letter. As soon as his words fell, Cassandra stood up and seemed to be ready to leave the cafeteria. Thursday is fast to come. It was a sunny day, and Li Jianguo also ushered in the first flying lesson in his life. Still with Ravenclaw students. On the way to the teaching grounds, Li Jianguo's two roommates, Ona and Jim, kept muttering that they did not want to take classes with the people of the Eagle Academy. Their people are so smart that most of the students understand a little in class. Such a foil will make it seem that the Hufflepuff students are mediocre. Except, of course, Li Jianguo. There are now many first-year students who suspect that the Sorting Hat made the wrong choice in the first place. After all, this guy seems to be very good at everything and outstanding. Except for the fact that he likes to pour some strange but delicious food, he is not very much like the people of the Badger Yard. Flying lessons take place on a grassy field, next to the Forbidden Forest. By the time the three arrived, the Ravenclaw students had already arrived. Corresponding to this, it is a flying broom. These are all teaching aids provided by the school, but according to Cedric, these brooms are not easy to use because of their age. When some of them fly too high, they will constantly tremble and deviate from direction. So if possible, use your own flying broomstick as much as possible. However, the vast majority of new students do not have this condition. Li Jianguo followed his advice and brought the Light Wheel 2000. The thing was slept in Ona's arms last night, and according to him, it was an ancient ritual to communicate with the god of brooms. Bless him with a smooth flight lesson the next day. The broom that Cassandra sent was, according to what the girl said, directly from the Light Wheel Company to customize. Both in appearance and performance are better than the ones sold on the market. Li Jianguo also found an opportunity to compare at that time. In addition to the surface paint layer applied more evenly and brightly, at most there was an extra red ribbon. His arrival immediately attracted the attention of many. The main point of attention is the Light Wheel 2000 he holds in his hand. It seems that the rumors are correct. Cassandra did give him a Halo Wheel 2000. This looks awesome. Unfortunately, I begged my parents for a long time and didn't agree to buy it for me. What do you think? This is the standard for professional Quidditch players, and the price is ridiculously high. He still looks like it's made to order. Whispers rang out until Ms. Hooch, who taught the flying lesson, arrived. She has short gray hair and yellow eyes, like an eagle. Okay, everyone stand next to a broom. As she walked, she shouted sharply, quick, hurry up. Speaking of this, she noticed the Light Wheel 2000 that Li Jianguo was holding in his hand, and her expression suddenly eased. It's rare to see such a rare thing in the midst of freshmen. Ms. Hooch smiled and said, "It looks like it was made on purpose, and the lines and paint are perfect. But as a beginner, it's hard to manage the speed. I suggest you practice with the school first." "Okay, thank you Professor for your guidance." Li Jianguo nodded with a smile and put the broom in his hand aside. "Stretch out your right hand and put it above the broom." Ms. Hooch shouted, "Then say, get up. Pay attention, you must concentrate before shouting." Li Jianguo tried to put his hand on the broom. As a result, before he could shout, the broom flew directly into his hand. This made him stay straight for a moment. Good guy, so proactive? Snap! Ona next to him was slapped in the face by a broom, and it seemed that the god of brooms did not bless him. How did you do it? Ona covered half of his face and asked Li Jianguo in surprise. I didn't even hear you shout get up. I just thought about it in my heart. The latter replied with an innocent look, then he moved on his own. Ona suddenly felt like he didn't want to speak. There really is no comparison between people. Especially with this guy, otherwise sooner or later one day you will have to be hit in doubtful life. Also shocked was Ms. Hooch, and because of his mood swings, he also dropped a purple reward for Li Jianguo, advanced flying technique good, only to hear Ms. Hooch say happily, "You're a very gifted kid, Hufflepuff +5. As soon as these words came out, they instantly aroused the competitive spirit of the Ravenclaw students on the other side. It wasn't the first time they had lost to Hufflepuff in class. The main reason is this first-year freshman from the Dragon Kingdom. For a while, the sound of get up continued on the lawn, and soon almost everyone mastered the method of evoking the broom. This made Ms. Hooch very satisfied. Okay, as soon as I blow the whistle, you guys will stare at each other and try to get the broom off the ground by channeling magic. Remember, push hard," she shouted loudly. "Hold the broom, rise a few feet first, then lean forward slightly and try to fall back to the ground." After confirming that all the students had heard her instructions, Ms. Hooch began to count down. 3, 2, 1. Toot! Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded. This was followed by thick smoke. Everyone who was still dangling and suspended in the air heard the prestige, but saw that Li Jianguo had already flown to the sky. It's just that black smoke is constantly coming from behind the broom he is riding, and a black track is quickly drawn in the air. The broom actually exploded? Come back. Try to manipulate it back. Child. After a brief moment of stunned, Madame Hooch quickly shouted into the sky. It was the first time she had encountered this situation. How can a magic broom explode? You guys come down first. She turned and shouted at the group of students, then walked quickly towards a magic broom leaning against the corner. If you fall from such a high position, it will be life-threatening. Ms. Hooch doesn't want to see a gifted child lose his life like this. Look, he seems to be under control. At this moment, there was an exclamation from the crowd. Ms. Hooch turned to look. I saw Li Jianguo, who was in the sky, riding a broom in the sky at a very fast speed, streaking a beautiful semicircular arc. It seems that nothing was affected by the explosion of the broom. After a few seconds, the other party fell smoothly to the ground. Instantly caused a cheer. Are you all right, kid? Ms. Huoqi walked quickly to Li Jianguo and asked worriedly. Nothing. The latter scratched his head with a smile. It may be that the strength was too big, causing a little small accident in the broom. That being said, he was somewhat afraid in his heart. Unexpectedly, after the explosion of the wand, there was a situation where the flying broom exploded. Inside a classroom. Your magic is special, and it's not easy to control the amount of delivery, Professor McGonagall said to Li Jianguo with a solemn expression after inspecting the abandoned broom. Ms. Hooch had classes to attend next, so she asked her, who was also good at flying a magic broomstick, to find out why. That's probably why your wand is made of this peculiar metal. Saying that, she glanced at the light will 2000 in Li Jianguo's hand. Try this, try to maintain control of your magic and get off the ground first. Okay, Li Jianguo nodded, and then rode on the broom. This time, he minimized the transmission of mana as much as possible, and did not use the Imperial Sword technique. Professor McGonagall finally breathed a sigh of relief as his feet slowly lifted off the ground while the flying broomstick showed no unusual signs. It looks like an ordinary flying broom is no longer suitable for you. I'll explain this to Ms. Hooch next, and you won't use the school broom in class in the future. Her expression was a little complicated when she said this. Although Li Jianguo once gaffed her in class, Professor McGonagall did not hate the student for it, because judging from the subsequent performances, the other party is really amazing in terms of magical talent, except for occasional weird and naughty behavior. Even the high-profile Harry Potter is hard to compare. Now she was more worried that this year's Quidditch match, maybe Gryffindor would have to face a strong opponent. Knowing that you can safely return to the ground even for experienced wizards is difficult for many experienced wizards to do when the flying broom is out of control. And the boy in front of him is just a first-year freshman. After coming out of the classroom, Li Jianguo pondered whether to go to the library for a while. He hasn't been running there these days. After all, he had already mastered the knowledge taught in courses such as potions and charms. On the contrary, the library collection can also provide him with a little freshness. However, just as he passed a corridor, a conversation suddenly sounded around the corner not far away. That girl from the Worley family seems to have noticed your abnormality. Yes, master, but don't worry, I'm ready. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and spared this group of stodgy guys. No one can stop your return, my master. I've already worked on her flying broom, and according to the pride of that family, she definitely won't use the school broom. Everything was just an accident then. You're doing a great job. One of them's voice was clearly Quirrell, who taught defense by magic. The other person's tone of voice was as eerie as a snake. Sure enough, it didn't take long to see Quirrell come out of the corner with his funny turban. After he saw Li Jianguo carrying a broom, he was immediately stunned, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Build, Mr. Jianguo. Quirrell pretended to be calm and stammered, next. Good afternoon. Hello, Professor Quirrell. Li Jianguo pretended to have the same chance encounter and smiled at him. However, as soon as his words fell, a green figure suddenly flashed at the window next to him. On the lawn, Malfoy fell to the ground, looking at the sky with a horrified expression. Aren't you always bragging about your flying skills? Why not go and save her? Ron rushed to him angrily and shouted, if it weren't for you, Cassandra wouldn't have ridden a broom to reach that memory ball. Malfoy was speechless for a long time. Although he prides himself on being very talented in flying, in the face of such emergencies at this time, he can't have the courage to save his goddess. It just so happened that Professor Hooch was not here because of Neville's injury. Seeing Cassandra flying farther and farther, everyone's faces showed worried expressions. Harry on the side hesitated for a moment, then picked up the broom in his hand. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flew out of the window in front of the right and chased towards Cassandra at a very fast speed. It's Jianguo! Ron shouted in delight. At this moment, Cassandra was still trying her best to control the flying broomstick, and she frowned, already sensing that something was wrong. But at the moment, no matter how she manipulates the balance of the broom with her magic, there is always an inexplicable force interfering. Even the direction of travel is reversed. Give me your hand. A familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Cassandra turned her head and saw Li Jianguo galloping towards her at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he flew side by side with her, and then stretched out his hand and shouted, "Hurry up!" A look of surprise flashed in the girl's emerald green eyes, but then she seemed to remember something, and turned her head arrogantly and snorted coldly, "I don't need your help." As he spoke, the flying broom suddenly began to fall downward, and Cassandra immediately let out a scream. She struggled to carry the handle of the broom, but could not stop it from falling. Why is this girl so stubborn? Seeing this, Li Jianguo cursed secretly, and immediately used the imperial sword technique to control the opponent's broom, but immediately after that, he felt a resistance interfering. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the tall building not far away, and sure enough, he saw a figure hurriedly withdrawing from the window. "NND, you like to make trouble, don't you?" Li Jianguo scolded secretly. In a hurry, he had to let go of his hand and get up from his broom, in order to close the distance between himself and Cassandra. Seeing that the latter was about to hit the ground, Li Jianguo slammed forward, held it in his arms, and rolled to the ground together. Seeing this scene, Quirrell, who was hiding from the tower peeping, flashed a trace of gloom in his eyes and turned away. "Shhhhhh, almost didn't fall to my death," Li Jianguo exclaimed in pain and slowly stood up from the ground. All said, "Miss Ben doesn't need your help." Cassandra leaned back against the corner, her blonde hair scattered messily across her shoulders, her brows furrowed from pain. Although she was protected by Li Jianguo in her arms when she landed, she still sprained her sitting foot. But then she saw the nasty boy's gloomy face and walked towards her without a word. What are you doing?" She shrunk back nervously. But immediately after that, there was a pain in the forehead. "Shut your mouth." Li Jianguo gave this tsundere girl a mental note, and then squatted down and stretched out his hand to the other party's ankles. Cassandra suddenly blushed, and just wanted to open her mouth to reprimand this rude behavior, but was held back by Li Jianguo's eyes. After a few seconds, the gray tube stockings on her feet were removed, revealing a delicate white and tender slender foot. "You said you were idle and had nothing to do." Li Jianguo frowned and glanced at the scratched skin at Cassandra's ankles. He first took out his staff and cast a restorative blow. Then he took out a small bottle of white essence from his pocket. It was a potion that he had prepared in his spare time according to textbooks. It has an excellent effect on healing wounds and does not even leave scars. "Who makes you always upset me?" Cassandra hummed softly, but her voice was much softer. Although she was a little shy at this time, she did not resist the boy in front of her staring at her feet. "Several times in front of so many people, I couldn't get off the stage." When she said this, she inexplicably carried a sense of resentment. "Please Lao Tai, it's not the right way you speak, okay?" Li Jianguo pulled the corners of his mouth and said, "Where is there someone like you who communicates with others with high spirits, and also belittled others?" "I'm just telling the truth." Cassandra ruffled her hair, not seeming to feel that she was at fault. They are indeed a mediocre group of people. Who knew that when Li Jianguo heard this, he directly raised his head and looked at her with a serious expression. "You are a girl with a very kind heart, but as a friend, I still want you to understand a little. When you want to judge someone, you have to know that not everyone in this world has the advantages that you have." "Are you trying to lecture me?" Cassandra frowned. I don't have that right, but if you have to think so, then I can't help it. Li Jianguo shrugged his shoulders and decisively prepared to get up and leave. I don't think we're good to be friends. As a result, as soon as he turned around, he felt the corners of his clothes being dragged by someone. I didn't say that was necessarily what I thought. I saw Cassandra pin her head to the side and whispered, "Why don't you always want to listen to me finish? It's very impolite to treat a lady like this." Seeing this, Li Jianguo sighed helplessly in his heart. This girl is really arrogant, obviously knowing that she is wrong and still hard-mouthed. However, on the surface, he still had a cold face and said in a deep voice, "I just wish we could be more honest with each other as friends." "Like the girl who sent you the letter?" Cassandra suddenly said this coldly. "What does it have to do with that?" Li Jianguo suddenly couldn't understand the girl's brain circuits. "Well, Miss Ben already knows what you think, and will pay attention in the future." Seeing that the boy was stunned, Cassandra suddenly hooked the corners of her mouth, and gently raised her little hand like a lazy Persian cat. "Pull me up, I still feel that my ankles still hurt and I don't need any strength." "Yes, mine miss." Li Jianguo shook his head helplessly and reached out to pull Cassandra up. As a result, as soon as the other party got together, his feet suddenly softened, and his whole body was pressed on Li Jianguo. Suddenly, the familiar violet scent lingered on the tip of his nose. Cassandra! Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall happened to rush over with the students at this moment, and just happened to see this scene. Immediately, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Looks like you're in good shape." As everyone knows, Professor McGonagall's expression at this time is very similar to those who stumbled in later generations. "It was Li Jianguo who saved me." Cassandra's little face was slightly red, but she still pretended to calm down and maintained her usual cold tone. "There seems to be something wrong with my flying broom. I guess someone cast some magic." As soon as these words came out, Professor McGonagall's expression immediately became serious. She walked quickly to Cassandra's Halo 2000, took out her wand and began to examine it. "Did you see that? Cassandra's flying broom also has a ribbon tied to it, and it's green." Hermione, who was standing in the crowd of students, suddenly poked Harry Potter with her elbow and whispered, "So what? The one that founded the country has the same ribbon." Hermione looked up with a speechless expression of looking at the wood. "Although it is red, the two colors are complementary to each other." "Doesn't that mean?" Ron on the side was just about to shout out after hearing this, but he was covered by Harry. The latter pointed at Malfoy. "I saw that guy staring straight at Li Jianguo and Cassandra, and the jealousy in his eyes was almost turning into flames. I was going to come and save her too." He turned to his two attendants and shouted, "But this school's broken broom is really not easy to use. Otherwise, how could it be the turn of someone from the outer courtyard to rescue Cassandra? Why didn't I see you say that?" Ron almost laughed when he heard this, and mocked mercilessly, "If this can prove your courage, then in my opinion, you dare to face 10 Death Eaters at the same time." As soon as these words came out, the Gryffindor students immediately burst into laughter. "Are you trying to fight?" Malfoy's face instantly became extremely ugly, and he roared at Ron. "Okay, all quiet." Professor McGonagall suddenly got up and yelled, "If anyone argues again, I will punish them and put them in confinement." After that, she walked straight to Cassandra and said with a solemn expression, "You do have a very complicated magic cast on your broom. If you don't mind, I'd like to take it back and study it with the other professors and try to find out the spellcaster as soon as possible." "Of course I don't mind." Cassandra smiled gracefully. "The school promises to severely punish the spellcaster," Professor McGonagall solemnly promised. She knew the other party's position in the Worley family very well. Cassandra Flying Broomstick was spelled and caused it to get out of control, and the school quickly launched an investigation. A group of professors gathered in the president's office. Dumbledore was called over by the board. "This must be the ghost of other students." In the room, Snape shouted with a cold face, "They are jealous of Cassandra's talent." Although he often harassed the students of other houses, he was very protective of the Slytherins, especially those who were pure-blooded and gifted. Cassandra happens to be one of them, especially the seeker for the following Quidditch match. "Don't rush to judgment, Severus." Professor McGonagall frowned slightly. "A spell of this level is not something that ordinary students can cast." You said, right." Professor Quirrell stood up from the broom and stammered, "Here, above was applied, cast, more than one evil curse." He stammered more than ever, and the expression on his face was even more frightened. "Phase, when the evil spell." As a result, Snape rushed in front of him, tugging at Quirrell's collar and shouting, "Can't you even understand the name of the spell?" He had long seen this Quirrell unfavorably, especially after the other party became a professor of defense by magic. Very, very rare magic. Spells, it takes time. "Enough, Severus." Professor McGonagall shouted, "Don't embarrass Professor Quirrell, spells cast on this broom are indeed rare." Speaking of this, she sighed and said, That's why I said that this is too unlikely to be something that students can do. But I can't understand why the other party would do such a vicious thing to a child who has just entered school. Could it have something to do with that room? At this time, the head of Ravenclaw House, Phileas Flitwick, suddenly spoke. As soon as these words came out, all the professors' faces changed and fell into deep thought. In short, it is necessary to strengthen the inspection of schools during this time. After a moment, Professor McGonagall said slowly, especially at night, children must not run around. The people who do this will definitely not stop easily. Saying that, she expected to show a smile to Professor Pomona Sprout. Congratulations, Mobona, you Hufflepuff have a brave and talented student. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid the matter would have been even more serious this time. Are you talking about the guy who dares to cook with a crucible in my class? Snape snorted coldly. That kid is really talented. Professor Phileas also spoke. It would be better if he stopped selling me something called an insole. Quirrell also said aggrievedly, he always wants to knock me on the head from behind. I'm sorry guys. Professor Sprout looked apologetic. Jiangwo is indeed a little mischievous sometimes, but he is a very good Hufflepuff. Reading area in the library. You said Professor Quirrell did it? Cassandra raised her eyebrows, and her expression became a little solemn. Little. Li Jiangwo closed his book and reminded, when I passed the corridor, I heard that guy talking to himself. Did you do something recently and offend him? I just got some news from the family side. Cassandra replied, I have a relative who saw him staying with some Death Eaters on a trip to Albania. Speaking of this, Cassandra suddenly seemed to think of something and exclaimed, oops, Aunt Tina may be in danger. Ha! Li Jiangwo was stunned at first, but immediately understood what the other party was worried about. Do you think those Death Eaters would do something to your aunt? If it's because of this, I think it's very likely. Cassandra nodded worriedly. He originally wanted to harm me, but he didn't succeed, and my family will definitely start investigating this matter. In this way, Aunt Tina, who told me about this, is likely to be the next target. I have to inform her. With that, the girl got up and was about to leave. As a result, he was pulled back to his seat by Li Jiangwo. I know you're in a hurry, but don't worry. Li Jiangwo comforted softly. It is estimated that it is too late at this time, and if they want to start, they will most likely choose tonight. So what to do? Cassandra became more and more anxious. I can't watch Aunt Tina being attacked by Death Eaters. Where does she live? It's in Hogsmeade Village, and she manages the Graceful Wizard clothing store. That's easy. The entire New Slater dormitory fell silent. However, Cassandra was always lying on the bed, her emerald green eyes wide, and it was difficult to sleep. She rarely happens when she falls asleep at 10 o'clock since she was a child, mainly because the heart has not calmed down for a long time. Can he really sneak himself out? The girl thought to herself. It should be. After all, that guy can always come up with weird things. Thinking of this, Cassandra sat up and maintained a duck-sitting position on the bed, then picked up a yellow charm folded into a triangle from the pillow and carefully spread it out. The paper was full of scribbled-looking text. According to Li Jiangwo, this is called an invisibility talisman. The effect is similar to the illusion, which can hide in front of other people. This is not the first time Cassandra has seen this kind of magic that is similar to a spell but works in a very different way. On the train to Hogwarts, she had seen Li Jiangwo use this magic called talismans to help the boy named Neville find the toad. It must be a secret technique passed down from his family. Like their Worley family, there are also some unique spells that have been passed down for hundreds of years. It's just that Cassandra is still young, and her parents are worried that she will not be able to master it, and she has not yet taught it. In a cranky moment, the time came to 11:30. The spell in Cassandra's hand suddenly burned out of thin air. Despite her preparations, the girl was startled and subconsciously let go of her hand. But the spell did not fall, but suspended in midair. The smoke from the burning slowly drifted towards Cassandra's body, enveloping her entirely. Then she felt a chill coming from her body. According to Li Jiangwo, the spell was already in effect at this moment. So Cassandra carefully got out of bed, trying not to make any movement by herself. Then tiptoe out of the room. However, when she passed the Slytherin common room, she found another figure sneakily walking out of the boys' dormitory. With the help of the afterfire of the fireplace, the appearance of the man appeared in her sight. It turned out to be Malfoy. Cassandra suddenly remembered that she seemed to have heard Belinda mention tonight that at the dinner party, Malfoy and that Harry Potter proposed a midnight duel. Seeing the other party walking towards her side, Cassandra immediately stopped, afraid to attract the attention of the other party. Fortunately, Li Jiangwo's spell was very effective, and Malfoy didn't notice her at all, and walked straight towards the outside of the lounge. When the footsteps disappeared, Cassandra also left the common room and hurried down the spiral staircase and corridor towards the agreed place. However, when she just arrived at her destination, I heard hurried footsteps at the end of the corridor. Ferch, the caretaker, walked hurriedly with his cat named Lady Loris in his arms. As he walked, he muttered, I know that man, like his father, is a guy who likes to lick trouble. This time I was caught, and I must apply to reactivate the methods used to punish students in the past. What do you think, my dear? Cassandra hid around the corner and watched as Filch passed in front of her. Lady Laura seemed to smell her scent and suddenly called out to where she was as she passed. Fortunately, Filch did not notice anything unusual. In this way, the target of the other party's mouth is not himself. That Malfoy kid really went to snitch. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Cassandra's ears. The girl instantly trembled like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, and then turned her head and glared at the nasty guy angrily. Are you a ghost? Walk without sound. You were too focused just now. Li Jianguo grinned. Both of their spells are twins, so they can see each other. However, when he saw Cassandra's clothes, he frowned. Why did you run out in your pajamas? The girl was wearing a light green silk pajamas at this time, and she was dragging the child with 2 rabbit heads on her feet. Is this for trouble, or for a midnight walk? It's not all to blame on you. That spell takes effect without a sound. When Cassandra heard this, she gave Li Jianguo a blank look. I was worried that I would be exposed after changing my clothes, I said. Then you also look down on the technology of our ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom. Li Jianguo was speechless, and by the way, he took off his coat and draped it over Cassandra. The latter's heart suddenly warmed, but his mouth was still arrogant. It seems that you are still a bit of a gentleman. What did you just say about snitching? Hogwarts has naturally produced many people who like to make things in its long history. Some people left many prank traps in the school, and some left some secret passages. What Li Jianguo is going to take Cassandra to today is the one behind the one-eyed witch statue, which leads to the secret passage of Duke B's candy store. The specific path he had already figured out when he experimented with the effect of the invisibility talisman before. The two went all the way to the attic where the classroom was located and walked straight to the halfway of the corridor on the 4th floor. Isn't this a one-eyed witch statue? Cassandra saw Li Jianguo stop, so she whispered curiously. Don't worry. The latter slowly pulled out his wand, separate left and right. After speaking, he knocked on the stone statue again. Suddenly, the statue's hunchback opened, revealing a hole that could accommodate a person to drill into. Cassandra immediately looked at the boy beside her in surprise. She would never have thought that there would be a secret passage hidden behind this inconspicuous statue. How did you find out? I bumped into it when I was wandering around. Li Jianguo prevaricated indiscriminately, and took the lead in getting in. He can't say that he knew before he crossed. Cassandra looked at the dark and dirty hole, instinctively a little repulsed, but when she thought of her aunt who was about to face danger, she still frowned and got in. The secret passage is twisted and turned, like a new rabbit hole. Li Jianguo walked in front and cast a fluorescent flash with his staff to illuminate the road. After walking for almost half an hour, the passage began to rise, and the two climbed all the way along the bottom of a dilapidated stone staircase. In the end, Li Jianguo felt that his head hit something hard. Reaching out and pushing, it was indeed a trap door. He slowly pushed it open and peeked out the door. Sure enough, the exit was in a cellar, filled with crates and wooden boxes. How's it going? Cassandra whispered from behind. Nobody. Li Jianguo replied. He pushed open the trapdoor thoroughly, came to the cellar, and then turned and pulled Cassandra up. As a result, as soon as the girl came up, Li Jianguo couldn't help but burst out laughing. It turned out that the tunnel was full of dust and cobwebs because no one had walked for too long. It made Cassandra's little face look like a kitten. It looks inexplicably cute. Is it funny? Cassandra gave Li Jianguo a blank look. I'm sorry, I didn't want to laugh, I really can't help it. Shut up. It was late at night, and the store was unguarded, so the two spoke much louder. Where does your aunt live? Li Jianguo asked as he walked, and after arriving at the door of the store, he slapped the lock on the door with an Araho hole. She usually lives in an old house outside the village, Cassandra said, pointing to the hillside in the distance. The two came to the outside of the store, and the dark street was empty, except for the occasional 2 or 3 drunk people lying on the ground. It's probably too late. Li Jianguo pulled Cassandra to hide in the alley and looked up at the sky. There seemed to be several black fogs flying in front of the round moon. In this way, you ride on me. Huh? Cassandra was stunned for a moment, obviously not understanding what Li Jianguo meant. But in the next second, an amazing scene happened in front of her eyes. I saw that Li Jianguo's body suddenly twisted and expanded, and his expression became more and more hideous. First, his exposed skin began to grow fish-like scales, his limbs gradually lengthened and bent, and at the same time there were clouds around him. A few seconds later, what appeared in Cassandra's line of sight was a strange creature nearly 10 meters long, covered with cyan scales, and full of mysterious ancient aura. Cassandra recognized the changed creature in front of Li Jianguo almost at first glance. She has been checking books about the Dragon Kingdom in the library recently. This country is named after this creature, and it is also regarded as a totem, named the 5-clawed golden dragon. When did he become an animagus? Moreover, shouldn't creatures like this, which only exist in legends, become very dangerous? Seeing Cassandra standing in place, Li Jianguo, who had turned into a dragon form, had to open his mouth and urge, stunned, "Don't come up soon." However, at this time, his voice became loud and heavy, as if it had been enlarged several times with a large trumpet. Immediately, the lights lit up in the surrounding rooms. Li Jianguo, who had transformed into a dragon form, was flying at an extremely fast speed in the sky. But Cassandra, who was riding on the back of the dragon, did not feel cold at all. Because there were always several golden red flame clouds around her, there was a burst of warmth. These peculiar flame clouds emit colorful halos under the moonlight. The girl wanted to reach out and touch it several times, but when she got closer, she withdrew her hand because of the heat. It seems that those Death Eaters are very jealous of your aunt's strength. A loud voice suddenly sounded in the air, making Cassandra somewhat unaccustomed. She still likes Li Jianguo's clear tone on weekdays, although the pronunciation always has a strange feeling, and some incomprehensible words often pop up. Of course. After the girl was stunned for a moment, she hooked the corners of her mouth and said proudly, when Aunt Tina was in school, she was a famous duel master. If it weren't for the fact that she had to inherit the family business, she would probably have become a great orator. But immediately after, Cassandra sensed that something was not quite right in the atmosphere. It turned out that they had caught up with the black fog that Li Jianguo saw before. And the few Death Eaters who were rushing on the road also discovered this huge and strange-looking magical creature, and stopped in amazement. At this moment, Li Jianguo suddenly opened his mouth wide and spit out a blazing dragon breath from his mouth and rushed towards several people. In the face of this sudden attack, those Death Eaters were obviously unable to dodge, and were directly drowned by the dragon's breath, screaming and falling from the air. Seeing this, the only two immediately took out their staff and fought back. But their spells hit Li Jianguo's dragon body, but they didn't have any effect at all. The resistance provided by the giant bloodline template, coupled with the dragon scale defense, makes his current magic resistance to an outrageously high level. Soon, the two Death Eaters were also in horror, burned by the dragon's breath. There is nothing that cannot be solved in one breath. If there is, then two. The strength that Li Jianguo displayed in just a dozen seconds completely shocked Cassandra. By the way, he also dropped a purple talent to the former. However, at the moment, Li Jianguo did not have the heart to check the reward, but roared lightly, "Hold on." With that, he swooped into a forest on the ground. After landing, Li Jianguo immediately turned back into human form and gasped hard. Although the ancient animagus form is powerful, the consumption of mana is also very huge. With his current situation, he would only hold on to 10 minutes at most. Fortunately, he is only 11 years old, and there is still a lot of room for growth in the back. What I just transformed. Confidentiality. Cassandra replied silently. After all, I don't want to experience the physical version of everything that is forgotten. Smart. Li Jianguo smiled. At this moment, there was a crackling sound not far away. Following the prestige, I saw that in front of a tall ancient castle, flashes of various colors sounded one after another. From a distance, I thought it was a welding shop employee conducting a skills competition. One of them, a tall, middle-aged woman in black pajamas, was now alone facing the siege of several Death Eaters. She dodged the attack while fighting back. In a few rounds, with a flash of green light, he slammed a black-robed man out. But despite the large number of opponents, along with the destruction of some bunkers, the woman gradually fell into the downwind. It's Aunt Tina. Seeing this, Cassandra immediately took out her wand and prepared to rush forward, but was pulled by Li Jianguo again. You have this thing. I saw Li Jianguo take out a silver hollow iron ball from his pocket and hand it over. Just fight for a while, it will keep you safe. What about you? Cassandra asked worriedly. It's okay, I'm invincible. Li Jianguo chuckled, took out his long black technical wand, and aimed it at one of the black-robed wizards. Seeing the scene, Cassandra could only quickly follow. On the other side, Mrs. Tina saw two figures emerge from the jungle, and subconsciously thought that the enemy was coming to reinforce. But when she saw the appearance of one of them, a sharp cry immediately came out of her mouth. Oh my God! Little Cassandra, why are you here? In a panic, the Death Eater opposite her decisively waved his wand to launch a sneak attack. The green lightning bolt went straight to Mrs. Tina's face, and she was about to take her life. At this moment, a figure appeared beside her and reached out to push it away. Now is not the time to care about that, Mrs. Tina. One of the Death Eaters laughed. He originally saw someone coming to support, and subconsciously one was someone from the Ministry of Magic. But I didn't expect it to be just two children in their early teens. What surprised him the most was that the only daughter of the contemporary patriarch of the Worley family was also among them. Since you took the initiative to send it to the door. He smiled darkly and said, then I will accept this credit unceremoniously. As soon as the words fell, a sharp pain suddenly sounded in his chest. Looking down, he saw a black metal wand thrust straight into his heart. Don't you know that there is a saying that villains die of talking too much? Li Jianguo pouted and raised his hand to withdraw his wand with the imperial sword technique. At the same time, the two Death Eaters who were besieging Cassandra were immediately angered when they saw their companions being attacked and killed. Two unforgivable curses were cast in succession. In the face of the enemy's attack, Cassandra first calmly launched a counterattack. Then the body deftly dodged to the left, taking advantage of the gap to dodge and struck a full petrification at the other party. Petrificus totalis. It's just that she obviously lacks experience in fighting Death Eaters and underestimates the speed at which these dark wizards cast spells. Just when she thought it was safe for the time being, a green light suddenly lit up behind him. Cassandra didn't have time to react, and the moment she turned her head, the unforgivable curse had already come to him. Just when she thought she was about to die, the hollow silver ball that Li Jianguo had given her before suddenly lit up with an azure blue light. The semicircular silver phantom that followed was like a shield in front of Cassandra, and actually directly bounced back that magic. The Death Eater who launched the attack was caught off guard by this sudden change, directly destroyed by the unforgivable curse he personally cast. Retreat first. Another Death Eater realized that something was wrong and immediately shouted at the remaining companions. Want to run? Li Jianguo let out a sneer when he heard this. It's too late now. As soon as the words fell, the remaining Death Eaters were horrified to find that their feet were somehow entangled in several snake-like tendrils. It's the devil's net. Generally, as long as you relax all over your body, the devil net will automatically loosen and then release the trapped person. But right now, they are in the middle of a fight, and any slackness could lead to death. Mrs. Tina, don't stay alive. Li Jianguo said softly, and then took the lead in waving his wand towards the trapped person. Mrs. Tina instantly realized that the boy in front of her did not want today's events to spread, so decisively also used the unforgivable curse. In just a few breaths, all the remaining dark wizards were wiped out. "Aunt Tina, are you all right?" After confirming that it was completely safe, Cassandra quickly ran to the gate of the castle. "I'm fine now, little Cassandra." Mrs. Tina smiled and said, "I haven't had such a good fight in a long time since I graduated from school. But thanks to you, otherwise it would have fallen into the hands of these guys tonight." Saying that, she turned her head to look at Li Jianguo and looked at it carefully. The boy in front of him is obviously of Asian descent, handsome facial features and burly and tall, which is easy to bring favor from the appearance alone. "Tina Traverse, thank you for helping out tonight." She stretched out her hand and smiled gracefully. Li Jianguo. "Okay, let my house elf handle it here, let's go inside and have a cup of tea." Mao Mao. Mrs. Tina gave a gentle look and then saw a house elf with big ears appear out of thin air. "I'll definitely make these bastards into flower fertilizer, my master." The house elf Mao Mao bowed, and it was difficult to hide the anger in his tone. The three walked into the castle. As soon as you enter, you will be greeted by a spacious and luxuriously decorated hall. The furniture inside is clearly medieval in style, and it looks like an antique grade at a high price. If Li Jianguo remembered correctly, the surname Traverse also belonged to one of the 28 pure-blood wizard families. The wizard clothing store, which has branches in Paris and London, is the family's business. Unlike the Worleys, there had been Death Eaters among them. However, judging from the fact that the other party did not hesitate to deal with the Death Eaters just now, this Lady Tina was obviously an honest wizard. "Please sit," Mrs. Tina said as she waved her wand and summoned a teapot into the air. And a delicately shaped ceramic teacup suddenly appeared in front of Li Jianguo. "Little Cassandra, do you want to go change clothes first?" Mrs. Tina glanced at her niece and frowned. "As a lady, keep your grace at all times. There are clothes upstairs that fit you, and I was going to let the owl send it to you." Cassandra looked down at her pajamas when she heard this, and saw that tonight's toss had caused them to be covered with dust. She secretly glanced at Li Jianguo, who was drinking tea, and her pretty face was slightly flushed. "And hot water. I want to take a shower by the way." "Of course, but don't make your friends wait too long." Mrs. Tina smiled slightly. After Cassandra went upstairs, only Li Jianguo and Mrs. Tina were left in the hall. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Li Jianguo also took this opportunity to take a closer look at the middle-aged woman in front of him. The other party is about 40 years old, but he is very well maintained, his skin is smooth and wrinkles are almost invisible. "Thanks to you too, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to imagine what kind of blow her parents would have suffered." Mrs. Tina continued with trepidation. "You told Cassandra about Professor Quirrell's strangeness?" Li Jianguo asked rhetorically. Mrs. Tina nodded. "I went to Albania a few years ago in search of a rare fabric. At the wizarding gathering place there, I once saw him staying with several Death Eaters. In the latter brief contact, that person's body will always exude an offensive aura. It may be humiliating to say, our Traverse family has produced several Death Eaters, and these people have the same breath on them, but Quirrell exudes more evil than that. So you suspect he may have become a Death Eater?" Li Jianguo pondered for a moment. Judging from the timeline, Quirrell at the time should have just brought Voldemort's wandering soul out of the Albanian forest and was not possessed for the time being. Therefore, the evil aura on Lao Fu's body is easy to be detected. But after returning to Hogwarts, the other party had already found a way to hide his breath, so that even Dumbledore and the professors did not notice the abnormality. I always felt like it was much more than that. Mrs. Tina said with a solemn expression, there is a forest in Albania where evil spirits are said to roam. Life that inadvertently enters there often dies inexplicably, and Quirrell used to be there. Speaking of this, Mrs. Tina gradually lowered her voice, as if she thought of something terrible. I suspect he brought something terrible out there. After hearing this, Li Jianguo looked at Mrs. Tina's eyes with a little more surprise, because the speculation of the woman in front of her is actually very close to the truth of the matter. She even said that she probably guessed what Quirrell brought out, but she didn't dare to directly pick it out. That's why I wrote to remind little Cassandra. Mrs. Tina sighed, but I didn't expect them to notice it so quickly and retaliate. I hope you don't tell the school and the Ministry of Magic about this for the time being. Li Jianguo suddenly spoke. Faced with Mrs. Tina's doubts, he immediately explained again, we have an idiom in the Dragon Kingdom, called striking the grass and scaring the snake. Since that guy sneaked into Hogwarts, he must be brewing some kind of conspiracy. Instead of exposing him in advance and leaving hidden dangers, it is better to quietly wait for the forces behind him to emerge and defeat him again at once. Li Jianguo's remarks were also carefully considered. The bald head who likes to gnaw melons is still in a soul state, and if it were not for the Philosopher's Stone, the possessed Quirrell would be nothing more than a puppet that could be replaced at any time. Once Quirrell's identity is revealed, he can escape early at any time. Instead of this, it is better to continue to follow the plot and let Harry, the protagonist of the open hanging, give him the whole big job. Mrs. Tina was also lost in thought when she heard this. After a long time, a smile appeared on her face, and then she said something that made Li Jianguo feel unclear. You are really like him. Ha! Li Jianguo froze. Seeing this scene, Mrs. Tina covered her mouth and chuckled, and then asked in a low voice, Mr. Huo, how is he doing now? Looking at the other party's shy appearance like a little girl, Li Jianguo was completely shocked. You know my uncle. Mrs. Tina nodded with a slight flush on her cheeks, and said with a smile that was a bit of memory, that was a very beautiful experience. Boy, it turns out that the uncle used to always say that he had charmed countless beautiful foreign ladies when he was young, and it is really possible that he is not bragging. Judging from the fact that Mrs. Tina is still in her 40s, she was also a proper beauty when she was young, combined with the age of the uncle. Could it be that the two of them have also engaged in sibling love? Li Jianguo's mind instantly came up with his uncle's big-bellied and bald appearance, and he was a little afraid to imagine the scene when he was with Mrs. Tina. Also, it's okay, the bathhouse business is quite prosperous. Facing Mrs. Tina's expectant gaze, Li Jianguo had to stammer back. He's always been very business-minded. Speaking of this, Mrs. Tina sighed. If he hadn't agreed to get into the trouble in the first place, forget it, it's all a thing of the past. Looks like you guys had a good chat. At this time, Cassandra's voice came from upstairs. At this time, she had changed her clothes, which was a white silk dress. This is the first time Li Jianguo has seen Cassandra wearing clothes other than green, and on the whole, her temperament is a little less cold and more pure. From a distance, it looks like a well-dressed doll. I said you should try more other colors. Mrs. Tina seemed very happy with Cassandra's current appearance. What do you say, Mr. Li Jianguo? After leaving Lady Tina's castle, the two prepared to return to school. Along the way, the more Li Jianguo thought about it, the more he felt that something was not quite right. According to Cassandra, Mrs. Tina likes to use animal carcasses as fertilizer to raise flowers, has his own independent manner, and has a seemingly ambiguous past with his uncle. How does this character always feel familiar? And you called the insider. Shouldn't a bunch of cousins pop up someday? In a cranky way, the two returned to the cellar of Duke B's candy shop. This one is returned to you. At this time, Cassandra took out the small silver iron ball and handed it to Li Jianguo. Let it be there first, maybe it will come in handy that day. Li Jianguo waved his hand. Now that Cassandra has obviously been targeted, it is not a bad thing to have multiple guarantees around her. As for himself? At least for now, unless old Deng makes a move, or Grindelwald runs out of Numajard. Otherwise, no one could really threaten Li Jianguo's life. And the one who has no nose can't perform a resurrection in place now. Cassandra's heart warmed when she heard this, and she no longer pushed back, but asked softly, is this a product of alchemy? Cassandra was surprised by the performance of this openwork silver ball in the previous battle. It was also the first time she had seen this kind of magic item that could actively generate defense without sending magic power. And the defense is also very amazing, and can even rebound the unforgivable curse. So I understand it. Li Jianguo replied casually. This thing was drawn from the red reward dropped by the system when he recommended the booster insole to Professor Phileas in Charms class. The description says that it is an imitation of the treasure of a certain mountainhead Zyajhen section. Your Dragon Kingdom is really a magical and powerful country. Cassandra couldn't help but sigh when she heard this. She felt more and more that the boy in front of her was the descendant of a large family in that mysterious ancient country. Otherwise, how to explain that the other party will always make some strange but powerful spells and props from time to time, especially the animagus in that dragon form? This unique transformation is often the ability that only some large families that have been passed down for thousands of years will have. Until now, it has almost disappeared in the entire Western wizarding world. In this way, the report of the Daily Prophet at that time was not an exaggeration. This boy really has the potential to bring new changes to the wizarding world. Are you always looking at me? Come down quickly. Li Jianguo didn't know when he had already entered the tunnel and shouted at Cassandra, who was still on it. Nothing, you look like another piece of dirt on your nose. Cassandra's pretty face turned inexplicably red, and her eyes said in a flustered manner. Back in the dormitory, the sky was already starting to glow. Ona and Jim were still snoring, unaware that their roommate had snuck out for nearly half a night. And after tonight's toss, Li Jianguo also had a rare strong sense of sleepiness. But before that, he still sorted out tonight's harvest. Except for Mrs. Tina's promise before leaving that it would be completely free to buy clothes in her store in the future. A total of 3 rewards were dropped this time, and all of high quality. They are 2 purples and 1 red. Among them, the 2 purple rewards each opened a magical animal affinity talent and intermediate alchemy mastery. As for that red talent that fell from Mrs. Tina, it is a small bottle of Lingtian concentrate and formula. According to the description, just 1 drop into an acre of land can greatly increase the magic contained in the soil, thereby transforming the growing crop. How this description looks like a plot only in a fantasy novel. Could it really be that there are immortal cultivators in this world? Combined with some of the descriptions that Li Jianguo saw in the library, there were only a few words about the wizards of the Dragon Kingdom. He increasingly felt that the possibilities were great. It's just that for unknown reasons, this group of people gradually faded out of the outside world. But now it's time to start my own farming. After all, as a Dragon Kingdom traverser, how can you not engage in such a major matter that involves the foundation of people's livelihood? At the very least, you have to be free to go under the bud rice first. And the alchemy book he obtained before, many of the materials on it could not be bought from Diagon Alley. He entrusted his uncle to help inquire for so long, and all he got was scattered scraps. Neither the quality nor the variety can meet the requirements marked in the book. The next day, Li Jianguo, who had 2 black circles under his eyes. On the way to class, I met Harry Potter and Ron, who also had fairy faces. Although their faces were full of exhaustion, their expressions were very excited. Apparently, the 2 of them were shadowed by Malfoy last night, and by the way, they discovered the secret room. Jianguo, do you have any good ideas to put Malfoy in order? After bumping into Li Jianguo, Harry and Ron immediately pulled him aside and said angrily that kid said he was going to have a midnight duel, and he turned out to tell Mr. Filch to snitch. Well, Li Jianguo touched his chin when he heard this, and then said, I do have a nice spell to punish him a little. What spell? Harry Potter and Ron came to the spirit instantly. This spell is called Avada Gord Gord, which can make the castee instantly lose consciousness, and then play tricks on you at will. When speaking incantations, Li Jianguo used Eastern by dialect. Awada nibbling on a big melon? Harry Potter imitated Li Jianguo's pronunciation and whispered. He always felt that this spell sounded familiar, but for a moment he couldn't remember where he had heard it. That's right, Li Jianguo glanced not far away, and then smiled. This spell is a little troublesome to cast, and you need to hate that person very much in your heart. We hate Malfoy so much now. Ron gritted his teeth after listening. That's easy, you just need to practice more. The spell is the name I just said. Not far away, Malfoy, who was pricking up his ears to eavesdrop, was now green. What kind of little punishment is this? This is obviously your own life. His parents were both Death Eaters. How could they not know what the so-called Avada nibbling melon in Li Jianguo's mouth was? This is the mysterious man's favorite spell. At the top of the unforgivable curse Avadaso, and his father would also use this spell. When he looked at Li Jianguo with a smile on his face again, it was as if he was looking at a demon with a smile. Can this spell be taught casually? Don't put the Ministry of Magic in your eyes. Malfoy jerked his body and swayed, turned his head and walked briskly in the opposite direction. He was going to report it to the teachers. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that when he saw these 3 people again in a short time, he must take a detour. This made the 2 attendants behind Malfoy look puzzled. Didn't you say that you were going to laugh at Harry Potter? Why did you suddenly run away? This scene was completely seen by Li Jianguo, and he almost laughed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the target fear emotion and receiving the blue reward. Ding! Do you want to turn it on now? Faced with the system's prompts, Li Jianguo chose no without thinking. He plans to continue to stockpile, and when the time comes, synthesize a few more purple rewards and come directly to Boda. In other words, Pony-san is still not very powerful. I was so engaged in such a mentality method by myself, and the result was still blue. As for teaching Harry Potter to gnaw the big melon spell, Li Jianguo was not worried at all. Not to mention that this thing knows that spells are difficult to release. Harry couldn't just release it with killing intent. As much as he hated Malfoy, he wasn't so far from wanting to kill him. However, it was clear that Harry and Ron were both crippled. His mouth kept repeating Avada nibbling on big melons. It seemed that he was determined to give Malfoy the whole job when the time came. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in Li Jianguo's line of sight. A wicked smile immediately leaked from his face. I saw him take 3 steps and do 2 steps, walked in front of the man, and took advantage of his lack of attention to directly face the top of the other party's head. Ready to do it, Professor Quirrell? Quirrell's body shook immediately, and a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes while covering his head. But this gloomy look was hidden the moment he looked at Li Jianguo. Build. Jianguo classmate, you are 4. Why do you keep knocking on my head? He still looked cowardly, and the corners of his mouth twitched and stammered. That's how we greet people who have good relationships there. Li Jianguo hugged the other party's neck enthusiastically and smiled boldly. Generally, the louder the knock, the better the relationship between the two. Really? What a special custom. In the face of Li Jianguo's nonsense, Quirrell couldn't think of a place to refute for a while, so he could only smile awkwardly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully arousing the anger of the target and receiving the red reward. Finally dropped. After knocking Lao Fu so many times, I finally heard a ring. It's a pity that it's not a golden. This is not in line with the status of an excellent graduate of Old Voslydren. It seems that next time you have to knock on the nose. On this day, the sweet smell of pumpkins began to waft through the corridors of Hogwarts. Inside the headmaster's office, Snape was like an old bat, pushing open the door and rushing in. As soon as he entered the house, he frowned. What does it smell like? Are you talking about this? Dumbledore straightened up, trying to save some of the image of the headmaster from the way he was half lying on his chair and kneeling on Erlang's legs. This is called roasted bud rice, and it was sent to me by the child from Jianguo. This is obviously corn. Snape's face darkened and he corrected. Jianguo said that's what they called there. Dumbledore said disapprovingly, this kid approached me last month to apply for a piece of land next to the Forbidden Forest, but I didn't expect to grow something so quickly. Would you like a piece too? Severus. I'd rather gnaw the fangs of a poisonous tongue than eat that guy's stuff. Snape glanced at the roasted bud in Dumbledore's hand with disgust and roared. Dumbledore was stunned when he heard this. What? That kid you off again? As soon as these words came out, Snape's face turned even bluer. I formally apply to you now and ban that kid from my class in the future. What? Dumbledore subconsciously asked. But then I felt that my pronunciation seemed to be a little mistaken by someone, so I said again, what happened? That arrogant and unreasonable guy actually fiddled with a stove in my class. It also claims to be alchemy. Alchemy, I know this. Dumbledore smiled after hearing this. Listen to that kid, this is an alchemy unique to the Dragon Kingdom, and he has been studying how to restore it recently. If this is successful, it will be able to sensationalize major research in the wizarding world in the future. That can't do this in my class. Snape shouted. Besides, I don't think his kind of person who has no reverence for alchemy can study anything. Not necessarily. Dumbledore suddenly smiled mysteriously, and took out a pebble-sized pill from his pocket, with a little white light around his body. Look at this. This is? A hint of doubt flashed across Snape's face. This is what the kid who founded the country made with alchemy. It is capable of shining wholly where there is a light source. What if there is no light source? Snape asked suddenly. Dumbledore was stunned when he heard this, and raised his hand to scratch his beard. Of course it's not bright. I think if his great invention were reported in the Daily Prophet, it would be the funniest joke of the century. Snape said sarcastically after a brief moment of silence. It's all one step at a time, Severus. Dumbledore comforted. At least in such a short time, that kid still achieved some results, didn't he? I just can't stand him doing this in my class. Snape still couldn't swallow this breath. This makes me almost majestic in front of the students. Relax, no, I'll turn around and talk about him. Seeing this, Dumbledore quickly made a promise. He did this a little too much. I only hope that you will not educate him in front of the hot pot at that time. Snape snorted coldly and turned to leave the classroom. On the other side, in a field not far from Hagrid's wooden house, Li Jianguo was carefully putting a red rope on a ginseng about the size of a radish. It turns out that you have been busy planting turnips lately. Cassandra sat on a rock and taunted with her slender neck on her back. She was dressed in green again, but today she wore a pair of black stockings and held a copy of the History of World Wizards. You know what, it's called ginseng. Li Jianguo pouted. It's just that the fertilizer is a little too much, and the size has grown more than that. As he spoke, a white and fat figure suddenly came out of the dirt and kicked him in the ass. Li Jianguo was just about to turn around and give this naughty guy a big fight. As a result, the other party grimaced at him and then re-entered the soil and disappeared without a trace. It seems that not only has it grown too much, but it has even become fine. Looking at Li Jiangguo's expression of wanting to get angry and helpless, Cassandra couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckled. "Don't let me catch it, or you won't have juice." Li Jiangguo threw down a cruel sentence with a depressed expression. As his farming plan gradually unfolded, Li Jiangguo found that farming was really a technical job. The first is the aura contained in the soil. The amount is not right, it should be called the content ratio of mana. That's the big problem. This is not, because at that time, his hand trembled and dripped more Lingtian concentrate, causing the concentration of this land to seriously exceed the standard. The second is that the things that grow in the ground are somewhat unorthodox. So far, he has grown pumpkins with long feet, Ishawa with beautiful black hair, and peas that he likes to spit on people. And the mandrake, who was sneaking to Cassandra's feet at this time, like a teddy, making some kind of indescribable movement towards the air. How could you grow such a disgusting thing? Cassandra frowned and kicked the disgusting strange plant out. I don't. In fact, Li Jiangguo had already guessed that the reason for this situation was most likely related to the advanced herbalism proficiency he had obtained before. This talent allows him to produce mutated plants with a certain probability when planting crops. The good news is that he was lucky enough to trigger mutation probabilities one after another. The bad news is that these mutations are better than not. It's a where's the weird plant. The only thing that made Li Jiangguo feel happy was that the bud rice he had in mind was still normal. In addition to eating too much, it is easy to release colorful farts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the target anger and receiving the red quality reward. Well, what do you want? Old man Dumbledore, shouldn't he show off all the buds he sent? Are you sure you didn't graduate from Hufflepuff? This is the first time that Li Jiangguo has not produced much happiness when dropping the red reward. If old Deng Touer was also angered by himself, then no one would be able to make trouble in the future. I have to hurry up and urge my uncle to get another card for someone. After some thought, Li Jiangguo activated the red reward. This time he got a talent called Wizard's Heart. The effect is simple, that is, when the spell is released, there is a 30% chance that no mana will be consumed. What another probability-making thing. Li Jiangguo couldn't help but muttered after seeing it. What did you say? Cassandra wondered. Oh, nothing. I mean, do you want a pill that I have newly cultivated? Don't. Cassandra decisively shook her head and refused. She had heard that the one named Ron was because he had eaten the magic potion that Li Jiangguo had refined with the so-called alchemy. This led to non-stop hiccups for 2 days in a row some time ago, and each big burp was like a cannonball. The portrait of the fat lady in their Gryffindor common room was blasted out of a big hole. Don't worry, my craft has grown a lot this time. This elixir can make you more beautiful when you take it. Li Jiangguo tempted with a coaxing tone. He hadn't been going well in his alchemy recently. The reason for this is the incense burner that his uncle made. Although I can barely make do with a lid, for this kind of complex project that requires meticulous attention to every step, it's still almost a little bit. In addition, Li Jiangguo has always been black in terms of black face. Do you think I still need to continue to be beautiful? Cassandra raised her small face when she heard this, and hummed softly. Li Jiangguo was suddenly speechless. One thing to say, it seems that it is really not needed. At this time, Cassandra had been selected as a recognized grade flower by those senior boys who were in estrus. Although he is still young, he is already a proper big beauty embryo. Especially the noble and cold temperament on his body has caused many guys with shaking M potential to go crazy. It is said that one of the things her little henchman Belinda does every day is to throw the pile of love letters that Cassandra received into the trash. By the way, I heard that Harry Potter joined Gryffindor's Quidditch team as a seeker some time ago. Seeing that Li Jiangguo still had some thieves' hearts that were not dead, Cassandra decisively changed the topic. I also received a Halo 2000 from someone else. So what? I ordered 2 more of the latest Halo 2001. Ha! Faced with Li Jiangguo's doubts, Cassandra began to be arrogant again. Don't think too much, Miss Ben just accidentally filled in the wrong number when filling in the number, resulting in an extra handful. I'll give it to you reluctantly, as a Halloween gift. Didn't you just join the Hufflepuff house as a batsman? In the face of this golden retriever arrogance confusing speech, Li Jiangguo did not debunk it with interest. Anyway, this is not the first time that the other party has filled in the wrong number. I have bought a few new men's wizard robes and various latest magic items before. If you change to someone else, you may suspect that this girl's mathematics was taught by the ancient Runavan teacher. After arranging the crops in the field, the two began to walk towards the castle. There will be a Halloween banquet tonight, which all students must attend. By the time the two arrived at the auditorium, the colorful Halloween decorations had been arranged inside. 1,000 fluttered on the walls and ceilings. There are also 1,000 of them hovering above the dining table like low clouds. and those long-legged pumpkins planted by Li Jianguo were also asked by Professor Phileas to go over in advance. At this time, he was chasing a few first-grade girls around like a group of idiots. Not to mention, it is inexplicably in line with the atmosphere of Halloween. As soon as he entered the hall, he was greeted by Malfoy with a gloomy face. When he saw Li Jianguo and his goddess going to the banquet together, a little jealousy obviously flashed in his eyes. More is resentment. Now Malfoy knew that the Avitiso life that Li Jianguo had taught Harry at that time was simply deliberately scaring himself. It was only when he figured out this truth. Harry Potter and Ron, who had suddenly jumped out of the corner and waved their staff at themselves and shouted Avada nibbled on melons, fainted. For this reason, he became the joke in the mouth of the other party for a long time. Therefore, for Li Jianguo, the initiator, Malfoy can be said to hate it to the bone. I saw that he glared at Li Jianguo viciously, turned around and walked briskly towards the dining area where Slytherin was. This kid is probably pondering something bad again. Li Jianguo chuckled. Anyway, those boring tricks he came up with won't work for you. Cassandra hooked the corner of her mouth and said lightly, in some ways, you really look like a pure Slytherin. No, I'll be fine with Hufflepuff. Li Jianguo pouted, there is food and drink every day. After a brief chat, the two walked separately to the area where their respective colleges were located. For the fact that Li Jianguo and the little princess of the Worley family are very close, the first-grade students have long been surprised. Although many people are jealous, they think of Li Jianguo's perverted talent in various disciplines, as well as his handsome appearance. And suddenly there was no desire to compete with it. Aside from the strange accent and unusual behavior from time to time, this boy from the Dragon Kingdom is a perfect student. Li Jianguo quickly found the location of his two roommates. Since they followed him during this time, Ona and Jim both gained weight by almost 2 laps. But even so, before he took his seat, the two were still immersed in cooking. Tonight's dishes are almost the same as when school started, and they still can't hook Li Jianguo's appetite. Bored, he began to look at the people in the hall. Sure enough, Hermione was not seen. The girl should now be crying sadly in the women's bathroom because of what Ron said badly about her. At this time, Li Jianguo's owl called Dog Egg suddenly flew in and threw down a letter. Or a remark urgent yelling letter. The sender was the uncle. Although he doesn't know magic, he can buy such strange letters in Diagon Alley. Li Jianguo casually opened the envelope, and in the next second, his uncle's big voice came out of the letter at an extremely fast speed. When he tried to cover the mouth that the yelling letter had transformed into, it was too late. Jianguo, what did you unlucky kid eat for old Deng? Good fellow, today when the master rubbed old Deng's back, let the fart collapse. That face is a color to the rainbow, so I didn't smoke it directly to the back rubbing master. I'll tell you, if you skin again, I'll run to school to cut you. Well, the headmaster is still Ridecto. Before the roar letter was finished, a red flash hit it accurately, smashing it into pieces. The person who made the move was Li Jianguo. I saw him embarrassedly smile at the people around him who looked confused. My uncle has not been in a good mood lately and complained to me about the store, he said as he sneaked a glance at the door out of the corner of his eye. Just now, it happened that Dumbledore walked in with a group of teachers. After hearing the roar of the old man and the roaring letter, the old man obviously paused and cast a dangerous look towards him. Fortunately, others should not be able to hear who the old Deng is in the mouth of the old man, except for Professor McGonagall. Minerva, I'll be in the office all afternoon working on paperwork. Dumbledore's words were somewhat Silverless 300 tales. After all, the scratch left by the scrap on the back of his neck had not yet had time to fade. But fortunately, Professor McGonagall has a high emotional intelligence and does not poke himself on the spot, the principal who is not very tuned on weekdays. At this moment, Professor Quirrell suddenly rushed into the auditorium. His big funny scarf was crooked on his head, and his expression was full of horror. I saw him gasping towards Dumbledore's group trolls. In the underground classroom. Thought you should know. With that, he fell headlong on the floor and fainted. The great hall was instantly chaotic, and Dumbledore had to make several purple fireworks burst out of his wand before everyone quieted down. Prefect, he said in a low voice, immediately go to the dormitory of the student leaders of each college. When several prefects heard this, they immediately began to gather the crowd. Li Jianguo and Cassandra looked at each other at the same time quite tacitly. The former nodded slightly. At this time, Hermione Granger was curled up by the wall of the women's bathroom. She struggled to hold her breath, trying not to make any noise. Just because a behemoth searched for her traces around, she knocked the pool and the toilet into a mess as she walked. However, it didn't take long for her to be found by this big guy who smelled foul. A few steps away from Hermione, the troll squatted down sharply, blinking a pair of scarlet ugly eyes, and let out a roar at the human who appeared in sight. He sensed that he might faint at any moment. The various spells she learned in class on weekdays couldn't think of any kind of spells that could help her get out of danger. And the troll's arm has slowly reached over, as if trying to grab her in his hand and pinch her to death. Hey, ugly. At this time, a cold voice suddenly sounded in the bathroom. Immediately, the troll's head received a heavy red flash. It roared in pain and got up to look back. I saw a young girl in a green wizard robe with her hands around her chest, looking at it with contempt. If you have time to cry here, it's better to run away quickly. Cassandra glanced at Hermione, who was huddled in the corner, and snorted softly, otherwise, it will only hold me back. With that, she ignored Hermione, who still had a horrified expression, but shifted her gaze back to the troll, her brows slightly raised. This big ugly fellow, already nearly 15 feet tall, was already more than the standard size of an adult troll recorded in the book. Its skin is also dark gray, reflecting a metallic sheen in dim light. On that little head like a cocoa bean, his eyes did not reveal clear stupidity like ordinary trolls, but emitted a manic and bloodthirsty red light. Obviously, this guy was deliberately cast some kind of spell to make him mutate. Especially for the resistance to magic, it has directly been raised by more than one notch. The smashing spell cast by Cassandra did not cause any damage to the monster at all. Why hasn't he come yet? The girl looked around, but did not find any trace of Li Jianguo, and suddenly had some doubts in her heart. But now is clearly not the time to think about anything else. After seeing the appearance of the attacker, the troll had already roared and raised its wooden stick and rushed towards Cassandra. Except for your weapons. The latter immediately swung his wand and cast a spell to knock the wooden stick in the troll's hand away. But this only made it pause, and then simply rushed towards Cassandra with his bare hands. But at the same time, a stone suddenly smashed into the troll's head. Hey, big. I saw Hermione stand up at an unknown time, and although her body was still a little trembling, she glared at Cassandra with unyielding eyes. It's not you who hopes you're holding back. Facing two human girls in front of and one behind, the troll's already not very smart brain suddenly couldn't carry the CPU. Run! Hermione! Harry and Ron also arrived at this time, anxiously shouting at Hermione. You get out of here with them first. Cassandra uses flotation to control a metal water pipe and float above the troll. This guy is not something you can handle. With that, the tip of her wand was a little bit, and the water pipe smashed straight on the troll's head. The head was hit hard one after another, directly causing the trolls to fall into madness. It picked up the wooden stick and waved it desperately. In an instant, the bathroom was full of smashed stones. One of the pools flew straight towards Hermione. Seeing this scene, Harry and Ron suddenly stood in place at a loss. Ridecto! In the nick of time, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Hermione and struck the stone with a red light, turning it into a cloud of debris. Good guy, I almost didn't make it. The one who came was Li Jianguo. You also know you're late. Cassandra was immediately relieved in her heart, and gave this guy a blank look. I went to deal with something just now, Li Jianguo said with a smile and turned his head to look at Hermione. You get out of here with Harry and them first. What about you? Hermione asked worriedly. For some reason, when she saw this boy appear, she inexplicably felt a solid sense of security in her heart. Of course I'm going to fix this thing. After saying that, Li Jianguo waved his magic wand and shouted, Patfikas Thatarus. Although the troll is huge, its movements and reactions are very clumsy in its counterpart. To put it bluntly, it is a live target. The spell hit the target without accident. However, due to the enhanced magic resistance, the troll showed signs of regaining its mobility after just a few seconds. But that's enough. I saw that Li Jianguo had already rushed in front of it during this gap, deftly stepped on its body, jumped high into the air with his strength, and held the black and long metal wand with both hands. In the next second, the wand effortlessly penetrated the troll's head like a nail. He's a very flexible person. Since this cargo is resistant to high standards, then simply take the physical route. The troll plopped down on his knees, his eyes white and completely lifeless. However, Li Jianguo soon regretted his melee mage behavior. Because the blood of this thing is so smelly. It feels like 30 years of old manure from a cave, or the kind with soup. Cassandra also frowned beautifully, covered her nose and used a clear water spring to help Li Jianguo clean up the blood splattered on his body. Hermione was the first to speak. Dead. I don't think it'll ever stand up again in this life. Ron opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. Such a terrifying monster was actually solved cleanly like this. The strength of the founding of the country is also too outrageous. Suddenly, there was a violent knock on the door and hurried footsteps. Moments later, Professor McGonagall rushed into the bathroom, followed closely by Snape. Merlin's beard. Looking at the miserable dead monster on the ground, Professor McGonagall immediately let out an exclamation. You actually killed this big fellow. Snape, on the other hand, did not speak, and went straight forward to bend over to check on the troll. It was Jianguo who killed him. Harry whispered, if it weren't for him, I'm afraid we would all have been killed by this troll. Just so you understand. Professor McGonagall said coldly, with unconcealable anger in her tone. What the hell are you guys playing? Dare to sneak out while evacuating the crowd, she said as she scanned several people. Seeing this, Harry and Ron immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet Professor McGonagall's gaze. Seeing this, Hermione took a deep breath, as if intending to say something, but before he could speak, he heard Li Jianguo speak first. I came looking for the troll. I saw him scratching his head. I've seen this thing in books and feel like I can deal with it alone, and it turns out that it's really good. Oh, if so. Professor Cell looked at Li Jianguo, and there was not the slightest surprise in his heart, because this is indeed something that this Dragon Kingdom boy can do. To be precise, no matter what kind of moth the other party makes, he may not feel strange now. And me, I also want to see this ugly thing. Cassandra also spoke. However, at this moment, it was UPU who suddenly stood up and glanced at Li Jianguo with a compelling gaze. It seems that you have not realized how stupid your actions are, he said in an icy voice. If it weren't for some brute force, we would have to be ready to collect your corpses when we came. Why do you say that, Severus? Professor McGonagall was stunned for a moment. This is no ordinary troll. Snape mused. Before it broke into here, it was cast a spell that made the skin resist magic. In other words, with the magic that these first-year students can master, it won't work at all. Speaking of this, he also deliberately glanced at Li Jianguo. So I didn't kill it with magic. Li Jianguo shrugged. Then I can only be glad that you have some brute force, Snape roared. All right, Severus. Seeing this, Professor McGonagall immediately hit the circle. Things finally worked out, didn't they? Saying that, she looked at Li Jianguo and sighed. But even so, Mr. Li Jianguo, Hufflepuff still has to be deducted 5 points. The rest of you are the same. However, I still have to say that even if you were lucky, few first-year students can compete with an adult troll, especially after being cast a spell. I will inform Professor Dumbledore of this matter and ask him to make a final decision. You can go. With that, she and Snape looked at each other, and both of them showed solemn expressions on their faces at the same time. Obviously, this matter is not so simple as an accident. But before Li Jianguo and a few people could slip away, a senior boy ran in a panic, shouting as he ran, Professor McGonagall. Quirrell taught him. Before he finished speaking, Snape rushed forward first, grabbed the boy's collar, and asked loudly what's wrong with him. Facing the hideous Snape, the boy was even more frightened. He was bitten by a dog and seriously injured. Take me to see it now. Professor McGonagall's face immediately changed and she hurried outside. Snape, on the other hand, looked around Li Jianguo and the others gloomily, and then followed Professor McGonagall. Wouldn't that just be what you did? On the way to the banquet hall, Cassandra suddenly poked Li Jianguo with her wand and asked in a low voice. Yes, I added some ingredients to that dog. Li Jianguo grinned. Can't he just be allowed to buff the monster, right? Is it a magic potion? That's not it, it's just feeding the three-headed dog some of the same medicine foam that they used to breed pigs. His thighs and arms were covered with bite wounds, and his back was bloody from his claws. His clothes were even stained with a white unknown liquid, emitting the fishy smell of heather flowers. It was only when he was taken to Madame Pomfret for medical treatment, saying that he would not take off the scarf on his head to check the wound. According to Quirrell, he saw a strange figure sneaking up the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. So I followed. As a result, he was attacked by the three-headed dog. After that, Snape did find the drug residue in the saliva of the three-headed dog that was hard to pacify. For this reason, Li Jianguo and several people were specially called to ask if they saw any suspicious people. During this process, Harry and Ron always looked like they wanted to talk and stop talking. His eyes kept glancing at Snape. But in the end, in the face of Professor McGonagall's inquiry, she shook her head and claimed that she saw nothing. It's Snape. After coming out of the infirmary, Harry walked to Li Jianguo in 3 steps and made 2 steps, and said in a low voice, Ron and I saw him in the crowd heading in the direction of that hallway. I just haven't found any evidence. Sometimes seeing is not believing. Li Jianguo chuckled. Fortunately, you didn't say this speculation just now. In fact, it is no wonder that Harry would suspect Snape. After all, the old bat behaves too much like a villain. But in fact, people were just going to follow Quirrell. Thank you. At this time, Hermione, who had been silent, suddenly stopped, turned and said to several people. Harry and Ron looked at each other with some embarrassment. Cassandra, on the other hand, snorted coldly. This change on the eve of Halloween finally brought many mysteries to a temporary end. Daily life at Hogwarts seems to be back on track. However, the students still found that the school's patrols at night were greatly strengthened. Every day, professors can be seen taking turns to take prefects to patrol the corridors. Between the fact that Li Jianguo killed the troll alone, Headmaster Dumbledore also made the final decision. Reward Hufflepuff House with 20 points. As we entered November, the weather became unusually cold. The mountains around the school were gray and covered with snow and ice because of the ghostly weather. The mink coat that his uncle bought for Li Jianguo before finally had the opportunity to be taken out by him and worn on his body. For this reason, Cassandra did not spit on his taste. It's just that every time Li Jianguo refuted it on the grounds that the girl did not understand local folklore. Besides, how warm this thing is. It was in this weather that the school ushered in the Quidditch season. As a new batsman in Hufflepuff Academy, Li Jianguo was naturally trained by Cedrica. After all, they will soon have their first game. For Li Jianguo, a member of the innate divine power, Cedric regarded it as a secret weapon. He once tested and asked the opponent to hit a bludger at a sparring partner with all his might. As a result, after a few rounds, no one could withstand the full blow of this dragon-over-fierce man. As for Li Jianguo's flying skills, it was unanimously recognized by the whole team. Although this guy always likes to put his feet on a broom and fly in a strange position with his hands behind his back. In the words of the other party, the wizards of the Dragon Kingdom like to fly like this. But the speed is unusually agile and fast. His flying skills were so superb that Cedric felt that his position as a seeker should be filled by Li Jianguo. However, after the first Quidditch match, it turned out that they didn't need a seeker to play in the game. Because under Li Jianguo's fierce attack, with his perverted strength, he directly sent all the opponent's defensive and offensive members off the field. This is still a fart? The Ravenclaw students were all frozen, their jaws growing big one by one. What the hell is this strength? The only Ravenclaw goalkeeper who remained on the field was trembling and clenching his broom at this time, looking at Li Jianguo, who was not far from him, with fear. Although batsmen do not take on the duty of scoring, but the oppression brought by the opposite side is too strong. He could even feel the wind wrapped around the ball from far away when he witnessed his companion being smashed down by a bludger. If this is hit on yourself, you must not break the bones? However, just as he was stunned, Hufflepuff had already smashed the ghost flying ball into the ring behind him. The game also attracted an end at this moment. In an instant, there were cheers around the venue, especially the Hufflepuff students, who were desperately banging on the fence and shouting Li Jianguo's name, eager to rush into the field to vent their inner excitement. After all, in all these years, Hufflepuff has never won a game so cleanly. This time, it is no exaggeration to even describe it as a unilateral crush. Cedric flew directly to Li Jianguo's side, put his arm around his neck, and shouted excitedly. The sound of grunting is accompanied by a rich fragrance wafting through the air. Li Jianguo inhaled the last piece of potato flour into his mouth and stirred, and then patted his slightly bulging belly comfortably. Eating hot pot in this big winter is a beautiful thing. I feel the same way. Old Deng was stunned, and by the way, he was half lying on the chair and picking his teeth. Mr. Huo has been getting more and more appetizing in terms of selecting ingredients recently. But then again, Jianguo, don't you have a class this afternoon? Kicked out by Professor Snape. When Li Jianguo heard this, he pouted and said, didn't I just start the furnace pill in his class, and I ended up carrying it to the frying furnace. I said that building a country is not easy for Severus, you better try to make people as little as possible. Dumbledore sighed helplessly. Next time, definitely. Li Jianguo nodded perfunctorily. But in his heart, he is thinking, if he does not engage in his mentality, where will he get the system reward? One thing is to say, the drop rate on Snape's body is really high. During this time, 10 purples and 2 reds fell from him alone. It's a pity that only gold has never been seen again. Therefore, Li Jianguo has been hesitating whether to try to save up a handful of red rewards and strive to get together 10 to redeem gold. After all, the ancient animagus talent that was opened from the golden reward last time was indeed very windy. I've heard from other professors that you've finished all your first-year classes. At this time, Dumbledore asked again. Li Jianguo nodded. Not to mention the first grade, with quantum speed reading, his 4th grade textbooks are all memorized. I have never seen such an excellent talent as you, and in time, your achievements will definitely be above mine. Dumbledore's gaze suddenly became trance, as if recalling something. I just hope you don't go astray in the future. You can always put 10,000 hearts on this. Li Jianguo chuckled, my pursuit is very simple, I can live this life with my wife and children in the future. I'm not interested in making big news. He naturally knew in his heart what Dumbledore was worried about. You must know that the 2 biggest dark wizard leaders of this century have quite a relationship with him. These 2 people were also once amazing. I am convinced that you are a kind-hearted child. Dumbledore touched his beard and smiled when he heard this. Judging from his performance for nearly 1 academic year, Li Jianguo can indeed be called an honest and brave young wizard. In addition to the occasional prank, Hufflepuff in particular has a high prestige and reputation among the students. However, before he could rejoice, Li Jianguo's next words almost caused Dumbledore to tear off his beard. So do you want to sign me a permit to borrow from the forbidden book area at will? You want to borrow forbidden books? Yes, I have already read all the ordinary books in the library. Li Jianguo nodded. I want to be more exciting. No, some of the books are too dangerous to suit you now. Dumbledore decisively refused. But after thinking about it, even if he doesn't agree, this kid will probably find a way to sneak in. So after a moment of contemplation, he changed his decision. It's okay to allow you to borrow it, but you have to promise me that you can't look through any books on dark magic, except for those related to defense against the dark arts and the like. As soon as these words came out, Li Jianguo suddenly had a bottom in his heart. You are not allowed to borrow it back. Didn't you say you can't read it on the spot? Just memorize it on the spot. Thinking of this, Li Jianguo tried hard to maintain the image of a good baby, and nodded with a serious face. Don't worry, I definitely don't borrow those books. But as soon as his words fell, there was a piercing sound in his ears. It was Dumbledore's pet, Phoenix, Fawkes. It's just that this little guy has just experienced nirvana now, crumpled, and looks like a red-balled chicken. Fawkes seems to be doubting what you just said. A strange smile rose at the corner of Dumbledore's mouth. Maybe it didn't understand. Li Jianguo continued to smile, but glared at the red chicken darkly. After feeling his kind gaze, Fawkes directly flapped the pair of wings without a few hairs, and was about to fly up and peck Li Jianguo. Okay, Fawkes, be quiet. Dumbledore soothed with a helpless expression. He understood why his pet was so hostile to Li Jianguo. The Forbidden Book area is located in an area at the rear of Hogwarts. Unlike in the movie, it is actually separated by a rope. Of course, this does not mean that anyone can sneak in at will over the rope. Then it would not be called a library off-limits. Whenever someone approaches the rope, a bloody ghost emerges, asking the visitor to show the required proof. Sometimes it is Filch and his cat, Lady Loris, who are here. After all, ghosts also need free time. After entering the Forbidden Book area, there were already several senior boys flipping through books inside. It's just that some people are obviously absent-minded, their eyes are half staring at the book, and half peeking at the blonde girl standing in front of the bookshelf with white porcelain skin. Why are you here? After seeing Cassandra, Li Jianguo was obviously stunned. Why can't I just be here? Cassandra gently closed the book in her hand and raised her eyebrows. As long as you can get the permission of the professor, anyone can come in and borrow it. Saying that, she raised her white and slender little hand and showed a note in front of Li Jianguo. It was written Snape's name. In fact, since she was sensible, Cassandra has been at the top of her peers. It's no exaggeration to say even the best one. But until she met Li Jianguo, the long-standing pride in her heart was gradually crushed by the other party's constantly displayed talent. She is an extremely strong person. After the last mutant troll, Cassandra began to be extremely eager to improve her strength. Lest when he and Li Jianguo face danger in the future, they will become the ones who are dragging their feet. So she applied to Snape to come to the Forbidden Area to borrow books and learn some more powerful magic. For Cassandra, the best student of the Snake Academy, Snape, who had always guarded the calf, naturally opened the door to convenience. Agreed without thinking. Then you continue to watch, I won't bother first. The corners of Li Jianguo's mouth tugged, turned around and walked towards another row of bookshelves. Then he quickly looked away. If the names of the ordinary books in the library are still within the scope of human understanding, the titles of some books in the Forbidden Zone make it difficult not to worry about the mental state of their authors when they were created. It's like Postpartum Care for Dementors, Female Centaur Guide, and even a book called Vampire Day. Just looking at the title of the book makes it feel wrong. Of course, there are many books with fairly normal names. For example, this dark Bible in front of Li Jianguo. The books are placed on the shelves by a chain connecting the spine, and some special way is needed to lift the restrictions to prevent them from being taken out of the restricted area without permission. After shuttling back and forth in front of the bookshelf for a while, relying on the perverted memory provided by quantum speed reading, Li Jianguo had already memorized the titles of all the books in the collection. It's just that he didn't find the book Cutting-Edge Dark Magic Mysteries that recorded the method of making Horcruxes. It is estimated that it has been taken by Dumbledore. I believe that the old man somewhat guessed that Voldemort had created a Horcrux through this book, so used this to prevent others from going astray. This somewhat made Li Jianguo somewhat regretful. He is still quite interested in this kind of magic similar to the D&D setting in the previous life, where necromancers make soul boxes. Of course, he would never try to make it. He didn't want to have a nose. Here you go. Just as Li Jianguo was about to pick up a book called Chronicle of Ancient Evil Creatures and flip through it, Cassandra suddenly handed over a pair of brown gloves. I thought you'd learn something ahead of time. I saw this girl raise her chin and say with a proud face, I didn't expect you to have a time when you almost lost. What do you mean? Li Jianguo was confused. Some of these books have been cursed by the author. The corner of Cassandra's mouth hooked. If you read it without wearing dragon skin gloves, it is easy to be hurt by the malice of the original author. You're lucky, I just brought one more. I really haven't thought about it. Li Jianguo smiled awkwardly when he heard this, and casually took the dragon skin gloves. Thank you, Lao Tai. Cassandra snorted softly when she heard this, and walked away without saying more. It's just that in the following time, she has been quietly observing Li Jianguo, found that the other party in addition to the extremely fast action of turning the book, most of the books I read are related to alchemy and magical animals. Of course, this is not the case for all books. For example, when this guy finally flipped through the Vampire Diary, the page-turning speed obviously returned to normal. And while looking, a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This made Cassandra, who had also accidentally flipped through the book, suddenly blushed, and couldn't help but muttered in disgust, "Indecent." Of course, Li Jianguo would not go to find so many books about magical creatures for no reason. The reason for this is that he recently opened a book on refining from a red reward. The book is there, then the rest is the material. To this end, he plans to go to the Forbidden Forest to get a piece of wood, but that place, there are all kinds of weird things in it. Except for some recorded magical creatures, there are also some strange creatures made by countless wizards in the long history of Hogwarts. Don't doubt the ability of those who are scientific madness to get things done. For example, just now Li Jianguo turned to a book called The Little Man in the Flask. It records that the author injected Jai into a flask and then incubated it at the fermentation temperature of unicorn feces for 40 days. The whole process of finally creating a smiling and sound little person in a flask. It may sound a bit, but the content of the book is very detailed, and even includes the dialogue between the author and the villain in the bottle. Some knowledge caused a sensation at the time. It's just that it is said that this author was torn to pieces by an invisible force when he came to Hogwarts to give a speech. The villain in the bottle disappeared with it. Only the book was left in the forbidden area. Therefore, in that vast forbidden forest, there may really be some unknown dangerous creatures. For this reason, Li Jianguo had to make some preparations in advance. Sometimes, there's no shame in instigating. After leaving the library, Li Jianguo first went to the field. As soon as he got there, he saw Hagrid mending the roof of the wooden house. Recently, this kind giant has not had a good time, because the watermelon that Li Jianguo just planted in the ground unexpectedly mutated again. Now Hagrid's cabin will be smashed through the roof by watermelons falling from the sky. For this reason, he has been struggling with whether to ask Professor Phileas to help put a defensive spell on the roof. It is no longer possible to drive away those strange plants. It's good if they don't take the initiative to come looking for trouble. Didn't you see that Hagrid's canine teeth don't have a complete piece of hair all over his body now? They were all shaved by the ginseng essence while they were asleep. Now, his legs began to tremble when he was 100 or 200 meters away from Li Jianguo's farmland. "Hey, little brother Jianguo, are you here to take care of the farmland again?" Hagrid also noticed Li Jianguo at this time, so he waved his hand happily and shouted, "Well, I've been trying to figure out how to manage these little guys well." Li Jianguo nodded. He really thought so in his heart. After all, it is not embarrassing to always cause trouble to others. It's time to discipline them. Hagrid said quite approvingly, climbed down from the roof by the way, walked quickly to Li Jianguo, and whispered mysteriously, "But I recently got a good thing that should deter those naughty plants." "What?" Li Jianguo wondered. "You have to promise me that you must not tell anyone about this," Hagrid said with a serious expression, "otherwise, they will most likely drive me away. I promise you, I will never tell anyone. I trust you, like Harry, are trusted companions." Brother High smiled, and then looked around vigilantly before reaching into his pocket. "It's this cute little guy." I saw Hagrid carefully spreading his palm, and at this time there was a black creature that looked like a large bat, but its lizard-like head, as well as the two horned bumps on the top of its head, directly indicate its species. This is a newly hatched western dragon cub. If Li Jianguo remembers correctly, it should be a Norwegian ridgeback dragon. How's that, isn't it cute? Hagrid grinned, giving a male mom smile. "I wanted when I was drinking and playing cards with a stranger, and it was a dragon egg at the time. I had a lot of information to hatch it." While speaking, the little fire dragon seemed to wake up from sleep because he felt the cold outside. As soon as he opened his orange-red eyes, the little guy subconsciously asked for Brother High's hand. But in the next second, its body trembled violently and it turned its head to look at Li Jianguo. At the same time, there was a childish low sound in his mouth, and his body fell down, as if he was surrendering to the strong. "What's going on?" Seeing this, Hagrid immediately looked puzzled. "It's the first time I've seen Noble be so honest in front of strangers. Not when they were there. Maybe my temper suddenly got better." Li Jianguo smiled and said. He almost guessed in his heart why this little fire dragon would show such a strange appearance. The reason is nothing more than the ancient animagus talent in himself. After all, it was the Huaxia divine dragon of the 8 classics. For this kind of creature that only bears the name of dragon and may have a little blood relationship, there is a natural bloodline suppression. "You said Harry knew about the existence of this little guy too." Li Jianguo then led the topic. Hagrid nodded, "And Ron and Hermione, counting them, you're the 4th person besides me to know about this." "Cassandra, when did you come?" Li Jianguo and Hai Giki turned their heads and said in unison, "I always am." The corners of Cassandra's mouth hooked, and she gently waved her staff. Disillusionment charm, and the next second, her figure gradually disappeared from the sight of the two. Illusion charm? Isn't this a spell that is taught in senior classes? It's not just that you see what you want in the forbidden book section. Cassandra appeared again and smiled a little proudly. So that's why you're following me. Li Jianguo frowned. That's not what you call ladylike behavior. Who will follow you? Cassandra blushed and hummed softly, I just want to test the effect of the spell. It seems that your relationship is progressing well, Hagrid said with a smile, and then looked like Cassandra with a bit of pleading in his eyes. Miss Cassandra, can you help me keep the matter of raising fire dragons a secret? I'm not interested in whistle-blowing, Cassandra said lightly. I knew you were one of the rare good girls in Slytherin. Hagrid heard that the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground, and grinned. Who knew that? Cassandra frowned. It seems that you have some prejudice against Slytherin. Nothing. No, I just didn't mean it very accurately. Seeing this, Hagrid quickly waved his hand, and then an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. My house still needs to be repaired, so I won't talk to you first. We'll see you another day, and you are welcome to come and have tea with me at any time. With that, he stuffed the little fire dragon back into his pocket and turned around and walked briskly towards his house. Now only Cassandra and Li Jianguo are left, staring wide-eyed. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. A moment later, Li Jianguo took the lead in speaking. Your spell effect has been tested, it's almost dark, and it's probably too late if you don't return to the castle. Who knew that? Cassandra looked at him indifferently and said coldly. You're planning to sneak into the Forbidden Forest, right? What? Li Jianguo was stunned, and then slyly argued, how is it possible? Don't slander me. As a result, Cassandra snorted proudly and said, after you left, I briefly browsed the books you had read again. Most of them were books about dangerous magical creatures of level 5x. There are even some synthetic warcraft made by dark wizards. You also said you didn't follow me, Li Jianguo shouted sharply, followed by a tentative question. You also read the Vampire Day. Shut up, Cassandra blushed and scolded. How could I read such obscene books? How do you know if you don't look? Seeing the embarrassed Cassandra, she faintly showed signs of pulling out her wand and giving it to herself. Li Jianguo quickly changed the topic and sighed. You guessed right, I'm planning to study a topic recently on how young wizards can hike safely in the Forbidden Forest. Speak human language. It's just that I want to go in and walk around. Then take me with you. Nope. Why? Cassandra said urgently, I also want to go to Jin Linley to see. It's too dangerous there, and you don't dare to guarantee your personal safety. Li Jianguo shook his head and said, what if something unexpected happens? I can take care of myself. Cassandra gritted her teeth, and then took out from her chest the magic weapon that Li Jianguo had temporarily stored with her. Besides, isn't there still this? Li Jianguo glanced at the silver copper ball and found that it was tied to a silver chain, and even embellished with a few green gemstones. Of course, these are always removable. It's not a panacea. Then I'll go and tell Headmaster Dumbledore about them. Ha! Li Jianguo froze for a moment. Aren't you not interested in whistle-blowing? Facing the boy's stunned expression, a hint of pride flashed in the corner of Cassandra's eyes. Live like a cunning little fox. Miss Ben just said she wasn't interested, didn't say she wouldn't do it. You really are a natural Slytherin. Li Jianguo sighed helplessly and said, well, then, you should follow me well and don't run around. That being said, he was thinking in his heart whether to find an opportunity to give this girl a physical version of Forget Everything. Who knew that as soon as this thought came to mind, he heard Cassandra ask with a guarded voice, are you thinking of finding an opportunity to give me a physical amnesia? Do you still take thoughts? Li Jianguo was completely shocked at this moment. Forced to help, Li Jianguo could only accept to go to the Forbidden Forest with Cassandra. It's just that this girl doesn't seem to be as calm as she appears. When Li Jianguo was sorting out Ling Tian, she had been sitting on the stone holding a copy of the Level 5X Fantastic Beasts Response Guide and flipping through it. He kept chanting in his mouth. Whenever Li Jianguo quietly looked over, the girl would always glare back fiercely. Before I knew it, it was dark. The two hid in the bud field, one waiting until he saw Hagrid returning from patrolling the Forbidden Forest with a lantern before leaving. Tonight's moonlight was clear, but as they approached the Forbidden Forest, the moonlight gradually dimmed down. Follow me. At the end of a sheepscut path, Li Jianguo turned his head and whispered to Cassandra behind him, leave me alone, I can handle it myself. The girl was obviously a little nervous, but she still said hard, yes. Li Jianguo suddenly raised a bad smile at the corner of his mouth. I saw that he suddenly picked up a magic wand and shouted in his mouth April. In the next second, his figure disappeared from Cassandra's face without a trace. Phantom transfiguration? This bastard. How could he use this? Facing Li Jianguo, who suddenly disappeared, Cassandra instantly raised her throat. The surrounding area was pitch black, and from time to time there was a strange rustling sound. This made Cassandra even more frightened. Hey! Now is not the time for jokes, come out quickly. Even she seemed to hear some kind of quadruped running sound not far away. Although Cassandra has a very strong personality, she is a girl after all. It's okay. Don't panic, that nasty ghost must be nearby. She took out her wand and tried to cast fluorescent flashes to illuminate herself. But immediately after that, she felt something touch her shoulder. Crush your bones. Cassandra instantly trembled, closed her eyes and turned around and waved her wand. Sue! Green lightning flashed from her wand, but hit the tree trunk not far away, turning it into a cloud of debris. Beside her, a somewhat frightened but incomparably familiar voice sounded. I'm just kidding, I don't need to be so ruthless. I saw Li Jianguo sitting on the ground with his butt and said with a bitter smile. You deserve it. Cassandra suddenly glared at Li Jianguo angrily and aggrievedly, with faint tears in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, I should have used the unforgivable curse directly just now. Good guy, this girl seems to have learned a lot from the forbidden book area. Li Jianguo got up and patted the dust on his butt, walked in front of him and gently persuaded, look, they all said that this place is not for you. It's still too late to go back. Who knew that the girl did not speak again, but silently stared at Li Jianguo with a pair of big emerald green eyes. His eyes were full of stubbornness. Seeing this scene, Li Jianguo could only sigh helplessly. He didn't actually mean to do this to scare Cassandra. The main thing is that from the time she walked into this forbidden forest just now, she noticed that something was not quite right in this place. Combined with the plot of the original book, it is very likely that the guy without a nose has already begun to find a way to attack the unicorn. In case the two sides collide, there is nothing to do with themselves, but they can completely escape. But if you bring a Cassandra, it is difficult to guarantee that she will not be hurt by Lao Fu's tricks. After all, it is impossible to do things in the wizarding world for so long, and it is impossible to do some ruthless work at hand. As for the phantom transfiguration he cast just now, it was just a trick. Hogwarts and the surrounding grounds have long been used by Dumbledore's countermagic, and no one but him can cast the phantom transfiguration spell. At least Li Jianguo can't do it now. As it stands, this girl is following herself tonight. Thinking of this, Li Jianguo had to cast a miniature fluorescent flash with his magic wand to illuminate the road ahead. However, as soon as he took a step forward, the corner of his clothes was grabbed. Looking back, I saw Cassandra staring at herself nervously. It seems that he is afraid that he will suddenly disappear again. Li Jianguo smiled lightly and walked towards the side of the lower road. Not long after leaving, Li Jianguo saw two spiders the size of an adult's head coming out of the bushes not far away. That's the cub of the eight-eyed giant spider. Cassandra behind her suddenly spoke, if you can see them, it means that we are close to the edge of these guys' territory. Isn't that right? Li Jianguo raised his eyebrows and said, I heard that the venom of this thing is very valuable, and a pint can sell for hundreds of gallons. Then you have to have your life to fetch it. Cassandra rolled her eyes when she heard this. Coupled with the dim vision around them, it is difficult to catch the traces of large ones. Fortunately, Li Jianguo activated the werewolf template, making his sense of smell particularly sensitive, and he barely kept up with the two little guys. As the two continued to go deeper, the surrounding trees gradually became thicker, and there were low branches and thorny vines everywhere. Cassandra was always cautious, afraid of being stained with her clothes by something strange. Not long ago, she accidentally ran into a curling demon hanging from a tree and was almost bitten. Later, that thing was hit by Li Jianguo's petrification spell, and now it is honestly staying in his pocket. At this time, the rustling sound around became clearer. It made Cassandra feel numb. If nothing else, they have now entered the territory of the eight-eyed giant spider. As soon as she thought about it, her elbow touched a cloud of spider silk. It's coming, Li Jianguo suddenly spoke. Immediately, he took out his wand and turned around and stabbed back in the posture of holding a dagger. In the next second, a mournful click sounded in the forest. Cassandra followed the prestige and saw a spider the size of a wine barrel nailed to a tree, and 8 thick arthropods kept twisting and struggling. Be careful, it's just an appetizer. Li Jianguo drew his wand, and his backhand was petrified again towards an eight-eyed giant spider that pounced from the shadows. Seeing this, Cassandra also became vigilant and drew her wand to assist Li Jianguo in counterattacking. The number of spiders continued to increase, and it didn't take long for the two to be surrounded. Facing the dense group of spiders surrounding her, Cassandra, who was a girl, subconsciously frowned. It is estimated that few girls will have a good impression of these hideous-looking arthropods, not to mention the outrageous size of these guys. On the contrary, a look of excitement flashed in Li Jianguo's eyes. In his eyes, these are walking golden gallons. But as he said before, the spiders in front of him are just small karami. The big ones are yet to come. Sure enough, seeing that their companions were repelled one by one, those eight-eyed giant spiders obviously became jealous. They have been hovering nearby, constantly making clicking sounds in their mouths, but they dare not continue to attack. Looking at this, it seems to be shaking people. No, it's a rocking spider. Suddenly, the bush in front of the left was violently crushed to the ground, and then a behemoth appeared in the sight of the two. Cassandra followed the prestige and almost screamed. It turned out to be an 8-eyed giant spider the size of a carriage, and the green light constantly lights up in the darkness behind him, indicating that more than one such individual is leaning in. The behemoth that appeared first began to fiddle with its big claw. You can vaguely hear that this guy is imitating a human voice. People. Human. Why break in? Let your leaders speak. Li Jianguo folded his arms around his chest and chuckled. Let's just say that Hagrid's old friend came to see it. Hagrid. Suddenly, a voice that seemed to be muffled thunder sounded. After hearing this sound, the group of spiders began to wave their giant claws and make a clicking sound. Voices come together and become human discourse. Aragog. Aragog. Immediately, I saw a ridiculously large spider as big as a small elephant sliding down the spider silk. Is Hagrid coming? The spider called Aragog muffled after landing, and its half-milky white eyes looked blankly. This guy is blind. It's a stranger. The spider closest to it responded. Then kill them. Aragog said irritably, I hate all humans except Hagrid. With that, he turned around and was about to return to the depths of the dense forest. At this moment, Li Jianguo's chuckle suddenly sounded behind him. Are you sure? Dense raindrops fell on Aragog's body, and a coercion that made it fear from the depths of his soul instantly reached his body. The wind was raging all around. Are you really human? Feeling the change in the weather around him, Aragog turned around abruptly and roared in horror. What do you say? At this time, Li Jianguo had transformed into the dragon form of the ancient animagus. The flame clouds generated under his feet constantly burned the nearby 8-eyed giant spider. I wanted to talk to you about cooperation in a normal way. Now it seems unnecessary. As he spoke, fiery dragon breath gushed out from his mouth, burning a large piece of spider in an instant. A scorched smell suddenly wafted through the dense forest. Don't say, it's quite fragrant. You won't set the forbidden forest on fire, will you? Cassandra, who was lying on Li Jianguo's neck, suddenly leaned into her ear and whispered. Don't worry, I know it. After speaking, Li Jianguo spewed out a breath of dragon breath towards the other side. Stop! Aragog listened to the screams of his descendants and immediately shouted in a sharp voice. Say, what is your purpose? It's okay to do this sooner. Li Jianguo changed back to his human form and pouted, you have to force me to be rough. After leaving the 8-eyed giant spider territory, Li Jianguo said happily while shaking the red gourd in his hand. This wave can only be described as blood-earning. Did that gourd of yours add the traceless stretching charm? Cassandra asked curiously as she followed behind. She had just watched with her own eyes how Li Jianguo squeezed the spider called Aragog. The other party's stomach had been flattened into a large sack when the two left. Walk straight. In this way, the red gourd did not seem to be full, and Li Jianguo still wanted to reach his descendants. The angry old spider almost had to fight with the two to break the net. That's pretty much it. Li Jianguo nodded, but with a little bit of other effects. This gourd was obtained by him from the purple reward of the system. Named Mustard Gourd, there is almost 50 square meters of space inside, and the things stored in it can be kept fresh forever. The only drawback is that it can only receive liquids. In the future, Li Jianguo intends to learn the traceless extension spell that Cassandra just said and expand the space inside. But the premise is that you have to find a way to avoid the eyes of the guys at the Ministry of Magic. Subsequently, the two found a group of tree protector Luo Cauldron on a Dharma protector tree. It's just that these little guys seem to be stimulated by something. As soon as they met, they began to jump up from the trees and attack Li Jianguo's eyes with their long fingers. Of course, this attack could not break Li Jianguo's thick-skinned defense. I saw him casually pull down one and squeeze it in his hand, stretching out his fingers to gently soothe it. Help me dig into my left pocket, Li Jianguo said with a smile towards Cassandra behind him. The latter immediately nodded when he heard this, took a step forward and put his hand into Li Jianguo's pocket. As a result, the next second, I touched a small bag, and there seemed to be something in it that was constantly wriggling. What's in there? Cassandra wrinkled her brows, pinching the cloth bag with two fingers with some disgust. It's a turtle, I just dug it out of the ground today. In fact, Li Jianguo had been beating the attention of these little guys before he came. Tree guards are amazing animals that take the initiative to become guardians of the trees they inhabit and take care of them on a daily basis. The most important thing is that they are also a good hand at picking locks through doors. If you can fool them away, you can save a lot of effort when you farm your own land. You take those turtles out and put them on the ground, and they will take the initiative to eat them. I don't want it. Cassandra shook her head decisively. She had just glanced at the bugs in those bags, and they were all fat and looked very disgusting. This made Cassandra, who had a fetish for cleanliness, feel physically resistant. Well-behaved, obedient. Li Jianguo continued to persuade, if it doesn't work, you will simply fall to the ground. A little longer, and it's time for these little guys to get away. Okay then. Cassandra hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. I saw that she picked up the cloth bag and threw it vigorously, scattering the earthen turtles in the bag. Because they were dug up in the spirit field, these earthen turtles were all hypertrophied. Soon, those tree guards smelled the tempting smell and began to be attracted to their attention. Coupled with Li Jianguo's own talent of natural force affinity, these little guys felt an inexplicable sense of security. So when the first tree protector climbed down the tree and ran towards the earthen turtles that were about to burrow into the ground, the rest of their companions began to become emboldened. Don't move around yet, be careful to scare them away. Seeing this, Li Jianguo quickly shouted softly to Cassandra. After all the tree guarding pots had quieted down, Li Jianguo squatted down and smiled at one of the biggest. How's it going, is it delicious? The little guy nodded when he heard this, and then held an earthen turtle in his small hand towards Li Jianguo. It was like inviting him to enjoy a meal. You eat first. Li Jianguo was immediately amused by this cute little guy, and immediately picked up an earthen turtle and gestured, this, I have a lot. Yours, follow me. These bugs, big drops. Poof. Cassandra was immediately amused by Li Jianguo's funny tone, and covered her small mouth and glanced at him. You know what, I'm communicating with people. That tree guarding cauldron Luo also seemed to understand what Li Jianguo meant, and nodded after a little hesitation. But at this moment, the little guy standing on the periphery suddenly let out a terrified scream. She brushed and ran towards the hair care tree, and the tree guarding pot Luo who was walking with Li Jianguo just now rushed directly to him, stretched out his little finger to the left, and anxiously gestured. You mean, there's a scary guy approaching here? When Shushu Luo Guo heard this, he immediately nodded his little head desperately. It seems that the reason why they were so aggressive just now is because of that. Cassandra also walked to Li Jianguo's side at this time and said with a solemn expression. As soon as the words fell, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly lit up in the dense forest on the right. Immediately after a huge figure walked out of the dense forest, he asked coldly with an expressionless face, Lost people, please answer my question. What animals have 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and in the evening? Oops, what are you doing? I saw this winged monster with a lion trunk and a human face covering its face in confusion. Apparently he was stunned by this sudden big blow. I haven't finished asking. This human is so rude. Don't even let yourself finish talking. Can you change the word? Cassandra was a little caught off guard by the scene in front of her. Just now, she only saw Li Jianguo walking slowly in front of the fierce-looking monster, jumping up and directly punching the other party. Then the behemoth, who was nearly 4 meters tall, was stunned. I don't know. Li Jianguo shook his head. But I saw it in a book, it just looks bluffing, but it's actually not threatening. Who said that? The monster suddenly roared in dissatisfaction, straightened up and tried to put on a vicious expression. So you're brave. When Li Jianguo heard this, he glanced at the goods coldly. The latter was decisive in seconds. No way, who makes this human in front of him surprisingly powerful? The punch just now didn't crack his brain case. Aren't you staying in a cave by the sea? How did you get here? Seeing that this guy was so knowledgeable, Li Jianguo touched his chin and asked. According to what is written in that book, this monster was created 200 years ago by a senior in the Badger Yard in the image of the Sphinx. But it was later found that this product was not only a bluffing point, a little stronger, and a timid batch. Later, this matter was known by the school. In desperation, the senior could only send it to the depths of the forbidden forest, and in order to ensure that it could survive safely, he deliberately found a relatively safe place to settle it. Spells were also placed to hide. I'm here to find my friend. The Sphinx's expression suddenly became a little lost. She's been gone for a long time, and I'm a little worried about her safety. What is your friend? Cassandra wondered when she heard this. She could also see that this big guy in front of her was really not threatening. She's a beautiful unicorn, the gentlest and most beautiful creature I've ever seen in the world. The Sphinx's face suddenly showed an idiotic expression. It is because of her that I have no longer been monotonous in my long life. Thinking of this, I suddenly want to chant a poem. Shut up, Li Jianguo and Cassandra said in unison quite tacitly. You can see from the expression on the face of this goods, and you must not be able to groan anything so wet. Anyway, I came to look for her, but I got lost in this forest, so I had to stay here first. But why are those tree guards so afraid of you? Afraid of me? Hearing this, Sphinxton raised his voice and said with some dissatisfaction, obviously they attacked me while I was peeing on that tree. As soon as the words fell, several logs fell on his head. This sentence immediately silenced both Li Jianguo and Cassandra. You pee in someone's house, don't hit who you hit? Anyway, if you see my friend, please tell me. With a return to sadness on his face, the Sphinx said in an almost pleading tone. However, at this moment, a rapid sound of horses' hooves suddenly came. It's a horseman. Cassandra looked at the dark shadows that kept passing through the forest, and her brows furrowed slightly. Looks like something happened to them. They found us. Li Jianguo also spoke. Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, an arrow flew past his ear with a whoosh. "Humans, hurry up and get out of our forest." A low and sad voice sounded. Immediately after, a creature with a human upper body and a horse lower body came out of the shadows. It has red hair and beard, but from the waist down it is a brown-red shiny horse body with a long red tail dragged behind. I saw that it pulled up its bow and arrow again and aimed the arrow at Li Jianguo. "If I'm not mistaken, this forbidden forest belongs to Hogwarts," Li Jianguo said lightly. "When did it become the territory of your horsemen?" As he spoke, the horseman only felt that the bow and arrow in his hand suddenly shook uncontrollably and violently. Seeing this, the companions behind them quickly began to open their bows and pull arrows, but in the next second, the weapons in their hands floated out of thin air. This young human actually cursed silently. "I'm not hostile, and of course, I don't mind fighting back if you guys are going to do it." Li Jianguo smiled, but his eyes gradually became cold. "I'm sorry humans, we have to be vigilant." When the horseman at the head heard this, he put away his bow and arrow, and stretched out his hand a few steps forward. "My name is Ronan. Li Jianguo. I've heard Hagrid mention your name." The horseman named Ronan was stunned for a moment, and then spoke. "It turned out to be a misunderstanding." "Misunderstand? Why didn't you say it when you shot me with an arrow just now?" One thing is to say, these horse people really know how to judge the time and size up the situation. If it weren't for Hagrid's face, Li Jianguo would have taught them a lesson in the whole work. "Did something happen to you?" Cassandra on the side suddenly asked. "The moon is bright tonight." Ronan first glanced at the girl in front of him lightly, and then looked at the sky without blinking. "Speak human language." Li Jianguo was speechless. "Always the innocent are killed first." Ronan continued to answer in his sad tone. "I suggest you reorganize the language a little more." After a long silence, Li Jianguo gritted his teeth and said, "In short, we sensed a dangerous aura entering here tonight." A voice suddenly sounded in the bushes behind Ronan. It was the second male horseman, with black hair, and looked a little rougher than Ronan. "That's all I can tell you," he said in a low voice. "There are many secrets hidden in the stars, but we can't say them directly." "Forget it, I think I already understand what is going on," Li Jianguo said irritably, turning his head to look at the Sphinx who had been quietly waiting next to him. "Let's go, I hope it's still time to save your friend." With that, he turned his head and walked towards the depths of the dense forest. Hearing the last sentence, Sphinxton's expression became solemn and he quickly followed. "Good luck to you." Ronan looked at Li Jianguo and their departing backs with a complicated expression. "That creature just now seems to have a part of our family's blood flowing on its body." The horseman with long black hair walked up to him and whispered, "It is a product of taboos, with unimaginable powers, but it is good by nature." "I can feel it, Bane. Being too kind is not always a good thing sometimes." Bane sighed leisurely, turned around, and returned to the dense forest. On the other side, Cassandra walked quickly to Li Jianguo's side. "What the hell is going on?" She was also dazzled by the horseman's words just now. Now Li Jianguo is mysteriously rushing towards an unknown place. "Look over there." Li Jianguo suddenly pointed to the trunk of a tree not far away. "See that shiny thing? Silvery white, that's unicorn blood." "You mean, my friend is really in danger?" the Sphinx exclaimed. Li Jianguo glanced at it. "Otherwise, and if I'm not mistaken, it should be dangerous by now." Hearing this, the Sphinx walked quickly to the two and slowly leaned down. "It's too slow to walk like this, please ride on me," he said anxiously. "Please help me save her. I am willing to offer my loyalty to you, although in the face of your power, it is somewhat worthless." Li Jianguo didn't think much about it, jumped on its back, and then reached out to pull Cassandra up. Walking along the blood stains, it should not be difficult to see clearly. The Sphinx didn't say more, but directly spread his limbs and ran wildly. The passing tree was directly knocked to the ground under the crushing of its huge body. Seeing this, Cassandra subconsciously hugged Li Jianguo tightly. She had never been so close to the opposite sex, and her cheeks couldn't help but flush. Fortunately, the other party was facing away from her at this time, and did not see her abnormality. But as soon as this thought arose, Li Jianguo's slightly playful voice sounded in his ears. "Does my back feel safe?" "Who says who?" Cassandra suddenly trembled, and snorted arrogantly. "The body is full of sweat, and it stinks to death. You know what, it's called masculine." Li Jianguo pulled the corners of his mouth when he heard this. He really sweated a lot tonight. But then again, what brand of shower gel does this girl use? The fragrance lasts so long. Under the gallop of the Sphinx, the blood stains that came into view became denser and denser, and the tree protector Luo lying on Li Jianguo's body also neighed uneasily. Eventually, a lake came into view. "Over there," Li Jianguo suddenly whispered. "It's my friend. Oh, my God." The Sphinx also stopped abruptly, and a mournful cry came out of his mouth. "I saw that next to the dark lake, a white thing was falling to the ground and shining. Exactly an adult unicorn." Li Jianguo had never seen such a beautiful but miserable scene. The unicorn's legs were still in the position they were in when they fell, and they stretched out unnaturally. Its mane is spread over pitch-black fallen leaves. It's like a scattered piece of pearls. It seems to be breathing. Attentively, Cassandra noticed that the unicorn's neck was still undulating. When Li Jianguo heard this, he immediately jumped off the back of the Sphinx. He first looked around warily. Then he walked quickly to the unicorn and possessed him to check the injury. But immediately after that, his face became gloomy. "It's snake venom," Li Jianguo said in a deep voice, "and it has spread to the heart." The unicorn had a horrific wound on its neck. It's like being bitten and eaten by some vicious animal. The flesh and blood at the edge of the wound had begun to rot, and black blood was gushing out. "Can't save it. It might have been sooner." Li Jianguo took out a pill from his pocket and gently crushed the wound that was applied to the unicorn. Soon, the carrion at the edges turns back to a pink color at a speed visible to the naked eye. But this can only serve as a suspension. Let this beautiful creature remain as pure as possible before it dies. I saw the unicorn slowly open its eyes, and after seeing two humans beside him, its azure pupils immediately revealed a frightened expression. "Kasha, don't panic, they are kind people." The Sphinx spoke up comfortingly. He had already felt his old friend's life passing by rapidly, and his face was full of irrepressible sadness. The familiar voice eased the unicorn named Kasha. It struggled to straighten half of its body and managed to turn its head to look at a low bush not far away. There was an anxious hiss in his mouth. Li Jianguo could clearly feel the desolation and reluctance in his eyes. Could it be? Is it because of them? The Sphinx suddenly let out an exclamation. "Damn it! I should have thought of it a long time ago. If it weren't for that, you could have escaped." However, as soon as its words fell, a slicking sound suddenly came to mind. Then a hooded figure flashed from the shadows, crawling on the ground at great speed, rushing towards the bushes. "You don't want to hurt them." An extremely angry roar immediately came out of the Sphinx's mouth. In the next second, two green rays of light suddenly shot out from its eyes and bombarded the figure. Only to hear a loud bang, the green light went straight through a black fog that suddenly rose, leaving a deep hollow in the ground. The black mist swirled rapidly in the air, eventually condensing into a human form. "You bastard again!" A cold and harsh voice sounded, with irrepressible anger in his tone. However, what replied to him was a green lightning bolt. "Except for you." Quirrell, who was hiding in the black mist, was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously wanted to wave his staff to resist. But immediately after that, his master's anxious voice sounded in his ears. "Guard with the gods. Idiot." As a melon-gnawing veteran, Voldemort could not see that the green lightning root was not a weapon other than you, but Avitusso's life. But Quirrell had already been blindsided at this time. "Do you still need to use the god-calling guard to deal with a disarming spell?" Faced with such a stupid subordinate, Voldemort suddenly wanted to scold his mother in anger. "NND, this kid is so good at playing yin, why don't you come and join his Death Eater camp?" In desperation, he recovered some strength with the help of the unicorn's blood, so he had to temporarily leave Quirrell's body and turn into a thick fog with a hideous face in front of him. However, as soon as he blocked the first Avitusso's life, the wand in Li Jianguo's hand glowed green again. 1, 2, 6 consecutive green lightning bolts came one after another, causing Lao Fu to cry out in his heart. When will this spell still be sent repeatedly? Dumbledore's old immortal is not so outrageous, right? As an existence that fills Avitusso's life proficiency, Voldemort naturally knows how to deal with this spell. But I can't stand the other party coming so many times in a row. He had never felt so humiliated in his life, and the form that had been hard to condense had been beaten to pieces at this moment. Finally, with an unwilling roar, Voldemort's remaining soul turned into a violent wind and quickly withdrew Quirrell's body. It's just that before leaving, he was slapped with Avitusso again. This guy is really meticulous. Seeing Voldemort fleeing, Li Jianguo did not chase after him. At this stage, unless all the Horcruxes are destroyed, it is impossible to completely kill him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the target shock emotion and getting the system red reward. A system prompt sounds. Li Jianguo was not busy in vain. Unfortunately, the golden reward still did not drop. According to the strength of Lao Fu, it shouldn't be. It seems that he still has to find an opportunity to continue to scare him. Did that thing escape? The Sphinx spoke with some panic. In addition to seeing Lao Fu's soul state, it was also partly because of the green light that shot out of his eyes just now. When did you become so powerful? That black fog just now, shouldn't it be? Cassandra also looked at Li Jianguo with a frown. You guessed right, it was Voldemort. The latter directly said the name that made other wizards extremely fearful. Just now, this goods were beaten away by themselves. Say if there is anything wrong. Dare to come to yourself and specify that there is no good juice to eat without him. Hearing Li Jianguo's recovery, Cassandra was still surprised to grow her small mouth despite being prepared in her heart. First, it was because the mysterious man was really alive. The second is because, after hearing the system prompt sound, Li Jianguo was immediately overjoyed. He activated the red reward first. Then he acquired a talent called multitasking. Multitasking, the host's mental power is greatly enhanced, and it can be evenly dispersed while casting spells or other behaviors. Another unconscious talent. After reading the introduction, Li Jianguo's first reaction was to think of the quack school of left and right mutual combat. The system is not this abstract work once or twice, but according to experience, this talent should not be bad. It's a red reward after all. As for the purple reward that fell from Cassandra, he did not rush to open it, but saved it first. At this moment, the bush from before suddenly shook. Immediately after two white figures, they stumbled out of it. There was also a childish chirp in his mouth. "It's a little unicorn. It's so cute." Cassandra's eyes immediately lit up and exclaimed. Li Jianguo also looked over, and instantly understood why Cassandra, who had always paid attention to maintaining a cold image, was so gaff. Just because it's so beautiful. No, just because these two little guys are really cute. It seems that they have not been born for a long time, and they are almost 12 or 3 inches tall. The hair of juvenile unicorns is pure blonde and does not turn silvery white until they are about 2 years old. The petite body and innocent eyes make people look elegant and cute. Can be called a female killer. It's just that when I saw the two little guys coming to the dying unicorn, desperately rubbing their mother's body, and a mournful cry came out of their mouths. A trace of gloom flashed on Li Jianguo and Cassandra's faces at the same time. Is there really no way to save it? The girl looked over with hopeful eyes. Also looking over, there is the Sphinx. Li Jianguo could only sigh helplessly, and after a little hesitation, he walked to the unicorn and took out a snow-white pill that exuded a burst of fragrance. Eat it, it can temporarily stop your life from flowing. This is a rejuvenation pill that has not been successfully refined. But even so, the strong vitality contained in it is enough to extend the life of the dying unicorn. It just falls into a state of suspended animation. At the beginning, he consumed a lot of precious materials and came up with such a semi-finished product, which Li Jianguo originally planned to keep just in case. He prides himself on not being a virgin, but he is still soft-hearted for now. Maybe everything is fate. When the unicorn heard this, his eyes showed gratitude, and he gently opened his mouth and rolled the pill into it with his tongue. In the next second, an exuberant vitality spread along its body. But soon, it felt a rush of exhaustion all around it. Before closing his eyes again, the unicorn looked at Li Jianguo with pleading eyes. "Don't worry, I'll take care of them for you, until the day I find a way to wake you up," Li Jianguo said softly. Hearing this, the unicorn finally closed his eyes relieved and fell into a coma. "Thank you." The Sphinx walked to Li Jianguo's side, slowly knelt down, and said with a sincere expression, "I will keep my promise and be loyal to you henceforth." "Master. It's good that you and I get along as friends." The title of master sounds obedient, Li Jianguo said while smiling while reaching out to tease the little unicorn. The two little guys also seemed to realize that it was the human in front of them who saved their mother's life, and immediately rubbed Li Jianguo's palm with their necks affectionately. "Can I touch them too?" Cassandra on the side was eager to try, like a girl who wanted to pet a cat. As soon as the words fell, a small unicorn ran to her feet and bounced back and forth. Seeing the scene, Cassandra still had some reserve, and immediately bent down to pick up the little one, stroking the silky hair with her left hand. "Good fellow, can you be a little more reserved? It's a shame on your unicorn race." Looking at the little unicorn that was so comfortable in Cassandra's arms that it squinted and made a cute cry, Li Jianguo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Although in the story, simple and kind unicorns are often seduced by the charming body fragrance of pure girls, but you are also tempted too quickly. Thinking of this, Li Jianguo suddenly got up and walked to Cassandra, picked up one of the legs of the little unicorn and glanced at it. "Wait, there is no long basket? Is it a mother's? What are you doing?" Cassandra gently patted Li Jianguo's strange big hand and gave him a delicate look, and the little unicorn also let out a cry of grievance, and shrunk into the girl's arms with some fear. Early the next morning, Li Jianguo skipped class and came to Lingtian. What he didn't expect was that Cassandra came earlier than him. At this time, he was squatting in the bud rice field to feed two small unicorns. It seems that the two little guys are adjusting well. Li Jianguo smiled and walked to the girl's side, and as soon as he stood on his feet, several protective tree luopots rushed to him, crawling around mischievously. Before returning to the dormitory last night, he and Cassandra took these magical animals out of the forbidden forest. To ensure that they were not discovered by outsiders, Li Jianguo also learned a concealment spell from the Sphinx, casting a spell on an area of Lingtian. "That guy, I shouldn't have found here." Looking at the two innocent and lively little unicorns, Cassandra got up and asked with some concern. "He didn't dare in a short time." Li Jianguo smiled gently. The blood of a unicorn, although it can help him prolong his life, it is also accompanied by curses. To save his own life, he slaughtered a pure life. From the moment he drank the blood, he was already in a half-dead state. not to mention that he beat me with a hammer. But he's not going to just give up, is he? Cassandra wrinkled her brows. She had already seen the man's near-immortal vitality and the resentful soul. We have an old saying in Nagata, soldiers come to cover the water. Li Jianguo shrugged. Instead of thinking about this all day, it's better to think about what to eat at noon today. You learned the essence of Hufflepuff. Cassandra rolled her eyes playfully when she heard this. At this time, there was a commotion in the bud field not far away, followed by a figure more than half a meter tall who stumbled out of it. Stop fighting, isn't it just? The thing covered its head and let out a cry of pain in its mouth, and several large bags were smashed out of its head. It's just that when it saw Li Jianguo, it immediately crouched down and said respectfully, "Here you are, master." Li Jianguo nodded. It seems that you don't get along well with the neighbors. The strange creature in front of him, which looked like a mixture of a lion and a big yellow dog, was none other than the Sphinx who had declared his allegiance to him last night. At that time, this cargo insisted on following Li Jianguo out of the dense forest, but the latter felt that its size was too eye-catching and decisively refused. Who knew that the Sphinx immediately transformed into a ruthless job in front of him, shrinking into his current appearance? Even that human face was covered with animal hair. Although it still looks ugly, at least it is not so conspicuous. At the same time, it also made Li Jianguo a little impressed by this guy again. In addition to the previous ability to shoot lasers from the eyes, it seems that the other party still has a lot of potential. And not, as recorded in the book, there is no threat to the enemy except for being bigger. It's clear that they're not friendly enough. The Sphinx said with some grievances, "That little guy who likes to run around in the dirt set my tail on fire last night while I was asleep. How's Kasha?" Li Jianguo smiled and asked. She slept peacefully, and even the naughtiest little guy didn't bother her. At the mention of his old friend, the Sphinx immediately leaked a smile. The naughty little guy in his mouth knows without thinking that he is the trick-or-treating ginseng doll. When they brought the unicorn Kasha here last night, the little thing had been hiding not far away and peeking curiously. In addition, the creature of the unicorn is originally a natural elf and the like. It is not surprising that ginseng dolls will have a crush on them. It is even said that the life energy contained in this little thing can also help Kasha's recovery. In the next few days, Li Jianguo basically connected the line between the school and Lingtian. Occasionally, I go to the Forbidden Forest to collect materials for magical creatures. During this time, Hagrid once complained to him that on the third day of Li Jianguo's first visit to the Forbidden Forest, he and Harry found the body of another unicorn. Presumably, Lao Fu suffered a lot of injuries that time, so he used unicorn blood again to recover. That afternoon, Li Jianguo carried the newly made Dan furnace as usual to prepare for potions class. As a result, he ran into Harry and Ron walking dejectedly. He was just about to say hello when he saw Ron jerk his head up, a flash of light in his eyes. Immediately after that, he was pulled aside. "Jianguo, we are good friends," Ron asked hopefully. "It's the iron you often say in your mouth." "Yes." Li Jianguo nodded a little confused. "Why do you suddenly ask this? Is there anything else that can't pass the exam?" Li Jianguo was stunned and scratched his head. "Is that just a brain?" Harry and Ron looked at each other. "I wanted to be unable to beat this kid, and I had to have a midnight duel of 3. I mean, the kind that doesn't have to be brained." Ron continued to ask tactfully, "It's okay to cheat, as long as we make sure we don't get caught." "Are you sure?" Li Jianguo looked at the two with some suspicion. "This is a technical job. Just forget about cheating." Harry was stared at a little weakly. He also knew in his heart that he and Ron had never had much technology in terms of technology. Otherwise, he would not have been caught by Filch a few days ago when he was making trouble, and he was sent to patrol the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. In fact, Harry's studies are still okay, especially the defense against the dark arts class. It's just that he has been disturbed by things related to the Philosopher's Stone these days, especially after seeing that strange figure in the Forbidden Forest. As for Ron, that's proper scum. Actually, it's not that the sister has a way. At this time, Li Jianguo suddenly spoke. "This is a must-have skill for our candidates." "What method?" As soon as Ron heard the play, he hurriedly asked. "This method scores the situation." Li Jianguo touched his chin and said slowly, "If there is a problem with the formula, it is basically blind. After all, I don't believe a number wrong about that thing. But when it comes to theoretical questions and answers, that's another story. Even if you don't know anything, you can compile it according to reference questions and materials, and if you can't do it, you can copy the problem. Remember, the most important thing is to fill the answer area. In this way, even if the professors know that you were beating around, they will give you points for how much you were busy for half a day. But that's not enough." Ron was stunned to hear it, but he always felt that there was a hint of truth in what the other party said. This is not the focus. The most room for play is the choice question. Li Jianguo smiled mysteriously. "There is a trick in our place." "What's the trick?" Ron and Harry said in unison, their clear eyes revealing a thirst for knowledge. "Remembered Ha. Li Jianguo cleared his throat, and then chanted quickly. 3 long and 1 short selection is the shortest, 3 short and 1 long selection is the longest, 2 games and 2 short choices choose B, and the same length and short choose A. The length is different, choose D, uneven, C is invincible. Wait, Ron suddenly pulled out a notebook and quill pen. You say it again, I'll make a note. Is this going to work? Harry Potter was suspicious. Yes, okay. Li Jianguo raised his eyebrows when he heard this. This is the precious treasure that countless examens of our Dragon Kingdom seniors have exchanged for blood and tears. You actually asked me if I could do it. As soon as these words came out, Harry Potter's heart suddenly surged with a sense of guilt. After all, people selflessly teach themselves the long-standing exam curse of their country, and he should not give back with skepticism. Seeing Harry showing a self-reflective look, Li Jianguo continued with satisfaction. Of course, if you are worried that you will not be able to remember the exam nervously, you can consider casting silver or rolling dice. Remember to bring a square eraser. But this kind of metaphysical thing, you can only believe the results of the first time. That's Merlin's gift to you. Got it. The two nodded vigorously. Especially Ron, looking at Li Jianguo's gaze is tantamount to regenerating parents. On the day the test scores were announced, Li Jianguo did not look at his results. After all, for him at this time, it is not all that is, disrespect for the system. Cassandra also did not go, but sat on the stone again to read. It is a book about unicorn breeding. This girl is also a proper student, except for Hermione and Li Jianguo. It is almost rare to find an opponent in the entire Hogwarts. Isn't that Harry Potter and Ron Weasley from Gryffindor? At this time, Cassandra suddenly raised her head and looked into the distance. Why did the two look very angry? He was also carrying 2 sticks in his hands. As a result, as soon as her words fell, Li Jianguo, who was still fertilizing the ground, suddenly remembered the cold prompt sound of the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the target anger and getting the purple reward once. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the target anger and getting the blue reward. Li Jianguo's face changed instantly, and he muttered in his mouth. Can't. Could it be that the occult power of the East can also be subjugated to the West? What did you say? Cassandra wondered. Nothing. Li Jianguo got up and scratched his head and said that. They look for me in a moment, and you say I haven't come to the field for a while. Harry and Ron finally found an opportunity to stop Li Jianguo between classes the next day. You listen to my quibbles. Ah no, listen to me. Around the corner of the corridor, Li Jianguo said with an embarrassed smile while looking at the menacing two. My sister thought of this trick, and he would be difficult to make it when he came to England. I'm disappointed in you, Jianguo, Harry said with a resentful expression. That's right. Ron nodded vigorously. We believe in you so much. If it weren't for the practical test of a few subjects, I would have had to spend this Christmas in school to make up exams. Wouldn't that be better? Faced with Harry Potter's complaints, Li Jianguo suddenly spoke. The former was stunned. Yes, if I stay in school to make up for the exam, can't I go back to my aunt's later? Why didn't I think of it at the time? Don't let him divert the subject. Ron was rarely clever and reminded, in short, Jianguo, you have hurt us miserably this time. Say, what the hell do you want me to do? Li Jianguo tugged at the corners of his mouth. He had long guessed that these two guys came prepared. What exam almost failed? It's just an excuse. Harry and Ron looked at each other, and then said with joy on their faces, we just wanted to ask you for a small favor. Harry said, this is a breeze for you. Isn't it going to let me sneak into that secret room with you? How do you know? The two said in unison. No one but Hermione knows about our planned trip to the Chamber of Secrets. Did she tell you in advance? Can I say that's what it was written in the original? Li Jianguo secretly complained in his heart, but shook his head on the surface. She didn't tell me about it, I guessed it myself. We suspect that someone has learned from Hagrid's mouth how to get through the first door. At this time, Hermione walked over holding the book and said softly at the same time, so, just today, it's very likely that that person will go to the secret room to steal what is hidden inside. It's either Snape or Voldemort. Harry added, so we plan to sneak in early tonight and get that thing in hand. You just said that the Philosopher's Stone, didn't you get it? Li Jianguo pouted, it's so mysterious. You know that? This time, the three people exclaimed in unison. I guess. How can you guess that? The three of them suddenly rolled their eyes wordlessly. They can already see that this guy in front of them must have known something for a long time. In short, this matter is very important. Harry continued in a deep voice, if Snape or Voldemort himself gets the Philosopher's Stone, the consequences are unimaginable. Not even Hogwarts will exist. So, we need your help to build a nation. For Li Jianguo's strength, Harry Potter can be said to be very impressed. It can be said that looking at the entire first-year freshman, there is no longer a second, more outstanding wizard. What's more, the other party also has many strange and powerful means. And Hermione and Ron also looked at Li Jianguo with the same hope. Why don't you go to Old Deng? Forward, is it Headmaster Dumbledore? Li Jianguo scratched his head and asked rhetorically. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, even without him, several people will finally solve things perfectly with the aura of Harry Potter's protagonist. With him or without him, it is actually the same. There is a lively kung fu. It is better to continue to go back to refining his new furnace. We thought so too. Harry smiled bitterly and said, but Professor McGonagall told us that Headmaster Dumbledore has left today. It is said that the Ministry of Magic sent the new economic construction and immediately let him fly to London. Hearing this, Li Jianguo suddenly frowned. There seems to be such a thing in the original book. But as it seems now, it should be the old Fu gang who informed his lurking minions in the Ministry of Magic and made such a show. Otherwise, there is such a rush in the world? Anyway, I'm going to go through the trapdoor tonight anyway. Seeing Li Jianguo fall silent, Harry thought that he was scared because of the matter involving Voldemort. So he said in a resolute tone, Voldemort killed my parents, a hatred I will never forget. So even at the risk of being expelled or even dying, I will prevent him from being resurrected. If you're not going to join us, please don't tell anyone about it for your friend's sake. After that, he glanced at Ron and Hermione, turned around and prepared to leave. Since the exam was completed, the Hufflepuff students visibly relaxed. They gathered around the lounge and began to hold a banquet to celebrate the end of the exam. Everyone pulled out their usual snacks or mailed them at home. The house elves who have a good relationship with the Badger House also make various delicacies from the kitchen and put them on the table. However, the most popular dish among them is the Longguo hot pot popularized from Li Jianguo. Since some students tried this delicacy, the charm of hot pot has spread in this academy, especially the little badgers who love food. In order to expand the variety of pot ingredients, they have almost tried to add all kinds of meat or magic plants that they can access in the past. Cedric once put a bunch of jumping umbrella bacteria into a pot and boiled them. As a result, he was hallucinating for 3 days in a row. According to him, he only thought he had become a rabbit, and he saw the outside of the tower's windowsill as a meadow, and almost jumped. But even so, it can't stop these snackers from exploring this delicious food. This directly led to Snape and Professor Sprout giving another lesson to the students of the Badger House. There is always a strong smell of rice. The former had tried to resist, but later found that compared to Li Jianguo's various strange smells that were tossed out from time to time because of alchemy, on the contrary, Ika gradually became his acceptable range. After learning the reason, the latter even studied it with the students of his own college with great interest. As a result, some time ago, Li Jianguo also heard Professor Sprout complaining to Professor McGonagall, saying that she had gained a lot of weight recently. The banquet lasted until late at night. It wasn't until Filch's impatient warning knock came from outside the door that everyone returned to their respective dormitories. Inside the room, Li Jianguo's 2 roommates fell asleep early because they ate a stomach of food. He himself sat on the bed and synthesized all the rewards accumulated during this time. After some operation, Li Jianguo finally got 4 red rewards. He activated it without thinking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the reward and obtaining the ancient magic, the Hydra Flame. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the reward, obtaining talented, toxic antibodies, advanced. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the reward and obtaining the talent the world, beginner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the reward and obtaining the item, Meru Treasure Jade. 4 reward prompts sounded in Li Jianguo's mind. It's just that when he heard the third, Li Jianguo was obviously stunned. Good guys, the system is also a Joe Cook. It turns out that this talent, called the world, is almost the same as Dio's stand-in ability. It's just that because it's a junior, it's far less perverted. Li Jianguo tried it and found that he could only pause for 3 seconds. This number feels somewhat unlucky. And according to the introduction, it can only be used up to 4 times a day, each time with a cooldown period of 3 hours. Toxic antibodies, as the name suggests, can make Li Jianguo immune to most toxins. As for the ancient magic called the Hydra Flame, it was an extremely powerful fire spell. The destructive power is far beyond the fire spells used by ordinary wizards, and the piece of Meru Jade that was finally obtained, judging from the introduction, was a material used to practice space-like magic weapons. It's not of much use yet. After sorting out the rewards, Li Jianguo looked up at the wall clock. It was estimated that Harry's side was almost ready to sneak out. So he cast a phantom spell on himself, deftly rolled over and got out of bed, and left the dormitory. The chamber is located in the corridor on the 4th floor. When Li Jianguo arrived, he found Peeves floating in the air and looking around, as if looking for something. The corners of his mouth suddenly lifted, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Long time no see, Peeves." Peeves' body suddenly trembled. This voice is all too familiar to him. It was the Hufflepuff freshman who was even more terrifying than Barrow the Bloody Hand. In an instant, the terrifying repetition of the other party experimenting with various spells on himself flooded into Peeves' mind. I saw him trembling and asking, "You are so late, how can you still have leisure to come out for a walk? Also, why can't I see where you are? You have too many words." Li Jianguo deliberately pretended to be dissatisfied. "I must have my reasons for doing this. Why, do you want to help me experiment with newly researched spells?" Of course not. When Peeves heard this, his body suddenly trembled, and he almost fell out of the air. "I'm sorry, sir, I disturbed you, I'll leave." Wait. Who knew that Li Jianguo suddenly stopped him? "I don't want anyone else to know about tonight's matter, otherwise I still have 100 charms waiting for you to experience." Yes. Peeves immediately froze and shouted. Then he fled for his life and turned into a wisp of cold wind and disappeared without a trace. Fantastic. Founding. Harry suddenly pulled off part of his invisibility cloak and smiled at Li Jianguo. "I didn't expect Peeves to be so afraid of you. I originally planned to pretend to be Bloody Barrow to scare him away. To be precise, the ghosts of the entire Hogwarts are afraid of the founding of the kingdom." Hermione also smiled with a small head. She had already heard a little about Li Jianguo chasing various ghosts around in the corridor and trying to put yellow charms on their faces. The fat lady in charge of guarding the entrance to the Gryffindor common room would scream and run away even if the other party just passed by. "It's called fighting poison with poison." Li Jianguo grinned and said, "Well, now is not the time to rip up. Hurry up and hide it so that others don't detect it." A few seconds later, several people arrived at the door of the secret room. By this time, the door had opened a crack. Snape should have passed Luffy smoothly. Harry frowned. "We've got to hurry." With that, he pushed the door open. In an instant, a low bark reached the ears of several people. I saw that the three-headed big dog named Lu Wei, although he couldn't see them, was twitching wildly with his three noses in the direction where several people were. "There's a harp at its feet," Hermione whispered. "I brought a flute that should be able to put him to sleep." Harry heard this and pulled out a flute. It was a gift from Hagrid for Christmas. Who knows before he has time to play? The three of them saw Li Jianguo suddenly appear and greeted Lu Wei with a smile. "Long time no see, Iron Juice." The next scene that made the three of Harry drop their jaws happened. I saw that the fierce-looking three-headed dog actually whimpered, as if seeing a ghost, and shrunk towards the corner. The two huge front paws even covered the crotch quite humanely. "It seems weak and helpless. It's this human being." At that time, it was he who fed himself that strange powder, causing his lifeline to swell for a week. I should have asked about the terrible smell on him a long time ago. "You guys go first," Li Jianguo said to Harry, who was still in a state of confusion. "Don't worry, it won't hurt you, right?" The last sentence he said to Luffy. "The smile is very nucleus." And the latter desperately nodded at those three huge dog heads. Behind Lewis was a pitch-black hole. Several people went down, but as soon as they landed, they were attacked by the vines of the Devil's Net. Harry and Ron were directly bound into midair. Fortunately, Li Jianguo directly used his magic staff to summon a flame, forcing the vine back and saving the two. "It's good to have you." Hermione looked at Li Jianguo with great admiration. Without this boy, their progress tonight would not have gone so smoothly. "It's a little early to say, and there are still some troubles ahead." Li Jianguo smiled when he heard this. P.S. The last chapter before it was put on the shelf, to be honest, the author June was a little panicked, and I don't know how many readers are still reading it. If there are any, please also vote for some small flowers, or evaluate and vote for support, so that you can have a bottom in your heart. Harry Potter shouted after getting up from the ground, pointing to a stone corridor on the right. At the same time, he also felt a pain in the scar on his forehead. "Did you hear anything?" Ron suddenly whispered. "Could it be some kind of ghost?" Hermione's body trembled when she heard this, and she leaned closer to Li Jianguo's side. "Whatever it is, the ship to the bridgehead is naturally straight." Li Jianguo smiled and took the lead in walking towards the stone corridor. It didn't take long for a bright light to appear in the sight of several people. A brightly lit room came into view. Above is a high vaulted ceiling, and countless birds as bright as jewels fly around the room. At the end is a heavy wooden door. The door was locked, and after Li Jianguo checked it, he found that a spell had been applied on it. If you rashly use brute force to destroy, it will definitely directly cause the person who fills this level to receive induction. Of course, common spells such as Araho Donkai to pick the door and slip the lock must have been expected by people for a long time. It's useless at all. Those are not birds. At this moment, Harry suddenly pointed to the roof and shouted, "It's the key. These birds are the keys with wings." When Li Jianguo heard this, he glanced up, and sure enough, he saw the bodies of those flying birds under the colorful light. "In that case, we have to get them down." Hermione frowned, "But there are hundreds of them. It doesn't have to be that troublesome." Li Jianguo smiled slightly. "I brought a little guy over." I saw him raise his arm and whistle. Immediately, a little guy who looked like a plant vine crawled out of his sleeve. "It's the Shushuluo cauldron." Hermione exclaimed, "You actually have such a pet." It's my friend, to be exact. Li Jianguo gently stroked the Shushaluo pot and chuckled. Go ahead. The little one nodded when he heard this, and then gently jumped on the wooden door, climbed to the keyhole and put his arm in. After a few seconds, I heard a soft click, and the crack in the door began to reveal a gap back. There was an instant cheer from Harry's 3 people. Li Jianguo, on the other hand, calmly held the doorknob and pushed the door open. The next room was pitch black, and 5 fingers could not be seen. But as soon as several people stepped into the room, lights suddenly lit up around them, showing a shocking scene. They found that they were standing on a huge checkerboard hill, and in front of it were black stone chess pieces, which were more than 3 meters high. Correspondingly, there is a white chess piece directly opposite. The strange thing is that these chess pieces have no facial features on their faces, but no matter how many people move, their faces seem to follow closely. This scene made the other 3 except Li Jianguo tremble with fear. What's next? Harry was the first to ask Li Jianguo, while Hermione and Ron also looked over. Unconsciously, they all took this boy from the Dragon Kingdom as the leader of this temporary squad. Of course, just break in. Li Jianguo smiled lightly and moved his wrist twice. Just break in? Ron suddenly opened his mouth in surprise. But how do I think it's for us to act as pawns? As he spoke, he secretly glanced at the Black Knight pawn closest to him. After the other party noticed Ron's line of sight, it immediately seemed to have life, and the black horses furiously gouged the soil on the ground with their hooves. Seeing this, Ron immediately swallowed his saliva in fear. He didn't think he could deal with so many big guys, just a few of them. It doesn't have to be that troublesome. Li Jianguo waved his hand, then jumped and rushed to a white knight directly opposite at an extremely fast speed. Taking advantage of the gap before this guy could react, he directly reached out and held the torso of the spear in the opponent's hand and snatched it down with brute force. Bang! The other 3 only felt a loud noise in their ears. Immediately after, I saw that the white knight was directly smashed by Li Jianguo with a sweep with a spear. In front of him, this human being is so unaware of martial virtue and engages in sucking. A group of white riders also ignored the rules and rushed over. So, under the dull and shocked gazes of Harry, Li Jianguo flexibly shuttled through the siege of many chess pieces, and solved all these chess pieces like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Highlight a big brick fly. After 2 or 3 minutes, the other half of the pieces were only scattered pieces of stone. It's over. Li Jianguo patted the dust on his hands, turned his head and showed a bright smile to the 3 people behind him. Is he sure he's a wizard? Ron muttered with a dull expression. I once read in books that there is a special kind of wizard in the Dragon Kingdom, who specializes in cultivating his own flesh. Hermione was equally shocked. Jianguo, he should not have studied with this kind of wizard. I think the best decision I have made so far in my life is to let him help us, Harry Potter said with a happy face. From breaking into the secret room to now, the whole process can be said to be Li Jianguo's personal show. And the 3 of them, in addition to causing some trouble, were just responsible for cheering and shouting 666 behind them. What are you doing there? Facing the few people standing in place, Li Jianguo said with some doubts, I just saw that the king's pawn had broken marks on it. It is estimated that someone has already rushed ahead of us. Hearing this, Harry immediately recovered from his shock. That's right, now is not the time to chat in a daze. Next, the group came to the gate of a mountain again. As soon as the door was opened, a disgusting stench came in. Several people subconsciously lifted their clothes to block their noses. At the same time, I also felt that the smell was somewhat familiar. It's a troll, Li Jianguo said softly. I saw that not far from them, there was the corpse of a troll. This guy was a little bigger than the one he met on Halloween and was lying motionless on the floor. There was also a large bloody lump on the head. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. It's just that its skin reveals a bit of abnormal gray-white. It was as if someone had drained his soul before he died. It seems that someone solved it in advance, Li Jianguo sneered, knowing who did this good deed without thinking. Then they moved on to the next door. There was nothing terrible in this room, but only a table with 7 bottles of different shapes. This should be Snape's place, Harry said quietly. At this time, he had deduced that these levels were all laid down by several professors based on the situation in the previous rooms. The original Devil's Net corresponds to Professor Sprout, who taught herbology. The flying keys that resemble birds were conjured up by Phileas. And the moving chess pieces, except for Professor McGonagall, who is good at transfiguration, can't think of anyone else who can do it. As for the trolls I met just now, it is estimated that it is Quirrell, who teaches defense against the dark arts. The current potion was undoubtedly Snape's handiwork. He simply betrayed Headmaster Dumbledore's trust. Ron muffled with some anger, using what he made himself as the last defense. It was too easy for him to get through. It's useless to say that now. Hermione first glanced at Li Jianguo, then walked towards the table. As a result, as soon as she approached the wooden table, a purple flame suddenly appeared around her, trapping several people in the middle. there's a piece of parchment. Hermione was startled at first, then pointed to a roll of paper on the table. After spreading it out, it was covered with dense text. 3 of these 7 bottles are poison. After Hermione finished reading the text, she wrinkled her brows and said, there are 2 more bottles that allow us to return through the flames and back, but how can we guess where the 2 bottles are right? Ron wondered, in case it's poison, we're not finished. As a result, as soon as his words fell, he caught a glimpse of Li Jianguo picking up a bottle and preparing to put it in his mouth. Wait. Seeing this, Hermione hurriedly said, give me some time and I can crack it. It doesn't have to be that troublesome. Li Jianguo raised his head and drank a sip of the potion, and pursed his lips by the way. This is poison, a little peanut oil. You're not poisoned? Harry was once again shocked by Li Jianguo's behavior. Could it be that it's really peanut oil in disguise? It was Snape's guy who deliberately put it together to scare the intruders. I'm better digested. The corners of Li Jianguo's mouth raised. After speaking, he picked up another bottle and poured it into his mouth. With toxic antibodies, he was not afraid of these poisons refined by Snape at all. In addition to the strange taste, it is basically no different from drinking water. After 7 bottles in a row, Li Jianguo shivered and then pointed to one of the bottles and said, this one lets us in, and the other lets us out. But what? Harry asked. I accidentally got big under my mouth just now. Li Jianguo scratched his head a little embarrassed. Now the remaining portion is only enough for 1 person to drink. This bottle looks quite heavy. Who knows that there is not much medicine in it at all? Why did this guy Snape still search? Hearing this, Hermione was the first to speak, then I'll opt out first. And me. Ron echoed. Both of them knew in their hearts that what they would face next was probably much more dangerous than those they had encountered before. And among the 4 people at the moment, the strength of the 2 of them is the weakest, and it will only drag them down if they don't get it right in the past. It's up to you next. Hermione suddenly walked up to Li Jianguo and hugged him gently. Please be sure to keep Harry safe. The reason why she said this was out of trust in Li Jianguo's strength. But Harry was different, and Hermione wasn't sure if the other party could work miracles again. You are an amazing wizard. I believe you can bring him back safely. Don't worry. Li Jianguo nodded with a smile, turned around and walked into the flames. Harry, on the other hand, took a deep look at the 2 friends, drank the potion and followed. Then he entered the last room. At this time, in addition to Li Jianwei, there was another person inside. But not the Snape he had always suspected, not even Voldemort. It's the defense against magic teacher, Quirrell. I knew you damn guy was going to come and stir things up. I only heard Quirrell say to Li Jianguo with hatred. He had a lot of bruises on his face, and it was clear that he hadn't been doing well lately. Then there is no way. Who makes you always want to make trouble? Li Jianguo shrugged his shoulders and said with a contemptuous smile, but let the guy behind your head come out and talk to me. I know you're a puppet. Hearing this, not only Harry felt a little surprised. Even Quirrell had a look of horror on his face. So you already knew, he said with a gloomy face. No wonder you always like to hit me on the head. How else to say you tiger? Li Jianguo pouted. Just the disgusting smell on his body, you can smell it all over the world. After hearing Li Jianguo's words, Harry Potter only felt like someone poured ice water in front of him. The biting cold swept through the whole body in an instant. You actually dare to call the great master by his name? Quirrell shouted in a shrill voice. Don't bark. You're noisy to my ears. Li Jianguo rolled his eyes and plucked his ears. To be honest, this guy's voice is really ugly, like a male duck being pinched by the neck and forced out of some sound. All right, Quirrell. At this time, a cold and hoarse voice suddenly sounded in the room. Let me talk to this kid. Quirrell's body trembled, his pupils full of fear of this voice, and then he bent down and said respectfully, yes, my master. I saw him raise his hand and untie the scarf on the head of 400, revealing a small surprisingly head, and then slowly turned around in place. In Quirrell, where it should have been the back of his head, he had a gray-white and hideous face, and his red eyes were shining with evil. Below are 2 elongated nostrils like snakes. It turns out that there is no nose at this time, Li Jianguo thought secretly. So how does he usually blow his nose? Thinking of this, Li Jianguo seemed to understand why Quirrell's turban always had a disgusting strange smell. Harry Potter. Lao Fu said as if in a whisper, revealing a mouth of big yellow teeth that I don't know how many years have not been brushed. I thought it was you who would make me feel tricky, but I didn't expect it to be this kid. Saying that, Voldemort's face turned to Li Jianguo very flexibly. It's just that this process is like a fat slime casting guyong, and there is an indescribable nausea. I am really surprised by your talent, and you also have the purest wizard blood flowing in your body. Listening to what you mean by this, you don't want me to mess with you, right? When Li Jianguo heard this, the corners of his mouth tugged. And the purest wizard blood, who to fool? The 8 generations of their ancestors are all standard proletarian peasants, and the standard old Dongbage in black soil banner. Smart. An evil smile appeared on Voldemort's face. You also see what I look like now. Only shadows and billions of souls remain, and I can only have a body when I share a body with others. But that doesn't mean I don't have a chance to make a comeback. Speaking of this, his expression became a little disgusted. But I was forced to possess this idiot. Master. Quirrell suddenly spoke with some grievance. Shut your mouth. Voldemort snorted coldly. If it weren't for you stupid guys sabotaging my plans one after another, I would have created a brand new body with the power of the Philosopher's Stone by now. Li Jianguo noticed that Quirrell's body trembled a few times, and quietly glanced at him with an extremely resentful look. But you're different. Voldemort drew his gaze back to Li Jianguo and smiled. You are the most gifted wizard I have ever seen besides me. And pure blood. As long as you choose to be loyal to me, then I will share everything I have with you, including the supreme power that rules the entire wizarding world. The pattern has opened. Hearing this, Li Jianguo once thought that standing in front of him was the man who had held a pyramid scheme conference in Paris. It's quite tempting to hear you say that. He scratched his cheek. Jianguo. Harry suddenly looked flustered. He had long heard that Voldemort was very good at demagoguery. Should he build a state? Then do you pay 5 insurances and 1 housing fund? Hearing this, Voldemort's noseless face suddenly showed a puzzled expression. What is 5 insurances and 1 housing fund? Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Look at your expression, the designation will not be handed over. Li Jianguo pouted. Then the white blind pull, what kind of calf? Who wouldn't draw a pie? For this old Deng's nonsense, he will not believe half a word. Think about what the men of this goods are mixed up into. Either they turned into eggless rats or went on to study in Azkaban, even when he was the most proud. Those who follow him are often assigned outrageous performance goals, and they can't achieve it. A standard street lamp pendant 0. You're looking for your own death. Voldemort also realized at this time that the little devil in front of him was deliberately playing tricks on himself. The blood pressure popped up. Oh yes, he doesn't have blood pressure right now. In short, he was very angry, and the consequences were serious. This little bastard has repeatedly spoiled his good deeds. The most important thing is, he dared to hit his own nostrils. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the target anger and receiving an orange reward. It's finally here. It's not easy. Li Jianguo finally waited for the second orange treasure chest in his life. But does this also mean that Lao Fu's inner anger for himself has almost broken through the critical point? Sure enough, he only listened to the other party's hoarse roar. Quirrell, give me your body. Body? Quirrell's body suddenly trembled wildly when he heard this. He already had a guess in his mind what would come next, but he did not dare to resist, because the one who made this request was a demon who could take his life at any time. How? Are you hesitating? Voldemort's voice had begun to become more gloomy and impatient. Nope, can't. Quirrell returned to his usual stammering appearance. He said in a trembling voice, I would like to, willing to dedicate everything, my master. So as soon as the words fell, his body suddenly froze 5.5 and fell straight to the ground. What's the situation? Li Jianguo's eyes widened when he saw this. I was blinded by the work of the two of them. Why do you say it? I won't touch porcelain here. Be careful. Suddenly, Harry Potter behind him shouted in horror. At the same time, a black shadow pounced on Li Jianguo at an extremely fast speed, opening its teeth and biting his neck. After more than 10 seconds, the voice of the 9-headed giant snake turned into black smoke and dissipated. The lightning also stopped. Calm was restored in the room. That man, Toru, is it completely dead? Harry Potter is still in a state of terror. Fang Cai's big battle has far exceeded his imagination. And the Dark Lord who has been almost omnipotent among other people since he learned about the existence of the wizarding world. I was defeated by my own students in the same grade. I don't know. Li Jianguo's face was a little pale at this time. He slowly walked to the foundation of a statue and sat down, panting heavily. Fang Cai patronized Chuang, but he didn't expect that ancient magic consumed so much mana, plus the dozen or so 5 thunder spells in the back. Although it is drawn in advance, it also requires a lot of magic to activate. Coming and going, it directly tired him and stood up. However, regarding whether Lao Fu was completely killed by himself, Li Jianguo's heart was really bottomless. The 5 thunder curses can indeed hurt souls, especially this kind of soul that is very evil in itself, but subject to his own spellmaking skills, as well as the ability of the goods to survive. Li Jianguo always felt that the probability was not large. While thinking, a sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came. Immediately after that, several figures poured into the room. Professor McGonagall was led by the deans of the other 3 houses. Jianguo, Harry, Hermione and Ron exclaimed and quickly ran in front of the two. When she saw Li Jianguo's pale complexion, Hermione couldn't help but cover her mouth, and tears flashed in her eyes. She had never seen the boy in front of her look so weak. Don't worry, I'm fine. Li Jianguo smiled and said, it's just a little tired. Saying that, he quietly glanced at Professor McGonagall, who were still inspecting the scene behind him. Why are they here? It's Professor Snape, Hermione whispered back. We all blamed him. He just noticed something strange before, so he rushed to inform Professor McGonagall. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall came over with a gloomy face. Do you know how serious the consequences of this are? Even if you are lucky enough not to encounter life danger, you will be expelled from school later. When she said this, her tone was obviously a little sad. After all, in Minerva's eyes, these children are quite honest and excellent wizards, and their future is limitless. And 3 others are from her academy. But school rules are school rules after all. It's Voldemort. At this time, Harry, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. He possessed Quirrell and broke into the place to try to snatch the Philosopher's Stone. As soon as these words came out, the 4 professors all looked surprised. Harry is right, we even thought it was Professor Snape at first, Ron echoed, but when he said this, he glanced at Snape with some embarrassment. This is indeed Quirrell's turban. Snape snorted coldly, but still held a fragment of a turban and said in a deep voice, as for that person, what do you think he is? His eyes glanced contemptuously back and forth between Harry Potter and Li Jianguo. Just by you 2 first-year freshmen, don't talk about beating him off. You should thank Merlin for surviving safely. Especially you, the famous Mr. Potter. You don't think that the God of Luck will have a soft spot for you. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Severus, back then. Professor McGonagall seemed to have something to say. Instead, Harry interrupted. It was the founding of the country, it was Voldemort who he defeated, and I only played a role in dragging my feet in it. When he said this, Harry's expression was obviously a little lost. From the moment he entered the Leaky Cauldron bar, he was regarded as a savior by the people around him, and he was once immersed in the respect that this fame brings. After all, this was something Harry had never experienced since he was a child. But now it seems that when he really faces Voldemort, he is not as amazing as he says. You mean him? Hearing this, Snape's expression became even more disdainful. A guy who can only cook in my class and toss what he calls alchemy? Oh, can you speak? Li Jianguo was immediately unhappy when he heard this. What is cooking and so-called alchemy? That's called academic research, you know? Okay, let's not argue. At this time, the head of Ravenclaw, Phileas, spoke up. There are indeed traces of black magic in this vicinity. There are even 2 spells that I have never known before, but are absolutely powerful. So I don't think these 2 kids are exactly lying. Besides, you also noticed Quirrell's abnormality, didn't you? Severus. In response, Snape only snorted softly and did not speak again. In fact, he knows everything in his heart. After all, among the few people present, no one knew Voldemort better than him. Even then, he was thoroughly aware of Quirrell's purpose and the existence of that man. It was just the fear buried deep in his heart that made him choose to escape. I think this matter is still waiting for Professor Dumbledore to come back and make a decision. Professor McGonagall said with a complicated expression. First, yes, take Harry and Jianguo to the infirmary to reduce production. Merlin bless, I hope you will not leave any terrible sequelae. However, as soon as her words fell, she heard a violent snoring sound in her ears. Turning his head to look, he found that Li Jianguo had fallen asleep on Hermione's lap at an unknown time. In the Hogwarts infirmary, flowers and all kinds of snacks almost filled the room. However, when Li Jianguo woke up, the first to enter his line of sight were a pair of emerald green eyes full of worry. It's just that when he noticed that he had woken up, the owner of his eyes suddenly schemed his little face and let out a cold snort. What's going on? Li Jianguo scratched his head and looked at this girl who suddenly lost his temper a little blinded. You know what is in your own heart, Cassandra said lightly. I didn't see it for a while, and I became a riddler. Facing Li Jianguo's wood-like silence, Cassandra turned her head and glared at this guy fiercely, and said coldly, why didn't you call me along for the incident you broke into the secret room 2 days ago? What do you think? It turns out to be this file. Wait, I slept for 2 days? No wonder it was so comfortable to wake up. It turned out that this sleep had been lying for so long. 1 day and 1 night, to be exact. At this time, an old voice suddenly sounded in the ward. I saw Dumbledore pushing open the door with a smile and walking in, and his eyes were even a little teasing. It seems that my arrival in 187 is not very timely. Cassandra blushed when she heard this, and quickly got up and said arrogantly, I'm just here to see if other heroes can wake up. Saying that, she got up and left the ward like a swan. It's just that the footsteps are obviously a little flustered. I heard Madame Pomfrey say that this child has been in the ward for almost a day. Dumbledore walked to the bed, smiled and said to Li Jianguo, I don't know where I got a bunch of expensive potions, which made Madame Pomfrey a little confused. Saying that, the old man had a look of remembrance. Young people's love is always so hot and restrained. Feelings, you always came here to remember your youth in front of me? It seems that you were no worse than this when you were younger. When Li Jianguo heard this, he rolled his eyes and secretly complained. You're doing a great job, kid. Dumbledore brushed his beard and continued, success has helped the wizarding world avoid a catastrophe. It's a pity that the mirror was destroyed by me, Li Jianguo said suddenly. Oh? Dumbledore smiled mysteriously when he heard this, but didn't that thing stay? Aha, his eyes also deliberately glanced at Li Jianguo's pocket. Hiss, can you find this? In fact, at that time, Li Jianguo let the Hydra spray towards the Eris magic mirror. He himself used the world, which brought time to a brief standstill. Originally, he just planned to try it, thinking that it would be a pity if the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed. As a result, I don't know if this thing is greedy for life or afraid of death or what. Before he could see clearly what was reflected in the mirror, Li Jianguo felt his pocket sink. Faced with Li Jianguo's surprise, Dumbledore continued to maintain a kind smile. It's all fate, he said softly, perhaps this Philosopher's Stone is destined to fall into your hands. I'm sure you'll take care of it, kid. So simple to me? Li Jianguo was obviously stunned. Perhaps seeing the doubts on Li Jianguo's face, Dumbledore explained, I know, for a young man like you, it's a little hard to understand. But in reality, death is like finally going to bed after a long day. Especially for very smart people, death is just another great adventure. Like your friend, Nicola Flames? Li Jianguo suddenly spoke. You actually know about Nico? Dumbledore was surprised. I've heard a little. Where can I not know this? In my last life, I was famous in the two-dimensional circle over there. Although this Nico is an old man who has lived for more than 600 years. It seems that you know more than I expected. Dumbledore smiled, he knows about this and thinks it's a good way to deal with it. Besides, he mentioned you to me, and I hope you will treat that one well. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Really? Hearing this, Li Jianguo's previous speculations were confirmed. The alchemist friend in Ollivander's mouth at that time was indeed Ollivander. Think about it, people who can get two rare things, meteoric iron and Zhengerate meridian dragon tendons. That's the only one who has lived for hundreds of years. I have to thank him when I have time. After a short silence, Li Jianguo chuckled, then why did you come back so quickly? Me? That's a long story, Lei said as he reached for the box where the snacks were placed. I did receive a letter from the Ministry of Magic, but when I arrived in London, I found that the actual situation was different from what was described in the letter. That's when I thought I should come back. After listening to Dumbledore's words, Li Jianguo pulled the corners of his mouth without a trace. I believe you are a ghost, you old man is very bad. He's not a silly boy like Harry Potter. Throughout the entire Chamber of Secrets incident, it is clear that Dumbledore is under his control. The other party mobilized the joint efforts of the professors to set up the few checkpoints. Even if Li Jianguo was not there, Harry and several people could pass smoothly. What does this say? This shows that the so-called secret room, to put it bluntly, is the urn that invites June into the urn. It was clear that he was leveling Harry with the old volts that had not yet fully recovered. Paved the way for the complete elimination of Voldemort in the future. It's just that what the old man didn't expect was that he would have such an unexpected factor. Okay, we've been talking long enough. Smart people often don't need to speak too thoroughly. Dumbledore got up with a smile and said, I still have to go see Harry's child. He's been having a headache since he came back. Speaking of this, he seemed to remember something again, and continued, also, that Sphinx also hopes that you can take care of it too. After all, that's what my teacher was most proud of. After saying this, Dumbledore turned and walked towards the door, taking a packet of toffee before leaving. It's just that when he stepped out of the room, Dumbledore's expression changed from kind to a little complicated. As Li Jianguo thought. His initial thought was to let Harry Potter deal with it. But I didn't expect that it was this boy from the Dragon Kingdom who finally solved it. And what shocked him even more was that when he stepped into the secret room, he could clearly perceive the powerful magic remaining in the room. After Dumbledore left, several waves of people came in the ward. First Ron and Hermione. Then there are Li Jianguo's two roommates and Cedric. Immediately after that, a group of other students from the Badger Courtyard poured into the room. After seeing Li Jianguo wake up, these people immediately gathered around and asked about the specific situation when they were in the secret room at that time. For such a group of young wizards, there is nothing more exciting than knowing the story of the battle with the Dark Wizard. Especially the warriors in the story are still from their academy. But Cedric looked a little sad. This afternoon they will have the final showdown with the Slytherin students in this year's House Cup. But the problem is that the thighs of the team are still in the hospital bed dash. Without Li Jianguo, the main force, the rest of the team members did not have much confidence. Don't worry, I've recovered. After listening to the troubles of Cedric and several members of the Quidditch team, Li Jianguo smiled softly. After sleeping for so long, I'm in good spirits now. There's no need to force yourself, Cedric said with a smile on his face when he heard this. Even if you are not there, we are not something that the group of people can easily deal with. It's just, we'll give the Slytherin guys a good look. Jim echoed. In Li Jianguo's absence, he was temporarily called in as a batsman. No, I'm really fine. Lee Jianguo was speechless in his heart. It's just that I am tired of consuming too much mana, and I am not seriously injured or something. Thinking of this, he planned to get out of bed to prove himself. Unfortunately, his action was just seen by Madame Pomfrey, who entered the door. Mr. Jianguo, please be careful. Ms. Pomfret, the school doctor, was a very kind woman, but very strict, especially for those restless patients. You need a good rest now, she said with a cold face. Even Cedric secretly gave Li Jianguo a helpless look. As a seeker, he can be said to be a regular visitor to the university hospital. So I was also in awe of Madame Pomfrey. But I'm really fine. Seeing this, Li Jianguo scratched his head a little embarrassed. That doesn't work either. Madame Pomfrey glared at him hard. Your situation is caused by the exhaustion of mana. If you don't handle it well, it will easily cause the subsequent situation of losing control of the mana in your body. Saying that, she glanced at the small badgers gathered around the hospital bed, and said softly, all right, kids, the visit is long enough, let this patient have a good rest. Seeing this scene, the students of the badger courtyard could only leave with a little regret. After all, they hadn't heard Li Jianguo personally tell what happened in the secret room. But in the face of the stern Madame Pomfrey, they could only obediently leave the ward. You rest well, and then wait for the good news of our victory. Before leaving, Cedric smiled at Li Jianguo. You should also trust your teammates. After everyone left, Pomfrey finally had a smile on his face. After what happened in the Chamber of Secrets, all the Hufflepuff students are more confident than ever. You set a good example for them. It's just luck. Li Jianguo smiled modestly. However, in the afternoon of the same day, when Madame Pomfrey came to check on Li Jianguo's situation again, but I was surprised to find that the hospital bed was empty. On the other side, inside the Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts, almost all the teachers and students of the school gathered around the stands, waiting for the final of the House Cup. The Slytherin students, in particular, looked at the Badger House students who were sitting next to them with contempt and were preparing to pull up banners to cheer. One of the most arrogant was Malfoy. I don't understand it sometimes. I saw him sneering arrogantly. Why do people always like to do some useless work? They don't think that just banners and cheers can change the gap in strength. Maybe it's self-comforting too? Malfoy's henchman Crabbe also sang along and said, read violent novels, go on the Fila Novel Network. I think it's better to waste time here watching a boring game without suspense. Might as well just send the trophy to our lounge. Without Li Jianguo's participation, they can be said to have regained their strength at this time. However, before a few people were arrogant for too long, a voice made their faces instantly pull down. Look, is that person a founding country? I saw Ona excitedly rushing to the guardrail, pointing to a figure standing in the team below and shouting, How can it be? Malfoy looked grimly at the face that had been beaten by him countless times in his dreams. My heart suddenly became half cold. Isn't he in the school hospital? He roared unwillingly. But soon the voice was drowned out by the heaven-shaking cheers of the students of the other academies. In an instant, Li Jianguo's name echoed above the entire Quidditch pitch. The members of the Slytherin house team, on the other hand, saw the man they feared the most appeared. Except for Cassandra, all of them are like funerals. How did Madame Pomfrey agree to your discharge? Cedric, who was standing beside Li Jianguo, asked in a low voice. Don't ask, just sneak out if you ask. Li Jianguo smiled gently. As soon as the words fell, Ms. Hooch blew the whistle for the start of the game. However, the Slytherin side also made a timely strategy to deal with Li Jianguo. Unexpectedly brazenly let Cassandra abandon her duties as a seeker and specifically come to guard Li Jianguo. So you don't have to go to the Golden Snitch? Looking at Cassandra, who was quietly following him, Li Jianguo pulled the corners of his mouth and said, It's not time yet. The little girl snorted softly and said with a proud face, Don't think I'm a scoundrel with this behavior, it's a game. As soon as these words came out, Li Jianguo couldn't say anything more, so he could only take Cassandra around in circles. After all, he really couldn't bear to attack this girl. But as Madame Pomfrey said, trust your teammates. Perhaps it was Li Jianguo's unexpected participation that rekindled the confidence of the members of the Badger Academy. In the following game, they actually played far more than usual. And Cedric, even when he finally snatched the Golden Snitch from the hands of Cassandra, who has already consumed a lot of physical strength by Li Jianguo, seized this key point to end the game. Li Jianguo was arrested by Ms. Fred, who rushed in anger, and returned to the hospital, and also cancelled the treatment of a separate private room, staying in the same room as Harry Potter. This guy also tried to sneak away to watch a Quidditch match, but Ms. Fred got caught. So, the two spent the next 2 days in the ward until the arrival of the year-end banquet. This also means that Li Jianguo's first semester at Hogwarts has ended smoothly. Since Mrs. Fred insisted on re-examining the two of them, when they arrived at the banquet hall, it was already full. At this time, the auditorium was decorated with black and yellow representing Hufflepuff, to celebrate their winning the College Cup this year. On the wall behind the guest of honor, a huge banner with a Hufflepuff badger was drawn. 337 As Li Jianguo walked into the auditorium, all the Hufflepuff students immediately stood up and applauded him vigorously. The Slytherin, on the other hand, had a gloomy face and was silent. Especially Snape, who was sitting in the staff seat, had his whole face as dark as if he had been painted black. It is a stark contrast to Professor Mobona, who was smiling next to him. If I were to join the house next year, the championship would definitely belong to Slytherin. Malfoy looked at Li Jianguo, who was in a state of all attention, and said with jealousy on his face. He deliberately raised his pitch in an attempt to attract the attention of Cassandra, who was sitting in a seat not far away. But the goddess apparently didn't care about his boasting. Instead, he whispered to the little henchman next to him, "Ban Belinda. He really doesn't have any gentlemanly manners." Belinda glanced at Li Jianguo, who had already sat in the seat of Hufflepuff House, and said with some dissatisfaction, "If it were me, I would definitely take the initiative to admit defeat in exchange for your favor." "Then it's not him." Cassandra frowned when she heard this. "Besides, I don't bother to get such a victory." But Belinda was just about to say something, but found that the other party had already turned his head to look at the location where Li Jianguo was. He kept playing with the silver ball in his hand. She really didn't understand why Cassandra, who was regarded as a princess by many boys, would have a soft spot for that arrogant guy. Could it be that some spell was cast? Or in other words, drinking the other party's concoction spell? Although this thing can only be concocted by those students who are about to graduate, I heard that Li Jianguo has received a full score in the practice of potions. While Belinda was thinking about it, Headmaster Dumbledore walked into the Great Hall. The originally noisy hall immediately fell silent. "Another year has passed," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "Before I can indulge in these delicious delicacies, I must trouble everyone to listen to the clichés of my old man. I know you're all excited right now because there's a whole holiday waiting for you." As he said, the long list that follows is indeed a cliché. There is quite a feeling that the leader of the Dragon Kingdom said that he wanted to say 2 sentences. The whole process lasted almost 5 or 6 minutes before Dumbledore got to the point. "Now, as far as I know, we have to go through the Academy Cup award ceremony first. The specific scores of each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, 320 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw, 416 points. 2nd place, Slytherin, 452 points. 1st place." Thinking of this, Dumbledore suddenly paused, and then said in a very exaggerated tone, "I don't know how long it has been since I saw this name in the ranks of the 1st place. 1st place, Hufflepuff, 504 points." As soon as these words came out, the Hufflepuff table immediately burst into thunderous cheers and stamping feet. Now the Slytherin students darkened even more. Snape was even more dissatisfied and smashed the goblet in his hand harder. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. After all, this school year, they not only lost the Quidditch Championship, but now they also lost the House Cup. This is something that has never happened since he became the dean. Although Snape had tried as much as he could to find Li Jianguo's stubble in his class to deduct points for Hufflepuff. But I can't stand this product and perform well in other classes. In short, now Snape is getting angrier and more depressed the more he thinks about it. However, at this moment, a sharp voice suddenly sounded. It was Malfoy. I saw him standing on a stool, desperately raising his arms. If it weren't for the conditions, it is estimated that he would be able to jump on the table. "Headmaster Dumbledore, have you forgotten something?" Malfoy shouted, the expression on his face as if he had been greatly wronged. 0. "Oh, Mr. Malfoy, do you have any objections to the final rating?" Headmaster Dumbledore looked at Malfoy with a smile. "That's right." The latter nodded vigorously, then pointed to the location where Li Jianguo was, and shouted, "Li Jianguo and Harry Potter, they ignore the school rules and go out. Even violated what you highlighted at the commencement ceremony by breaking into that room in the corridor on the 4th floor. According to the regulations, you should deduct points for them." This remark instantly drew the Slytherin students to echo, shouting that it was right and deducting points for them. "It looks like a bunch of green lemons. Let's be quiet." Seeing that the scene was a little out of control, Dumbledore cleared his throat and said, "You don't say, I almost forgot. There are indeed some points to assign at the end, let me see." Hearing this, the Slytherin students beamed with joy. Malfoy, in particular, craned his neck high as if he were a general returning in triumph. But they didn't notice that there was something wrong with the way their head looked at Malfoy. "That's right." Only to hear Headmaster Dumbledore continue, "Between Mr. Ron Weasley and Ms. Hermione and Mr. Harry Potter's outstanding contribution to the 5.8 accident, I announced that they each won 50 points for Gryffindor." As soon as the words fell, the cheers of Gryffindor almost overturned the enchanted ceiling. The Slytherin students, on the other hand, were collectively stunned, maintaining their previous shouting posture like petrification. At the same time, a more ominous premonition welled up in my heart. I can't wait to strangle Malfoy. On the Hogwarts Express, Ron grinned. Being by that guy like this, Slytherin fell straight to the penultimate place, Harry Potter echoed with a smile. What happened at the year-end dinner was arguably the happiest thing the two of them had experienced since they entered school. But Hermione didn't join in the duo's ridicule of Malfoy. Instead, he stared directly at the sleeping little guy in Li Jiangwo's arms. Is it really a unicorn? Hermione's eyes were almost as bright as a light bulb. Can I touch it? Of course. Li Jiangwo smiled and picked up the little unicorn and handed it to Hermione. The little one seemed a little dissatisfied with the move, and snorted milkily. Now Hermione's eyes were almost heart-shaped. She carefully touched the little unicorn's 07 body with her hand. That feel was simply smoother and silkier than all the fur Hermione had touched in her life. Especially the little belly is still meaty. Unicorns are rare creatures, Ron also said with some envy. I have never seen a wizard raised, and it will be very windy to take it out. Not like my spots. Oh yes, it doesn't know where to run. It's just temporarily fostered with me. Li Jiangwo smiled slightly, because the old Fu guy held back again. Worried that this product was trying to survive again with the blood of the unicorn, Li Jiangwo and Cassandra discussed taking the two little ones home to take care of them separately. However, he was somewhat worried, just Cassandra's little rich woman's feeding method regardless of the cost. When we meet again, will it be a unicorn pig that appears in front of you? I heard that Cassandra has one there. At this time, Hermione suddenly looked at Li Jiangwo with a somewhat complicated expression, and said, I should have been born with this only. Li Jiangwo nodded and said, at that time, we rescued them from Quirrell together. I didn't expect Slytherin students to be favored by unicorns. Ron said with some puzzlement, doesn't this creature like pure creatures? Cassandra is different from the rest of Slytherin. Harry suddenly spoke, although she is a little proud, she is indeed a kind person. Just like when we encountered a troll, she also helped us. That's what you say. Ron nodded approvingly, and then asked Li Jiangwo, by the way, I remember that when you got in the car, didn't you still have a big yellow dog around? Big yellow dog? Li Jiangwo was stunned, and then reacted that the other party said that it was the Sphinx. You said Zio Fen, that guy went to the bathroom. To the bathroom? Harry and Ron said in unison. That big yellow dog still knows to take the initiative to go to the human toilet? However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded at the door. Not only does it go to the bathroom, but it also goes to the women's bathroom. I saw Cassandra holding the Sphinx's neck and standing in front of the carriage door with a cold face. Her figure is much taller than that of girls of the same age, so she doesn't look at all out of line. I didn't. I just went to the wrong room. The Sphinx twisted and tried to explain. Can it even talk? Ron's mouth opened wide in surprise. This is the first time I've seen a big yellow dog speak human language. You're the big yellow dog. The Sphinx shouted dissatisfied, I'm a famous Sphinx. However, before it finished speaking, it was struck the head by Cassandra with her wand. Anyway, you still have a good idea of this guy. Cassandra said to Li Jiangwo, don't get off the car by the flight attendant when you get it. Read violent novels, go on Feel of Fiction Network. As soon as her words fell, a childish whisper sounded in the carriage. Only then did several people notice that a unicorn was also followed at its feet. It's just that this little guy has more green scarves around his neck, and his personality seems to be much livelier than Li Jiangwo's. But at this time, it was tilting its little head high, and there was a bit of pride in its big blue eyes. Get out of a unicorn like Cassandra. But in this way, it makes it look more cute, like a delicate doll from a fairy tale. This can be seen from the envious gazes cast by the girls nearby. After all, that girl doesn't want to keep a little unicorn as a pet? Let's go, Nana. After Cassandra threw down the Sphinx, she whispered softly to the little unicorn at her feet. Li Jiangwo had never heard this girl's gentle tone. Now he was even more worried about the weight of the little unicorn in the future. Sure enough, the pet's personality will follow the owner. After Cassandra left, Ron couldn't help but whisper, by the way, Jiangwo, does that little unicorn also have a name? Harry asked suddenly. You said its name. Li Jiangwo scratched his cheek, it's called a steel egg. As soon as these words came out, the little unicorn in his arms suddenly snorted dissatisfiedly, opened his mouth and gently bit Li Jiangwo's finger. Steel eggs. 770 for Li Jiangwo's naming level. Harry and the three really dare not agree. If memory serves, the name of the other party's owl is called Dojk. Does he have any special attachment to eggs? Good thing I already have a name. The Sphinx didn't know when he sat down next to Li Jiangwo. He also picked up the bottle of drink quite humanely and drank it ton by ton. Eventually, the train stopped at platform 9 3/4 of King's Cross Station. It took everyone a long time to walk out of the platform. A shriveled old guard stood guard at the partition wall, allowing only 2 or 3 people to pass through at a time. Prevent too many people from attracting the attention of muggles. You must come to my house this year. Before parting, Ron spoke, I'll send an owl to invite you. Thank you, Harry said, I do need hope. then separate for the time being, irons. Li Jianguo's face then turned and entered the partition wall. Li Jianguo looked at Cassandra, who was holding the little unicorn in his arms, and said with some stunness. The little one was quietly held in his arms at this time, motionless, and looked like a puppet toy. The driver has arrived, but there is something I need to tell you. Cassandra ruffled her hair gently. My father wants to invite you to our house, and he wants to meet you. Of course, it's best to call your uncle with you. What? Li Jianguo was suddenly a little confused. Your father wants to see me and my uncle. If you just see yourself, you may be able to barely explain it with the reason for entertaining your daughter's classmates. But why call your uncle? Could it be that Cassandra's father also likes bathing? Cassandra nodded and said, but not now. When you have time, I will ask the owl to send you a letter. After that, she deliberately glanced at Luna not far away, and then turned to leave. Although Li Jianguo did not answer her previous question head-on, but there are some things that only need to be answered by looking through the surface. Who is that girl? He looks very handsome. The uncle also came over at this time, looked at Cassandra's back and said, it's my classmate. Facing his uncle's frowns, looking like I understood very well, Li Jianguo rolled his eyes and said, blonde hair and green eyes, if I'm not mistaken, she should be Cassandra from the Worley family. Luna said softly, you know her too. Li Jianguo scratched his head when he heard this. Their family is well known in the wizarding world, and my father always wanted to interview Mr. Schneider. Luna nodded, that is, the current patriarch of the Worley family. Wait, you said that the girl's surname was Worley just now, the old man shouted coldly. What's up? Li Jianguo was excited. You won't really soak in the bathhouse with your father, will you? How is that possible? The uncle did not notice that his nephew's words did not match the preamble, but immediately retorted, I just suddenly remembered something. Is it related to a woman named Tina? The corners of Li Jianguo's mouth suddenly raised. I told you it all, just, how do you know? Facing the confused uncle, Li Jianguo just said confidentiality lightly. Oh yes, I remember, she met you. Luna stared at a pair of big light-colored eyes, looking at the two men in front of her inexplicably. They can understand everything they say, but when they add it together, they don't know what it means. Okay, you'll know what happened when you go back. Seeing that he couldn't understand it for a while, the old man waved his hand. The family got you a big table to eat. Lao Luo has something to do today, and he can only come back in the evening. Saying that, he reached out to grab the little unicorn in Li Jianguo's arms. Why are you a big old man holding a doll in his arms? Like a little girl. Bring it, I'll stuff it for you. As a result, as soon as his hand reached in front of Li Jianguo, he was bitten by the little unicorn with its mouth open. Fortunately, the little guy's teeth have not yet grown, and only a shallow mark has been left on the finger of the old man. Alive! Why does this horse still have horns? The old man shouted in surprise, instantly attracting a crowd of passing muggles onlookers. It's just that the eyes of those people seem to be looking at a neuropathy that has just run out of the hospital. After all, who will have horns? Think of making a DSN movie? Is it a unicorn? Luna looked curiously at the little guy who retracted into Li Jianguo's arms and asked. The latter nodded. Not long after it was born. Do you want to hug it? Read violent novels, go on Feel of Fiction Network. May I? Of course, the steel egg is still very well behaved. As a result, as soon as the words fell, the little unicorn, dissatisfied with his name being known, immediately kicked Li Jianguo with his hoof. But when Luna took it into her arms, the little one behaved very docilely. Even under the gentle touch of the other party, he made a comfortable purring sound. After all, unicorns have a natural affection for girls with pure hearts. It's really good. Luna's face rarely showed the same excited expression as an ordinary little girl. Sure enough, no woman can refuse the charm of a unicorn. My sister saw that it was good there, and just nibbled on me. Faced with Luna's completely different treatment from himself, the uncle muttered a little depressed. Okay, let's go back. When Li Jianguo heard this, he was just about to take a step forward, but suddenly he paused on his feet. Because he just remembered, did he pull something? Where did that Sphinx guy slip away? Looking around, I saw the yellow figure in a corner against the wall. This product actually went to pee again, presumably suffocated all the way in the car. For Li Jianguo to have a dog at school, the uncle did not show much surprise. The long-horned horses have been seen. What is an ordinary big yellow dog? After the three of them walked out of the station, they happened to run into Harry Potter, who was waiting for a taxi on the side of the road alone. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Harry was also obviously stunned after seeing Li Jianguo, and his expression became a little cramped immediately after. I didn't expect it either. Li Jianguo smiled and said, Introduction, this is my uncle, surnamed Huo. This is Luna Lovegood. She will also be enrolled at Hogwarts next year. Hello. Harry smiled and nodded. You're the famous Mr. Harry Potter, aren't you? Luna suddenly spoke. I saw you in a magazine. Hearing this, the expression on Harry's face became even more embarrassed. That, Zioha, I see that your family has not come to pick you up. Do you want to go home with us to eat? We have small skewers, don't, good money, know if you have eaten, old fragrant. When he heard that it was his nephew's classmate, his uncle immediately invited him warmly. Who knew that Harry quickly waved his hand and said, thank you for the invitation, but I'd better go back first, lest my uncle and they want to talk about me again. Saying that, he seemed to be afraid of being misunderstood, so he smiled bitterly at Li Jianguo again. Jianguo, you should be clear about my situation. It's okay, if you don't feel comfortable staying there, you can come to my house at any time. Li Jianguo smiled and said, but I have to remind you that we can't use magic at home, and your uncle probably doesn't know. I saw that in the garden that originally only had turf. I don't know when there was an extra bunch of delicately shaped flowers and plants. The corner where my uncle always piled up wine bottles on weekdays is now cleaned up, changed to a shelf with a swing. The oven and dining table have been set up in the center of the garden, and a house elf is busy. Is it? How does this guy look so familiar? Li Jianguo suddenly thought of something, and soon his speculation was confirmed. Honey, are you back? Only to hear a familiar voice sound from inside the house. Immediately after that, Mrs. Tina, dressed in a long black dress, pushed open the door and walked out with a surprised face. I really guessed it myself. Facing the strange gaze cast by Li Jianguo, the old man suddenly coughed twice with some embarrassment. Then his eyes widened, and he yelled at Mrs. Tina, didn't you say you should stay in the house first? Why are you so disobedient? Although she was yelled, Mrs. Tina did not have the slightest angry expression on her face, but said apologetically, sorry darling, it's me who wants to see you so much. Ming 467 Ming has only been separated for so long, but I always feel like centuries have passed. Such numb words made Li Jianguo suddenly feel that his stomach was already tired and crooked before he ate. On the contrary, Luna's face did not wave, and she seemed to have been used to it for a long time. No wonder I always received clothes from my uncle some time ago. It turned out that a rich woman who opened a clothing store lived directly at home. That is the meat all cut. When the faces of these two children were so directly expressed their love, even the uncle with a skin comparable to the city wall was a little uncomfortable. So he quickly changed the topic. It's all cut, and I took the time to make tea for you. Mrs. Tina smiled and said, let's go to the house, Jianguo, he has been on the train for so long, he should be tired. Saying that, she turned around and opened the door completely, looking like a hostess. After the three entered the house, Mrs. Tina did not use magic to make the teapot pour her own tea as before. Instead, he presented each person with a cup. You go and see how the meat is marinated first, I'll talk to Jianguo. The old man took a sip of tea and cleared his throat. Yes, honey. After Mrs. Tina entered the kitchen, the uncle let out a long sigh, and his face looked regretful. This is a big mistake, I already knew that I shouldn't have let this lady in at that time. Faced with his uncle's scumbag speaking, Li Jianguo immediately expressed a question mark. Isn't that nice, man? So good for the family. For Mrs. Tina, Li Jianguo's impression is still very good, and I heard Cassandra say that the other party's husband used to be an Auror, but unfortunately died in an operation to encircle the Dark Wizard 3 years ago. In other words, Mrs. Tina is now a widow, good-looking, rich, and single now. How did Li Jianguo think and feel that his uncle was somewhat unworthy? However, he also understood at this time why Cassandra's father wanted to see his uncle. What do you know as a hairy child? The old man sighed a little sadly. For men, freedom is the most precious asset. You just said you didn't want to hang another tree. Li Jianguo said with a look of disdain, it's not me who said you should also find someone to find it, so as not to harass the little girl all day. Hey, you unlucky child, why do you call me harassing other girls? Read violent novels, just go to Feel a Fiction Network. The old man must have been a little unhappy all of a sudden. My name is showing the charm of a mature man, but I saw my father chasing you with a weapon called a gun. Luna, who had never spoken, opened her mouth and plunged straight into her uncle's heart. If I'm not mistaken, it should be called a gun, and it can spew flames without a wand. That's a lot better than a gun. At this time, England had not yet begun to implement a total ban on guns. But what Li Jianguo didn't expect was that the seemingly kind flower shop uncle turned out to be so social. It was just an accident. The momentum that the uncle just mentioned was immediately stunned by Luna's words, and sighed helplessly. Anyway, this is the situation now. She bought a house next door. It seems that she plans to spend it here for a long time. That's good. When Li Jianguo heard this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. You kid, why don't you know to hurt your uncle? Now you can't use me, someone hurts you. Alas, you unlucky child. Don't look at the uncle as still hard-mouthed now. In fact, Li Jianguo knows that the other party just can't pull it off. According to what he knew about his uncle, if he didn't accept Mrs. Tina in his heart, the latter will not be seen at today's banquet. In the end, when Lovegood hurried over, the family banquet for Li Jianguo officially began. What surprised Li Jianguo a little Mrs. Tina, this authentic rice character flag, actually made a good dragon national dish. Even Dongbei's pig-killing dishes are very authentic. This gave Li Jianguo a rare taste of his hometown. After 3 rounds of drinking, Mr. Lovegood was drunk under the table. The Sphinx, on the other hand, was eating with a big belly and lying on the grass on all fours. On his belly is a little unicorn who has fallen into a drunken state because of stealing alcohol. Jianguo, you listen to your uncle tell you. The old man was already drunk and hazy at this time. He took Li Jianguo's hand and whispered drunkenly, "Back then, your grandfather found someone to tell the fortunes of our grandfathers, saying, 'It is said that the 2 of us have no stomach in this life, and we are destined to be suitable for eating soft rice.'" I see. Looking at the little girl I met at the station, it's pretty good, fart. The butt is big, and you can give birth at a glance. And their old Wu family is it's quite rich. The key is just this one girl. Speaking of this, he also quietly glanced at Luna, who was crouching on the ground and trying to pull Mr. Lovegood up. When, of course, you can't hurt Ren Xiaolu either. "Honey, you've drunk too much." Seeing this, Mrs. Tina came over and gently pulled down her uncle's arm. Come back to your room with me. My sister drinks more." The old man flicked his arm, turned his head and continued, "By the way, the hometown sent you something. I just don't know where to run. What is it called?" After almost a year, Li Jianguo and Luna sat on the roof again. "Are you okay with drinking at this age?" Luna glanced at the bottle of beer next to Li Jianguo lightly, and asked in a soft voice. "I started drinking this stuff when I was 8 years old." The latter grinned disapprovingly. "It's okay to drink a little in moderation. I heard that astronomy is taught in the first year of Hogwarts." Luna also smiled slightly, and turned to ask about Li Jianguo at school. "Will the teacher tell you the story of each constellation?" "Occasionally." Li Jianguo looked up at the night sky. "This class is more boring than you think. I sleep most of the time anyway. But your grades are still excellent, aren't you?" Luna tilted her head slightly, enjoying the slight coolness of the oncoming summer breeze. "And you also stopped the evil professor's conspiracy, which has spread throughout the wizarding world. You've had a wonderful school year." "That's wonderful." Li Jianguo laughed loudly, lowered his head and took a sip of butterbeer. "But there are many bad things. I tell you, when you enroll, you will most likely meet the man named Snape who taught you potions. You have to be careful then. The man has a small heart. I was always found by him when I was in school. Next semester, I'll have to sell him a few bottles of Flutter." Flutterous. Luna was a little puzzled when she heard this. "It's a shampoo out there. I told you that it is good to be old, and in the Dragon Kingdom, monks use it to wash their hair. I remember there are still a few bottles at home, so remember to bring them to try when you go back." The boy next to him would often say something that sounded a little out of place, but Luna always kept a faint smile and listened quietly. She loves this feeling, which makes her feel incomparably peaceful in her soul and at the same time brings a little surprise from time to time. "Is that telescope I gave you still there?" The girl suddenly spoke. "Of course." Li Jianguo smiled and put his hand into his pocket. Now that he had learned the traceless stretching charm, he had cast it on the pocket where he had given himself a few clothes. But only the wine gourd never succeeded. It seems that there is a conflict of design principles. I saw Li Jianguo take out the somewhat old telescope that Luna gave him last year, raise it in front of his eyes, and aim the mirror at the girl. Through the lenses, the other party's silver eyes were as bright as the moon. "I don't have stars in my eyes." Faced with the boy's funny behavior, Luna couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckled. "Who said no? One is still quite bright," Li Jianguo said seriously. But in the next second, the two looked at each other quite tacitly and laughed. "In short, when you enter school, you will definitely encounter a lot of wonderful things. And you are so smart, it is estimated that you will be sorted into Ravenclaw." That being said, but Li Jianguo knew in his heart that the girl in front of him would look strange in the eyes of outsiders because of her personality after school started, and has been ridiculed and bullied for a long time. But since he is also there, he will definitely not sit idly by at that time. Even the people around him can't protect it. Didn't he cross in vain? I hope so. The corners of the girl's mouth lifted lightly, revealing a sweet smile. Mr. Lovegood, as always, was drunk and woke up quickly. But even so, by the time he and Luna got home, it was close to 1 o'clock in the morning. Li Jianguo returned to his bedroom, did not bother to tidy up the salute, and directly lay down on the bed to prepare for sleep. There was no strange sound coming from the next door as he expected. It seems that the uncle really drank too much. Riding in the car is also a very energy-consuming thing, so just after getting into bed, Li Jianguo fell asleep. However, I don't know how long it took, a dark wind suddenly blew into the bedroom. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Immediately after, Li Jianguo, who was sleeping, suddenly heard a somewhat old and hoarse voice ringing in his ears. "Doll, do you look old and like a human?" Hearing this, Li Jianguo suddenly opened his eyes. In the dark bedroom, a pair of small eyes flashing green fluorescents were lying on the side of the bed, staring straight at him. What a thing! Li Jianguo subconsciously punched that thing. He quickly rolled over and got out of bed, drawing his wand from the left side of his suitcase. By the way, he also turned on the light in the room. In the next second, a yellow creature on the ground came into view. It turned out to be a yellow-skinned? Why are you so rude, this doll? Do you know what it means to respect the old and love the young? I saw that the yellow skin paw covered his face and kept crying out in pain. Human words also spit out of the mouth. What's the situation? Why would a yellow skin suddenly appear in your own house that can only speak human language? Although this thing was stunned by his own punch, Li Jianguo did not relax his vigilance in the slightest. As a native of Dongbei, he knew in his heart that this thing was very evil. Yellow skin, commonly known as weasels. In Dongbei people, it is often enshrined as Wong Tai Sin by some local mountain people. Follow foxes, hedgehogs, rats and snakes and become 5. However, Li Jianguo always thought that these were just folk tales, but he didn't expect that he would really run into it today. Why did you run into my house? Li Jianguo questioned, but did not raise his voice very high. After all, the uncle and Mrs. Tina are still in the next house, and if they attract the two over, it will put them in danger. Old Immortal just wants to make a joke with you, little doll. The yellow-skinned man rolled over and sat cross-legged on the ground. He even rubbed his eyes with a small paw quite humanely, and chirped in his mouth. Who knew that you reacted so much, so that you didn't hammer the head of the old Immortal with a punch? Thanks to the old Immortal, I came all the way to help you. Help me. Li Jianguo was even more confused now. Boy, you've been targeted, you know. The boy in front of him showed a puzzled expression, and the corner of the yellow-skinned mouth grinned, still quite a troublesome person. Huang Pitzi struggled desperately on 4 small short legs. If you don't let go again, you're welcome. Who knew that when Li Jianguo heard this, he snorted coldly, pretending to be a ghost, huh? Saying that, he shook the goods hard twice. In the next second, a bunch of messy things fell from its hair to the ground, and I didn't know that I thought that Li Jianguo was carrying a sniff. Among the piles was a small packet of white phosphorus powder. The ghost fires that floated around the yellow skin just now were formed by rubbing this thing with their claws. As for the ghost fires floating in the grave circle, the principle is similar to this, but it is produced by the spontaneous combustion of phosphorus oxide produced by the oxidation of dead people's bones. Say something quickly, don't disturb sleep. Otherwise, believe it or not, I will also use thunder to quit your internet addiction. 350 Li Jianguo roared a little impatiently. In other words, whoever sleeps well will be in a bad mood when woken up in the middle of the night. And at this time, he had also determined that this thing had no malice towards him. Otherwise, if it wanted to do something, it would have already made trouble while it was asleep. You can already summon heavenly thunder. The yellow skin was obviously stunned, and a skeptical expression appeared on the thief's eyebrow-eyed face. But then he shook his head again and said to himself, impossible, how old are you, this baby? Where can you invite those immortals? Besides, the old immortal has already asked for a seal, and he is not afraid of your heavenly thunder. What are you doing? Li Jianguo saw that this guy was still talking about these useless things, so he pushed open the window and gestured to throw it out, but who knew that in the next second, this yellow skin turned into a yellow wind and slipped out of Li Jianguo's hands. Why are you so impatient, this doll? The yellow-skinned man who had recondensed his body floated cross-legged in mid-air, sighing in an unteachable tone. But seeing that the boy was about to come over and pick himself up, he quickly changed his words. Forget it, old age, or make a long story short. Old Immortal was entrusted by someone this time to help you through the difficulties. An evil cultivator has already engaged you. Evil cultivation. Li Jianguo was stunned when he heard this. What's the name here? Oh yes, it's a dark wizard. Huang Paiza scratched his chin and explained, in short, that guy is not very easy to deal with. Many cultivators of the Dragon Kingdom worked together to hunt him down for more than 10 years, and finally let him escape. And also fled all the way here, and now it is said to be hiding in a trumpet. The number you said, wouldn't it be called Azkaban? Li Jianguo asked tentatively. It seems to be called such a name. Boy, the Dragon Kingdom really still needs wizards. And listening to this meaning, there is also a dark wizard who came to study here. Li Jianguo's expression suddenly became solemn, and he also sat cross-legged opposite Huang Pitzi, and continued to ask, why did that guy set his sights on me? The specific age is not clear. Huang Pitzi scratched his hairy head and said, trigrams can only be fierce first, and cannot indicate specific cause and effect. But it can't be ruled out that you used the spells of our Dragon Kingdom and attracted the attention of that person. Listen to what you mean, we still have a lot of wizards there. Li Jianguo wrinkled his brows when he heard this, and said with some doubts, why did I learn here that the wizards of the Dragon Kingdom were almost extinct hundreds of years ago? That's a long story. Huang Pitzi sighed leisurely with a rather lonely expression. The specific reason, you will have the opportunity to understand it later. The old immortal can only say that all this is derived from your human greed. Speaking of this, Huang Pitzi suddenly raised his claw and brushed the relatively long hairs on his chin, and introduced himself. Read violent novels, just go on Fila Novel Network. The old immortal road is burning. The current dean of Huajietun Vocational and Technical College. In terms of generation, you can call me a master. What? Huajietun Vocational and Technical College? Also dean? If Li Jianguo remembered correctly, wasn't the dean of that academy a thin man with a very lewd appearance? A few years ago, because he hooked up with the daughter-in-law of the old Zhang family at the head of the village, he almost let people chop him with a knife. Why is it now a yellow skin again? Baby, you're like... Perhaps seeing Li Jianguo's confused expression, the yellow-skinned man who claimed to be his uncle smiled mysteriously. Look at things, you can't just look at the surface. Just like before you were recruited by the technical school here, didn't you think that there would be wizards? In short, during this time, Old Immortal lived here. 0. Eat and drink, you can just follow 3 chickens a day. Old age is not picky eater. Also, if there is nothing important, don't disturb the Old Immortal Kingziu. Saying that, before Li Jianguo could continue to ask, the goods were scattered around the room. Then it directly turned into a superfigure more than half a meter high in the corner of the room. Yes, it is somewhat different from the original worldview that Li Jianguo knew before. There are 2 companies in the world, DC and MW. It's just that he hasn't heard of superheroes existing in real life. Otherwise, the whole world is really out of order. Li Jianguo walked to the figure and saw that Superman's original head had become a rat head with a thief's eyebrows. Its posture still maintains the classic waist-pinching posture. It looks somewhat funny. He reached out and poked at the figure. As a result, in the next second, a somewhat impatient voice was heard ringing out in the room. Hold back and pull the old age. Just ready for bed. Are you really possessed by this? Li Jianguo sat quietly in front of the figure for a while and sorted out everything he had experienced in the evening. But soon he found that this yellow skin, who claimed to be his uncle, seemed to have said a lot, but he didn't seem to say anything. The only useful news is that he is now being targeted by 5.4 Dragon Kingdom cult cultivators who fled to England. And listen to that meaning, this guy's strength is not low. At least the ability to run must be first class, otherwise it would not be chased and killed by so many people, and you can run all the way across the ocean to England. Plus went to Azkaban for further study. It's really easy to get caught up if you're not careful. Little Hangleton, John's old home. Local villager Meng still refers to the house as Riddle House. Although people from the Riddle family have not visited here for a long time. The house is located on a hillside, away from the village, but with a view of the whole village. The dilapidated houses are no longer what they once were, the roof tiles are broken, the windows are nailed, and the wall creepers. It was the second half of the night, and the moonlight appeared extremely dim under the shadow of dark clouds. Scattered shimmers of light shone into the house through the debris of the broken wall. In the darkness, an arm-thick python crawls silently, slowly approaching a mouse that is eating the carcass of a bird, then bite his neck like lightning, greedily sucking blood. This is the daily life that has been extremely humiliated since this time. Since he was killed by Li Jianguo, his soul returned to the old house of Gaunt because of the broken Horcrux, and took the opportunity to possess the body of this python. Now he can be said to have returned to the front of CS07 and began to live like when he was in the Albanian forest again. Not even as good as then, because the old Muggle gardener in his house seemed to have noticed the presence of snakes in the house and began to place poison everywhere. As a result, small animals in the vicinity died in pieces. It's all because of that damn Dragon Kingdom boy. When I completely regain my strength, I must crush that guy's corpse into 10,000 pieces, Voldemort thought bitterly as he devoured the remains of the rat's corpse. Very interesting spells, isn't it? Ability to divide the soul into several parts. However, at this moment, an indistinguishable voice suddenly sounded in the room. Oh yes, you call it a spell here. Who is it? Voldemort's snake body shook, and he instantly raised his head and looked vigilantly in the direction where the voice came from. I saw that on a shabby sofa not far away, there was a figure covered in a cloak with his back to him. In addition, in front of the other party, it seems that there is another person kneeling. He's supposed to be the one called Crawling Away, right? The man continued to speak, his voice even harsher than Lao Fu. It's Lord Voldemort, my lord. The voice of the other man also sounded, and it was very familiar. It's Peter Pettigrew. After this fool came here, he didn't even find himself in the first place, even loyal to others. Anger instantly surged into Voldemort's heart. I'm sorry, I can't always remember the names of your people here. The man chuckled and suddenly turned his head to look at where Voldemort was. But this friend, can you come and talk to me for a while? What came into Voldemort's sight was a face hidden under the cloak, blurred as if it were a thick fog. Those eyes were like 2 faintly burning green flames, shining with oozing light. The other party had apparently discovered himself, and Voldemort crawled out of the shadows. Oh my God, my poor master. Peter Pettigrew suddenly let out an exaggerated cry of sorrow after seeing Voldemort's appearance at this time. See what you've become now? That damn bastard. Shut up, Wormtail. Voldemort's snake face squirmed for a while, and finally turned into a miserable white and distorted face and roared, "You have betrayed my loyalty." The host. "I didn't mean to betray you, never." Pettigrew Peter shouted in horror. "I will always be your most faithful servant." Lao Fu didn't pay any more attention to this wallhead, but stared straight at the mysterious man, and asked, "Read violent novels, just go on Fila Novel Network. How did you know I was here?" "It's simple." The man chuckled and slowly uttered something that shocked both Voldemort and Peter at the same time. "Because I'm also from the Dragon Kingdom." As soon as these words came out, Voldemort instantly became alert and ready to flee at any time. Instead, the man continued, "But don't worry, I and that kid are not the same way. And this time I came to you, I also want to cooperate with you." "How to cooperate?" Voldemort said quietly. "I can help you regain your strength as soon as possible." The mysterious man took out a blood-colored copper furnace from his cloak and said softly, "And you just need to tell me all the information about that child. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. But I believe you should have already experienced the uniqueness of our Dragon Kingdom spells in terms of souls. Unfortunately, I'm just as good at this." In the next few sentences, the other party obviously has a sense of threat. In this regard, Voldemort, who was in a weak state, seemed to have no choice. "Of course, you can also choose to destroy a container for storing souls again to escape. But I think you're a smart guy." The man continued to speak to himself. And Voldemort already had a choice in his heart. "It seems that Lady Luck has not forgotten me in the end." He smiled darkly. "It's an honor to meet you, my partner." The next day, early in the morning, Li Jianguo, who was accustomed to getting up early for class, woke up from his sleep at 980 at less than 8 o'clock. When he washed and went downstairs, a smell of food wafted to the tip of his nose. Mrs. Tina had already made breakfast. "Jianguo, are you awake?" "Well, good morning, Mrs. Tina." Li Jianguo smiled and nodded. "By the way, do you still have milk at home? I have to feed the little guy in the yard." "Of course there is that cute little unicorn." Mrs. Tina had an aunt smile on her face. "I'll go find it for you, and if I can, I'd like to feed that little thing myself." "Of course, no problem." Li Jianguo chuckled and slowly walked down the stairs. At the dining table, the old man was drinking a bowl of porridge with his head down. Seeing Li Jianguo sitting on the opposite side, he raised his head and whispered mysteriously, "You should have seen it yesterday night, right?" "What?" Li Jianguo did not react for a while. "It's that Wong Tai Sin." The old man glanced at the entrance of the stairs, and then said softly, "I tell you, that old thing is very evil, and he didn't toss me less when I was a child." Then he ran to the storage room alone, ready to take out the piece of Meru treasure jade he had obtained before and refine it. In other words, his talent in refining is true. Fortunately, there is a talent for systematic rewards. However, there is still a big difference between the alchemists of the West and the alchemists of the East. Including refining materials, there are many sides that are not called the same. So Li Jianguo has always been groping. According to the instructions on the refining book that the system rewarded, he finally found the magic weapon corresponding to Meru treasure jade. It is a ring called Ziwei Xianfu. It is said to be a realm of its own and can contain thousands of living beings. To put it simply, it is a bit similar to the suitcase of Newt, the predecessor of the Badger Yard, who applied the traceless stretching charm. But it's an enhanced version, and it's more convenient. At least you don't have to carry a big box around. As there were more and more strange creatures around Li Jianguo, he really needed such a thing to store them. However, as soon as he took out the Meru jade, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. "You seem to have a lot of good things about this doll." Turning around, I saw that the yellow-skinned man yesterday night was lying on a wooden box with Erlang's legs up, and he was still holding a boiled chicken in his hand. "Uncle Shi, why are you here?" Li Jianguo smiled and said. Judging from the information accidentally revealed in the mouth of the old man this morning, the other party should have a deep relationship with his own family. In addition, listening to the meaning of the yellow skin, it was entrusted by the elders in the family to protect themselves. Therefore, Li Jianguo called it a master, and it is estimated that there is nothing wrong with it. But this made him more curious in his heart about what was the origin of his home. It can even be related to Beijiaxian. What about the Dongbeijan Black Earth banner? Old age likes to eat chicken in places where there is no light. Li Jianguo's uncle's voice seemed to make this yellow skin quite useful, and even his tone became much more serious. "This thing you came out of is not simple. If it was left 300 years ago, it would have been destroyed if it was known." "Uncle, do you know this thing too?" Li Jianguo asked curiously. "Your uncle and I have lived for so many years, I have never seen anything." Huang Pitzi chuckled and said, "This thing is called Kunlun Jade in the Dragon Kingdom, but it is actually produced in the western regions, and its original name is Meru Treasure Jade." Saying that, it glanced at the piece of Meru Treasure Jade again, and shook its head rather regretfully. "It's a pity that the method of refining this thing has been completely lost." "That's not a thing, I have it." Li Jianguo's words made Huang Pitzi instantly stunned. do you have a refining method? Yes. Li Jianguo nodded and took out the materials transcribed in advance from his pocket. You take a look. Uncle Shi took the paper and glanced down. Immediately after that, a look of surprise appeared in the two small eyes, and he repeated the chant in his mouth. It works, it works. At the same time, Li Jianguo's mind also suddenly sounded the system's prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the target shock emotion and getting the red reward once. What? Li Jianguo froze instantly. It was also the first time he activated a system reward on a non-human. Or rather, did this guy really become human? If memory serves, it seems that I heard the other party say that it had been successfully sealed a long time ago. According to folktales, once the yellow skin is successfully sealed, it can be regarded as a fine. In a sense, does this count as a reverse animagus? Master and nephew, where did you get this recipe? After secretly calculating the feasibility of these materials in refining, Master Huangpaizi raised his head and asked Li Jianguo with some surprise. The title has also changed from the previous doll to the name of Master and Nephew. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. But who knew that Li Jianguo's words that almost didn't let it throw out the chicken in his hand? The wind blows. I only listened to Li Jianguo say with a serious face. Isn't the thing that the system rewards no different from what the wind blows? Should, sort of. Otherwise, he can't say something about his system. Can your house wind blow this precious thing? The yellow-skinned uncle jumped to his feet and shouted, in that case, I will sit on the side of the road every day and wait for the wind. But looking at what this kid meant, he didn't plan to tell the truth to himself. So it sat down cross-legged again, sighed, there is a formula. There is still a problem at the moment, and many materials in it are estimated to be not easy to get, like this phoenix's tail feathers. I have this, too? You have all of this? Our principal raised one, and I got it before I came back. What about the spiritual blood of this ginseng spirit? Don't tell me that your principal also raised one. That's not there. Li Jianguo scratched his head when he heard this. I raised it myself. Li Jianguo's words instantly left Shi Bogan speechless. Where did this kid get so many good things? Immediately after that, he said several materials in a row, and it turned out that Li Jianguo had them all there. Of course, some of these things are opened by him to open the system reward. In short, the reality is that now Li Jianguo has gathered all the materials for refining Zaiwei Immortal Mansion. That's not right. However, at this moment, the yellow-skinned uncle suddenly shook his head again and muttered, there's one thing missing, I didn't remember it. What's missing? Li Jianguo was stunned, thinking that the system, Wan Li Zhao, could still make a mistake. According to the material written above, it is indeed possible to refine it. I only listened to the uncle brush the hair on his chin and slowly spoke. However, Old Immortal believes that it is better to add a inner Danavua to increase the success rate when refining. Otherwise, even with my help, just relying on your kid to be a half-hanger, it is likely to be a waste of materials. As soon as these words came out, Li Jianguo was immediately impressed by the weasel in front of him. Unexpectedly, the other party was actually proficient in refining. Neodin of Kogo. Li Jianguo scratched his head. Looks like you'll have to go to Diagon Alley, there should be something for sale there. What's it? Uncle Shi wondered. Diagon Alley had more small wizards than usual. Of course, they are not here to buy school supplies for next school year. After all, there are at least 2 weeks left at Hogwarts. Letters will be sent out to inform students of what they need to prepare for the next school year. Most of these young wizards are led by their parents to buy some long-awaited gadgets to reward themselves for successfully passing the previous school year. The reason why Li Jianguo knew this was because not long after he arrived at Diagon Alley, he met several acquaintances. Now he is also a small name in the entire wizarding world. Although Hogwarts did not disclose the news of its defeat of Voldemort, some people still guessed through side matters. Therefore, when Li Jianguo was walking on the road, there would always be wizards other than his school classmates who took off their hats to greet him. I can't imagine that you are quite famous here. The yellow-skinned uncle sat on Li Jianguo's shoulder and said while licking the ice cream. Its small eyes looked around, seemingly curious about the variety of windows around it. But it didn't take long to hear its leisurely sigh. I think back then, the ghost market in Handon in our Dragon Kingdom was much more lively than here. Now you can't see a single ghost. However, at this time, Li Jianguo's attention was attracted by a wanted warrant posted on the wall of 097. On the portrait, there is a figure curled up in the corner of the cell. The other party also seemed to have noticed Li Jianguo's line of sight, and actually raised his head coldly and cracked a weird smile at him. The moment it looked up, Li Jianguo saw clearly the face that leaked out from under the weedy hair. Except for the light green pupils, it is indeed a standard Asian appearance. But Li Jianguo always felt that something was not quite right. Marcelin, who was captured by the Ministry of Magic for killing 7 muggles in a row and imprisoned in Azkaban, fled last week. Note, the escape personality is perverse. If you encounter it, please notify the relevant personnel of the Ministry of Magic as soon as possible. This is the introduction below the wanted warrant. So he turned his head to the yellow-skinned uncle on his shoulder and asked, "Uncle Shi, do you think that person is the guy you said from Kong Long country who fled here?" Who knew that the latter did not even raise his head, so he answered directly, "It's useless to look at it, that person can even shrink his head like a child, and the appearance above is estimated to be transfigurable, and with the Vada, means of the person here, you can't figure out his original appearance." That being said, Li Jianguo still heard a little solemnity from the other party's tone. It is estimated that the person who is wanted is the guy who is eyeing him. After walking for a while, Li Jianguo came to the door of Olivander's wand shop after a long absence. Business in the store doesn't look good. When he entered the door, Mr. Ollivander was wiping the dust one by one in front of a pile of boxes containing wands. "Long time no see, Mr. Ollivander." Li Jianguo took the lead and said with a smile, "Merlin's beard, see who's coming." When Mr. Ollivander heard this, he raised his head sharply, and a look of surprise appeared on his pale face. "Mr. Li, you are more famous now than when you first came to my shop. Not long ago, people all over Diagon Alley were talking about you." As he spoke, he walked quickly to Li Jianguo, and glanced up and down at the boy in front of him with a smile. "Long time no see, you have grown a lot taller. Maybe it's because I'm sorted into Hufflepuff." Li Jianguo smiled and said, "It's notoriously good food, Hufflepuff? It's a very good academy, and many excellent wizards have graduated from there. Read violent novels, go on Fila Fiction Network." Mr. Ollivander laughed. Like the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Mr. Newt Scamander. He also bought the wand in my store, 8½ inches long, made of ash, mother of pearl core. That wand is a few years old, and I didn't even think it would choose Mr. Newt as its master. As soon as he talked about wand-related things, Mr. Ollivander became gushing. In this regard, Li Jianguo can only smile and listen. For this kind old man, he has always been grateful. "Look at me, I can't stop talking about this." Soon Mr. Ollivander realized that he had said a little too much, and an apologetic smile appeared on his face. "Are you here to take care of your wand?" As a 1,000-year-old brand, the Ollivander Wand Shop also offers wand maintenance and repair services. "I have such an idea, but I mainly came to see you and brought you some gifts by the way," Li Jianguo replied with a smile, while taking out a small black cloth bag from his pocket. "This is?" Mr. Ollivander took the bag and opened it to take a look, and a surprised expression immediately appeared on his face. Just because inside was a bunch of unicorn tail hair and several phoenix feathers. "It's too precious, I can't take it." Mr. Ollivander immediately handed the bag back. As a veteran rod maker, he certainly knows the price of these things, at least thousands of galleons. To make a wand, you only need a small hair. "Just take it." Li Jianguo chuckled. "This thing may be worth a little money to others, but it is almost worthless to me." He wasn't bragging. After all, there is a small unicorn in my own house, and the hair shed every day is enough to collect a small bag. What's more, there is a big one on the school side. As for the phoenix feather, he wanted to peck himself at Fox's little thing at every turn. That must be fishing with the principle of sustainable exhaustion, and you will be bald sooner or later anyway. Even Li Jianguo felt that he had less money before leaving school. This kid is right, these things are really not worth much to him. At this time, the yellow-skinned uncle also got out of the collar of Li Jianguo's clothes and said to Mr. Ollivander, "Talking stoat?" Seeing this scene, Mr. Ollivander suddenly opened his mouth in surprise. Although wizards' pets are always strange, it is the first time he has seen a yellow weasel. Not to mention that the one in front of him can still speak. "Little doll, pay attention to old age. In terms of age, I can be your grandfather's grandfather." Mr. Ollivander was stunned when he heard this. "What gallstones, that's called Neodon." "Neodon," the yellow-skinned uncle shouted in Li Jianguo's clothes. "You said that the Neodon people can't understand the foreigners." Li Jianguo pulled the corners of his mouth. "Gotta say something that people can understand. The Kogo you are talking about is not a rare magical animal." At this time Mr. Ollivander spoke. "They come from your dragon kingdom, and they are scarce in England themselves. And as early as 15 years ago, the Ministry of Magic approved Mr. Newt's proposal and listed it as one of the magical beasts under key protection. So you want to buy materials related to its guts? I'm afraid it's a little difficult." "This way." Li Jianguo scratched his head when he heard this. "The course protecting fantastic beasts is not available until the 3rd grade. In addition, he was not very interested in this area, so he never bothered to know about it. And as far as he knew, although the creature of Kyujo had a relatively gentle personality, it ran extremely fast, but it traveled thousands of miles every day, and it was very difficult for ordinary wizards to capture or raise them even if they wanted to violate the law. Is it possible to go to South Set County to find Newt? But the problem is that the person likes to wander around. What if the boss is exhausted?" Just when Li Jianguo was worried, Mr. Ollivander suddenly spoke. "But you can try your luck in Tipping Alley." "That's right." Li Jianguo's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. "Why didn't you think of it? The place in Toppling Alley sells almost everything except serious things. maybe someone will sell this thing? Thinking of this, Li Jianguo hurriedly said goodbye to Mr. Ao Fan, and prepared to take a trip to Tumbling Alley. Fortunately, it is not far from Diagon Alley. It didn't take long for him to get there. It was the last time Li Jianguo came to this place. But not much has changed, still a lifeless look. Even Li Jianguo wondered if someone had deliberately cast some magic here, causing the surrounding sky to automatically become gloomy. Several wizards could be seen gathering together in scattered areas and alleys. They all look strange, at least they are unique. There are not 2 or 3 lives on hand, and I guess I am sorry for this look. Seeing that I was a dark wizard, it was an aura who came to get me written on my face. However, these people also seemed to recognize Li Jianguo, and their expressions were faintly jealous. After all, there was gossip circulating outside that this boy had defeated the Dark Lord who was trying to revive him. Although there are many dark wizards who believe that this is a rumor deliberately released by the Ministry of Magic in order to stabilize people's hearts. But these insidious and cunning people will not risk getting into trouble for such a nearly unprofitable thing. You must know that after Lao Fu was gnawed by his own melons, these people, especially the Death Eaters who followed him, could be said to have lived day by day. But soon Li Jianguo realized that sometimes being too famous is not necessarily a good thing. Just because whenever he walked into a shop, the boss there immediately turned his head and hid in the back room as if he saw the plague coming. Especially that old guy from the Bikini box store. When he saw himself walking towards his shop, he directly closed the door and locked it, and hung a sign that was temporarily closed. Even if it was Li Jianguo who quickly grabbed the owner of one of the shops in the follow-up. The other party also directly put on a posture of vice hobmeat, closing his eyes tightly without saying a word. It seems that pinching Li Jianguo will not harm his life. In the hearts of these bosses, as long as they don't die, they are better than being retaliated by those Death Eaters later. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Didn't you see that Mr. Borjan? It was because of his previous entanglement with this little devil from the Dragon Kingdom, which led to being first arrested by the Ministry of Magic for interrogation. After coming out, he was tortured by a group of Death Eaters. So far, half of his body has not regained his sharpness. It seems that you are not popular everywhere. After being rejected in another store, the yellow-skinned uncle peeked his head out of his collar and smiled at Li Jianguo. As soon as the words fell, a mean voice came from not far away. To be precise, all noble pure-blood wizards do not welcome this rude and conceited fellow. I saw Malfoy walk out of the Borjan Bork store, tilting his head and looking contemptuously to this side. I thought that the brave and honest Mr. Li Jianguo would disdain to come here. He scoffed, but I didn't expect to hear Mr. Borjan say that you are not here for the first time. What about you? Li Jianguo chuckled when he heard this. Did you come to find your own Death Eater elders to catch up? As soon as these words came out, Malfoy's face instantly turned blue, and he wanted to say something in place. As a result, I held it for a long time and didn't come up with a good counterattack. We still have urgent things to do, don't waste time here. At this moment, a man with the same light blonde hair as Malfoy, gray eyes, and a pale pointed face walked over. Holding a long walking stick, he first glanced at Li Jianguo coldly, and then said to Malfoy, "Let's go." The latter glared at Li Jianguo fiercely when he heard this, and then obediently turned and left. These two are really a mold. Looking at the back of the two leaving, Li Jianguo pouted. That man was none other than Malfoy's father, Lucius Malfoy, a man who successfully survived the finale by relying on the unique skill of accurately standing in line with his hands in the original book. If this father and son put your village on hold, they will be beaten 7 times if they go out for a walk. The yellow-skinned uncle also complained, but then changed his tone. What's next? Looking at this situation, it is estimated that you can't buy it here. Not necessarily. Li Jianguo suddenly smiled slightly. Since it doesn't work to do business with them in a normal way, then simply change the method. What method? The yellow-skinned uncle was puzzled when he heard this, but it didn't take long for Li Jianguo to answer him with practical actions. After a year, the doors of the Bokenberg store have been hit hard again. At the same time, the Malfoy father and son, who were walking around a hidden corner, suddenly stopped. Malfoy was taken aback by the hideous skull tattoo on his arm. Shut up! Lucius let out a low growl with a cold face, then quickly pulled back the cuffs and covered the Death Eater symbol back over. Remember, don't mention this to anyone, even your best friend. Unless you want our family to live like rats in the future, hiding in the East. Speaking of this, he sighed a little helplessly and said, I am also forced to do this. If I don't, I can't protect you and your mother. Remember, Draco, it's an amazing science to make the right choice at critical moments. I hope you can learn this soon. With that, he put his wand back into his wand and left the overturned alley with Malfoy. Just before leaving, Lucius turned his head with a complicated expression to look in the direction where the Boken box store was located. At this time, Mr. Borjan was curled up under the cabinet like an ostrich, trembling and trying to crawl down the aisle. Master and nephew, are you considered robbery? The yellow-skinned uncle jumped to the withered and shriveled head mountain, and asked with Erlang's three legs. I'm giving money after taking something, but it's not a robbery. Li Jianguo shrugged, and then raised his leg to stop Mr. Borkin, who was about to slip away. Do you think I'm right, Mr. Borgin? It's different from the last time we met. In just 1 year, this guy has become several years older. The originally oily hair was dry and white like weeds, and the hunched back was bent even more. In particular, most of the face seemed to melt down, always convulsing uncontrollably, and dripping with disgusting saliva, presumably the aftereffects of being tortured by those Death Eaters with the drill curse. If you do this, you will be sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic. Mr. Borgin trembled uncontrollably, and shouted loudly from his mouth. No matter what you say, I will not agree to do business with you. Yes? Li Jianguo sighed and casually picked up the brand on a string of opal necklaces. Do not touch it, it has been cast. 19 muggles have already taken their lives, he whispered, then turned his gaze back to Mr. Borgin. There should be quite a few similar things in the shop that will interest the Ministry of Magic. Of course, I will buy them with money. Saying that, Li Jianguo took out a small bag of gallons and threw it on the table. I believe you will also give a reasonable price. You don't want to take anything from here. When Mr. Borgin heard this, he immediately jumped up and shouted in a sharp voice. By the way, he also took out a crooked wand and aimed it at Li Jianguo. I only listened to the voice and said grimly, don't think I'm not clear, Hogwarts students are forbidden to use magic during the holidays. Unless you want to be expelled from school. It's not just about using magic. Seeing this, Li Jianguo did not panic at all, but said with a smile, it's like pure force. Saying that, he also demonstrated intimately and slammed a fist on the counter next to him. In an instant, the pear counter that had accompanied the store for many years was scattered into pieces. Seeing this, Mr. Borgin immediately widened his pupils. What a weird power this is. You kid is a wizard and not a werewolf. Shouldn't you fight with magic? But he had seen the battle between the kid in front of him and the werewolf Fenrir, and he didn't have much confidence in his heart for a while. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully arousing the target fear and getting the system blue reward. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Li Jianguo's heart was immediately stable. This old Den himself is a bully and a hard master, and now the psychological defense line is estimated to be in a state of imminent defeat. But just as he was about to take a step further, a piercing chill suddenly enveloped the entire store. The surrounding light seemed to be sucked away by something, making the inside of the store extremely dark. It was as if a giant hand covered the entire Bakinbok store from the outside with a thick curtain of cold. Jianguo, something dirty leaned over. Uncle Huangpaisa suddenly said in a deep voice. And Mr. Borgin seemed to have thought of something, his whole face turned extremely pale, and his mouth kept chanting, no way, they can't come here. But reality often backfires. 2 huge figures with hoods slipped in lightly from the doorway. The thing was suspended high on the ground, no feet or faces could be seen under the robe, and as it moved, the nearby darkness seemed to be swallowed up little by little. It turned out to be a Dementor. Shouldn't these things be guarding criminals in Azkaban? How did you come to Tipping Alley? Seeing this, Li Jianguo couldn't help but frown. However, the 2 soul eaters obviously did not intend to give him time to think about this. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. I saw that the other party was quietly approaching Li Jianguo, and pinched Li Jianguo's neck with its scab-covered palm as if it had been soaked in water. At the same time there is a low, purring gasp. As soon as he was approached, Li Jianguo felt a vengeful, death-like cold aura fill his lungs. Good guy, this thing hasn't brushed your teeth since birth, the taste is really TM. Li Jianguo was briefly stunned, and then punched the Dementor's face. But who knew that this thing not only looked like a ghost on the outside, but its body was also close to empty and invisible. His punch not only had no effect, but was brought closer by the other party. Even those sharp, dry fingers were about to pinch his neck. In the next second, shrill laughter sounded in his head. Master and nephew, do you want the old immortal to help? At this moment, the voice of the yellow-skinned uncle suddenly dispelled the ugly laughter in his mind. Li Jianguo's eyes instantly regained their clarity, and then he rolled deftly to avoid the attack of the Dementors. Not yet. After pulling away, Li Jianguo grinned at the yellow-skinned uncle and pulled out the wand on his waist with his backhand. There's a trick I've wanted to try for a long time, and it's just in time for today. Saying that, he raised his wand and kept thinking about something that made him happy. Zhao Ben's Hurt Sketches, Guo Di Gang's cross-stock collection, Chicken You Are Too Beautiful-esque broke his head, it slapped ugly Naz. With Li Jianguo's shout, which was a little bit less pronounced, 0, a huge silver shadow erupted from the tip of Li Jianguo's wand and rushed straight towards the Dementor. Taking advantage of this moment, he also saw clearly what the guardian spirit he summoned looked like. I saw that silver shadow quickly condensed into an entity in the air. It's not a unicorn, and it's not a stag like Harry Potter, it's a round fat DA. Although he didn't think that his patron saint would be this thing, Li Jianguo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he was not summoned, only a stupid roe deer. That fat duh, in the form of the guardian spirit, came up and exerted the strength that the national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom should have. Directly hammered the old fist on the body of the Dementor. It flew into the street like a rag. Thoroughly demonstrate the power of a TM bear. After the Dementor got up, it immediately fled like a bat with a frightened face. And the remaining Dementor is now lying next to Mr. Borgin, who has been frightened and fainted. It grabbed each other's wrists with two slimy hands, lowered its head and sucked something from Mr. Borgin in a disgusting kiss-like position. Cut it for me. Seeing this, Li Jianguo immediately ordered Fat Da. The latter heard this and pounced on the Dementor with a low roar, and then smashed it out in almost the same way as just now. The Dementors, who were forcibly interrupted to eat, seemed to be very dissatisfied with this. Floating in the air and roaring non-stop. But in the face of the guardian saint who naturally restrained it, he could only choose to evacuate tactically like his classmates, and was engulfed in a cloud of darkness. As for Fat Da, who completed the guardian task, he sat on the ground with his butt, turned his round head and glanced at Li Jianguo. Then it turned into ancient silver smoke and disappeared. Kind of interesting. The store is back to normal. And the yellow-skinned uncle calmly sat on the shriveled man's head mountain, scratching his chin and saying to himself, those two things just now are half human, half ghost, but they are somewhat similar to indifference. Is there a way to drive this creature over there in the Dragon Kingdom? At this time, after a short silence, Li Jianguo suddenly asked. I don't know about that. The yellow-skinned uncle shook his head lightly and said, why, do you suspect that someone sent it? 8, 9, not 10, Li Jianguo said in a deep voice. After all, that person has been in Azkaban for so long, and he has been exposed to these things from time to time, and he can somehow figure out how to drive them. That's true, too. The yellow-skinned uncle nodded when he heard this. Thanks to Li Jianguo's timely rescue, Mr. Borgin came to his senses after a few minutes in a coma. Perhaps out of gratitude, he did not refuse Li Jianguo's inquiry this time. So the three of them ended up going to the Ministry of Magic by non-magical means, that is, by taking the subway. When I went out, it was just dawn, and the surrounding area was gray. There is even a hint of coolness that shouldn't have been in the height of summer. There were not many pedestrians on the street, but when they arrived at the subway station, they found that it was full of passengers who had commuted the morning shift. Mrs. Tina was visibly agitated and looked around curiously, but when she got into the car, she felt a little nervous and uncomfortable. It is estimated that it is the first time that Mrs. Tina has drunk so many muggles in the same space. Li Jianguo, on the other hand, kept yawning. How many times have I told you, go to bed early? Seeing this, the old man glared at him. I stayed up late at a young age. Why do I sleep so late, uncle? Don't you count in your heart? Li Jianguo rolled his eyes. Hearing this, the corners of his mouth suddenly tugged at the corner of his embarrassed mouth, and Mrs. Tina's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tube drove them towards central London. Finally, I got off at an exit near Whitehall and came to a wide street. On both sides are majestic buildings, and the passing cars on the road almost fill the entire street. Go this way. After getting off the subway, Mrs. Tina seemed much more relaxed. She pointed to a fork in the road across the road, and shouted at Li Jianguo and her uncle. It seems that you come here a lot. Li Jianguo smiled as he walked. Since I took over the family business, I have to come several times a year to go through some formalities. Mrs. Tina gently straightened her light blue hat and said with a smile, but it's usually done directly with Phantom Transfiguration, and it's really the first time to take the subway. As they spoke, the three of them had already walked into a fork in the road. Far from being as lively as it was just now, it looks a little bleak. There were only a few dilapidated-looking offices and a tavern. Arrived. Mrs. Tina stopped at a shabby red telephone booth. This is where you organize the office. The old man was a little surprised. It's just an entrance. Mrs. Tina smiled slightly, turned around and took out a card and handed it to her uncle. My dear, I'll take Jianguo in first, and you can walk around here yourself and see if there is anything you want to buy. Are you teaching me to do things? The old man instantly began to pose as the head of the family again, and glared, I still spend your money. But that being said, he took the card from Mrs. Tina's hand, because he is used to carrying cash. In this regard, Mrs. Tina seemed to have long been accustomed to it, but gently kissed her uncle on the cheek, and said softly, then we'll see you in a moment, darling. After his uncle left, Li Jianguo walked into the phone booth with Mrs. Tina. I saw the latter pick up the microphone and start dialing. The order is 62,442. Soon, a loud female voice came from the other end of the phone. Welcome to the ministry, please name and do your business. When Mrs. Tina heard this, she immediately said what the two were going to deal with. This scene, Li Jianguo looks like an underground Secret Service organization meeting. However, it seems that the Ministry of Magic is really underground. Thank you. After listening to her words, the woman replied indifferently, guest, please pick up the badge and pin it in front of your clothes. As soon as the words fell, I heard a loud noise. I saw two boxy silver badges slipping out of the metal writing slot that I usually use to exit the concealment. Li Jianguo picked up the badge and put it on his coat. As a result, the woman's voice sounded again. Guest of the Ministry of Magic, you need to be screened at the security desk and enthroned your wand, which is located behind the main hall. As soon as he said this, the ground of the telephone booth shook violently, and then began to sink into the ground. The surrounding area was shrouded in darkness, and it took more than a minute before the phone booth stopped, and then suddenly opened the door itself. A splendid hall is the first to come into view. I have to say that the aesthetic of these Britons is quite online. The decoration style of the entire hall is a combination of modern and classical. The floor is paved with dark wooden floors, and the peacock blue ceiling is inlaid with glittering gold symbols, which are constantly moving and changing, like a huge bulletin board in the sky. At the same time, Li Jianguo also noticed that the surrounding walls were inlaid with many gilded fireplaces. Will there be a wizard popping out of some fireplace on the left? Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. And in front of the fireplace on the right, there are several people lining up to leave. But the most striking thing is the group of pure gold statues in the middle of the foyer that are erected in the center of the fountain. It is larger than a real person, and the tallest of them is a noble male which, holding his wand high and pointing to the sky, and his posture is very coquettish. If Li Jianguo guessed correctly, this buddy should be Merlin. Its status in the Western wizarding world is similar to that of the Dharma Grandmaster in Buddhism, or the pigeon to Icon. The one over there should be Mr. Li Jianguo. At this time, a voice suddenly came. Following the prestige, I saw a tall, thin middle-aged man in a suit walking over. He first glanced at Li Jianguo, and then saluted Mrs. Tina. Long time no see, Mrs. Tina, your beauty is still so stunning. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Helens. Mrs. Tina smiled slightly, and then introduced to the other party, as you said, this is Mr. Li Jianguo. I've heard about it. Mr. Helen's gaze shifted back to the boy. My name is Helen Brown, I am now working in the Division of Magical Law Enforcement, and it is an honor to meet you. But I don't think it's better for us to speed up the progress for now. After all, the Minister and Professor Dumbledore have been waiting for you for a long time. Old Deng is still here? Hearing this, Li Jianguo was immediately stunned. If memory serves, the other party should have arrived at the ministry a few days ago. In this way, things seem to get more complicated. And Mrs. Tina also showed a somewhat solemn expression on her face, but did not say more, but smiled and said to Li Jianguo, in that case, then you should deal with Mr. Helen's affairs first. With that, she first nodded at Mr. Helen's, and then turned away gracefully. Let's go, I'll take you to hand in your wand first. After watching Lady Tina leave, Helen turned her head and smiled. There was almost nothing wrong with this man's smile, but because of this, it made people feel insincere. Under his leadership, Li Jianguo came to a table on the left. Under a sign that read security check, sat a famous wizard in a peacock blue robe with an unclean shaved beard. Wand. Seeing someone coming, the wizard glanced up at Li Jianguo and said expressionlessly. Then he held out his hand. However, in the next second, his palm almost slammed straight on the table. Just because the wand in my hand is really a bit heavy. This is your wand. Good money. He looked at the long black metal stick in his hand and shrieked. Merlin is on it, and this thing is not even used to cast spells. Just smashing into someone's head or using it to stab someone can directly kill someone. That's my wand. Li Jianguo said with an innocent look. You wait a minute. The wizard struggled to raise his wand and put it on the scale-like machine next to him and measured it. Then he pulled off a piece of parchment spat out of the machine. Take this, put the wand here first. After speaking, his gaze stayed in front of the badge on Li Jianguo's chest for a moment. Thank you, Eric Top. Mr. Helen said with a smile, and then left with Li Jianguo. The two walked through the dense crowd and finally came to the door of the Minister of Magic's office. Li Jianguo suddenly had doubts. Didn't he let himself cooperate with the investigation? How to run directly to the minister's office? However, at this moment, there was a sudden quarrel in the house. Do you know how I spent this time? My poor hair is almost falling out. On the contrary, you, every day still think about pulling those old colleagues of mine to take a bath. The key is not to take me yet. Another somewhat muffled voice sounded inside the office. Li Jianguo and Mr. Helens looked at each other, and they could see a little embarrassment in each other's eyes. Ahem. Mr. Helens coughed lightly and said, the minister has indeed not been in a very good mood recently. With that, he knocked lightly on the door. Is it Helens? Come in. Pushing open the door, Li Jianguo unexpectedly saw that Dumbledore was also in the office. Beside him stood a short, stocky little man with messy gray hair. However, as the other party said before, he has indeed lost a little hair recently, which makes him look less majestic and more funny. Let me see who's coming. After the little man saw Li Jianguo, his face immediately showed joy. This should be the famous Mr. Li Jianguo. It's extraordinary. Hello, Minister Fudge. Li Jianguo chuckled, and turned to look at Dumbledore. Long time no see, Professor Dumbledore. who knew that the old man snorted lightly, pulled this face and said, I haven't gone to you yet. You stinky boy is too ruthless, Fox's tail and wings are still bald. That, it can grow back anyway. When Li Jianguo heard this, he suddenly scratched his head a little embarrassed, and said, besides, I'm not a white crucible, I've been working on a new crucible recently. It's the kind that automatically heats up and cooks things without setting up a fire. When the time comes out, I will definitely send you one first. 007 Fox wants to be okay to stew and play by himself, and I'll give it too. Seriously. As soon as these words came out, old Deng Tiaoyu's face suddenly softened. Merlin's beard, so I don't have to go to Severus all the time to borrow a crucible. Did you borrow that? I'm embarrassed to debunk you. In the face of Dumbledore's slightly shameless speech, Li Jianguo couldn't help but secretly complain. This old man is gluttonous, and every time he shares a shabu pot with himself, he always likes to steal Snape's crucible to use. The problem is that after eating, Li Jianguo has to return it. As a result, Snape came to question him in 3 days. And Connolly Fudge and Helens, who were on the side, listened to the conversation between the two, and the more they listened, the more they felt that something was wrong. What new crucible? Also Fox's feathers? If memory serves, isn't Dumbledore's phoenix called Fawkes? This kid has such a good relationship with Dumbledore? Dare to drain the hair of people's pets. This conversation made Connolly Fudge have to re-examine the boy from the Dragon Kingdom in front of him. He and Dumbledore are also old acquaintances, and they know that this guy seems to be kind on the outside, but he is actually very calculating inside. This boy can make him so important, presumably it is not as simple as being talented. All he knew at first was that Li Jianguo, that Harry Potter and his friends had worked together to stop Hogwarts' plot to become a defense against the dark arts teacher, and it played a key role in it. Plus the safe evacuation from the attack of the Dementors not long ago. It is estimated that he has mastered the superb defense against the dark arts of the God Guard. The point is that this child has just turned 12. But in this regard, the other party's future achievements are absolutely limitless. If you try to woo you now, maybe it will help your political career unexpectedly in the future. Thinking of this, Minister Fudge's smile became more and more cordial. He first smiled at Mr. Helens and said, trouble you, Brown, go get busy with your own business first. Yes. Mr. Helens, a little furrowed by the somewhat sweet smile of his own minister, quickly nodded and left the office. Okay, don't be busy catching up with the old days. Then Minister Fudge looked at Dumbledore and Li Jianguo with a smile. We're making time today to discuss important things, aren't we? Discuss things. Li Jianguo was stunned. Didn't you ask me to cooperate with the investigation? What is there to investigate? Dumbledore snorted lightly. This incident itself is a dereliction of duty by the Ministry of Magic, which led to the attack on my students. Apparently, he began to protect the calf. There's no point in saying that now. Minister Fudge was stunned by old Deng's smile. Finding a way to solve the problem first is the key. Saying that, he quickly picked up a document from his desk, looked down and flipped through it a few times, and spoke. I don't know if Mr. Jianguo has learned about someone escaping from Azkaban some time ago. He handed one of the pages of the document to Li Jianguo and said, that's the man, Marcelin. Li Jianguo glanced at it and found that the photo on it was exactly the same as the one he had seen on the wanted warrant in Diagon Alley before. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. I saw it in Diagon Alley. He nodded. It's much more than just a jailbreak. Dumbledore suddenly sighed. Mr. Jianguo, I hope that what you hear next will not be revealed to others. Minister Fudge's expression also became solemn, and he said with a serious face, because this is likely to involve the stability of the entire wizarding world. As a member of the wizarding world, I believe you have this awareness and obligation. Let's get straight to the point. Dumbledore, who was already a little impatient, forcibly interrupted. Don't pollute a young child with your politician set. Hiss. Old Deng Tiaoyu is indeed very angry today. Off Jay. Okay, I'll get down to business. Minister Fudge, who was forcibly interrupted to cast the spell, was not angry in the slightest, but sighed leisurely. In fact, Mars is not the only one who escaped from Azkaban. To be precise, it can't be described by the word jailbreak. It may be more appropriate to take away. Does it make any difference? Li Jianguo pulled the corners of his mouth. But immediately after, Fudge's words made him wrinkle his eyebrows. Because before Mars escaped from prison, he also killed 7 prisoners on the same floor. These people are all loyal followers of the mysterious man who was once the same, notorious Death Eaters. At the mention of the mysterious man, Fudge obviously showed a bit of fear, and his speech slowed down. The most bizarre thing is that their bodies also disappeared, leaving only the bloodstains that remained before death. You still haven't touched on the key point. Dumbledore spoke again at this time. He looked at Minister Fudge with a somewhat helpless expression, but the latter's eyes were a little evasive. Voldemort is not as scary as you think, and he has a tendency to make a comeback, which is already a fact. Impossible. He was wiped out 12 years ago. Minister Fudge shrieked sharply. Then how do you explain that in different areas, someone has found traces of these Death Eaters? Dumbledore retorted without hesitation. It must be some Mars ghost. He is a wizard of unknown origin and foggy in his own right. Minister Fudge also replied rarely. It really doesn't rule out this possibility. Dumbledore sighed again, turned to look at Li Jianguo, who was lost in thought, and said slowly, the Ministry of Magic recently sent someone to investigate the background of this man named Mars. It was found to be very different from before he went to prison. Originally, he was born into a mixed-race family. His mother was a native wizard in England, and his father was an Asian muggle who had immigrated. But when I visited the residents of the villages around him, I found that except for the elderly who stayed in the village all year round, some of his peers who used to work outside the home didn't have an impression of him at all. Do you suspect that his identity is disguised? Li Jianguo asked. That's right. Instead, Minister Fudge replied, but we also believe that his Asian ancestry is real. With that, he picked up another piece of material. As Albus said before, the 7 Death Eaters who have been confirmed dead have been seen recently. And unsurprisingly, the areas where they haunt have had wizards attacked by unknown creatures to varying degrees. It was a weird creature that had never been seen in England. Minister Fudge said as he handed the document to Li Jianguo, we have asked the most senior experts in the study of dark magic creatures, and we can't judge their identity. Li Jianguo took the document and glanced down. I saw a dead and miserable young male wizard in the photo. His body seemed to have been drained of water, showing a twisted and shriveled state. His eyes were round, and his eyeballs, which were almost out of their sockets, flashed with a seeping glow. The fatal injury is a pair of swollen pores. We suspected it was a vampire, but after carefully dissecting the body, we found that the deceased had not been drained of blood. Minister Fudge went on to add, it has been suggested that this state of death is very similar to a creature unique to your dragon country, zombies. As soon as the latter sentence came out, Li Jianguo instantly understood why the Ministry of Magic was so anxious to urge himself before. So, that's why you came to me. Yes, I want you to assist our people to investigate this matter. Minister Fudge said forcefully, you have no right to interfere with this decision. But Jianguo is a student of Hogwarts. Dumbledore is still trying to get Li Jianguo involved in this matter. As headmaster of Hogwarts, I have an obligation to protect the safety of my students. Unless you can get the approval of the board to remove me as principal. Hearing this, Minister Fudge was obviously a little stunned, so he said in a somewhat relaxed tone, I promise you that a few excellent aurors will be sent to protect Mr. Li Jianguo's safety at that time. And after this incident, if he wants to join the Ministry of Magic in the future, I will personally write a letter of recommendation to introduce him to the department he likes. Act, you two continue to act. Li Jianguo silently watched the wonderful performance of the 2 old guys in front of him. To say that Dumbledore did not know that he was going to cooperate with the people of the Ministry of Magic to participate in the investigation of this matter. He didn't believe it. With old Deng's IQ, he knew what kind of shit he would pull when these people in the Ministry of Magic lifted their asses. And Fudge is not to mention that he can mix into the position of minister, and he is also a proper old fox. The 2 of them saw that they just tacitly came to an improvised performance in front of Li Jianguo. One is drawing pies for yourself. The other is to sprinkle some seasoning on top while the newly baked cake is still hot. Let Li Jianguo smell some fragrance first. However, just as the 2 were arguing, there was another knock outside the office. Please come in. Mr. Fudge gasped and tried to get himself back to calm. Then he said in a deep voice, please come in. Immediately, a lady dressed as a clerk walked in, still holding a document in her hand. Minister Fudge, there is an application for the Diagon Alley store here. Please take a look. Shop. Fudge suddenly frowned. Does this kind of trifle need to come to me? The applicant is Mrs. Tina. Where is Mrs. Tina? Mr. Traverse eldest daughter, the widow of the House of Worley. Then you guys just pass it. Mr. Fudge's face immediately softened, as long as she's not going to sell dark magic items in Diagon Alley. But according to our investigation, this is just a branch, and the owner of the main store is a muggle, the lady said with a headache. She also knew in her heart that Lady Tina, who belonged to the same 2 pure blood families, usually had the green light all the way as long as she handled matters at the Ministry of Magic. After all, both the Traverse family and the Worley family have a decisive influence in the political and business circles of the wizarding world. But this matter involved muggles after all. Is that muggle's surname Hope? At this time, Dumbledore suddenly spoke. Yes, Professor Albus. The lady nodded. That seems to be Mr. Huo's shop. Dumbledore said immediately. Mr. Huo. Minister Fudge was a little puzzled when he heard this. It's Jianguo's uncle. Dumbledore smiled and said, also his guardian. Then let Mrs. Tina pass. Hearing this, Minister Fudge made a decision without thinking. The speed of its face change, Chekhov called it an insider. No way, just now he and Dumbledore were performing so hard, and as a result, this kid still looked unmoved. He could only add another fire. After all, this matter at the moment is related to his minister's throne. as long as it can calm the matter, let alone let a muggle set up shop in Diagon Alley. Even if you let the Dementors be employees inside, it's not impossible. The lady was obviously confused by the change in attitude of her own minister, which was comparable to a chameleon. But now that the highest level leaders have spoken, she naturally can't say more. So he turned and left the office. But before leaving, he still glanced at Li Jianguo with some surprise. It seems that it is because of this Asian boy that Fudge, who is the Minister of Magic, makes such a strange move. Mr. Jianguo, look at what I just said. Minister Fudge looked at Li Jianguo with a smile. I can cooperate with you. After pondering for a while, Li Jianguo finally nodded. In fact, even if the other party did not give the green light to his uncle, he originally planned to agree to this. After all, from the beginning, the initiator came at himself. It was only a matter of time before he was involved. Now with the help of the Ministry of Magic, whether you can send an aura to help you will not say. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. In terms of intelligence alone, Li Jianguo can save a lot of trouble. Fantastic! Mr. Fudge immediately shouted happily when he heard this. I know that Mr. Li Jianguo, although you are young, you are a sensible child. On behalf of the entire wizarding world, I would like to thank you for your selflessness. As soon as he heard that this guy was about to start talking endlessly, Li Jianguo quickly interrupted, but I'm still on vacation, and I can't use magic at will. That's a good thing to say. Minister Fudge said disapprovingly after hearing this. I can put you Feng Qingwei as an intern auror of our Ministry of Magic. As soon as these words came out, even Dumbledore couldn't help but show a somewhat surprised expression. You know, as the equivalent of a policeman among wizards, the aura entry review has always been known for being difficult and rigorous. Generally speaking, even excellent graduates who have passed at least 5 NEWT courses at Hogwarts. It is also necessary to undergo professional training for 3 years before obtaining examinations and internship qualifications. This is also a criminal record background check and a rigorous personality and ability test. So much so that for 3 years before 1995, no aurors passed. It can be seen that what happened this time really made Fudge feel the fire burning. Otherwise, he would not have taken such a big risk to open this special case. Similarly, Li Jianguo was a little surprised by this. According to his original expectations, at most, he was allowed to use magic outside the school. Unexpectedly, the other party directly gave himself a whole job. However, the title of trainee auror is itself more subtle. On the one hand, it can have both the rights of a regular auror, that is, the right to kill or arrest enemy wizards, bypassing the usual channels of trial, and in the process, they used methods that were almost as ruthless as the dark wizards they were fighting. On the other hand, once something unexpected happens, or someone needs to be found to take the blame, the word internship will be a good reason to dump the pot. As a native of the Dragon Kingdom, Li Jianguo couldn't know much about this kind of thing. One thing is to say, Fudge's old balding is not without reason. At least in terms of politics, he understands it. If there is no objection, Mr. Li Jianguo, please go back and wait for our notice. Fudge smiled and said to Li Jianguo, of course, if you find anything, please feel free to let us know. Having said all this, Li Jianguo naturally didn't need to say more. So after expressing that he had no objection, he left the office. But when he returned to the hall, Mr. Helens, who had been in charge of receiving him, suddenly chased him and handed him a document. Li Jianguo opened it and saw that it was actually the appointment letter of the trainee auror. The above is valid until 9.1 days. That was when Hogwarts started. It seems that Fudge's guy has long been prepared that he will agree. Jianguo, have you finished dealing with things? At this time, Mrs. Tina, who had been waiting in the rest area for a long time, caught a glimpse of Li Jianguo's figure in the crowd, and quickly walked to him and said softly, "It's done, make you wait for a long time." Li Jianguo chuckled. Time flies, and before you know it, more than a week has passed. What made Li Jianguo puzzled was that during this period, the Ministry of Magic had not contacted him. Instead, Ron and Hermione sent themselves a letter. The content is surprised that Li Jianguo has actually become the youngest auror in the history of the Ministry of Magic, despite being in internship. Especially Ron, who has always known in the letter that this matter is hot. Yes, the day after returning from the Ministry of Magic, the Daily Prophet ran news about Li Jianguo right in the headline, titled as the youngest auror ever made by the Ministry of Magic. Of course, the content inside has of course made hundreds of millions of changes. Specifically, the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts jointly held an event to allow more young wizards to experience the daily work of aurors. In this way, May 4-3 will stimulate the sense of justice of the young wizards, as well as the actual combat and responsibility when facing the black wizards. After reading the newspaper at that time, Li Jianguo couldn't help but call Fudge and Dumbledore's first operation professional. That is, it gives themselves a valid reason to become trainee aurors and increases their reputation among the wizarding community. No wonder old Dang agreed to be dragged over by his uncle to drink together that evening. In addition, Li Jianguo also received a letter from Cassandra yesterday. She said that her father's side had made time to prepare to receive him and her uncle to his home. Since the Ministry of Magic had not contacted him, Li Jianguo simply wrote to Cassandra and replied to him, saying that he would visit the day after tomorrow. And when the uncle knew about this, he immediately put down the decoration work of the branch in Diagon Alley with Mrs. Tina. I drove out that afternoon to prepare presents. So, on a Saturday afternoon, the three officially set off on their way to Cassandra's house. The Worley family's old home is located in West Sussex. It is not far from the Hampshire border and close to the Great Valley of Wilder. In order to save time, the three first flew to a wizarding tavern in Hampshire through Flew Powder, then rented a car locally and headed to a small, almost isolated village in West Sussex. According to the address marked on Cassandra's letter, their home is on a hillside about 2 kilometers outside the village. However, when the three of them were about to arrive in the village, they found that the place was much more prosperous than they thought. The streets outside the village are lined with vineyards and unbuilt homesteads. Dark forests are intertwined with public green spaces, and ponds glow golden in the afterglow of the setting sun. White fallow or yellow open land comes into view. When we entered the village, although it was close to dusk, the roads in the village were still full of people. Everywhere you can see adults returning from farming, or groups of children playing on the side of the road. There was not much fuel left in the car, and despite being close to Cassandra's house, my uncle decided to find a gas station to refill some fuel. However, in the middle of the three people waiting to refuel, a white owl suddenly landed on Li Jianguo's shoulder and gently pecked him on the cheek twice. The latter immediately recognized it as Cassandra's owl named Roland. "It seems that little Cassandra has come to pick you up," Mrs. Tina said with a little joking. "It's the first time I've seen her so attentive to guests. I just happened to be passing by here." A cold voice suddenly sounded. Immediately after, I saw Cassandra with her hands folded in front of her chest, standing like a proud swan not far away looking to this side. The little girl is wearing a slim long dress today, and the color is still her favorite dark green. With snow-like skin, delicate facial features, and a tear mole at the corner of her eyes, she looks like a princess who walked out of an ancient castle. "Oh, girl, you haven't seen you in a few days and grow handsome." After seeing Cassandra, the old man immediately walked to Li Jianguo's side with a smile and greeted him warmly. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. "Hello, Mr. Huo." Cassandra saluted gracefully, turning to look at Mrs. Tina on the side. But as soon as she was about to say hello, she was held in her arms by the latter. "You're really cute today, little Cassandra." Faced with her aunt's overheated performance, Cassandra was obviously a little at a loss, and her arms were stretched out stiffly. It was at this moment that she accidentally glimpsed Li Jianguo, who was snickering at her embarrassment. Immediately couldn't help but glared at the other party fiercely. "You've been waiting for a long time." Mrs. Tina let go of her hand and looked at her niece with some distress. "All said, I just happened to pass by here." Cassandra snorted softly. "I didn't mean to wait for you." "Yes," Mrs. Tina nodded knowingly, "I have to say that this is also fate, right?" Saying that, she gently patted Cassandra's shoulder and smiled. "Okay, here will be handed over to me and Huo. You take Jianguo to go shopping first." By the way, he also had a lot of emotional intelligence to find a step for the tsundere Cassandra. Otherwise, it will seem that our Worley family does not know how to treat guests. "Okay." Cassandra nodded, and then said lightly towards Li Jianguo, "Then let's go." With that, she walked towards the village with her own care. "You boy has to seize the opportunity." The old man also took the opportunity to also frown and said, "This little girl is a little cold, but it seems to be very good to you. You get it again." Li Jianguo rolled his eyes when he heard this, and did not deal with this old man who prided himself on love, but followed Cassandra. But soon, the two who were alone felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward. Just because the two of them walked on the road for almost 5 or 6 minutes, neither of them spoke to each other. Or rather, they are waiting for the other party to speak first. Finally, Cassandra couldn't bear it first. After all, when the log beside her speaks, it is estimated that both of them will have to walk to her house. I saw that she glared at Li Jian 0.6 Guo angrily, and hummed, "Do you want a girl to find a topic first? I also want to say something." Li Jianguo scratched his head a little embarrassed. "Besides, isn't it the same when we get along most of the time in school?" "You mean, there's nothing to talk about with me?" When Cassandra heard the two thin eyebrows, they were about to rise up. "Sure enough, you can only talk to that girl named Luna." "Ha too." Li Jianguo did not refute after listening to it. In terms of sales alone, the magazine Singing the Negative sometimes even surpasses the Daily Prophet. Although most wizards will see it as a broken tabloid with crazy words. But I can't stop saying this, but the body is very honest. After all, there are not many entertainment activities for wizards on weekdays, so continue to use this popular book to pass the time. Of course, it's not all crazy, at least sometimes the above reports will be more true by the Daily Prophet. My father also plans to invest in this book recently. At this time, Cassandra suddenly said coldly. He always likes to do boring things and invest indiscriminately. I think Mr. War's move is very wise. Li Jianguo chuckled and said, it seems that your family is so rich, and it is not for nothing. As the topic unfolded, it seemed that there was less embarrassment between the two. While the two were chatting, Li Jianguo found that the surrounding villagers always had a bit of awe in their eyes when they saw Cassandra. And those little boys who were about the same age as themselves had an unconcealable admiration on their faces, and at the same time looked at Li Jianguo with a guarded expression. After all, it was the first time they had seen the beautiful and cold little princess of the Worley family walking with a strange boy. Miss Cassandra, long time no see. 07 At this time, an old man with a thick brown beard took off his hat and saluted Cassandra under the eaves. Please also say hello to Mr. Worley on my behalf. I will convey your greetings. Cassandra thanked the old man gracefully, but her tone was still the same cold look as usual. It seems that your family is quite popular here. Seeing this, Li Jianguo smiled and said, generally, wizarding families are not very popular with the locals, because they all work in our family business. Cassandra replied lightly, if you count on another family to provide a job to support your family, you will also be full of respect for the other party. There's nothing wrong with that. Li Jianguo smiled and said, make money, don't shudder. Speaking of this, he seemed to have thought of something again, and tentatively asked, what kind of industry does your family do? Grow some grapes and make wine. Cassandra replied, the Worley family started out on these two businesses. But in the beginning, it was only sold to wizards, and now it is also involved in the Muggle business. The nearby plantation belongs to your family? Li Jianguo asked again. All you can see is it. Is this TM called? Li Jianguo glanced at the almost endless grape field not far away, and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this girl is so generous on weekdays. This can no longer be described as a little rich woman, it should be called a small landowner. Evil capitalism. I'll take you somewhere. After a moment of silence, Cassandra suddenly spoke. Then he ignored Li Jianguo's reaction and walked forward without thinking about himself. The two slowly advanced along a sheepscut path on the left side of the village towards a hillside, and finally stopped under a huge birch tree. Cassandra first secretly glanced at Li Jianguo, and then whispered, don't mention this to anyone else for a while. Saying that, she pinched the corners of her skirt with some hesitation. But who knew that Li Jianguo next to him directly walked and sneaked onto the branch of the big birch tree in 2 or 3 strokes. Then he turned around and stretched out his hand towards the girl and smiled, isn't it just climbing trees, what is there to grind? Cassandra was stunned for a moment, and some kind of indescribable throbbing flashed in her emerald green eyes. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. Also, a rude guy like you must be familiar with this kind of thing. That being said, the little girl still stretched out her white and slender arm and put it on Li Jianguo's hand. Then, like a light kitten, came to the tree. Look at your posture, we are also each other. Smelling the familiar violet aroma around him, Li Jianguo's mood also became comfortable, and he joked by the way. Cassandra glared at the nasty guy when she heard this, and gently brushed her somewhat messy hair. I usually come back here occasionally to practice magic, she said in a cold voice. The view is really beautiful. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Li Jianguo sat on the branch of the tree, his legs dangling, looking at the long sky in the distance dyed red by the setting sun. From this position, the vast land stretching into the great valley of Wild is almost as far as the eye can see. The people who are still working in the fields are like moving stars, dotting the emerald green sky under their feet. In the breeze, the aroma of earth mixed with the sweet aroma of grapes passes through the tip of the nose. Cassandra peeked at the immature but resolute face of the boy next to her out of the corner of her eye, and before she knew it, she was a little out of his mind. The two did not speak again, each looking at the scenery in their eyes. But compared to the previous silence, this quiet atmosphere made Cassandra feel very comfortable. Unconsciously, her body even slowly approached Li Jianguo again. Unfortunately, this atmosphere was soon broken by a dull voice. Miss Cassandra, why are you staying with this rude brat again? Hearing this voice, Cassandra suddenly frowned, and a little disgust flashed in her eyes. Li Jianguo also heard the prestige, and then saw a boy who was older than the two of them standing several times, looking at him and Cassandra with a gloomy face. He had a vague impression of this man, also a student at Hogwarts, but in the 3rd year, and like Cassandra, he belongs to the same Slytherin. Blake, don't you think it's rude to comment on other people's friends like this? Listening to Cassandra said in an icy tone, or is your rude blood flowing from your gardener's father making you feel accustomed to this kind of thing? The boy named Blake was made even more gloomy by Cassandra's caustic words, especially when the other party is heard mention his gardener father. Li Jianguo noticed a flash of imperceptible disgust in his eyes. Don't forget, it was this kid who caused us Slytherins to lose the house cup. Blake pointed at Li Jianguo with gloomy eyes and shouted. Are you teaching me to do things? Cassandra suddenly said what Li Jianguo had said before. She sat in the tree and looked down condescendingly at Blake 397. Don't forget, you're just the son of our Worley family. No matter how fancy your clothes are, no matter how much you keep talking about them in school, you can't change this fact. Good guy, this girl is directly a shrimp pig heart. When Li Jianguo heard this, he glanced at the guy named Blake. He had also heard a little about this man's deeds. This guy is also said to be an avid fan of pure blood theory in the school, but he is a muggle and wizard hybrid himself. Therefore, even if he had good grades and tried to squeeze into the circle of pure blood wizards in Slytherin, he was never accepted. Even Malfoy dismissed it. In short, it is a word, if you have the old foo and get sick, but you don't have the life of the old foo. Blake's face was so gloomy that he could squeeze out ink. He glanced at Li Jianguo with resentful eyes, and then turned and left. Let's go. After Blake's figure disappeared from sight, Cassandra suddenly spoke. I can feel that the little girl is in a bad mood now. Don't you stay any longer? Li Jianguo asked softly. Why, don't you like to be alone with Miss Ben? Cassandra tilted her head and said arrogantly. Li Jianguo suddenly jumped down from the tree, tilted his head and stretched his arm towards Cassand, revealing a bright smile. Transfiguration with phantoms. Phantom transfiguration. The Cassandra sat on the branch of the tree, her two smooth white calves gently swaying. Forward. The moment Li Jianguo looked up just now, he saw a certain absolute realm. However, the girl did not seem to realize this, and she had been attracted all her attention by Li Jianguo's words just now. I saw that she suddenly realized, oh yes, you're still a trainee auror and can use magic outside of school. That's right. Li Jianguo lightly snapped his fingers. I always wanted to use this spell after I went home, but unfortunately there was no suitable opportunity. After all, it always feels a little out of line with the identity of a wizard when you take the subway. Okay then. Cassandra nodded, jumped lightly from the tree, and put her little hand on Li Jianguo's arm. You should remember the 3D principle of phantom transfiguration, right? Goal, determination, calmness. Li Jianguo smiled and said, don't worry, I never do anything I am not sure of. Then let's get started. In other words, you should show the way. See that hillside to the southeast? At the foot of the mountain is the gate of my house. Received. When Li Jianguo heard this, he took his wand from his waist and waved it gently. Apparat. As soon as the words fell, a strong feeling of squeezing spread throughout the bodies of the two in an instant. In fact, the reason why the apparition transfiguration is required to wizards over the age of 17 to learn is because the spell itself is highly dangerous. It's like splitting. That is, distracted while casting a spell, one part of the body reaches the target of the phantom transfiguration, while the other part of the body is still in place. In the original book, Ron suffered this kind of thing. And this danger will rise sharply with the increase of the distance traveled, and the farther the distance, the more superb technical and magical abilities are required. Therefore, intercontinental migration can almost be regarded as suicidal behavior for ordinary wizards. However, for Li Jianguo at this time, such a short distance is still in hand. It was only when he and Cassandra teleported to the Worley family's old mansion. The scene in front of him made Li Jianguo instantly understand why their family set up the gate at the foot of the mountain. This Nima is not built on a mountain, but a mountain built on a home, right? Evil capitalism. What's wrong? Cassandra looked at Li Jianguo, who was standing still, and suddenly asked with some curiosity. Nothing. Then let's go inside. Cassandra glanced at Li Jianguo lightly, and then gently clapped her hands. In the next second, the iron door carved with a hollow pattern opened. Immediately after that, a house elf dressed in a dress and looking old dragon bell appeared in front of the two. Miss, you're back. It respectfully salutes, sir, they are waiting for you in the living room. Saying that, it raised its light green pupils and looked at Li Jianguo a little cautiously. This is our distinguished guest, Mr. Li Jianguo. I am the most faithful servant of the House of Worley, Goblin, and it is an honor to serve you. After speaking, I saw him wave his palm and conjure a carriage in front of the two. Please get in the car, the journey may be a little far, but the scenery is still very good. Your house elves actually have clothes. After sitting in the carriage, Li Jianguo asked Cassandra with some curiosity. Because for house elves, when the owner gives them clothes to wear, they mean that they have been free. Goblin alone. The goblins have been serving our family for nearly 200 years. Cassandra said softly while looking at the scenery outside the carriage window. It has been serving our family since my grandfather was alive, and my grandfather gave it that dress before he died. But in the end, Goblin chose to stay in the Worley family. After all, for them, without the service of the master, it means that the meaning of survival is lost. Maybe that's not what your grandfather thought. Li Jianguo chuckled. His old man probably really wanted to give freedom to this old friend at that time. Maybe. Cassandra glanced at the boy beside her with some surprise. But it's Gobron's own choice. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. She was surprised because Li Jianguo was surprised that she didn't take her grandfather's decision. You must know that when my grandfather made this decision, he was opposed by many people in the family. Because in the eyes of many people, house elves are just slaves to wizards, and they have no right to talk about freedom or dignity. Her grandfather's actions at that time were tantamount to an outlier in the eyes of wizards. Even the young Cassandra had a hard time understanding this behavior. But at the very least, your grandfather gave it the right to choose, didn't he? Li Jianguo smiled and said, from this, you can see that the old man is a respectable person. Cassandra did not speak again when she heard this, but continued to look out the window. Only at the corner of her mouth, an imperceptible smile was raised. After the carriage traveled for almost 7 or 8 minutes, the two officially arrived at the main residence of the Worley family. As soon as he entered the door, Li Jianguo saw more than a dozen servants shuttling back and forth in the spacious hall, placing the dinner plates in their hands and various decorations on the dining table. The uncle sat on the couch, with a hearty smile, and talked freely with a man with a beard who looked almost 40 years old. They also had a bottle of butterbeer in front of each other. Li Jianguo recognized the identity of the middle-aged man at a glance. The contemporary patriarch of the House of Worley, Schneider Worley, just because he and Cassandra looked too similar in terms of facial features. Of course, this is not to say that Cassandra's facial features are very close to men, but her father's appearance belongs to a more feminine style. Paired with that black slim dress, it looks like a vampire count from the Middle Ages. Contrary to appearances, however, Mr. Worley's personality is unusually enthusiastic. I just heard him laugh and say, "Let's see who is coming, our little princess and her sweetheart." As soon as these words came out, Cassandra's little face instantly turned red with the naked eye. With some embarrassment, she shouted at Mr. Worley, "Father, what are you talking about?" After that, she also secretly glanced at Li Jianguo and tried to explain, "My father always likes to say some nonsense things, don't take it seriously." At this moment, a milky voice suddenly sounded at the feet of the two. Looking down, I saw that the little unicorn under Cassandra's care was staggering in front of the two, rubbing Cassandra's calf with his little face affectionately. "Good guy, it's really fed as a unicorn." Looking at the little unicorn's Delihao, round belly, like a golden pearl, Li Jianguo couldn't help but complain in his heart. "I'll go up and change clothes first." Cassandra bent down to pick up the little unicorn and said to several people, "Faux pas." With that, she fled and walked towards the staircase. It's rare for me to see her so shy. Mr. Worley looked at his daughters departing back and laughed. This is very much like her mother Fire. However, when he mentioned his wife, Li Jianguo noticed a flash of sadness in his eyes. In other words, I really haven't heard Cassandra mention her mother. Okay, since the guests have arrived, let's start tonight's banquet. Mr. Worley stood up slowly and said in a loud voice. Immediately, he walked up to Li Jianguo, stretched out his hand with a kind smile and introduced himself. "Worley Schneider, it's an honor to meet you." As Cassandra finished changing her clothes, the banquet officially began. The girl sat down next to Li Jianguo generously. She changed into a money-green skirt, and she wore a hair card with a parasitic pattern on her head. During the dinner, Mr. Worley specially took out a barrel of wine that had been cherished for many years. Li Jianguo tasted a few bites and found that the strength of this thing was not something he could control. Sure enough, it didn't take long for both the uncle and Mr. Worley to drink it. The two people put their arms around their necks and cried out one by one. In this regard, Cassandra sighed helplessly. When the two old men had drunk and laid down, she and Mrs. Tina helped the two drunks back to their respective rooms. Before leaving, the girl did not forget to take a special look at Li Jianguo. That look was obvious, signaling him to stop drinking. However, just when Li Jianguo put down his wineglass and was about to continue to race something into his stomach, the maid who had lost the plate before suddenly walked up to him and threw a note to Li Jianguo while cleaning up the food debris in the tableware. The latter picked up the note and looked at it, and his pupils suddenly froze. A few minutes later, in a corridor inside the castle, Li Jianguo walked slowly in the dark corridor, the candles on both sides flickering with faint glimmers. "I didn't expect to meet you here." The crisp girl sounded in the hallway, fluorescent flashing. Then there was a light on a wand, which cooled the entire corridor. Li Jianguo blinked his eyes, and the first thing that caught her eye was a short pink hair like bubble gum. "Hello, Mr. Li Jianguo." The short-haired woman said crisply, as Fudge said, "A smart and good wizard." She has a pale, heart-shaped face, and a pair of sparkling black eyes. Between speaking, the tone has a bit of mischievous liveliness. Although I find it hard to believe what the guy said, for now, he is not lying this time. Saying that, the woman stretched out her hand and smiled at Li Jianguo. "Nila Fathu Tonks, just call me Tonks." 440 The appearance of the other party has changed drastically from before. However, when she introduced her name, Li Jianguo no longer felt puzzled. Just because this woman named Tonks is a transfiguration magus, she can change her appearance at will. "When you call me here, it should be more than just a simple introduction to yourself." "That's right." Tonks smiled and said, "It's much easier to talk to you than those old antiques." Why are you here? Li Jianguo asked first. If he remembered correctly, Tonks graduated from Hogwarts the year he enrolled, and it wasn't until 1994 that he officially became an Auror. If the Ministry of Magic arranged her to carry out the mission, it obviously did not match her status as a recent graduate. That's a long story. Fox held his wand in front of him, as if pondering how to organize language. Anyway, thanks to the guy named Mars. Otherwise, I guess I'll have to go through that boring training under Moody. As soon as these words came out, Li Jianguo's heart suddenly became clear. Sure enough, it was related to that guy. But immediately after that, he frowned. Is the Ministry of Magic suspicious of the Worley side? Not entirely. Tonks shook his finger and said, we only recently traced the traces of one of the people who fled from Azkaban. The man's name is Ferenn, and his ancestry is West Sussex. And he's the younger brother of a gardener in the Worley family. Hearing this, Li Jianguo's pale and thin face immediately flashed in his mind. In short, I suggest you be careful. The matter of you coming to the banquet may not be so simple. Tonks changed his previous brisk tone and said with a serious expression. As soon as her words fell, there was a sound of footsteps in the corridor. Seeing this scene, Tonks' face immediately twisted, changed back to the appearance of the female attendant before, and turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Mr. Li Jianguo, I finally found you. Odd. The visitor was a maid about 40 years old, who seemed to be in a hurry, and beads of sweat were already running from her forehead. I was just looking for a bathroom. This place is so big that I almost got lost. It's like this in the old house. The middle-aged maid smiled and said, for the guests from outside, it is not very friendly. I can show you the way. Are you looking for me in any hurry? It's Mr. Worley who wants to see you. The middle-aged maid paused, and then replied with a smile, but it's not too late. You better solve the matter in front of you first. On the way to the bathroom, Li Jianguo has been lost in thought. First of all, what Tonks said before represented today's events, and perhaps it would involve the man named Mars. The second is Mr. War's performance. Obviously the other party has been with each other at the dinner table before. Why would he think of talking to himself? With these doubts, Li Jianguo symbolically stayed in the bathroom for a while in order to fulfill the lie. Then, led by the middle-aged maid, he walked through the long corridor and came to a room. As soon as I entered the house, I saw Mr. Worley sitting on the sofa with a glass of wine in his hand. There's still a hint of drunkenness on your face? Good guy, this acting skill is simply hanging a lot of little fresh meat. I'm really sorry, there is a reason for this, please forgive my deception. Seeing Li Jianguo enter the house, Mr. Worley immediately stood up and saluted him apologetically. After all, the less people know about this matter, the better. What the hell is going on? Li Jianguo frowned. He hated the feeling of being kept in the dark. It's about Cassandra's mother, which is my wife. Mr. Worley sighed with a complicated expression and said, presumably, you already know about Mars from the Ministry of Magic. Is it him again? Li Jianguo was stunned when he heard this, but immediately followed by Mr. Worley continue, you should rarely hear Cassandra mention her mother. Yes. Li Jianguo nodded. In fact, she is still in the dark, thinking that her mother is long dead. Mr. Worley sighed leisurely, my wife used to be an Auror at the Ministry of Magic, she used to be so gentle and beautiful. Until everything changed after she captured the man named Mars. That's why you asked me here? Li Jianguo asked in a deep voice. That's right. Mr. Worley nodded. On the one hand, I want to see for myself what kind of person can make such a big change in my always proud precious daughter. On the other hand, I would also like to ask you to do me a favor. Please be blunt. Please come with me. Mr. Worley did not say what exactly required him to go to such lengths. Instead, he lightly tapped a lion statue next to the sofa. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. In the next second, a secret door slowly appeared on the wall. The two walked along the secret door like a secret passage winding down. This place was founded by my ancestors and has always been known only to the patriarch. Mr. Worley held up his glowing staff and said as he walked, at the end of the road is the mausoleum where the bodies of the heads of the Worley family are housed in the past. One day, I will sleep here too. That's not the point, is it? Li Jianguo said in a muffled voice, raising his hand to sweep away a spider that had fallen on his head. Yes, but I say this because I broke with a centuries-old family tradition. See, my lover is temporarily placed there. When he said this, Mr. Worley's expression appeared indistinct under the interweaving of shimmers and shadows, but his tone was very sad, because only then will she not hurt other people. Merlin's beard, what a kind person she used to be. While speaking, the two had already arrived in front of a secret room sealed by a stone door. At the same time, a strong smell of blood wafted to the tip of Li Jianguo's nose, making him frown. Don't worry, these are just the blood of livestock. Mr. Worley explains, I get the goblin to come here every day to feed her. As soon as the words fell, Li Jianguo felt a change in the ring on his hand. So he let go of the ring's portal. In the next second, the yellow-skinned uncle turned into a wisp of yellow wind and fell on Li Jiangguo's shoulder. "It's the blood corpse curse." The yellow-skinned uncle lay on his shoulder and said with a solemn expression, "I didn't expect that guy to be so vicious. This is..." Faced with the sudden appearance of this yellow weasel that can only speak human words, Mr. Worley was suddenly a little surprised. "It's my uncle," Li Jiangguo replied, turned his head and asked, "Uncle Shi, do you see something? Does that woman inside suddenly go crazy and become bloodthirsty when she is not born?" The yellow-skinned uncle stared straight at Mr. Worley and asked. "That's right." The latter suddenly showed surprise. "This forward. Does Mr. Yellow Weasel know what my wife is cursed with? This is the blood corpse curse of the Dragon Kingdom." The yellow-skinned uncle nodded and said, "Even if it is our sluggish people, we will not easily cast such a vicious curse on people." Hearing this, Mr. Worley's face instantly became sad. "I know this curse is vicious, and even Mr. Dumbledore can't do anything about it. That can only be said that the person you are looking for is not right." The yellow-skinned uncle touched the hair on his chin and said, "Although this thing is troublesome to deal with, it is not incurable." Speaking of this, it turned its head to look at Li Jiangguo. "How about it, help or not? You can think about this clearly. If you don't get it right, you will also be entangled in this curse. What do you think?" Li Jiangguo chuckled and said, "Anyway, that person will come to the door sooner or later, and if he doesn't get it right, he will use this trick on me, so he should practice it in advance." "You have a little bit of truth in what you said." The yellow-skinned uncle also laughed. But immediately after, it said to Mr. Worley with a serious expression, "Zioa, let's say in advance, if we solve this matter, Baokai will not be able to return your complete wife." "What do you mean by that?" Mr. Worley was startled in his heart and quickly asked. "I mean, if all goes well, she'll keep her mind and body intact." The yellow-skinned uncle said slowly, "But if it doesn't go well, we can only kill her while ensuring our own safety." "Then do as you say." After a brief silence, Mr. Worley said in a somewhat trembling voice, "Whatever the outcome, at the very least, she won't be in as much pain as she is now, will she?" As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn, until Li Jiangguo took the lead in speaking. "Don't worry, I will do my best." "Thank you." Mr. Worley nodded solemnly. Then he tapped his wand back and forth on Shimon Mountain a few times, and with a dull rumble, the stone door slowly opened. The smell of decay mixed with the smell of blood rushed towards him. The surrounding air also became inexplicably restless. "Listen, send someone to take a rooster and put it in front of the door. If in the early hours of the morning, 3 roosters crow, it means that everything is over." Before entering the door, the yellow-skinned uncle instructed Mr. Worley. Then he followed Li Jiangguo and stepped into the stone room. The stone door slowly closed, and what greeted Li Jiangguo's eyes were dozens of cold stone coffins. That thing should be hidden in one of them. In the face of this old yellow-skinned man's unrighteous behavior, Li Jiangguo was suddenly speechless in his heart. He looked inside the implementation. In addition to the sarcophagi, there were also the corpses of some animals lying on the ground, as well as the corpses of cattle, horses, and other livestock that seemed to have been sucked dry. However, at this moment, Li Jiangguo suddenly heard the scraping sound of the sarcophagus lid being pushed to the side. He immediately pulled out his wand and looked warily in the direction where the voice came from. At the same time, he took out a pair of dragon leather gloves from his pocket and put them on his hands. A black shadow burst out of the sarcophagus, and the fierce wind brought by it made the candle flames around it much dimmer. Li Jiangguo cast a fluorescent flash, and with the help of bright light, he saw clearly this werewolf person who came out of the coffin. Her short neck was topped with a disproportionately large head, covered in tangled and dirty red hair. But upon closer inspection, I found that those so-called red colors are actually a layer of blood that is squirming. The facial features on her head had become deformed due to swelling and distortion, and her eyes had long lost human reason, flashing with a bloodthirsty red light like a beast. Looking at the appearance alone, she is no different from the monster, and she can only judge her identity as a human from the tattered white dress on her body. It seems to be completely corpse-sized. After carefully glancing at the bloody corpse, the yellow-skinned uncle shouted in a deep voice, "Master and nephew, find a way to pierce her 5 acupuncture paths, such as Tianshu, Yin Lian, Urgent Pulse, and Shankashijuan. Then force her back into the coffin." "Understood," Li Jiangguo replied. Originally, alchemy had to combine acupuncture points everywhere in the human body, so he had long been familiar with various acupuncture points. At this moment, the blood corpse had already smelled Li Jiangguo's smell, and a sharp roar came out of its mouth, and then jumped high and swung its blood-stained claws over. Li Jiangguo instantly jumped to the side, quickly turned around with one foot as the center of gravity, and took advantage of the gap between the monster and him, and stabbed the tip of his staff towards his Tianshu cave. The blood corpse suddenly let out a cry of pain in her mouth, but this also stimulated her ferocity, and she opened her mouth to bite Li Jiangguo's shoulder regardless of it. Protogu. With the wave of the wand, an invisible shield blocked in front of Li Jiangguo, spreading the blood corpse fiercely. Exactly the iron armor spell. Facing the bloody corpse that fell to the ground in wail, Li Jianguo immediately added another slap to the whole petrification. However, this controlling spell did not seem to have much effect on the blood corpse, and before he could get closer, the other party had already suddenly got up and withdrew towards the rear. This time, the blood corpse did not rush to launch the next round of offensive, but lay on the ground on all fours, grinning demonstratively to show her fangs. At the same time, the Tianxia cave where Fang's CAI was stabbed was constantly flowing with sticky blood. Seeing this scene, Li Jianguo waved his wand again, cast a transformation spell, and turned several stone statues around him into chains and wrapped them around the blood corpse. It seems that she is still somewhat rational. The yellow-skinned uncle also reminded on the side, in this way, there is still salvation, it is best to fight quickly. Hearing this, Li Jianguo immediately pouted. You always say that it is light. To be honest, judging from the fight just now, the combat effectiveness of this thing is actually not very strong. At least Li Jianguo felt that he really had to let go of his hands and feet to deal with her, that is, to solve the matter in minutes. But the problem was that he had to find an opportunity to stab the remaining few acupuncture points without hurting the other party's life. You know, this thing will resist. While thinking, the blood corpse had been a little bored by the chains that were constantly entangled, and immediately rushed towards Li Jianguo regardless of it. Seeing this, the latter raised his hand and feinted with a blow, sending out red lightning to hit the other party. The blood corpse suddenly retreated like a wooden stick. Before she could stabilize her footsteps, Li Jianguo's wand was already close and stabbed at her acupuncture channel at an extremely fast speed. The blood corpse that suffered heavy damage again immediately roared, and actually leaned forward, ignoring the magic wand that pierced into the body and hugged Li Jianguo with both hands. But in the next second, a spell suddenly exploded in her abdomen, directly blasting it out. There are 3 left. Li Jianguo frowned and said to himself, summoning a series of yellow talismans from the cuffs, and quickly floated above the blood corpse, and then lightly snapped his fingers. In an instant, several lightning bolts erupted from the yellow talisman and continuously struck the blood corpse. The blood corpse kept wailing miserably when it was electrified, but Li Jianguo did not have the slightest sympathy, but quickly moved forward and poked her with his wand 3 times in a row like lightning. Immediately after kicking the blood corpse out, he used the imperial sword technique to move the sarcophagus vertically, perfectly catching the body of the blood corpse. Rumble! The sarcophagus crashed to the ground, and the heavy lid followed suit. The trapped blood corpse also tried to push open the coffin lid, but Li Jianguo jumped directly and fell onto the coffin lid. What's next? Li Jianguo asked loudly towards the yellow-skinned uncle. He was already able to ask, and a rancid and pungent smell of blood was spreading dramatically. Take cinnabar with you, and paint it on the coffin according to this. The yellow-skinned uncle rubbed his hands together, turning into a cloud of ghost fire and condensing a complex and mysterious pattern in midair. Fortunately, Li Jianguo had a talent for quantum speed reading, so after just taking a look, he immediately took out a brush and cinnabar and drew it from the top of the sarcophagus. The struggle below became more and more intense, and Li Jianguo could only forcibly suppress the coffin while continuing to draw spells. But at this moment, the door of the stone chamber was suddenly opened from the outside. Mr. Jianguo, Cassandra Shi. Mr. Worley ran into the stone chamber in a panic, shouting as he ran. Cassandra was taken away. What the? Li Jianguo, who was concentrating on drawing the pattern, suddenly paused and suddenly raised his head to look at Mr. Worley. Not long ago, it was the goblin who told me, the latter said urgently, following his gaze to the sarcophagus under the boy. The expression on his face instantly became more anxious. He knew that this was the moment of truth. But Cassandra is now being abducted again, and in front of his wife and daughter, he can only choose immediately. If it really doesn't work. His voice trembled as he tried to say something, but was immediately interrupted by another voice. Read violent novels, just go to Feel Fiction Network. Immediately, a petite figure slammed onto the sarcophagus. Leave it to the 2 of us here, master and nephew, you go and save that little girl first. Aren't you unable to shoot? Li Jianguo looked at the yellow-skinned uncle who was squatting in front of him with some surprise. It's just drawing a spell, not casting spells. The yellow-skinned master raised his claw and snatched the brush and cinnabar, and croaked, go ahead. After coming out of the stone room, Li Jianguo bumped into an anxious goblin head-on. The poor old elf was now crouching in the corner of the wall, pounding his huge head against the wall. He also repeated his mouth, useless goblin, useless goblin. Well, Mr. Gobron, now is not the time to do this. Li Jianguo took a few steps forward to stop it from continuing to self-harm, and asked aloud, who captured Cassandra, do you have a clue? The goblin doesn't know either, Mr. Kenkoku. The old elf stared at a pair of helpless big eyes, looked at Li Jianguo and shook his head. I was about to deliver some snacks to the young lady, but when I entered the door, I found that the young lady had disappeared, and there were still traces of fighting in the house. Where's her room? Goblin takes you. When the old elf heard this, he stepped out of his thin claws and gently held Li Jianguo's arm. In the next second, they used the phantom transfiguration to reach Cassandra's room. The room was indeed as Goblin said, with traces of fighting, but it was not chaotic. Apparently the other party defeated Cassandra in a few moves and let her take away. At this moment, several childish chirps and the sound of impact suddenly came from the wardrobe on the side. When Li Jianguo heard the sound, he quickly walked to the cabinet and opened the door. I saw Cassandra's little unicorn named Nana crawling pitifully inside. As soon as the cabinet door opened, the little guy of 703 immediately rushed to the window and looked down a few times. Then he turned his head and whimpered anxiously towards Li Jianguo. "Do you know where your master is now?" Seeing this, Li Jianguo picked him up and asked tentatively while stroking the little unicorn's hair to soothe it. The little one immediately nodded his head. At the same time, inside the dilapidated houses, Cassandra, wearing a long dress, was lying quietly on a wooden bed at this time. Blake stood by the bed, looking obsessively at the delicate face that made him repeat countless days and nights. He was just about to reach out and touch the pretty face, but a hoarse voice came from behind him. "Can you be a little bit of a surprise, Blake?" I saw an unkempt man sitting on a chair with his legs up, holding a cup of coffee in his hand and laughing strangely. "It's just a woman, it's hard for you to be self-controlled." "You won't understand, Uncle Pench," Blake said with a feverish expression. "He has the purest wizard blood on him. The offspring produced by the union of the two of us will definitely be able to change the dirty bloodline of the Blake family. It's a really good idea." The man named Benji laughed. "But until then, this girl still has value in use. The Dark Lord and that Lord need her to win over the Worley family. When everything is over, I will ask the two adults to give this girl to you." "Seriously?" Blake asked suspiciously. "Uncle Pench, I risked being searched by the Ministry of Magic to take you in. Once they knew I had taken in fugitives from Azkaban, my future would be ruined." "Are you threatening me?" My lovely nephew Benji sneered. "Don't forget, without me, you may not have the opportunity to serve the great Dark Lord for the rest of your life." "Of course not, I'm just stating my determination." Blake's face was a little flustered when he heard this, and he immediately spoke up to explain. "Very good, then let me witness your determination with my own eyes." Benji suddenly showed a weird smile, and then spoke. "Brother, you've been eavesdropping outside long enough." In the next second, a rush of footsteps immediately sounded outside the door. But soon, the footsteps stopped abruptly. I saw Benji gently wave his wand, and a few hemp ropes tied a burly man with a beard and dragged him into the house. "Punch! Do you want to destroy the entire Blake family?" The man kept struggling and yelling. "Destroy the Blakes? It makes me very sad if you say that." Benji shook his head lightly and said, "On the contrary, I want to give our family a new life. Remove that disgusting Muggle bloodline from your family." With that, he turned his head to look at Blake and chuckled. "Come on, my lovely nephew, let me see your determination." Blake trembled when he heard this, and turned his head to look at his father. It's just that the initial unbearability in his eyes is gradually replaced by disgust and paranoia. He slowly took out his wand, took a deep breath, and then swung it down sharply. Divine blade without a shadow. A green lightning bolt erupted from the tip of the staff. In this electric flint, another crisp sound sounded. "Except for your weapons." I saw Tonks appear out of nowhere, and when he raised his hand, a red light shot towards Blake. The latter's arm immediately hurt, and the wand in his hand suddenly fell off. "Long time no see, Tonks." Benji looked at the woman in front of him with some surprise, and then chuckled. "I didn't expect you to be a lackey for the Ministry of Magic after graduation. The word lackey should be more suitable for you, Senior Benji." Tonks looked at each other warily and said coldly. The Benji who appeared in front of her at this time had become very different from when she was in school. Can't help but be white and emaciated, like a dead corpse, and his body exudes a cold and decaying aura. If it weren't for hearing this name from the conversation just now, Tonks almost didn't recognize the identity of the other party. However, as soon as her words fell, Cassandra, who was originally lying in a coma on the bed, also opened her eyes suddenly, rolled over, and took out her wand, and struck punch with all petrification. However, what made her and Tonks stunned at the same time was this. After that spell hit Benji's body, it actually didn't have any effect. It's worthy of being the eldest lady of the Worley family, who dares to pretend to be caught by us so boldly. Benji looked down at the clothes that turned into stone chips on his shoulders and sneered. "It turns out that my previous spell also did not work for you. If you don't do this, how can you disgusting guys tell the truth?" Cassandra and Tonks stood side by side and said lightly, "Besides, I'm a Slytherin, and using a little trick is a matter of course." "You've changed my opinion of Slytherin a bit." Tonks smiled and said to Cassandra, "Maybe that's what a real Slytherin should look like." But Cassandra just looked at her expressionlessly. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. If you have gossip, you might as well think about how to evacuate from here. His blow just now didn't play any role for that guy, and it was obvious that there was something abnormal in the other party. At the moment, despite the presence of the Ministry of Magic, Cassandra was not sure whether the two would be able to evacuate safely. After all, the other party was an outlaw Death Eater. In thought, Binge had raised his wand again, and towards Tonks was an Avadaso shot. Seeing this, Cassandra hurriedly blocked in front of him, and the silver ball on his neck suddenly lit up with a light, turning into a silver shield to resist the green light. But even so, the two were knocked to the ground by the powerful impact of the magic. Moody is right, these guys really come up and die. Tonks immediately waved his magic to counterattack, and then took the opportunity to help Cassandra hide behind a cabinet, and said with a palpitation, but as soon as the words were finished, the cabinet used as a bunker was exploded with a bang. Seeing this, Tonks struck another weapon and turned it towards each other, but immediately after that, he found that there was no longer Bingy's figure in sight. Get out of the way, Cassandra behind her suddenly reminded urgently. But Tonks didn't have time to react, and was pinched by a thin arm at the neck. Zero sharp nails pierced her delicate skin. It looks like that Moody guy hasn't been able to train you into a true Auror. Bingy slowly lifted Tonks' body and said with a smile, but after all, you also have the blood of the Black family flowing in you. If you are interested, I can give you a chance to work for the master. You don't think about it. Tonks stared at Bingy Deo fiercely. As soon as these words came out, a trace of cruelty flashed in Bingsy's eyes, and he increased the strength of his hand. Seeing this, Cassandra immediately waved her wand and prepared to stop it. However, at this moment, a slender black shadow suddenly flashed in front of her and plunged straight into Bingsy's heart. Punch's body fell to the ground in response, and Tonks, who broke free, immediately slumped on the ground, gulped in a gulp, and turned his head to look at the doorway. I saw Li Jianguo enter the house with a solemn face. It's good that it came in time. He walked quickly over to Tonks and looked down at the wound on the other's neck. Black blood has begun to flow there. You have been poisoned by the corpse, don't move around first. As he spoke, he pulled a handful of sticky rice from his pocket and quickly wrapped it around Tonks' neck. Suddenly, a fishy smoke rose from between his fingers, and Dongston felt pain and itching in his neck, as if something was burning the wound. You cover yourself first. After Li Jianguo threw down such a sentence, he walked towards Binji, who fell to the ground, and pulled out the wand inserted in the chest of the other party. At this moment, the latter's body jumped very strangely, and he suddenly stretched out a hand to grab Li Jianguo. Be honest with Lao Tzu. Li Jianguo directly reached out and grabbed the other party's arm, and then put Binji on the ground with his knee. Then he used the imperial sword technique to manipulate the wand, and took advantage of the gap between the other party's hull, and cast an oolong out of the hole. Dead Pot's sweeping teeth. The spell instantly conjured up several poisonous snakes and burrowed directly into Binji's body along his mouth. The latter suddenly straightened up, and his hands weakly shrugged down. Remember, I'll only demonstrate it once. Li Jianguo turned his head towards Tonks and said, this guy has now been refined into a zombie, and ordinary magic can hardly take effect on him. Even if you destroy his heart, you can't completely kill this cargo. The only way is to solve it from the inside with toxic substances mixed with glutinous rice water. Saying that, Li Jianguo took out a red gourd and poured 4.0 glutinous rice water mixed with 8-eyed giant spider venom into Punch's mouth. Then he quickly retreated back, taking the hands of the two women to avoid it from afar. I saw Binji's body stand up with a loud sound, and he took a few steps forward stiffly, with a terrified expression on his face. It didn't take long for a series of blasting sounds to sound on him. Large sheets of disgusting green liquid kept squirting out, splashing everywhere. After a few breaths, he fell straight to the ground and never moved again. Is he dead? Tonks clutched his neck and stared blankly at the mess in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the target shock emotion and getting the purple reward once. It's dead. Li Jianguo chuckled. What is this guy going to do with it? He pointed to Blake, who was huddled in a corner not far away. This product is now directly frightened by what happened just now, and he can't stop trembling. With this look, Voldemort had to shake his head when he saw it. I'll take him back to the Ministry of Magic for trial. Tonks replied, also, thanks for telling us how to deal with these guys. But listen to you, have all 7 fugitives turned into the kind of creatures called zombies you just mentioned? It's not bad, but there's still a little trouble to solve right now. During the time that Binji was lurking in the village, he secretly infected several villagers with corpse poison. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, and it was stopped by Li Jianguo and the Ministry of Magic personnel who rushed later. And Blake, who assisted him in his murder, was also taken away by the Ministry of Magic, and whether he can enter Azkaban for further training depends on the results of subsequent interrogations. Tonks followed the men back to the ministry. After dealing with all this, dawn is quietly approaching. And when Li Jianguo and Cassandra returned to the castle of the Worley family, there were 3 loud roosters. There may be surprises waiting for you in a moment. Li Jianguo turned and smiled at Cassandra. Surprise! The girl held the little unicorn that had fallen asleep in her arms and said with some doubts. At this time, the figure of the goblin suddenly appeared. I saw it shouting at Cassandra in tears, Miss, it's just great that you're safe and sound. And madam, too. My mother. Cassandra was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and when her gaze swept to Li Jianguo, who was smiling, she seemed to have guessed something in her heart. Hurry up and take me back. In a hurry, the girl couldn't be reserved, and grabbed Li Jianguo's arm and pleaded. So a few minutes later, when Cassandra looked at the familiar face lying in a coma on the bed, 2 lines of tears instantly flowed from her emerald green eyes. Little voice, your mother still needs a quiet rest now. Although Mr. Worley's face was full of exhaustion at the moment, the joy in his eyes could not be concealed. He lowered his voice and smiled at Cassandra. But in the next second, the other party threw himself directly into his arms. Mr. Worley didn't know how long he hadn't been hugged by his daughter, and at this moment, the corners of his eyes were a little moist, and Li Jianguo looked at Mrs. Wary, who was still in a coma. By this time, she had completely returned to her human form. The red hair on his body had also faded, revealing blonde hair as smooth as Cassandra's. Although her face is a little strangely pale, from the perspective of her facial features, she is also a proper beauty. In terms of appearance, Cassandra can be said to have perfectly inherited all the advantages of the couple. Master and nephew, have you finished dealing with the matter over there? The yellow-skinned uncle suddenly pulled the corner of Li Jianguo's clothes and asked in a low voice. Li Jianguo nodded and took the lead in turning around and walking out of the house. As you might expect, that guy turned a few people out of Azkaban into zombies. At the door, Li Jianguo slowly spoke. He glanced at the yellow-skinned uncle and found that the other party's small green bean-like eyes also revealed a little fatigue, and even the color of his hair was much darker. It seems that after he left, something happened. But I'm curious, why do those people still use magic? In the traditional cultivation methods of the Dragon Kingdom, there is a vein of corpse cultivation itself. The yellow-skinned master touched his chin and replied, but that person should have also learned something from the magic system here and fused it. Everything in the world has its merits. Besides, that man seems to be involved with Voldemort. Li Jianguo said again. Voldemort, the yellow-skinned uncle wondered. You can understand it as the leader of evil cultivators on this side of England. Li Jianguo explained, a guy without a nose. I beat me once before. It seems that things are getting more complicated. The yellow-skinned uncle pondered when he heard this. By the way, is Cassandra's mother all right? Li Jianguo asked again. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Don't look at who shot. The yellow-skinned uncle said with some dissatisfaction, a blood corpse, it is not easy for the old immortal to grasp it. But take the time to remember to collect the blood in that sarcophagus. That thing is a good cinnabar raw material after solidification. Got it. Li Jianguo nodded. Saying goes, if there is an old man in the family, there is a treasure, and this is really not nonsense. Since the arrival of the yellow-skinned uncle, Li Jianguo has also invisibly gained a lot of knowledge. While the two were talking, Mr. Worley also came out of the house. As soon as he came, he held Li Jianguo's hand with gratitude on his face. Thank you so much. I don't know what words to use to express my gratitude to you. Originally, Mr. Worley was just cornered, holding the mentality of trying it out, and asked his daughter's Dragon Country classmate to help. But he didn't expect that the other party had to cure his wife and save his daughter from danger. Add to that Cassandra's strange affection for the boy that could easily be seen in the eyes of his father. At this time, Mr. Worley also appreciated Li Jianguo more and more. After all, whether it is strength or appearance, this boy is so outstanding. It's a perfect match with his own daughter. Hey, shouldn't you just thank the old man? The yellow-skinned master rushed to Li Jianguo's shoulder, hugged his 2 small paws around his chest, and said rather dissatisfied, forgive my faux pas, Mr. Yellow Weasel. Mr. Worley was stunned for a moment, and then said apologetically, I just didn't know how to express it for a while. Don't worry, what I promised you before, I will definitely double. What conditions did you propose? Hearing this, Li Jianguo asked the yellow-skinned uncle with some doubt. Nothing. The latter croaked his teeth, that is, prepare 9 chickens for the old man every day. Boy, you've got a super doubling here. When Li Jianguo heard this, he was speechless for a while. He doubted how the other party's small body could eat so much in one day. Is it possible to eat and pull at the same time? To be precise, I will cover all your chicken in the future. Mr. Worley added rather proudly. If you don't think it's enough, feel free to tell me. With his family background, even if he gives 100 chickens to the yellow-skinned uncle every day, he will not feel distressed at all. With such a small amount of money, you can leave a good impression on a magical animal from the Dragon Kingdom. Under Mr. Worley's efforts to stay, Li Jianguo and his uncle stayed for another 5 days, until Mrs. Worley woke up from her coma. Unfortunately, due to the erosion of the corpse poison, all the meridians in her body have been severely damaged. For a long time, I could only move in a wheelchair. But this is enough to make the Worley father and daughter happy. Thank you. In the garden, Cassandra sat on the swing and suddenly said to Li Jianguo, I have been busy taking care of my mother during this time, and I haven't had time to thank you. Her mother's death has always been the last thing she wants to talk about. But a few days ago, I learned that my mother had actually been alive, but she was cursed, and also returned to normal with the help of Li Jianguo. This made Cassandra extremely surprised at the same time, but also felt a strong sense of gratitude for the boy in front of her. As far as the relationship between the two of us is concerned, it is a matter of seeing the outside world when we say this, Lee Jianguo said disapprovingly. What is the relationship between the two of us? The corner of the girl's mouth hooked and asked. Classmates. Li Jianguo was stunned, and then scratched his head. If you are allowed to go, let's say that it is a classmate and a good friend. Would. Cassandra whispered when she heard this. What did you say? I said you don't have your face over, I don't want to see you laugh. Turning your face is turning your face. You pin your head first. The girl continued to hum angrily. Good, good, good. Li Jianguo was also a little angry in his heart. This girl turns her face faster than turning a book, however, just as he turned his head, a cold and soft touch suddenly reached his cheeks. The little unicorn brother and sister who were playing on the side also accidentally caught a glimpse of this sudden kiss. They don't know the world, they think that two humans are playing. Suddenly, a cheerful cry came out of his mouth. And Li Jianguo didn't expect this girl to be so bold. When he came back to his senses, he found that the girl had already returned to the swing, pretending to be calm, and said lightly, "This is just a reward that Miss Ben gave you." Ah, yes, yes, yes. Faced with the girl's arrogant performance, Li Jianguo couldn't help but show a chuckle. If it weren't for the girl's blushing face like a ripe apple, he would have believed it. However, when Li Jianguo raised his head, he found that on the swing was just a parasitism with white fruits. The Ministry of Magic will hire you as an intern or, is it related to that guy in the evening? After a long silence, Cassandra spoke softly. Li Jianguo nodded. I promised them that I couldn't disclose it to others. It's okay. Cassandra raised her eyes slightly. I'm sure you'll handle these things, but try to be careful. With that, the girl got up from the swing, held the little unicorn Nana and turned away. It seems that our daughter is very brave. In the attic in the distance, Mrs. Worley looked at the young man in the garden with a smile on her face. Same as when I was younger. Mr. Worley also chuckled. If I hadn't taken the initiative, you wouldn't have become my wife. Are you sure? Of course. How do I remember when someone was kissed and ran away shyly on the spot? After returning from Worley's house, Li Jianguo soon received help from the Ministry of Magic. Although he told Tonks how to deal with zombies. But there is clearly a section of the Ministry of Magic that doesn't believe that such a simple solution can solve those tricky guys. In desperation, Li Jianguo had to personally go to give a demonstration. Just take a trip with you, plus a wave of rewards. But wait until he gets home. Go and find that there is an uninvited guest in the house. It was actually Cassandra. Why are you here? Li Jianguo was a little stunned. What are you talking about, kid? The uncle sitting on the sofa was not happy when he heard it. People girls come to play, why are you not welcome? I didn't mean that. Li Jianguo was speechless for a while. Yes, this is starting to lower their family status. Little Cassandra came on vacation with her parents. Mrs. Tina on the side explained with a smile, after all, Audrey also needs to come out and relax. Audrey is exactly Mrs. Worley's name. My father bought a house near here. Cassandra said lightly, so we are expected to be neighbors for a while. Forward. Are rich people so willful? First of all, Mrs. Tina, it seems that she has basically not lived in the house since she bought it. Li Jianguo remembered that the furniture inside was still new, and it was not generally complete. Now here comes the Cassandra family again. The real estate agents in this neighborhood have directly made money during this time. How nice is this? It's hilarious. The uncle laughed at this time. Read the violent novel, just go to Fila Novel Network. Tonight, I made an appointment with Lao Wo together, and our two families will straighten things out together. Speaking of this, the old man seemed to remember something again, and slapped his head sharply and said, it's not right, the daughter-in-law can't eat two oily things now, let's make a hot pot. Don't worry, honey, I've arranged it all. Facing her uncle's enthusiasm, Mrs. Tina said softly. At this moment, a seemingly old owl suddenly stumbled and flew into the house through the window. Straight hook hit the chimney above the fireplace. If Li Jianguo hadn't reacted quickly enough, the letter sent by this guy would have fallen directly into the carbon ash. Pick up the envelope and take a look. It turns out that the sender is Ron. Looks like I'm going to have to leave for a while again. After reading the content in his heart, Li Jianguo suddenly raised his head and smiled. Ron invited me to his house. Ron, when Mrs. Tina heard this, she asked aloud, is that the Weasley child? Li Jianguo nodded and turned to look at Cassandra. Do you want to go together? Ron also invited you to boast in the letter. But then again, how would he know you're at our house? Hermione should have told him. Cassandra replied, during the holidays, Hermione and I have been writing to each other about magical issues. She's been interested in house elves lately. Forward. Is this a sympathy between top students? Harry Potter had a terrible time this summer. Life in the Dursley's house proved to be hell and heaven compared to Hogwarts. Even if there were Snape and Malfoy in the school, but at least there are many friends over there. He really missed Hogwarts, staring at the old calendar on the wall every day and constantly counting the days. What made Harry feel even worse was that he hadn't received a letter from a friend so far during the holidays. This week is the third time. Uncle Vernon roared across the table, "If you can't control that owl, let it go. And, listen." Vernon Dursley looked at Harry viciously and threatened, "Today in the evening, you will let me stay in the room well, and don't make a sound." "I understand," Harry said weakly. "Today is obviously his birthday, but he has to spend it alone in the bedroom." "Good." Uncle Vernon nodded in satisfaction, and then rehearsed the comical hospitality process with Aunt Petunia and Dudley. Harry knew that today Uncle Vernon thought he would make the biggest deal of his life. A rich builder and his wife were coming to finish their meal, and Uncle Vernon wanted the man to order a large sum from his rig company. It wasn't until 7:30 in the evening that Harry, who had been busy in the garden all afternoon, was finally called into the house by Aunt Petunia. "Come in, step on the newspaper and go." Harry walked into the house along the newspaper-covered floor. "Go to the kitchen and grab a bite to eat, don't delay time, guests are coming," Aunt Petunia said angrily, turned and walked into the kitchen. "And Uncle Vernon is probably still upstairs fiddling with his new dress. I know what day it is." At this time, Dudley leaned over and said sarcastically, "Today is your birthday. You actually didn't receive a greeting card in 323. Don't you even have a friend in that place?" Harry's neck turned red with anger all of a sudden, and he was tempted to pull out his wand and conjure a pig's tail for the nasty guy in front of him again. However, at this moment, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. "Honey, quickly clean up the newspapers on the ground, Mason, they should have arrived early." Uncle Vernon hurried out of the second floor, and Harry was suspicious that if he ran faster, he would roll straight down the stairs. "What a punctual family, this will definitely be done today." While muttering the beautiful fantasy in his heart, he walked quickly to the door. Aunt Petunia behind her was scrambling to pack up the newspaper. I saw Uncle Vernon straighten his tie, reveal a smile that he had rehearsed countless times in front of the mirror, and gently open the door. "Welcome, my distinguished guest." In the next second, the welcome stopped abruptly, and the smile on Uncle Vernon's face stopped, just because it was an Asian boy with black hair and brown eyes who appeared outside the door. "Hello, we're looking for Harry Potter." Li Jianguo was also taken aback by this smiling big pie face that suddenly appeared. "Good guy, Daking oil field is estimated to be less oil than this man's face. Who are you?" Uncle Vernon looked warily and asked, "If it's for Harry's kid, he's not home right now, but I saw him in the house." Ron timidly emerged from behind Li Jianguo and pointed to the room and said, "Didn't you understand me? He's not at home." Uncle Vernon shouted at the top of his voice. At this time, he had almost guessed in his heart that the two boys in front of him should be freaks like Harry Potter. It was the student in the broken school. So he no longer wanted to continue talking to these two imps, and pulled the doorknob hard, ready to stop the two of them from the door. However, at this moment, an iron bar was placed across the crack of the door. "This gentleman," Li Jianguo said lightly, "you may be Harry's guardian, but you do not have the right to restrict his personal freedom." Upon hearing this, Vernon's face instantly became gloomy. He stared at Li Jianguo coldly and said in a deep voice, "Are you threatening me? Are you trying to attack me with your ridiculous tricks?" Saying that, I saw him take out a crumpled letter from his pocket and sneered, "Read this. Don't think I don't know. You are not allowed to use magic outside of school now." As soon as these words came out, Harry's angry voice came from inside the room. "You actually intercepted my letter again." "Shut up." Vernon turned his head behind him and yelled, "Not only that, but I have news for you, boy, you're going to be locked up, and you don't want to go back to that school." Immediately after that, he turned his head again and looked at Li Jianguo and Ron viciously. "Listen, get me out of here now and obediently go back to practice your clown tricks. Don't disturb me receiving your distinguished guests tonight." However, as soon as his words fell, a strange sound followed his nose. "Oh my God, honey, your nose." His wife Pace suddenly let out a terrified scream. Vernon, on the other hand, suddenly had a bad premonition and immediately raised his hand to touch his nose. It turned out that the place turned out to be huge, with two thick nostrils. Voldemort had to be envious to tears when he saw it. "What have you done to me?" Vernon covered the pig's nose and screamed. "Nothing, just using the ridiculous trick you said." Li Jianguo chuckled. "I also have a news for you. The fact that it is not allowed to use magic outside the school does not work for me." "Well done, Founding." Ron clapped his hands happily. And Harry rushed out of the room, taking the letter from Vernon's hand by the way. "Thank you." He hugged his two friends excitedly. "Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. I thought you forgot about me." "How is that possible, Tetsuko?" Li Jianguo smiled and said, "Didn't they all come to pick you up and go to Ron's house as a guest?" On the other side, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley were already in a mess, but their eldest son didn't care about his father, who had grown into a pig's nose. Instead, he looked out the door with an obsessive look. "Father, is that the daughter of the guest tonight?" I saw that he gently tugged at Vernon's clothes and asked blankly, "What? Mr. Mason, are they coming? The latter suddenly trembled, covered his nose and turned his head to look out the door. Sure enough, a luxurious car was parked on the side of the road at this time, and a middle-aged man in a black suit was talking to a strange girl with a smile on his face. The girl had beautiful blonde hair and emerald green pupils. The whole body exudes an indescribable elegance and nobility. Vernon swore that he had never seen such a beautiful and delicate girl in his life. No, isn't the Mason family only one son? I don't care, father, I want to get to know that girl. Dudley started making noise again, but his eyes refused to take his eyes off the girl. Look, she's coming this way. Did you come to me? It's possible, after all, you're so handsome, baby. Vernon doted on Dudley, who had become a pig, and then leaned in front of Li Jianguo and whispered, "Change me back now. Otherwise, don't try to take Harry out of this room." "Are you teaching me to do things?" Li Jianguo glanced at him coldly. "It's a deal." In the face of interests, Vernon still chose to compromise. "As long as you change me back, I don't care where you want to take this kid." "Deal." Li Jianguo thought about it, and finally waved his wand to restore the other party's nose to its original state. After all, how to say that this product is also Harry's guardian? If the police are called later, it is estimated that they will not be stable in the future. Very good. Vernon touched his nose and found that he had changed back to his original appearance. He pushed Harry away from him, and took Dudley's hand and walked down the doorstep. "This beautiful lady, may I ask, are these two pig-like guys Harry's guardians?" Cassandra walked straight past the Desley father and son and asked directly towards Li Jianguo. "Yes." Li Jianguo nodded with a smile. "Hello, I'm Dudley." Dudley, still undying, followed and introduced himself to Cassandra. He also sorted out his greasy hairstyle as he spoke. To be honest, his fat body and tight suit resemble a purple balloon that only flies at any time. Cassandra obviously did not intend to deal with him, but said lightly towards Harry, "Long time no see, Harry." Long time no see. Harry Potter apparently didn't expect Cassandra to come back to pick him up as well. However, he also understood that this was all because of Li Jianguo. At this time, as the guest of honor of the Disley family today, Mr. Mason also walked over. He first shook Vernon's hand, and then said with some surprise, "Mr. Desley, I can't imagine that you actually know the eldest lady of the Worley family." "The eldest lady of the Worley family?" Vernon was stunned at first, and then reacted that the other party was talking about the girl who was as delicate as a doll just now. Listening to Mr. Mason's meaning, the girl's origin seems to be very unusual. So he immediately laughed and said, "Of course, she is a good friend of my son Dudley. I don't know them at all." Cassandra frowned when she heard this, and turned to Mr. Mason without mercy and said, "And I hate this family." Hearing this, Mr. Mason performed a wave of face changes on the spot. I saw that he let go of the hand that he had originally held with Vernon, and said in a cold voice, "I'm sorry, Mr. Dudley, but I suddenly remembered that there is an important meeting tonight, so let's meet another day." After saying this, he turned around and walked towards his car without looking back. It was the most complex expression he had ever seen on a human face. It's funnier than the makeup of the clown's face in the circus. "You know the guy just now." On Ron's magic car, Li Jianguo held the steering wheel and turned his head towards Cassandra and asked. "He was a partner of my father and once met at a banquet," Cassandra said lightly. Harry, on the other hand, was a little surprised after hearing this. He knew that Cassandra's family was rich, but he didn't expect it to involve real estate. And judging from that Mr. Mason's reaction, I'm afraid it's not just a partner. On the contrary, Li Jianguo has become accustomed to this. Instead of guessing what industries the Worleys have invested in, it's easier to think about what they haven't invested in. "Why didn't you write to me for a single holiday?" Harry suddenly wondered, was it all intercepted by my uncle, who knew that as soon as his words fell, the magic car flying in the air suddenly swayed back and forth. There is even a tendency to fall downward. 573, I think the guy who really stopped you should also appear. Seeing this, Li Jianguo smiled and turned around and clicked his staff towards the middle position between Harry and Ron. In the next second, a thin figure suddenly appeared between the seats. This little monster with two big ears like bats obviously did not expect to be discovered. A little panicked raised his hand in front of him. It turned out to be a house elf. "Hello, Iron." Li Jianguo smiled. "Don't hurt Dobby." The house elf screamed and jumped off, intending to cast a spell to slip away, but then found that his body was locked. "Shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Li Jianguo looked at it with a smile. "Still, let me open this mouth." Dobby shrunk his neck and looked around at the people around him with those spit green eyes. Then he bowed to Li Jianguo and said, "Mr. Li Jianguo, please forgive my rudeness." After that, he turned to look at Harry again, and also bowed. "Harry Potter, Dobby has always wanted to see you, sir." "Honored." Thank you. Harry was a little overwhelmed by the scene in front of him, but he calmed down and asked tentatively, "You stopped my letter." "Don't think about it, I didn't want to offend you, but I just figured out the reason for the matter." Oh fan Dobby. The elf suddenly choked. No one has ever said the word offense to Dodge, like treating people as equals. Saying that, it actually howled and cried, ran to the side and frantically banged its head against the car glass, shouting in its mouth, "Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby!" Seeing this scene, Li Jianguo suddenly thought of the family elf named Goblin in Cassandra's family. In other words, this race is all iron-headed skills. I always like to come out like this. Okay. In desperation, he stopped the elf. If you don't want Ron's father to spend money repairing the car the next day, stop it. Obey, Mr. Li Jianguo. Out of the house elf instinct, Dobby obediently quieted down, but still sobbed. Dobby is going to punish himself because Dobby has done something bad. But you can't let Harry Potter go to Hogwarts. Don't let me go back to school. Harry was stunned after hearing this. You directly said that someone is going to design to frame Harry, isn't it over? Li Jianguo finally couldn't stand Dobby's Riddler-like words, and decisively broke his mouth. How do you know? Dobby looked at Li Jianguo with a shocked expression. Not only do I know this, I also know you're a house elf from the Malfoy family. Oh my god. Dobby was completely shocked at this moment, and screamed, although I heard that you are a very powerful wizard, sir, I didn't expect to be so smart. Speaking of this, it came to Li Jianguo again, and the two big watery eyes looked at each other pleadingly. In that case, sir, can you not let your good friend Harry go on an adventure? He is too important. And, halfway through the sentence, Dobby began to stutter again. And the conspiracy against Harry was made by Voldemort, right? Li Jianguo said with a smile. Oh my god, you. How can you say the name directly? Dobby shouted in horror. So what? Ron pouted. It's not that Jianguo didn't fight him. Besides, there's Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry added. In short, you will put 10,000 hearts. Looking at Dobby, who was still hesitating, Li Jianguo comforted. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. But. In the face of the words of several people, Dobby was still a little hesitant. But in the end, it sighed helplessly and said, Dobby believes in Mr. Li Jianguo, and Dobby will also help you as much as possible. After saying this, it disappeared into the car. He can actually use magic without a wand, Ron exclaimed when he saw this. Normal. Cassandra said lightly, the magic of house elves is very powerful in itself, but they generally cannot use magic without the permission of the master. Saying that, she also raised the book in her hand. Swayed in front of Harry and Ron. The title of the book is The History of the Enslavement of House Elves. Cassandra and Hermione recently discussed this at my house. Ron explained in a low voice beside Harry. Hermione is at your house too? The latter asked with some surprise. Well, it's just that because she can't answer a few questions from Cassandra, she is now gambling on all kinds of information. Ron nodded. We have discussed, now my family will play for a while, and then go to build a country. He was followed by an even more explosive news. And you would never expect that Cassandra now lives with Jianguo. Harry was completely shocked. Although he had long known that the relationship between Cassandra and Li Jianguo was ambiguous, he did not expect it to develop so quickly. It's just a short time as a neighbor. Cassandra suddenly snorted coldly, if you talk nonsense again, I think the goblins in your garden may double tomorrow. The latter sentence was clearly addressed to Ron. However, the two still heard that the girl's tone was a little different from usual. While a few people were chatting, the car flew lower and lower, and a round of red sun in the sky had appeared. Do it, I'm going to speed up. Li Jianguo suddenly shouted loudly with a smile, and then slammed on the accelerator. Since crossing over, he almost can't remember what it's like to drive. With a violent vibration of the car, everyone landed safely in a cloud of dust. At the same time, he arrived at the Weasley's house, the burrow. It used to be a large pigsty made of stone, but later rooms were added, and finally it was built to the height of several floors. It's crooked and slanted like it's made of magic. There were 4 or 5 cigarette pipes on the roof, and a sign reading burrow in front of the door. In addition, not far from the house, an additional 2-story log cabin was built. From the outside, it seems to have just been established. It was conjured up by magic by Jianguo. Ron saw that Harry was a little puzzled, so he whispered he and Cassandra lived in it first, and then Hermione followed suit. Ginny also shouted to live in the past 2 days. When he spoke, there was a deep envy on his face. Of course, Ron is not envious that Li Jianguo can live with girls, but because the other party can use magic it will regardless of school rules. You're back. A tall, skinny man trying to paint the house shouted toward this side. He walked over quickly, and his gaze fell on Li Jianguo first. Your transfiguration is simply better than many of the ministry's aurors. This house is just perfect. 0.3. Thanks for the compliment, Mr. Weasley. Li Jianguo smiled modestly, but I don't think there is any need to paint the house anymore. After all, the Ministry of Magic will ask to demolish him later. That's what I said. Mr. Weasley nodded, but I still enjoy doing this kind of work, at least more interesting than going to work. Then he finally moved his gaze to Harry, smiled, and held out his hand. This is the famous Harry Potter. It's an honor to meet you. I'm honored too. Harry quickly shook hands with the other party. Okay, kids, let's go into the house. My wife has prepared dinner, Mr. Weasley said with a smile as he approached the room and opened the wooden door. You too. Fool me around again and I'll put you all in a chicken pen. There was a sound of hurried footsteps, followed by Mrs. Weasley running out of the house angrily. She was a chubby, kind-looking woman with an apron around her body and a wand in her pocket. Can't you just let me worry less like my brothers? At least half the courtesy of Percy. Model passé. Fred, one of the twins, muttered. And George put his arm around Li Jianguo's neck and whispered, Jianguo, the method you taught me to attract ghouls with horned beast feces last time was actually really effective. I saw the third one in the barn just now. SHH, Li Jianguo secretly made a boo gesture towards the two. Don't forget tonight's action. George blinked knowingly. Both of you, don't get in the way. Mrs. Weasley shouted, let the guests in first. Saying that, she looked at Harry with a smile again. This is Mr. Harry Potter, please come in. The Weasleys' living room was small, especially when more than 07 people came in. But the overall arrangement is very warm, full of a strong atmosphere of life. Hermione had been waiting in the house for a long time, and after seeing Harry, she greeted him warmly. Jianguo, you taste it first. I improved the taste according to the way you said. How about you see? Everyone sat around the table, and Mrs. Weasley smiled at Li Jianguo. Thanks to you, our recipes have become rich again. As he spoke, a voice sounded on the radio on the side. Next is Magic Time, performed by the famous witch singer Satina Warbeck. Seeing this, George directly and rudely slapped it to stop. Li Jianguo, on the other hand, under Mrs. Weasley's somewhat nervous gaze, lowered his head and scooped a spoonful of pork stew vermicelli and tasted it. It tastes great. He smiled and marveled. One thing is to say, Mrs. Weasley, a professional housewife, is indeed very good. It's not in vain that she usually buys so many cooking books. The evening feast went on in an orderly manner, and the Weasley twins and Ron ate without any image, as if after eating this meal, their mother would never be able to make such a delicious meal again. And Cassandra quietly wrapped Li Jianguo with her arm and asked in a low voice, what are you going to do in the evening? Confidentiality. Li Jianguo grinned, but in exchange for a slap in Cassandra's eyes, only to hear the little girl snort softly, bring me with you. Nope. Li Jianguo refused directly without thinking. Not sleeping in the evening is not good for the skin. I want you to take care of it. The scene of the two fighting was quietly seen by the little girl with red hair on the other side. She slowly stuffed the food into her mouth with her head down, not knowing what she was thinking. As night fell, Li Jianguo, who was lying on the bed, suddenly heard a strange noise outside the window. He opened his eyes sharply and saw the Weasley twins lying on the side of the bed and gesturing at something. However, just as Li Jianguo got up and prepared to open the window, a familiar violet aroma suddenly reached the tip of the nose. Are you a cat? You can't walk soundly. He turned and looked wordlessly at Cassandra, who was leaning back against the door frame and wrapped his arms around his chest. Who told you to sleep without closing the door? Are you sure you didn't use the Araho hole? Whatever you think. The corners of Cassandra's mouth hooked. Anyway, I have to count this matter tonight. Okay. Li Jianguo shrugged. I just hope you won't be scared for a while. A few minutes later, the four arrived at the door of the Weasleys' barn. The one in the attic seems to have run over. Fred looked in through the crack in the door for a moment, then turned and said, but his gaze had actually been sneaking at Cassandra. To say that at Hogwarts, the last person Gemini wants to provoke, besides Li Jianguo, is Cassandra. The former is because they can do things better than the two brothers, and their creativity makes them feel ashamed of themselves who call themselves masters of funny. As for the latter, it's purely that temperament that is not close to people, and that excessively clever mind. But Fred never expected that this eldest lady of the Worley family would actually make trouble with them. That's just right, you can catch it all. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Li Jianguo took out 3 invisibility talismans and handed them to Gemini and Cassandra respectively. He himself cast a stealth spell directly, and then gently pushed open the door of the barn. The 4 of them walked lightly into the barn. Over there, George whispered, pointing to a stack of grain. The other 3 followed the prestige, and saw a few thin and strange figures crouching next to the valley stack at this moment, competing with each other to nibble on a bunch of disgusting slime that emitted green fluorescence. It was the goal of their trip, ghouls. They are ugly-looking creatures, much like slimy, buck-tooth-eating she-males. But they're not actually dangerous animals, but they're annoying because they make noise. This is what you call a mysterious operation. Cassandra had a disappointed expression on her face and turned her head towards Li Jianguo and said, that's why I didn't let you come. The latter rolled his eyes. So what do we do next? Gemini asked almost at the same time. Arrest them, of course. Li Jianguo suddenly stood up and took out his magic staff and swung it at the ghouls. Patfukas, Thoughless, in the face of his reckless actions, even the Weasley twins were directly stunned. Then the two saw the straw in the barn quickly floating, condensing into ropes in the air, and quickly winding around like snakes. It seems that we will have to find a place for an internship or next semester. Fred turned to George and said. Then the brothers began to pull out their slingshots and shoot 073 with special horn pack of packed dung at the ghouls who screamed and pounced. Although the two can't use magic, this does not prevent them from messing with some messy gadgets. Face the scene in front of you and the strange smell that fills the entire barn. Cassandra really regretted coming along. She originally thought that Li Jianguo was doing something strange, but she didn't expect that she was just coming to catch a few ghouls. The battle ended quickly, and this very weak creature did not pose any threat to Li Jianguo at this time. What are you going to do with them? I saw in the magazine singing the negative that it was a ghoul's fart that was a primitive ecstasy. The Weasley twins asked in a chorus. I have other plans. Li Jianguo smiled, walked slowly to the ghouls who were tied up with ropes, and lightly touched them with his ring. In the next second, under Gemini's surprised gaze, several ghouls disappeared directly from front of their eyes. Traceless stretching charm. Cassandra shook her head a little dazedly when she heard this. Even the twins, who were about to be promoted to the 4th grade, shook their heads along with them. Only then did Li Jianguo remember that this was the legend he had seen on the Dark Bible in the Forbidden Book area. It is estimated that none of these three people have read the book, or have not noticed this small story written in the corner at all. So he slowly said to the three people, legend has it that the ghoul race will worship a ghoul king named Mortician. And just on the night of the full moon, 13 gold gallons are placed in the coffin of an unknown deceased in the cemetery of Devonshire, and then the ghouls are driven to perform some kind of worship ritual. You can get an armband that Mortician has blessed. Has the power to lead and direct ghoul races at the same time. Devonshire Cemetery? Isn't that on that hill just outside the village? Not so far from our home. After listening to Li Jianguo's story, Fred took the lead in speaking. And it's just the full moon tonight. Cassandra also spoke, but immediately after that, she wrinkled her brows. But how do I feel that this legend is not very reliable? How do you know if you don't try it? Li Jianguo shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, idle is idle anyway. That's right. Gemini, who has always been lively and not too big, laughed and echoed, personally verify the authenticity of the legend. This matter is very exciting to think about. At this point, Cassandra said nothing more. So the group slipped out of the barn again and rushed to the cemetery outside the village. Fred also took the shovel from the house. This was originally intended to destroy the goblin cave in the garden. Under the moonlight, the entire cemetery revealed an oozing whiteness. From time to time, there will be a few dry crow calls in the surrounding forest. The barren grass in the cemetery almost reached the knees of several people. According to Fred, the place is almost abandoned, but several Weasley ancestors are also buried. Aren't you scared? While looking around, Li Jianguo quipped at Cassandra, it stands to reason that girls are afraid of places like cemeteries. Since I was a child, I used to go to play in the cemetery behind the Worley family's old house. Cassandra replied lightly, besides, the Slytherin common room isn't necessarily much better than the atmosphere here. Hiss, it seems that there is nothing wrong with this. The common room of the Snake Courtyard is a long, narrow dungeon, which can be said to be the most dark of the 4 academies. Look here. At this time, George on the side suddenly pointed to the grave and shouted, there is nothing written on this tombstone. When the other three heard this, they immediately walked towards that side, and sure enough, they saw a wordless tombstone with a broken corner. The tombstones are made of common gray marble with a flat surface and no inscriptions. It's not because it's been too long and washed up like this. Strange, there really is such a grave. Fred scratched his arm that had been bitten by a mosquito, his expression a little surprised. Doesn't that mean that the legend is most likely true? Instead, George waved the shovel excitedly, let's dig it up and see. That enthusiastic energy made Li Jianguo feel that this guy actually had the talent to rob tombs. After all, who as a teenager boy would be so motivated to dig people's graves? Cassandra stood aside with a look of disgust and quietly watched as George was digging a grave, then Fred, and finally even Li Jianguo got started. Finally, a dark and strangely shaped coffin was revealed in front of the trio. The coffin was almost 2 meters long and was made entirely of heavy wooden planks. No wonder I dug so hard just now, I didn't know that I thought there was a giant buried inside. Li Jianguo possessed and knocked twice, followed by an empty echo from inside. So he pushed open the lid of the coffin. In the next second, the smell of decay poured out of the coffin, causing Cassandra to quickly cover her nose and take a few steps back. At this moment, the 4 finally saw the scene inside the coffin. I saw a skeleton wrapped in a black robe lying inside. It places its hands flat on its chest and turns its palms outward, maintaining a posture that seems to be waiting for alms. At the same time, Li Jianguo also noticed that there was a necklace around his neck that he did not know what metal it was made of. Signed above, John Abdullah. After seeing this name, Li Jianguo's brows instantly furrowed. What's wrong? Cassandra next to her noticed the change in the boy's expression and asked in a low voice. This corpse, if it is not known, is the author of the Dark Bible. Li Jianguo voiced the guess in his heart. According to rumors, the cause of his death was obviously torn to pieces by some unknown creature. How could the body be so well preserved? Hearing this, Cassandra's expression also became solemn. So shall we continue? It's all over here. Li Jianguo smiled gently. No matter what tricks this product has, we have to see it. That's right. George also smiled and said, otherwise, aren't we busy in vain? Read violent novels, go on Feel Fiction Network. Then Li Jianguo took out 13 gold gallons from his pocket and placed them on the palm of the skeleton. At the same time, the ghouls were released from the ring. After the ladder was untied, he did not flee immediately, but crawled to the edge of the coffin in a panic and bowed down to the corpse inside. There was a wail in the air that resembled a cry. A cold wind suddenly blew around. Coupled with the miserable white moonlight, this scene looked strange. Even the Weasley twins, who had always been bold, couldn't help but get together in fear. And Cassandra held Li Jianguo's hand even more nervously. If something happens in a while, you will hide behind me. Li Jianguo took out his wand and said in a deep voice, don't worry, we also brought the demon battle over. Fred replied boldly. However, as soon as his words fell, a fierce wind suddenly began all around him. The temperature in the air also plummeted and became gloomy. As if they had a premonition that something terrible was about to come, those ghouls frantically kowtowed to the ground, and their bodies actually shriveled down at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they were being robbed of their vitality. Immediately after that, the skeleton turned into a black cloud of dust and floated into the air under the blowing of the fierce wind. Finally, it condensed into a deformed, distorted, and indescribable huge black shadow in mid-air. Fortunately, the black shadow did not last long and dissipated in the wind. Look, what's that? When everything returned to normal, George suddenly shouted. I saw him walking quickly to the coffin and reaching out to take out something from it. Don't touch it. Seeing this, Li Jianguo hurriedly stopped him. But it's too late. George, who was still excitedly holding a black armband for a second, suddenly stopped smiling on his face. In its place was extreme panic, because that armband was actually worn on his wrist at some point, and like a wriggling ball of glue, it quickly spread along its wrist. Shrink quickly. Seeing this, Li Jianguo quickly took out his wand and unleashed a shrinking spell at George. The red light hit the latter's skin, shrinking his entire body into a small person more than 10 centimeters tall. And because the armband was not cast, it remained as it was, and after losing its target, it fell directly to the ground. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Li Jianguo walked forward quickly, first, to restore George to his original state with a rapid enlargement, and then picked up the armband with his wand. George. Fred quickly ran to his twin brother and helped him up. At this time, George was pale and closed his eyes, and his skin showed a strange light blue, as if he had been frozen. What's wrong with him? Cassandra frowned. I was put on by that old product. Li Jianguo took out a piece of talisman paper from his arms and pasted it on George's brain. Suddenly, the latter's breathing slowly recovered. That old guy left a curse on the armband. Anyone who touches the thing will be sucked out of their soul, and then he can take the opportunity to turn around. It's a pity to meet me. Otherwise, he really let him do it. You mean that the wizard named Abdullah actually deliberately left such a clue in the book to lure people into the bait? At night, Li Jianguo secretly carried the unconscious George back to the room with Fred. Fortunately, George woke up the next day. It's just that there are loose beans on the body. In order to prevent transmission to other children, everyone's life in Ron's house can only be temporarily ended. Turn to Li Jianguo. There, several people reorganized Harry's birthday. George also commissioned Fred to bring Harry a whole bunch of fireworks. Then a wonderful fireworks show was put on at the birthday party. When leaving Ron's house, Li Jianguo also took several goblins with him. This strange creature, which often roams the garden, has a brown body and a large head that is out of proportion to the body, and looks like a potato with legs. And in terms of intelligence, he can be called a stupid road deer in the world of fantastic beasts. When people clear the goblins, they run out of the hole to see what is going on in the chaos. By the time the reaction comes, it is often already caught. On the day of the birthday party, Luna tried to trick the goblins, but was bitten on the finger. However, according to Lovegood's birth in 643, it is a blessing to have goblins in the garden, and the saliva of these little ones has magical abilities that can increase one's creativity. This is undoubtedly a good thing for Luna, who is about to enter Hogwarts. Several people stayed in Li Jianguo for almost a week. On a clear morning, Cassandra came over with a letter. There's a letter from the school. She handed the yellow papered envelope in her hand to Li Jianguo. It's something to buy for the new semester. Do I have it too? Harry, who was sitting at the breakfast table, looked up and asked. And me? Ron also raised his hand. All of you are in the mailbox, go get it yourself. Cassandra glanced at the two lightly, and said coldly, I only took Jiangwo and Hermione's. You shouldn't be bored from the start. Hermione covered her mouth and chuckled, reaching out to take the letter from Cassandra. Thank you. You're right. Ron and Harry pouted at the same time. It's the same content anyway. Seeing this, Li Jiangwo smiled and said, a few people are not enough to see one, Asib. With that, he opened the envelope. The letter still tells him to take a train from King's Cross Station to Hogwarts on September 1st. It also comes with a list of books to be used in addition to the new school year. Second graders read Standard Spells, Level 2, by Miranda Gossuk. Break with the Female Ghost, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Traveling with Ghouls, by Gilderoy Lockhart. On Vacation with Dominatrix, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Traveling in the Boat with Vampire Copper, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Except for the first few books, the rest of the books are almost all written by this man named Gilderoy Lockhart. Especially the names of those books. I don't know what kind of strange XP this buddy has, and always likes to hook up with humanoid fantasy creatures. How come it's all Lockhart's books? Ron and Harry also got their own letters, but as soon as they opened it, they heard the former shouting, this semester's defense against the dark arts teacher won't be his admirer, will he? Maybe still a witch. Maybe he's the one who called us defense against the dark arts class? Li Jianguo chuckled. If that's the case, then my mother will probably want to go back to Hogwarts. Ron complained, she's a big fan of Lockhart's books, and she has a lot of this person's books at home. I'm going to contact the servants at home to buy it. Cassandra suddenly spoke. She looked at Li Jianguo. Shall I buy you a copy too? Let's go together, just to see how my uncle's shop is open. Li Jianguo shook his head and smiled. My uncle's new shop in Diagon Alley opened yesterday. He went to the shop early this morning with Mrs. Tina. Since bribing Fudge's fox with a card, the uncle was able to freely enter and exit Diagon Alley as a muggle. For this reason, he also specially bought a wand to use as a pretend wizard. Okay, Cassandra thought about it and nodded. Then I'll go and call Luna along. Seeing that the girl agreed, Li Jianguo said again, she just needs to buy some things for school. Whatever you want. As soon as she heard Luna's name, Cassandra's little face instantly became cold. I saw her arrogant snort, turned her head and walked upstairs. Read violent novels, just go to Feel a Fiction Network. It seems that sometimes being too popular with girls may not be all a good thing. Harry came behind Li Jianguo at some point and said faintly, how do I smell a sour smell of lemon? Li Jianguo deliberately shrugged his nose a few times. The result immediately elicited a chuckle from Hermione and Ron. In the afternoon, Luna, who received the letter, rushed to Li Jianguo. Several people traveled to Diagon Alley via Floo powder. Not surprisingly, Harry Potter, who used Floo powder teleportation for the first time, mispronounced his name because of nervousness. Therefore, when several people came to Diagon Alley, only Harry was missing. Where did Harry go? Ron asked a little flustered. I seem to have heard him shouting about the foot incense just now. I guess I went to Upside Down Alley. Li Jianguo grinned. How do you know? Hermione was a little curious when she heard this. Well, Li Jianguo lengthened his tone and turned to look at Luna beside him. The two looked at each other and smiled, while remembering the scene when they first met. Cassandra pouted a little angrily while feeling inexplicable. Unlike in the morning, she changed her clothes again, and obviously put a lot of thought into choosing and dressing up. This makes it even more remarkable to walk on the road, especially male wizards of their age. When he looked at Li Jianguo, who was sandwiched between two little beauties, one left and one right, there was some jealousy in his eyes. Look, this should be Mr. Huo's new shop. At this moment, Ron suddenly pointed to a shop opposite the Ollivander Wand shop and shouted. Luna asked, looking up. I'm not going to go in and take a bath. Li Jianguo scratched his head and glanced through the door. As a result, no trace of the uncle and Mrs. Tina was found. Instead, a familiar short figure staggered out of the curtain and sat down in the rest area waiting for the waiter to pick up his shoes. It turned out to be the head of Ravenclaw, Mr. Phileas. Even this little old man was draped in a wet towel on his back. At first glance, it is an old acquaintance. Isn't that Mr. Phileas? Hermione also spoke, and then looked at Luna on the side. There's a good chance he'll be your head of house in the future, joining the story of being assigned to Ravenclaw when school starts. Hearing this, Li Jianguo was stunned. Good fellow, why haven't I found out that Hermione, this girl, still has a talent for divination? But if she remembered correctly, didn't Hermione hate divination lessons? I think we should go to Gringotts to exchange some money after we find Harry. Ron suddenly said with some embarrassment, I don't have much money with me. It's okay, use mine first. Li Jianguo waved his hand disapprovingly. However, at this moment, a shout came. Everyone turned their heads to see Harry Potter rushing towards this side. What's wrong with your glasses? Luna saw that Harry was ashen and the lens was still broken, so she asked curiously, now is not the time to say that. Harry panted, guess who I just met at the Borgenbach store? Bakeen Bach? Ron suddenly raised his voice and screamed, "You were really passed upside down, alley? What's wrong?" Harry was a little confused by this sudden shout. "Nothing." Ron looked at Li Jianguo with his mouth wide open and then shook his head. "I saw Malfoy and his dad." Harry continued, "They went to that shop and sold something. I think they must be scared." Li Jianguo shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "I heard Mr. Weasley say before that the Ministry of Magic is conducting a raid on people who were Death Eaters before, after experiencing the previous zombie incident." Even if Fudge didn't want to admit that Lao Fu showed signs of returning, but in private, those people from the Ministry of Magic still secretly did a lot of things without him. "I wish the Ministry of Magic could catch evidence of the Malfoys," Harry said quietly. He had previously learned from Dobby's mouth that Malfoy's father had joined forces with Voldemort to try to kill him with a plot. Since the time of the fight, Harry's heart became even more hostile to Malfoy and his family. "Okay, let them father and son have a headache." Li Jianguo smiled and said, "We still have to hurry up and go shopping." The group then began to wander along the cobblestone path. During this period, Li Jianguo bought Luna a strange owl with beige feathers as a gift for the opening of school. The little girl had been using Mr. Lovegood's old owl to send letters before, and now she was ready to enroll, and she had to give herself a whole one. In order not to favor one over the other, Li Jianguo immediately decided to give Cassandra a gift as well. Although this little rich woman is not poor in money, she must have an attitude. Sure enough, after hearing that Li Jianguo wanted to give him a gift, Cassandra said arrogantly that she didn't need it, but she still consciously or unconsciously mentioned that she recently planned to have several books on magical animals. Li Jianguo, who had long been familiar with this golden-haired arrogant temper, immediately noticed and walked towards the Lycan bookstore with a few people. As soon as I arrived there, I saw a large crowd of people crowded outside the bookstore. And there is a large banner in front of the upstairs window, Gilderoy Lockhart. Autobiography, Icon Magic. Today 12:30 to 4:30 p.m. At the same time, the doors and windows are also plastered with posters of a portrait of a man with a coquettish smile. In the crowd, Li Jianguo also saw Mrs. Weasley, surrounded by middle-aged witches. A tired-looking witch stood in the doorway and shouted, "Ladies, be quiet, don't be crowded. Watch out for books." This scene immediately made Li Jianguo think of the support scene of those small fresh meat in his previous life. The only difference is that these fans are several times older. "Looks like we'll have to wait a long time." Ron was also shocked by the scene in front of him, and said with some helplessness, "Or come back after 4. Great idea." Cassandra said lightly, "I don't want to huddle around with these boring women." "Then do it." Li Jianguo nodded when he heard this. But who knows, Gilderoy Lockhart, who was originally sitting behind the desk, suddenly raised his head and glanced at this side. "Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network." Then a bright smile appeared on his face, and those 2 rows of white dazzling teeth. "Isn't this Li Jianguo?" He suddenly stood up and shouted, "Merlin's beard, there is actually Harry Potter." When the crowd heard this, they all looked over, and whispers came out of their mouths. And Lockhart directly asked the staff next to him to make a way, and he himself rushed over with a long blue robe. The 2 hands grabbed the arms of Li Jianguo and Harry and raised them together. "2 rising stars in the wizarding world actually came to my book signing," he shouted into the crowd. "This simply honors me." As soon as the words fell, the crowd erupted into applause. At the same time, a photographer began to frantically press the shutter, almost burning the camera. Trouble smiled brightly, "Mr. Jianguo." Lockhart showed his shiny teeth and whispered, "We'll be on the front page." Who knew that? Li Jianguo suddenly threw away his hand and said lightly, "No, are we acquainted?" As soon as these words came out, the smile on Lockhart's face suddenly froze. I saw that he was embarrassed to try to keep a smile, and at the same time signaled the photographer to stop taking pictures. "Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet." I saw him shouting loudly, "What an unusual thing this is. I have been pressing this matter for some days. 2 of the most outstanding young wizards in the wizarding world today walked into the Lycan bookstore today just to buy my autobiography. So, I'm willing to give them this book for free." Another round of applause broke out. But when the applause stopped, an untimely word suddenly reached everyone's ears. I don't listen to his nonsense." The surrounding air seemed to freeze at this moment, and everyone looked at the boy from the Dragon Kingdom with dull eyes. Poof! At this time, a chuckle suddenly sounded. I saw Cassandra walk to Lockhart with her head raised like a proud swan, and said in a cold tone, "Mr. Lockhart, I once read your book." Hearing this, Lockhart seemed to have found an opportunity to resolve the embarrassment, and quickly bowed with a smile. "With such a beautiful and noble appearance, I think you must be Miss Cassandra of the Worley family. As for you saying that you have read my books, it is really my honor." However, Cassandra's next words made him petrify instantly. "Unfortunately, these books are not as good as a pile of toilet paper in my eyes." Ha! At this time, everyone was stunned again. "Okay guys, you're here to tear down the platform, right?" Facing the dull expression on Lockhart's face, Li Jianguo finally couldn't help but laugh. I'm sorry, Mr. Lockhart, I didn't mean to laugh, I just couldn't help it. He smiled and pushed the other away. Let the trouble go, we're going to buy books. Seeing that Li Jianguo suddenly stopped, Cassandra, who followed behind him, asked. I think he must be reminiscing about the pleasure of embarrassing others. Before Li Jianguo could speak, another voice that was very familiar to several people sounded first. Especially Harry, after hearing this voice, immediately turned his head reflexively. Tomorrow's front page news will definitely belong to Li Jianguo again, he said. The reason is to disgrace the writers who are famous throughout the wizarding world. At this time, another somewhat angry voice sounded. It's the Weasley's youngest daughter, Ginny. Oh, are you looking for another little girlfriend of 137? Malfoy said deliberately with yin and yang strange emphasis, while looking Ginny up and down. Let me guess, judging by the red hair and this humble outfit, you must also be from the Weasleys. Malfoy was naturally jealous of such a girl falling in love with Li Jianguo again, so he continued to ridicule. It's really pitiful, and your family has another layer of financial burden. Ron couldn't take it any longer, threw down the book he was still selecting, and rushed towards Malfoy. But who knows that someone has already taken the lead? Did you not see each other for so long that you forgot my style? Or did your father get some promise from Voldemort that gave you confidence? As soon as these words came out, Malfoy and the other customers in the store all looked horrified. This boy dared to call the Dark Lord by name. As for Malfoy's face, it instantly turned extremely pale. Under the gaze of so many people, he did not want his self-esteem to be destroyed, so he tried to resist. But with his little arms and legs, he couldn't move Li Jianguo at all. He could only be carried to the door like a chicken boy. It's okay to bite people if you like it, but don't yell in front of me. Li Jianguo snorted coldly, gesturing to throw Malfoy out. Let him go. At the same time, a magic wand rested against Li Jianguo's waist. Lucius Malfoy put one hand on Li Jianguo's shoulder and said with an icy expression, Didn't Dumbledore teach you how to be a gentle person? Li Jianguo did not pay attention to the other party, but directly flicked his arm and left Malfoy out the door. Lucius apparently didn't realize that the other party would ignore his threat. By the time he reacted, he had already seen his son fall to the ground in a dog-eating position. Gentlemen, okay, don't start a conflict here. Seeing this, the clerk hurriedly pulled his voice and shouted, Calm down, gentlemen. You will pay for your rude behavior. Then only listen to a soft click. Mr. Ollivander's wand shop is very close to here, take the money and fix it. After that, he turned around and walked towards the store. There was a vicious glint in the eyes. Father, your wand. Malfoy also got up from the ground at this moment, ran to Lucius, and shouted, How dare you do this to you? You should ask the school to expel him. Read violent novels, go on Feel Fiction Network. Let's go. Lucius didn't say anything more, but directly squeezed through the crowd angrily and walked in the direction where Ollivander's wand shop was. You shouldn't have paid attention to them, Jianguo. Mrs. Weasley took Ginny's hand and said softly, Their family is bad, everyone knows, and I'm worried that they're going to be bad behind their backs. But thank you for coming up for Ginny. I should be the one to thank. Li Jianguo smiled and said, Ginny is also speaking for me after all. With that, he also glanced at Ginny. As a result, after the little girl met Li Jianguo's gaze, she immediately lowered her head shyly and hugged the crucible in her arms. It was at this time that Li Jianguo noticed that in Jenny's crucible, in addition to a few second-hand magic books, there was also a strange book. Can I take a look at this? He held out his hand and pointed to the book and asked. Ron then leaned over and picked up the book and looked at it. That's why I'm curious. Li Jianguo smiled, took the book from Ron's hand, and then opened it. I saw a name written in blurry ink on the first page. As expected, this was another Horcrux of Lao Fu. Ron leaned over and scanned the diary with some doubt. Serious people who keep a diary. Li Jianguo suddenly came out with such a sentence, which made several people a little confused. But I like it. The corners of his mouth suddenly lifted, he closed the notebook and held it under his armpit, and smiled at Ginny. Otherwise, I'll exchange other books with you. Think about it, if you still have 2.8 books that you need, you won't buy them, and then they will all be counted on my account. How embarrassing is this? As soon as these words came out, Mrs. Weasley hurriedly spoke up. The time of the holidays can always feel like it passes much faster than when you were at school. The start of school is fast approaching. During this time, the Ministry of Magic had completely cleared the prisoners who had escaped from Azkaban. However, these people seem to have some kind of strange spell on them. Once the people of the Ministry of Magic want to extract memories through the mind, their heads will explode directly. Even if Li Jianguo was invited to find a solution in the follow-up, it would not help. Because the day before he arrived at the Ministry of Magic, the captured fugitives had collectively turned into cold corpses. At this point, Li Jianguo's internship aura career can be regarded as temporarily over. But for him, none of that mattered. Anyway, I can continue to use magic after school starts. In general, Li Jianguo felt that this holiday was quite happy and fulfilling. but for others, it doesn't feel that way. It's like a baby without a nose. Lucius idiot. Inside the old Gaunt family's old mansion, angry shouts suddenly sounded. What's wrong, my master? Who made you so angry? Peter Pettigrew ran into the house in a panic and knelt. Shut your stupid mouth. At this time, Lao Fu had already obtained a new body with the help of that mysterious man, but it is still in a baby-like state, curled up in a giant transparent organ shaped like an incense burner. Through this organ, his strength has gradually recovered, and even his sense of soul is even better than before. This also allowed Lao Fu to reconnect with other Horcruxes today, but just now, the soul fragments he had left in 07's diary came to him to complain. It is said that it recently fell into the hands of a bastard named Li Jianguo. From this, Voldemort also learned that Lucius, the fool, had let his Horcrux fall into the hands of his opponent. Especially when he saw the content written in the diary by the other party, he was even more angry. August 13th, sunny. I opened this diary and urged myself to do more hard work next semester, so I decided to go to my uncle's store to take a bath first. August 14th, cloudy. With nothing to do, continue to ask Harry and them to take a bath together. August 15th, light rain. Cassandra actually wanted to try the feeling of bathing, so she went to take a bath today. August 16th, sunny. Li Jianguo, how can you be so depraved? Have you forgotten all the plans you made earlier? Lu Sun once said, bathing is the beginning of all depravity. It can't go on like this. August 17th, sunny bath. Is this TM a diary written by a serious person? Also, how much do the people of the Dragon Kingdom like bathing? According to the soul fragment he left in his diary, when he was Tom Riddle, he once tried to seduce this kid named Li Jianguo, but the other party just couldn't enter the oil and salt, and asked him if he wanted to take time to make an appointment together. And the kid talked endlessly, and it was all nonsense. This made Voldemort, who had planned to rely on this diary to make trouble, soar in blood pressure on the spot. At this point, his strength has not yet recovered, so he can only count on the guy who claims to be Mars to deal with the kid first. It's better to lose both. On the other side, in an open space in front of the burrow, ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the target anger and receiving the red reward. The system prompt suddenly sounded in Li Jianguo's mind. Immediately, the corners of his mouth rose, thinking that the diary of the past few days did not seem to be written in vain. Lao Fu was really confused by him, and through this, Li Jianguo also learned that the other party was indeed able to contact the Horcrux now. At this moment, the roar of the car sounded, followed by a large cloud of dust. Jianguo, did you really successfully transform your uncle's car? Ron on the side opened his mouth wide, full of surprise at the car driven into the air by his brother George. Li Jianguo nodded and said, I learned the general steps from your father, so I tried to turn it upside down myself, but I didn't expect it to really happen. I feel like you can graduate straight from Hogwarts, Harry also said with a shocked look. His words are absolutely heartfelt. Because after this period of getting along, Harry gradually realized that this classmate of his own level, the talent in magic can no longer be described as perverted. I'm afraid Merlin is alive like that. Until now, Harry has not figured out how many magic Li Jianguo has mastered. In short, whenever something needs to be dealt with, the other party can always cast the corresponding spell. That's not going to work. Li Jianguo smiled. This is a chance to go to school once in my life, and it will end when it starts. Saying that, he looked at Harry's forehead again and asked, does your head still hurt now? It doesn't hurt anymore. Harry shook his head. Even those strange sounds are gone, and the potion you gave is really good. Isn't that all old and immortal teachings? The yellow-skinned uncle suddenly rushed to Li Jianguo's shoulder, hugged his two paws in front of his chest, and said proudly, since the last time he helped out in the Worley family's old mansion, the yellow-skinned uncle has been staying in the ring, except for coming out every day to ask for chickens to eat, and rarely appeared. Only recently has it come back to life. By the way, he also guided Li Jianguo to refine pills, but we shouldn't really have to take a car. Ron hesitated a little and said, that's what you said about a road trip. Anyway, as long as you can get to Hogwarts, can't you? Li Jianguo said with a smile, instead of taking the train board, it is better to drive and see the scenery by the way. That's true, too. Harry nodded. Don't forget us. The Weasley twins also poked their heads out of the car and said, how can such a fun thing not bring us? So, the next morning, the group got into two cars and began to go to Hogwarts. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. At first, Harry and Ron planned to go with Li Jianguo, but immediately after they sadly found that the four girls also thought so. So the end result was that the two ran to the car driven by the Weasley twins. Are you all ready? Li Jianguo held the steering wheel and glanced at Cassandra, who was in the co-pilot. In the back row, Luna, Hermione, and Ginny sat side by side. Because Li Jianguo cast a traceless stretching spell in the car, the seats in the back were almost lengthened to resemble the benches in the park. Even if there are 3 people sitting, it doesn't feel crowded at all. Let's go, Ginny exclaimed excitedly. Although I didn't get on the Hogwarts Express in my first year of school, it was a rare memory in this way. Okay, Li Jiangguo's left foot sank and he stepped on the accelerator. In the next second, the car rose steadily into the sky. They flew north, and Cassandra, who was sitting in the co-pilot, checked the route every once in a while through the enchanted map. Soon, London was left far behind. In its place were flat green fields, followed by vast purple swamps. As the altitude increases, the villages and churches below become like children's toys, and the curtains of cars shuttling through the road are like dense colorful ants. Is that a Hogwarts train? At this time, Luna, who was lying on the window looking at the distant view, spoke. Li Jianguo glanced sideways and saw another long red train slowly passing under his nose. You say, will that Malfoy guy make a small report to the school after he never sees us again? Hermione said with some concern. I don't want to deduct points from the academy as soon as school starts. Isn't this kind of thing a common thing last semester? Cassandra said sharply. In the first year, the Gryffindor Deduction 3 had already shown their prominence. There is a writer named Lu Sun who said that the ship is naturally straight when it comes to the bridge. Li Jianguo grinned and said, it's already like this anyway, why worry about those? He didn't say that. Cassandra glanced sideways at the boy and hummed softly, I've been reading a book about him lately, and you can't fool me now. Good guy. You can get any of these kinds of books. While several people were talking, the sky was getting darker. Even stars can already be seen between the clouds. The long ride in the car had made several girls feel a little tired, and yawns were heard in the car. However, at this moment, Ginny's shout suddenly raised several people. There! She pointed out the window and shouted, that's probably Hogwarts. I saw on the dark horizon, at the top of the high cliffs on the other side of the lake, the silhouettes of the castle turrets and towers loomed in the thick fog. There seems to be something wrong with the other car. Luna looked out the window and spoke softly. Through the rearview mirror, Li Jianguo really found that the car behind Harry and the car they were in was in a shaky state. And the piece will sink down. What to do? Brother, they won't fall to death. Ginny shrieked in fear. They crashed into the beating willow. Cassandra said with a calm face, there is something to cushion, it should not fall to death. Sure enough, when Li Jianguo drove the car near the beating Lu, the car that saw Harry and them from far away was stuck on the branch of the beating willow. Branches as thick as a python kept banging on the car body, smashing out one big hole after another. It's just that all this suddenly changed after Li Jianguo's arrival. I saw that those thick branches stopped instantly, and then stretched back at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally condensed into a canopy like a broccoli. It looks kind of funny. What's going on? Ginny also followed, looking at the strange scene in front of her, and couldn't help but ask suspiciously, how do you feel that this tree seems to be afraid? You'll have to ask him that. The corner of Cassandra's mouth hooked, and she glanced sideways at Li Jianguo. When Li Jianguo used a levitation charm to get the car off the tree, the whole car can be described in 4 words. I can't help but carry scars and big pits all over my body, steaming. Finally, it rumbled into the darkness, and the taillights were still flashing angrily. Dad will definitely kill us. Ron held a broken wand in his hand and said with some despair, then it's going to be a holiday. Li Jianguo patted him on the shoulder. Okay, then we should send Luna and Ginny to the freshman team. He had seen a cascade of lights light up on the other side of the lake. This is one of his masterpieces that he farmed last year. A type of sorghum that threatens humans by glowing when they see humans approaching. Originally, this mutated crop would have exploded. However, after being improved and bred by Professor Sprout, only the previous characteristics were retained. Then let the old Deng Tiu use it as a street lamp. Li Jianguo used transfiguration to turn his uncle's car into a pendant, and let the owl egg be sent back later. Then a few people hid in the woods on both sides of the road, and saw the opportunity to blend into the student ranks. At this time, Malfoy had really detected Li Jianguo's absence as Hermione had guessed, and began to make a small report with Hagrid. And for Hagrid, who hated the Malfoy family, he would naturally cover up. Listen, Hagrid. Seeing that the big man in front of him was deliberately leading the topic, Malfoy instantly raised his voice and shouted, I know you have a good relationship with Li Jianguo, but if you want to cover up this matter, I think I'll write to my father right away and ask him to expel you from school. But the problem is that they are in the ranks to build the country. Hagrid spread his hands and said innocently, You're talking nonsense. Malfoy shrieked, the whole train knows that he and Harry didn't get on the train at all, so how could they be in the line? I can bet on this in the name of the Malfoy family. Then you may have made the wrong bet. Hagrid muttered, smiling, and waving behind him. Long time no see, Harry, and Jianguo. Long time no see. A voice that haunted Malfoy countless times. He opened his mouth wide in surprise and turned his head sharply to look at it. Sure enough, when I saw Li Jianguo and Harry, several people looked at him with mockery. This can't be. Malfoy immediately roared, they must have just mixed in. Evidence in everything, Mr. Malfoy. It's not a good character to slander others casually. Hagrid was a little impatient by this kid, and after coldly dropping such a sentence, he didn't pay attention to him. The second graders next to them couldn't help but laugh. They didn't expect that as soon as school started, Malfoy would be a clown again. It seems that he is not very popular at school. Luna looked at Malfoy, who was messy in the wind, and said softly, "No wonder, my father doesn't like their house either. Anyway, it's right to have less contact with him, so as not to be obscure," Li Jianguo said with a smile. This year's admissions process is exactly the same as last year. Everyone was soon led by Professor McGonagall to the door of the auditorium. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. It's just that this time, Li Jianguo and Harry, who had been promoted to the second grade, walked into the auditorium first. Don't be nervous, the sorting hat will give you a satisfactory result. If you don't want to be sorted into Slytherin, you can just tell that thing. Before leaving, Li Jianguo smiled and told Ginny and Luna. Instead, Cassandra snorted coldly. "Not everyone is lucky enough to be sorted into Slytherin," the little girl said arrogantly. 10 minutes later, Li Jianguo, who had already taken his seat, saw the freshmen lining up and entering the auditorium worriedly. Ginny's long red hair stood out in the group, while Luna, who was standing beside her, looked curiously at everything in the hall as she walked. The teachers also sat down. Old Deng Tiu was still wearing the same robe as he had been last year, with a long silver-white beard and half-moon-shaped glasses shining in the candlelight. "I don't know if this old man didn't take a bath during the summer vacation." Li Jianguo always felt that his face was much rosier. In addition, he also saw a familiar figure in the faculty seat, Gilderoy Lockhart. Not surprisingly, he became the defense against the dark arts teacher this school year. At this time, he was wearing an aqua-green robe, showing his bright teeth everywhere like a male peacock in heat. At this moment, Snape suddenly rushed into the hall and whispered a few words in Dumbledore's ear. From time to time, he glanced at Li Jianguo and Harry. Professor Snape is not a defense against the dark arts teacher this year. Cedric, who had risen to the 4th grade, came over and whispered, "I'll have to see his long, smelly face in potions class again this year. But I really envy you, you don't have to go to his class." To be precise, he always picked it out. Li Jianguo spread out his hands. "If you want to do the same, I can teach you how to refine pills." "Forget it." Seeing this, Cedric quickly shook his head and said, "If I do this, I will definitely be killed by my father." Between the two of them chatting privately, Snape also finished talking to Dumbledore. But it was clear that he was not getting the results he wanted. He could only sit indignantly back in his place. When he saw Li Jianguo looking over, he glared at him incompetently and furiously. This is followed by the sorting ceremony. Not surprisingly, Ginny, who was called on stage first, was assigned to Gryffindor. It's just that the little girl doesn't seem to be very satisfied with this result, and when she went to the Gryffindor area to take a seat, she kept looking at Li Jianguo's side. And Luna, like the original, was sorted into Ravenclaw. In this regard, her performance is much calmer. The school start process continues. However, after getting along with Li Jianguo in the last school year, Ona, who was originally a little inferior and cowardly, gradually deviated from the painting style. In Jim's words, it went from sullen to clear. Last year, this guy brought his grandmother's pickled grilled sausages, and this year he switched to butterbeer. It was also written by his grandmother. It's just that this time it was secretly brought by Ona. The two first-time drinking boys each drank less than a bottle, then returned to bed drunk and fell asleep. And Li Jianguo, who was a senior winemenzi, became more sober after drinking 3 bottles in a row. He sat down at his desk and took out the old diary. That said, this thing is really strong. After being obtained by Li Jianguo, he first tried fire, blisters, and even soaked with the stomach acid of the fire dragon, but he could not cause any damage. With this craft alone, it is really a pity that Lao Fu does not go to work at Nokia. Li Jianguo slowly spread out his notebook, picked up the quill and dipped it in ink. What is a good thing to write today? The school doesn't have a bathhouse, so I can't count words today. However, just as he was holding up his quill to ponder, a drop of ink fell on the diary. But at the moment when the ink smudged on the paper, it gradually disappeared as if it had evaporated. Immediately after that, a line of handwriting appeared on the diary 467. Compared with Li Jianguo's dog-crawling English letters, this handwriting looks very dashing and flowing. "Friend, let's talk about something interesting today. Good fellow, you dead ghost still knows to come out and chat with me. Finally can't help it, right?" Li Jianguo suddenly picked up the corners of his mouth after seeing the handwriting. Tom Riddle, who had previously lodged in the diary, had also tried to communicate with himself. Li Jianguo felt idle at that time, so he chatted with him for a while. As a result, he was still anxious. "I didn't complain about it. I met a guy without a nose some time ago, who looks ugly and likes to gnaw melons everywhere. Especially the old yellow teeth that have not been brushed for decades, they are almost pickled, so did they not give him faint from a distance of more than 10 meters? Thinking of this, Li Jianguo began to write. Long time no see, Tetsuko. You're finally willing to talk to me again, or shall we meet and nag? A question mark slowly appeared on the other side of the notebook. In the next second, the soul of Tom Riddle, who was residing in the diary, suddenly found someone patting him on the shoulder behind him. Hello, Tetsuko. It turned out to be Lee Jianguo. How did you get in? A little surprise flashed in Tom's eyes, and he asked in a deep voice. After so many years, it was the first time he had seen an outsider able to enter the Horcruxes. That's a long story, do you want to hear it? Li Jianguo touched his chin. If you want to hear it, I will give you 5 yuan. Then don't say it. Tom seemed to have suddenly thought of something terrible, and decisively refused. He knew in his heart that this cunning brat in front of him would not tell him the truth, and would only waste time. In fact, Tom is somewhat smaller. Or maybe this guy is naturally suspicious and no one believes it. This can be seen from the mental condition of Lao Fu in the follow-up. Li Jianguo didn't mind telling him how to enter the Horcruxes. After all, even if others know about it, they can't follow it, because it was from the golden talent that had fallen from Lockhart before, the Soul Hunter. The introduction of the specific role of this talent maintains the consistent Riddler style of the system. At present, what Li Jianguo has found by himself is the effect of stripping the soul from the body and then transferring it to other objects or creatures. It's a bit like an out-of-body exodus in a fairy tale novel. However, it does not have the function of directly gaining control of the target body. This is why he took the initiative to enter this diary this evening. I want to try out more possibilities of this talent. Hello, Tom, may I call you that? Li Jianguo suddenly stretched out his hand and smiled. Of course. Tom Riddle was stunned at first, and then shook hands with, Hef, Li Jianguo behind him. I've actually always wanted to be friends with you, close to what I can to help you. After all, how can I say that I am also your senior? Tom said with a gentle smile, not to mention that he really has the style of a brother. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. But he would never have thought that Li Jianguo was a person who had read the script. Know what kind of urine this product is. So Li Jianguo deliberately pretended to be surprised. You used to be a student at Hogwarts too? It used to be. Tom continued to smile, but what you see of me now is just a remnant soul. Speaking of this, his expression seemed a little lonely. This acting skill can directly beat a lot of small fresh meat. The reason why I became like this was all because of an accidental magical accident. That's why I do my best to help everyone who gets this note and prevent them from suffering the same fate as me. So you're weird. Li Jianguo scratched his cheek. But I remember the first time we talked, you said you could help me see my wish, is that true? Of course. Tom nodded and said, I will try my best to help you, such as improving your grades, which I am still very confident. Then I think it's better to change it. Li Jianguo said with regret, I was always the first in my grade last year. I didn't expect you to be so good. Tom was a little surprised. Then do you have any favorite girl? When I was your age, I was already in the beginning of my emotions, and I'm also very good at pleasing girls. You said that. Li Jianguo suddenly sighed, forget it, I'm surrounded by 4 girls all day now, and I'm bored to death. Tom fell into a brief silence for a moment, and then unwillingly continued to ask, so do you have any magic you want to learn? I want to think, It seems that there is a real sister. I should be able to learn all the spells that I can learn in grades 1 to 6. What about Quidditch? I used to be the best seeker in Slytherin, so coincidentally, I'm now the best hitter in Hufflepuff. This year Cedric also wants me to try to be a chaser. After a series of questions, Tom Riddle's heart almost collapsed. Why didn't you kid graduate straight from Hogwarts? What others may not be able to do in 6 school years, UTM can do it all in 1 school year. The problem is that Tom Riddle discovers that these things are all true after taking the mind through the mind. Li Jianguo estimated that in a short period of time, Tom would not find himself again. After all, in the end, everyone is about to give themselves up. After all, it's just an old fool when he was young, and his heart is a little fragile. If you want to rely on the temper of the old Funa now, it is estimated that you will gnaw melons on yourself on the spot dash. Early the next morning, Li Jianguo, who was already accustomed to getting up at home, almost missed breakfast. When I arrived at the auditorium for breakfast, I found that there were not many people in the hall. Hermione was eating at the table while reading the book Traveling with Vampires by Lockhart. Would you also be interested in this boring book? Li Jianguo sat next to her and said curiously, we're going to his class today. Hermione pouted, it's boring, but I guess he'll probably take the initiative to ask questions about the contents of the book he wrote. For this opportunity to show your knowledge. Hermione never wanted to let it go, not to mention the fact that it can also add points to the academy. However, for Lockhart himself, Hermione did not worship as much as in the original, only because Cassandra once pointed out more than a dozen errors in the details in the book to her face. That's less than 50 pages of the book. Then you come on. Li Jianguo chuckled, but our academy will take his class first, and when the time comes, we can give you a look. You actually attended his class? This time it was Hermit's turn to be surprised. In her mind, the boy in front of her was not very impressed with the new defense magic teacher. And with his attainment in defense against the dark arts, it doesn't matter if this kind of class is not in class. The new teacher, you have to give people some face. Li Jianguo drank the porridge in front of him and a few pieces of pickled herring at a very fast speed, and then got up and said, I'll go first, I'll have to be late. Wait. Hermione suddenly stopped him, then closed the book Traveling with Vampires, and said with a slight blush on her cheeks, I'll go with you, just in time for the herb class classroom to stop by. Sure enough, it was as Hermione expected. As soon as Li Jianguo entered the class, he saw Harlot standing at the lectern table with a stack of scrolls on the table. Now everyone is together. Harlot first glanced at Li Jianguo with a smile, and then cleared his throat and said, Everyone be quiet first. I saw him walk up to Jim, pick up a copy of Walking with Trolls and hold it up. It's a bit cliché, though. He bared a row of shining teeth towards the crowd, but as your new defense against the dark arts teacher, there are some things that need to be repeated. With that, Lockhart pointed to the photo on the book and continued, I, Gilderoy Lockhart. As a result, before he could continue to say something, someone spoke first. Sir Merlin's Order of the Third Degree, honorary member of Defense Against the Dark Arts Liang Meng, 5-time winner of the Dark Wizards Weekly's Most Glamorous Smile Award. Lockhart was stunned for a moment, and his smile became a little stiff. Turning around, it was Jim who spoke. He deliberately learned Lockhart's tone, which immediately attracted a burst of laughter from all his classmates. This student, your memory is very good. Lockhart smiled awkwardly and said, After all, I don't often talk about this kind of thing, nor do I use a smile to drive away Wanlun's female ghost. After he said what he thought was humorous, he tried to make everyone laugh again. As a result, all the little badgers were almost uneventful. The scene became embarrassing again. Ahem, I see you all bought my full set of books. Lockhart was stunned for a few seconds, then turned around and picked up the test paper on the table. Very good. I think we will do a small experiment today, just to see how you read and how much you understand. With that, he began to hair the curls. Limited to 30 minutes, start now. Li Jianguo looked down at the test paper. It was found that the above problem is similar to the fan base herd test of the pigeons in later generations. Basically, ask the guy what color he likes, what his dreams are, what day his birthday is and what birthday gift he wants. In short, people don't even have the desire to write. Mr. Jianguo, why haven't you answered the questionnaire yet? Lockhart noticed that Li Jianguo was holding his cheek with one hand, tapping the table with his index finger boredly, and did not mean to answer the question at all. So he asked, I won't. Li Jianguo shrugged and said, After all, I didn't come here to learn how to become a fan of an author. That's right. Jim shouted along. These questions have nothing to do with how to deal with dark wizards. Read violent novels, just go to Feel a Fiction Network. And then, more and more little badgers also began to throw away the pens in their hands. Looking at Lockhart calmly, some students whose family conditions were not very good, and even had a little anger on their faces. You know, the biggest cost of their purchases this semester is the pile of books from the other party. When I bought it, I found that the content inside was all used to boast about Lockhart and some useless adventure stories. It feels like a grinder when used as toilet paper. Now that classes have officially started, they are still useless. Seeing this, Lockhart's eyes suddenly became a little flustered. Isn't that right? Doesn't it say that Hufflepuff students have the best tempers of the 4 houses? Are you sure it's not someone from Slytherin who sat in the wrong uniform? Professor Lockhart, it looks like you should come up with some real material. Li Jianguo smiled and said, Otherwise, we'd rather go to Professor Snape's potions class. Harlot's face instantly became ugly when he heard this. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Well, I wanted you to relax first. After all, my mission is to teach you to resist the most evil things known to the wizarding world. It's easy to cast a deep shadow on you. With that, he turned back to the podium, bent down and took out a large cage covered with a cloth from it and placed it on the table. Now, be careful. You will face the most terrifying things, but as long as I am here, you will not be harmed. As soon as the words fell, he lifted the black cloth on the cage, revealing what he called a terrible creature inside. In the next second, there was a burst of laughter in the classroom. It's scary indeed, Professor Harlot. Jim covered his stomach and said, Cornish elves, they're going to bite my ears, aren't they? Li Jianguo, who was sitting behind him, suddenly frowned. According to common sense, the average Pokemon should be Iron Cyan, about 8 inches tall, with black eyes without the whites of the eyes. But these that Lockhart took out were obviously a size larger, and their eyes flashed with a faint red light. Don't jump to such hasty conclusions, Lockhart said in annoyance. They can also be cunning saboteurs like the devil. As if he wanted to prove his claim, he opened the cage door. In an instant, those elves flew around like rockets. The slender nails were like small scalpels, slashing towards the small badgers nearby. I'm going to scratch them when I see it. Everyone was shocked. Even Lockhart, the goods hid directly under the table. However, at this moment, several red lightning bolts directly hit the elves who were about to hurt people. Everyone go to the door first. Li Jianguo got up and shouted. When the little badgers heard this, they immediately rushed to the door of the classroom in unison, trusting their safety to Li Jianguo. Don't panic, they're just some elves. Lockhart saw Li Jianguo make a move, so he also stood up, brandished his wand and roared, "See how I deal with them. Pesky pixie pestinomi." As a result, the gross use is not. Instead, the elves besieged Lockhart even more furiously, slashing his robes in the blink of an eye. Professor McGonagall, who came later, was sent to the infirmary. It is said that his face, which is very maintenance-oriented on weekdays, was made like a pig's head by elves. However, according to Snape's follow-up investigation, those Pokémon were not true Cornish Pokémon, but variants bred by a dark wizard. Whether it is aggressive or destructive, it is more than twice as strong as ordinary Pokémon. But even so, there are doubts about Harlot's strength, and word has spread within the academy. Inside Hagrid's cabin. It's good that I didn't believe his nonsense. Hagrid fiddled with the teapot and said indignantly, "That guy had to come and teach me how to keep the water demon from getting into the well." Also bragged about how he drove away female ghosts. 000 in the end, he was dragged around by those long-legged pumpkins. Is it a pumpkin grown in the founding land? Harry held the teapot and asked with some surprise, "I remember they weren't brought up again by Professor Sprout?" It grew out of the back. Hagrid sighed and said, "This summer vacation will make me suffer old sins." He glanced at the roof that had been patched countless times, resulting in a somewhat crumbling roof. During the period of the founding of the People's Republic of China, the plants in those fields were like crazy, making trouble everywhere. I swear, even the Forbidden Forest was not that scary at that time. Fortunately, now Jiangguo is back. Did he go deal with those plants? Ron looked up and asked with a pale face. He was now holding a large basin full of slugs that had just spat out of his mouth. Yes, Hagrid nodded, so he can deal with those naughty guys. No, I have to let him keep a few to take revenge on Malfoy. Ron tried to stand up, but instead of holding out for more than a second, he sat back on the stool and vomited. Poor fellow. Hagrid reached over his arm sympathetically and patted Ron's back gently. How did you get into conflict with Malfoy again? The Vestor scolding Hermione is the kind of very vicious words, Harry said. Very vicious. Ron hissed, "It's not the first time calling her a mudblood. Is this true?" Hagrid yelled angrily at Hermione. Yes. Hermione nodded. He mentioned this word on the train before, and was taught a lesson on the spot by Jiangguo. That is, Jiangguo is not there, otherwise, he would not dare to be so arrogant. Harry also said indignantly, "You must know that he does not even dare to breathe in front of the founding of the country. It's not that exaggerated." At this time, a clear voice came from outside the door. I saw Li Jiangguo standing outside the door with a smile, and he was still carrying a ginseng doll that kept struggling. Cassandra, on the other hand, followed behind her little unicorn with her arms. "You've caught this little bastard." Hagrid glanced at the ginseng doll and laughed. "This thing caused me a lot of trouble during the holidays. That's why I asked it to apologize to you." Li Jianguo smiled and threw the ginseng doll to the ground. As soon as the little one landed, he tried to slip into the soil. As a result, Li Jianguo just gently pulled off the red rope tied to it and pulled it out of the dirt again. "If you don't apologize obediently, I'll throw you into a crucible and stew it," Li Jianguo threatened. The little one sees that there is no hope of escape, and he doesn't want to really become a hot pot side dish. So he walked up to Hagrid aggrievedly, bent over and bowed. "Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network." At the same time, 2 ginseng whiskers fell from the body. "You kid is quite good at things." Seeing this, Li Jianguo scolded with a smile. "Is this the last time you gave Professor Dumbledore food?" Hagrid picked up the whiskers and placed them in his palm. A strange fragrance reached the tip of his nose, making him feel refreshed. "I heard that the professor almost frightened Madame Pomfrey by spraying nosebleeds for an hour. I originally wanted him to make wine." Li Jianguo scratched his head and said, "Who knew that the principal was so brave and directly ate it as a hot pot spice? But this thing is a good baby. Is it because it's not the right way to use it?" Hagrid wondered. "That's right." Li Jianguo nodded. "Normal people who eat it directly will definitely not be able to withstand its medicinal effects. But if life is on the line, this thing can pull it back from death zero." He wasn't bragging about it at all. According to the Yellow Skin Master, this ginseng doll has opened the spiritual intelligence, and the medicinal power contained in the body is no longer comparable to ordinary herbs. Even if it is just a root ginseng whisker, it can have a medicinal effect that is close to resurrecting the dead. "Then you have to put this away." When Hagrid heard this, he quickly stretched out his palm and signaled Li Jianguo to put away his root whiskers. Who knew that the latter shook it and said, "This is its reparation for you, why am I holding it?" "But it's too precious." Hagrid still wouldn't want it. "What a precious." Li Jianguo pouted and said, "This little guy is caught by me now, how much do you want in the future?" Hearing this, the ginseng doll suddenly became excited, and quickly hid behind Hagrid's thigh, stretching his feet and silently protesting at Li Jianguo. "It looks like it likes you." Seeing this, Li Jianguo chuckled. For ginseng dolls, which are similar to the existence of grass and wood spirits, they can sense human malice. And what he just said is actually just a joke. If the little one doesn't agree, all he gets is a few weeds. It can be seen that although it often causes trouble for Hagrid, it still likes each other. Okay then. Hagrid no longer refused, carefully took a piece of paper and wrapped the ginseng whisker, and stuffed it into his pocket. "By the way, I heard that Malfoy kid is in trouble again?" Li 5.2 Jianguo walked up to Ron, who was still spitting slugs, and stuffed a pill into his mouth. The latter immediately stopped vomiting. He paid to join the Slytherin Quidditch team. At this time, a silent Cassandra spoke. "Lucius bought every member of the Slytherin team a new Halo 2001. Isn't that the style we both used? On the pitch of a Quidditch training match. Today it is supposed to be the Ravenclaw House contracted stadium." However, at this time, a group of uninvited guests suddenly broke in. They wore green robes and each held a brand new flying broomstick. "Flint, do you want to take our stadium like you did that day?" Ravenclaw prefect Penelope Rivat, who came with the team to train, said with a serious expression, "It's our training time." She is a very sweet-looking girl, but she is still very shocking when she is angry. "But it's big here, isn't it?" Marcus Flint smiled slyly. "I don't think the two sides will interfere with each other. Besides, our new seeker also needs to train harder." "New seeker?" Penelope frowned when he heard this. She clearly remembered that the Slytherin seeker was a girl named Cassandra and had been doing very well in the game last year. How could it suddenly be substituted? "Yes." Flint laughed. "Miss Cassandra chose to quit because she didn't agree with our team's philosophy." Saying that, he glanced back. The rest of the Slytherin members immediately leaned over to this side, and 07 stood shoulder to shoulder in a row, glancing at the Ravenclaw team with the exact same look. Among them, the most contemptuous one was Malfoy. "Let me introduce you, the new seeker of the Slytherin team, Draco Malfoy." "Is that him?" Penlo looked up and down a few times at the boy in front of him who tilted his head like a rooster. Compared to the tall stature of the other Slytherin team members, Malfoy was much thinner, and always had an annoying smile on his pale, pointed face. "It seems that the rumors are correct," Penelope said with some disgust. "Lucius Malfoy bought all of you a Halo 2001 at the cost of having his son join the Quidditch team. That only means that Mr. Lucius is a generous man, isn't it?" Flint smiled proudly. "You're right," Malfoy said smugly. "My father's generosity was always timely." Speaking of this, he also glanced at Penlo specifically. "I know you, and you're said to be in a relationship with Percy, the third son of the Weasleys, right? No wonder it's still using the Teacher's Sweep series. I'm afraid it wasn't given to you by Percy after he ran out. Their family has always had such a tradition." "Shut your mouth." Penlo became angry when she paused, and the Ravenclaw players behind her immediately gathered around her. "It's just that compared to Slytherin, which is all boys, the Eagle House, which is mixed with a few female Quidditch players, is obviously much weaker. We have got approval to take this pitch." At this time, a senior girl with long black silky hair and very delicate facial features spoke. "So please leave the stadium immediately." "I'm sorry, Ms. Akaiberry." Flint's gaze lingered on Akaiberry's face for a moment, and then chuckled. "We also have a note specially signed by Professor Snape." After that, he also very conspicuously shook the note approved by Snape in front of everyone. "If I were to say, how about we compete in one game?" Malfoy suddenly spoke. "The loser obediently leaves the court." As he spoke, his eyes were also looking at Akaiberry. For the girl with an Asian face in front of him, he immediately thought of Li Jianguo in his mind, thus instinctively produced disgust. And the opponent is also a seeker, and he can clean up the other party in the game for a while. I think that's a good offer. Flint, who had already been bought by the new broom, clapped his hands in agreement. "Since everyone has approval, let's use strength to speak." As soon as these words came out, all the members of the Slytherin team immediately raised their brooms in their hands, as if to display their new weapons. The Ravenclaws, on the other hand, looked embarrassed. Originally, the Quidditch team in the Snake Court was second only to Ravenclaw, who won the championship last year. Now that there is the latest magic broom, the odds of winning this game are not great. "I agree." Unexpectedly, Xu Zhang was the first to speak. Although she is usually a very quiet person, she does not want to show weakness easily in the face of such provocations. But, on the contrary, Penelope, who was still strong before, seemed a little hesitant. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Does anyone want to rent a shared magic broom? It's the latest Halo 2001. Everyone turned their heads curiously when they heard this. I saw Ron standing in front of a wall, smiling and looking to the side. Beside him, 10 brand new smooth and shiny flying brooms are neatly arranged. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. The beautiful lines of gold lettering, the Light Will 2001, stand out in the sunlight. Can you rent this broom?" As Percy's girlfriend, Pinlo is naturally no stranger to Ron. As if she saw a savior, she walked quickly towards Ron and asked hurriedly, "Of course, 5 West can be an hour, and a galleon can be contracted for 1 morning." Ron smiled. At the same time, he glanced at Malfoy, who had a gloomy face, and deliberately raised his voice. "People from other houses other than Slytherin can rent it, and now it's a soft opening stage, and you can rent it in a week without spending money." As soon as these words came out, all the Slytherins were as dark as Malfoy. "Except for Slytherin? Also free for a week? You directly said that you came specifically to target us, and it was over. Where did you get these inferior imitations?" Malfoy roared, "How could your poor parents afford to buy so many Halo 2001s? I didn't say these brooms belong to me." Ron shrugged, "Their owners are Ron and Cassandra, I'm just an errand runner." "Oh yes, these brooms are still accidentally bought too much by the 2 of them, and they feel that it is useless to put them away, so it is better to take them out to earn some pocket money." 340 After these words, the only remaining luck in the hearts of everyone in Slytherin disappeared in an instant. Li Jiangguo's family situation is not very clear to them, but they are familiar with Cassandra, who was in the snake courtyard. The eldest lady of the Woolley family, the rich man in the wizarding world, has many times more assets than the Malfoy family. Buying so many Halo Wheels 2001 is really not a thing. The Ravenclaw, on the other hand, was completely relieved and cheered and ran over to rent a broom. The price of 5 West K an hour may not be cheap, but the thought of experiencing the latest flying broom is quite cost-effective. Not to mention it's free. Please express your gratitude to Mr. Li Jiangguo on my behalf. Akai Berry held the selected light wheel 2001 and smiled at Ron. But immediately after that, it seemed that there was something wrong with his own words, so he added, "And by Miss Cassandra." Next, Snake Courtyard and Eagle Courtyard have a private duel on the court. Ron watched the whole scene in its entirety. Despite having the same latest flying broomstick, Slytherin is slightly stronger. "But I can't stop Malfoy, a rookie." Old Deng Tiu ushered in a rare leisurely time, lying on the chair and enjoying delicious spicy strips. Busy with the start of school these days, it almost exhausted him. As a result, the office door slammed again, was pushed away, and then Snape walked in furiously. "No, it's only been a few days? Someone else is making trouble? Albus." Snape scowled and roared, "I request that Li Jiangguo be fired." "What?" Dumbledore sat up from his chair with a bang. "What about that kid in Jiangguo? That kid actually led students to do a side job." Snape said in a deep voice, "What a shared magic broom. Now the whole Quidditch pitch is full of light wheels flying around 2001. Isn't that nice?" Dumbledore was stunned for a moment. "Let the children who are not rich in the family experience the latest flying broomstick. By the way, you can also earn some pocket money. This is challenging the authority of the school." Facing his own unobtrusive headmaster, Snape's blood pressure was high again. "They're here to learn, instead of researching how to make money. Isn't this also a delay in my studies?" "It's too late to delay your studies," Snape retorted urgently. As for why he was in such a hurry, the reason was that he finally ran into a big man with a lot of stupid money and invested in updating equipment for the Quidditch team of the Snake Academy. "I thought this year's school Quidditch competition was a big deal. Who knew that Li Jiangguo's kid came out like this again? When the time comes to play, other houses directly rent a team of Halo 2001, so what advantage do they have in Slytherin? You know, for this batch of equipment, he let Malfoy's kid with average flying skills join the team. Now he's a seeker. No, this matter must be spoiled for him." However, Snape was just about to continue to argue when a timid voice came from the doorway. "Professor Albus, your takeout has arrived." I saw a boy with a round face and a very kind expression sticking out half of his head from the doorframe. He was also carrying a lunch box packed in a bag. It was the future Gryffindor sword saint, Neville. "Did I order the spicy hot?" Dumbledore instantly beamed and walked to the door in 3 or 2 steps. Snape swore that he had known him for so long, and had never seen him so sharp. "It's still hot, and the soup hasn't been spilled." Dumbledore picked up the bag and said with satisfaction, then took 10 nat from his pocket and handed them to Neville. "Professor, you gave too much." Seeing this, Neville quickly waved his hand. "You deserve it, kid." Dumbledore reached out and touched the other party's head and smiled. "After all, there's nothing more enjoyable than being able to eat a freshly cooked meal when you're hungry." "Thank you, Professor." Neville bowed to Dumbledore. "Thank you for using the eat service." Then he happily took the money and left. "Professor Albus, shouldn't you explain?" At this moment, Snape's suppressed anger suddenly came from behind Dumbledore. Just as a battle was about to unfold in the principal's room, a certain boy who was indulging in the venom of Swalygog suddenly sounded a system prompt in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the target anger and getting the purple reward once. Is this someone angry again? If you continue like this, it is estimated that these 8-eyed giant spiders will have to leave the Forbidden Forest. Cassandra looked at the old spider with a shriveled abdomen and limbs that kept swinging, and said speechlessly, 2 trips in 3 days, the forbidden forest is almost the back garden of the boy in front of him, then we should squeeze more. Li Jianguo got up and revealed the ugly face of a capitalist. Besides, I'm not a white, don't I give them a lot of livestock as rations? Today, the ecosystem in the ring is basically perfect. Li Jianguo subsequently raised many cattle and sheep and other livestock in it. Let the Sphinx guy graze in it when he is idle. Now the scale is quite impressive. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Originally, he also wanted to fool this group of 8-eyed giant spiders into the ring. Who knows what Aragog said and did not agree. If it weren't for Hagrid's face, I would have eaten you. The old spider shook the giant claw and said angrily, it's just that its weak appearance, how to look how it is not threatening. You can lie down in peace first. Li Jianguo rolled his eyes. If it weren't for me, your descendants would have starved to death. This is only temporary. Aragog retorted, as long as that thing leaves the Forbidden Forest. Has something been running into the Forbidden Forest lately? Hearing this, Cassandra suddenly frowned. It can make the 8-eyed giant spider group that is a 5x magical animal dare not go out to prey. That's a terrifying creature. Aragog trembled. It has venom that is even more violent than ours, and it is almost invulnerable. Reminds me of the one back then. Speaking of this, Aragog seemed to realize that he almost said something wrong, so he immediately changed his words. Recently, the horse people are arresting it, but it seems that nothing has come of it. It's just a poor fellow. Who knew that? Li Jianguo sighed. Okay, I'll help you with this. What do you know again? Cassandra asked curiously. You'll find out later. Li Jianguo pretended to smile mysteriously, but it turned out to be exchanged for a delicate white eye from Cassandra. I'm going to be involved too. Cassandra snorted softly. Well behaved, obedient, honestly sleep in the dormitory is not fragrant? Li Jianguo was speechless. A little girl's family drills into the Forbidden Forest with me every day. What is it like? I don't care. In the dense forest, a thick fog shrouded the entire forest like a gray veil. The ravens began to howl, as if disturbed by some terrible creature, and flew in groups from the woods into the night sky. Will that thing come? Behind the low bushes, Cassandra bent over and whispered in Li Jianguo's ear. The heat exhaled from his mouth made the latter's earlobes tingle. Little. Li Jianguo quickly turned his head and made a boo gesture. But on second thought, the hearing of that thing does not seem to be very sensitive now. So he spoke again. I have notified Firenche and driven all the nearby beasts to the edge position, and also sprinkled a lot of milk on that guy. Saying that, he pointed to a calf not far away who was nibbling on tender grass by the pool. Milk. Cassandra was a little confused when she heard this. What other animal besides humans would be interested in milk? Could it be that it is also a cow? But soon, the answer was in her sights. Only listening to the sound of a gurgling rope ringing in her ears, 533 followed by a swaying bush not far away. This scene made Cassandra feel a little familiar. Could it be that Voldemort has lurked back to Hogwarts? But before she could think more, a black shadow rushed out of the bush and crawled towards the cow at a very fast speed. Immediately after that, he opened his blood basin and bit the neck of his prey. It turned out to be a 12-foot-long giant snake. As a Slytherin student, Cassandra was certainly no stranger to snakes, but she rarely saw such a large snake, and the poison was extremely violent. The moment the cow was bitten, it completely lost its breath, twisted its body twice and fell to the ground. Finally appeared. Li Jianguo stood up, rushed out of the bushes, and raised the magic staff. Was a magic spell. All petrified. The red light hit the body of the big snake, but it had no effect. Instead, he let go of the entangled cow's carcass and threw himself at Li Jianguo with a roar. Seeing this, the latter immediately rolled on the spot and dodged the attack. Abara, who was still standing in the bushes, immediately pulled out his staff and prepared to help. Don't shoot yet. Who knew that? Li Jianguo suddenly stopped drinking. Immediately after that, I saw a hissing sound from his mouth, as if a snake was swallowing a snake letter. Hiss. Hello, Nagini. Hiss. Don't be nervous, we didn't mean anything, we just wanted to confirm your identity. It turned out to be Parseltongue. Cassandra on the side was instantly surprised when she saw the giant snake stop and put on a listening posture. Isn't this language mastered only by the descendants of Setchara? Why would he also build a state? Just when Cassandra was puzzled, Li Jianguo on the side was still guarded, although he had already determined that the giant snake in front of him was the poor woman, Nagini. But after all, at this time, the other party has been eroded by the blood curse and has turned into a snake for many years, and it is difficult to determine how much humanity can be retained. Even in the original book, it was only after 1994 that she killed Bertha Joggins because of Old Volt that she became one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. However, Li Jianguo's luck seems to be good. Nagini, who turned into a giant snake, actually quieted down after hearing Li Jianguo's Parseltongue language. After a short silence, the low sound of snake language sounded in Li Jianguo's ears. Who are you? How do you know my human identity? If you can communicate, it will be easy to do. The corners of Li Jianguo's mouth instantly raised, and he continued to communicate in Parseltongue. My name is Li Jianguo. As for how to know your identity, the name Tom Riddle, you should be familiar with it, right? Hearing this, Nagini instantly became a little restless, and his hiss became urgent. Where is he now? That's not right. That man's current name should be Voldemort. You're right. Li Jianguo chuckled, but I didn't learn your information through his essence, but the soul that remained in this diary. He took out his diary and shook it in front of Nagini. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. It turned out that Li Jianguo used his soul state to enter the diary to communicate with Tom Riddle. Through the regurgitation, the news was obtained that Voldemort was regaining his strength somewhere. And judging from the fact that the souls between the two have been able to reach a link, Lao Fu's strength has recovered quite smoothly. Most likely, it was the ghost of the Dragon Kingdom monk named Mars. In addition, Lao Fu also mentioned Nagini to Tom. When Quirrell brought Voldemort out of the Albanian jungles, Nagini was already with the Elder, and has been lurking in the Forbidden Forest, fed regularly by Quirrell. However, after Quirrell and Voldemort failed to steal the Philosopher's Stone, they did not have time to take Nagini because of their defeat and the fact that they fled too suddenly. At this point, she lost contact with Voldemort, and began to frequently move in the dense forest to feed. Wait for Voldemort to come back to her. Since it has not yet become an old Fu Horcrux, this is the time of the entire summer vacation. Until Li Jianguo got her news from Tom with the idea of regency. So, you are his enemy. As a follower of Voldemort, Nagini also knew more or less about Horcruxes. One of the Horcruxes that now kills her current master is in the hands of the boy in front of her. There is no doubt that the other side is on the opposite side. No, no, no. Li Jianguo shook his finger and said, it's true that I am his enemy, but this does not mean that we are enemies. Nagini, you don't want to live as a snake either. Voldemort should have promised to help you return to human form before you chose to be loyal to him. But after all these years, what progress have things made? So do you want to consider changing people to follow? Li Jianguo's words seemed to have touched Nagini's anti-scales. She immediately roared, if he can't do it, why should I trust you? After saying that, she opened her blood basin and pounced on Li Jianguo again. With the form of the animagus dragon, he has a natural bloodline suppression for this reptile. And the mighty righteous chi carried by the Huaxia divine beast is inherently able to suppress evil thoughts. How could I be here? What reached Li Jianguo's ears again was already a somewhat ignorant dash, but very gentle female voice, without the coldness and anger of before. It seems that what he was communicating with just now was a mixture of a snake-like soul and Nagini's original consciousness. Now the latter has taken the lead under the influence of Li Jianguo. You have been under the influence of the blood curse and have been living as a serpent for a long time. Li Jianguo smiled and said, it seems that your human memory is still stuck in the past. I just remember being taken to Albania by Voldemort. Nagini tries to recall, he was so badly injured that he was almost dying. For this kind woman who had a miserable experience, he was actually very sympathetic in his heart. In the end, he died tragically at the hands of the Gryffindor Sword Saint. From beginning to end, she is just a poor woman who is at the mercy of fate. Besides, who can refuse a gentle and beautiful big sister who can turn into a snake? At least Li Jianguo won't. Can you really help me? She had been disappointed too many times, first by Dumbledore, known as the greatest wizard of the century, and later by the Dark Lord. Even if the two possess almost omnipotent powerful mana, they can't bring her back to normal. It is nothing more than chasing that faint glimmer of hope in the endless despair. How do you know if you don't try it? Li Jianguo smiled lightly and slowly walked to Nagini's side. Then he turned to Cassandra and shouted, protect my body. My life will be in your hands for the time being. What are you going to do? When Cassandra heard this, she suddenly panicked. Is it necessary to take risks for such a snake? There is a saying about it. Li Jianguo smiled when he heard this, if you don't enter the tiger's den, you will get the tiger. Besides, there's something I'd like to verify. As soon as these words came out, Cassandra sighed helplessly and said, then let it be whatever you want. Don't worry. Li Jianguo grinned, and then turned to look at Nagini. Before the latter could react to what had happened, just before the meeting, the boy's eyes suddenly lit up with a white shimmer. Immediately after, Nagini's vision fell into darkness. Blood spells, to be precise, should be called blood spells. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Then completely become a beast in exclusion and solitude. Li Jianguo once read a book about blood spells in the forbidden book area. According to the author's conjecture, if you want to completely eliminate it, it must be a wizard who is proficient in soul magic and a master of transfiguration, in order to eradicate the possibility again. Fortunately, Li Jianguo now occupies both. Coupled with the talent rewarded by the system, he can evacuate in time when something unexpected happens. A low hiss continued to ring in Li Jianguo's ears. as if threatening him to immediately evacuate the space. In this regard, Li Jianguo did not feel the slightest fear. The smell of blood from which this pen continued to spread, and in the blood-colored tentacles that spread like blood vessels, a beautiful woman with pale face and East Asian blood is being bound in it. Cassandra widened her beautiful eyes and looked at the scene in front of her. Just now, the hideous-looking giant snake turned into a woman with long black hair and an Asian face after a squirm, and Li Jianguo fell straight into the arms of others. The head is still in that position. He didn't mean it. Thinking of this, a fierce vinegar intent drove Cassandra to quickly move forward and pull Li Jianguo away from Nagani's arms. The latter looked at the girl in front of him a little ignorantly, glaring at his own girl with anger. "What are you doing?" Li Jianguo was also a little confused. "I wasted so much energy, I haven't enjoyed the arms of my big sister yet. What you told me, keep you safe." Cassandra snorted coldly. "Just now I saw 130 and you fainted. Do you want to take you to the infirmary now?" "It doesn't have to be." Li Jianguo scratched his head a little embarrassed. The line of sight is difficult to remove from Nagini. Due to living as a snake for a long time, her clothes have been severely damaged. At the moment, it is in a state of near unobstructed view. However, the next second, a piece of clothing suddenly fell on Nagani's body. Exactly, Cassandra. She didn't know where to conjure a piece of clothing. "What's wrong with me?" Nagini asked a little dazedly. At this time, the memory in her head was a little confused, and many fragments became blurred. "It was the blood curse that eroded your soul," Li Jianguo replied with a chuckle. "Blood curse," Cassandra exclaimed, looking at Nagini again, with a little more sympathy in her eyes. But she had heard how vicious the curse was. It turned out that the snake just now was the result of her being eroded by the blood curse. "You have completely turned into a snake before, and only retained a little human reason," Li Jianguo continued, and also chose to follow Voldemort. As soon as these words came out, Cassandra's gaze became vigilant again. It turned out to be a follower of Voldemort. "I had no choice." Nagini smiled bitterly. "Under the torture of the blood curse, my rationality is gradually disappearing." Then, she slowly told her experience back then. When Nagini and Dumbledore and Newt Scamander returned to Hogwarts, Dumbledore and Newt have been trying to help her resist the blood curse. In the process, Nagini secretly hid in the Forbidden Forest in order not to expose the identity of the blood curse orc. However, the eradication of the blood curse was too difficult, and even Dumbledore could only suspend it and could not eradicate it. And as time went on, the various methods of relieving the blood spell became ineffective. Until one day, Nagini, who was tortured to the point of despair by the blood curse, met Tom Riddle. The other party didn't know what method was used to help her relieve the pain caused by the blood curse again, and frankly confessed her method of completely curing the blood curse. So Nagini, who did not want to be completely reduced to a beast that only knew how to kill, chose to follow the other party. It turns out that Lao Fu, who has already begun to work on the Horcruxes, has deceived Nagini. His fundamental purpose is simply to turn it into his own Horcrux. After all, having a poisonous snake as a Horcrux can both highlight the family lineage of old Voslydran and increase his mystery. This is an irresistible temptation for Lao Fu, who is in a state of extreme paranoia about the theory of blood. "So what now?" Li Jianguo suddenly smiled and said, "Have you ever felt the changes in your body?" Nagini was stunned when he heard this, and then looked down at his hands and other parts of his body. Immediately after, 2 lines of tears slowly dripped down her soft cheeks. Nagini cried with joy, because just now, she had completely lost the existence of the vicious curse in her own blood. She has finally become a normal human. Decades of painful experiences came to mind in this instant. Those grievances and tortures finally came to an end today. "Thank you." Nagini hugged the boy in front of him and cried. This time, although Cassandra was also filled with vinegar in her heart, she did not choose to pull the two apart. She also sympathized with the tragic experience of this woman Zero. Judging from this brief contact, the other party is definitely a gentle and kind woman in essence. "Well, it's okay. It's over." Li Jianguo patted the other party's smooth back a little stiffly. Just now, Nagini moved too much, and the clothes that were originally covered on his body slipped down again. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Don't look at his current physical age as only 12 years old, but he can't hold the soul as a mature male. On weekdays, there is some physical contact or ambiguous behavior with Cassandra and these little lolies. After all, Li Jianguo is not a strange Shu Huang, but Nagini is different. The other party is a real beautiful big sister, and the body is extremely sexy. Where can he withstand this? "So what's next for you?" Cassandra suddenly asked. "I don't know." Nagini let go of his embrace and shook his head a little blankly. "My family has died from the blood curse, the words of my friend." She suddenly thought of Credence, and then her expression became a little dark. He must be his only friend. At that time, I heard that the other party eventually returned to live with his father, but because of the silence in his body, he passed away soon after. Thinking of this, Nagini gently raised his head and looked at the boy in front of him. From the moment she regained her rationality, she had an inexplicable closeness to Li Jianguo. This sense of 2.1 seems to come from the depths of the soul. For some reason, Nagini suddenly expected something. As a result, in the next second, this expectation was fulfilled. So would you like to live with us? I saw the boy laughing gently in the principal's office. A yellow ferret more than half a meter long was lying on the office at this time, stuffing candy into his mouth with his small paws. It was the yellow-skinned uncle. Dumbledore, on the other hand, looked at him with a smile and said softly, "There are some things that there is no need to hide from the beginning, isn't it?" "That's right." The yellow-skinned master rolled over and turned his head to look at Fox, who was flickering his wings a little uneasily. "We'll have to meet sooner rather than later anyway." As the principal of Huajietun Vocational and Technical School, Uncle Huangpaisi actually planned to talk to Dumbledore. After all, the two can also be regarded as peers. "But you should have noticed something, right? Do you mean the wizard named Mars?" Dumbledore smiled slightly. "To be honest, I don't know much about him. Lying is not a good habit." The yellow-skinned uncle pouted. "Jianguo is right, you are indeed a shrewd fellow. Sometimes a lie can be good." Dumbledore smiled disapprovingly. "In the words of your Dragon Kingdom, I'm just going with the flow. Besides, I think that kid from Jianguo can handle all this properly." While the two were talking, there was a sudden knock at the door. "Say CAO arrived." The yellow-skinned uncle shrugged his small nose, and the corners of his mouth hooked. "Please come in." Sure enough, with Dumbledore's words, Li Jianguo and Cassandra 07 walked into the office. And next to the two people, there was a huge python. "This is..." Dumbledore was stunned for a moment when he saw the python, and then an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. "Yes, Nagini?" He had already recognized the identity of the giant python. After all, he had spent a lot of time studying how to lift the blood curse on the other party. "Long time no see, Professor Dumbledore." The python's body twisted and changed for a while, and finally turned into a beautiful black-haired woman. "Exactly, Nagini." Although the blood spell on her body was lifted, she still retained the ability to change back and forth between human form and snakes. In a sense, Nagini has transformed from a blood-cursed orc to a snake animagus. "Merlin's beard," Dumbledore exclaimed and stood up from his chair. "Could it be that the blood curse on your body, it's been lifted?" Nagini smiled and nodded. "Thanks to Mr. Li Jianguo." "How did you do it?" Dumbledore looked at Li Jianguo in disbelief and asked aloud, "Could it be that you really tested the method mentioned in that book?" He had also seen the book on how to solve the blood curse in the Forbidden Book area. However, on the one hand, the methods described above are only theoretically possible. On the other hand, for soul magic, Dumbledore's attainment is not very deep. So he didn't dare to take this great risk to treat Nagini. "I just tried it casually." Li Jianguo scratched his head with a smile and said, "I didn't expect it to be." Who knew that as soon as his words fell, the cold prompt sound of the system came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the target shock talent and getting the golden reward once. Boy! Finally dropped. Li Jian's heart suddenly burst into ecstasy. It's been more than a year. For more than a year, Old Man Deng finally dropped the golden reward for himself. This wave of rescue of Nagini is simply making a lot of money. However, at this time, Dumbledore did not know that he had given Li Jianguo a big gift. Facing Nagini, who has completely eliminated the blood curse, he is also sincerely happy for this miserable and kind woman, even if the other party once chose to follow Voldemort. But Dumbledore knew in his heart that this kind of thing was no wonder to Nagini. In that case, Nagini's sanity was already difficult to stay awake under the erosion of the blood curse. Fortunately, she is now reigning from the cliff in time. "Do you have any plans for the next step?" Dumbledore suddenly opened his mouth and asked Nagini. "If you want, I can arrange a job for you in the school. Or I recommend you go to the ministry." As the headmaster of Hogwarts, he still has this authority, and it is also to make up for the regret of not being able to cure Nagini. "Thank you for your kindness." Who knew that Nagini shook his head, and then looked at Li Jianguo beside him with gentle eyes. "I have chosen to follow Mr. Li Jianguo. Very wise decision." Dumbledore smiled when he heard this. "Is it to repay this kid for saving your life? Girl, are you interested in being an old disciple?" However, at this moment, the yellow-skinned uncle who had been silent suddenly spoke. "This is..." Nagini looked at the large yellow weasel in front of him with some doubt. "He's my uncle." As soon as these words came out, not only Nagini was stunned, but even Dumbledore showed a surprised expression. He knew that this Mr. Huang, who liked to call himself an old man, had a close relationship with Li Jianguo. "I didn't expect that it would be the same teacher. But didn't this kid come to England before he came to wizards and magic? Could it be that his family has always had a connection with the mysterious wizarding world of the Dragon Kingdom?" The more old Deng Tiaoyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was very likely. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. After all, in this way, it can explain why Li Jianguo's talent is so perverted, and how to master those powerful and very magical spells. If you don't get it, it comes from your own family inheritance. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the wizarding world. Just like Cassandra, who entered the office with Li Jianguo, she also has several unique spells handed down from the family. This kind of spell cannot be learned even at Hogwarts. How to say, give a quick word. The yellow-skinned uncle asked with some impatience. Old Immortal hasn't accepted an apprentice for hundreds of years. If it weren't for the fact that this little girl of yours has a relationship with old age, I wouldn't bother to open this mouth. For the fact that the yellow-skinned uncle suddenly wanted to take an apprentice. Although Li Jianguo was a little surprised, he could almost guess the reason. This may have something to do with the fact that Nagini once suffered a blood curse and almost turned into a beast completely. Before leaving the grave of the head of the Worley family, he had seen a vague figure in the thick fog under the yellow-skinned master. That is most likely the human form of the other party. As for whether the body of the yellow-skinned uncle is a human or an animal, Li Jianguo has not yet figured it out. Promise him, my uncle is still very powerful. Facing Nagini's inquiring gaze, Li Jianguo grinned. As soon as these words came out, Nagini no longer hesitated. So he saw her bowing towards the yellow-skinned master Bo Yingying and said, "It is an honor to be your disciple, teacher." "Good apprentice." The yellow-skinned master suddenly touched the handful of beard-like hair on his chin, and said with a smile, "This thing should be regarded as a meeting gift for you." As soon as he said that, he saw that he touched his body with his paws, and then threw a small object towards Nagini. 227 Nagini quickly took it with both hands. It was found to be a jade pendant with a simple shape. "You are still very weak, wearing this thing can slowly repair the damaged veins in your body." Speaking of this, the yellow-skinned uncle did not forget to glare at Li Jianguo and said, "You kid does things tricky, and you don't know how to carefully examine people's bodies. I would like to give this beautiful big sister a good examination. The problem is that there is still this little vinegar jar around." Thinking of this, Li Jianguo secretly glanced at Cassandra beside him. This girl came to herself like a little ass this morning. It was as if he was afraid that he would do something strange to Nagini. "Am I Li Jianguo that kind of person? It seems that you will no longer be alone in the future." Seeing Nagini worship, Dumbledore also had a pleased smile on his face. "With the teaching of this Mr. Huang, I believe you will become a more outstanding wizard in the future." In fact, Nagini himself is not very accomplished in magic. Otherwise, he would not have been arrested by the circus owner in the first place. Most of the time, she protects herself by transforming into a python. Now with such a mysterious teacher's guidance, there will definitely be another powerful wizard in England's wizarding world in the future. It is even very likely that he will master some of the secret techniques of the Dragon Kingdom. Nagini returned to the ring with the yellow-skinned uncle. The latter said that he wanted to teach this newly acquired apprentice a little self-defense skills so as not to be bullied. As for what to teach, the old yellow-skinned man mysteriously said nothing. Li Jianguo placed a place for Nagini in the Ring Zaiwei Immortal Mansion. Perhaps because he had lived as a snake for a long time, Nagini liked the closeness to nature. In particular, Li Jianguo subsequently placed many magical animals in the ring. At least with the company of these little guys, Nagini usually doesn't feel lonely. Cassandra, on the other hand, went back to class. Slytherin has a defense against the dark arts class in the afternoon. After a period of cultivation, the Lockhart guy returned to the classroom. Perhaps the last whole job was too humiliating, and now he basically no longer practices in class, but boring textbooks. But it's also much better than listening to him repeatedly brag about the books he wrote. Idle and bored, Li Jianguo came to the periphery of the Forbidden Forest, ready to test his newly acquired golden talent. The name of the talent is called the Three-Ball Spell. According to the systematic introduction, at the beginning of magic, magic was essentially an art of memory. Wizards at the time believed that this was its most powerful form. It doesn't require a wand or other medium, just the heart of a magician and precise control of the elemental power of nature. And this three-ball spell is the product of the heyday of ancient magic. Simply put, this talent is to play with different tricks. In the woods, 3 different color element balls of light suddenly floated behind Li Jianguo at this time: blue, purple, and orange. And with his willpower, he keeps changing colors. These 3 balls of light of different colors represent the power of the 3 elements of ice, thunder, and fire. Pairing with each other allows Li Jianguo to unleash several powerful spells without the need for a magic staff. It's just that the process of casting spells is somewhat strange. I saw that the elemental ball behind him was switched to a state of fire and ice, and a series of spells appeared in his mind. Kalaian's most evil product, accompanied by Li Jianguo's shout. A giant burning man that appeared to be made of lava was summoned out of thin air. In an instant, the scorching breath spread through the forest. The surrounding trees were affected by the powerful fire element and burned violently. Li Jianguo commanded the lava spirit to spit out a pool of magma on a huge rock in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the rock that was more than 3 meters high was dissolved into a large hole. Swift battle demon order. Immediately after Li Jianguo, he waved his arm again and released a second spell on the lava spirit. Then I saw a burst of purple light on the big guy who was full of fire, and both the action and the attack speed were increased by more than one notch. Korix's wall of kill, Bruchette's powerless sonic wave. Li Jianguo was having fun here, but the surrounding forest suffered. In just a few minutes, he was made into a pothole. All kinds of beasts were frustrated by these strange spells, and even some daring little guys rushed up the branches and danced their claws at Li Jianguo. But soon there was a sudden chill on them, and their movements became one by one. Tharuk's Skyfall Fire. At the same time, Cassandra, who was in the classroom, suddenly heard a boy shouting, "Look at it, is that a meteorite?" I saw the boy pointing out the window, his mouth growing in surprise. Cassandra looked up and saw a huge rock wrapped in flames slowly streaking through the air. And that position, it looks like the Forbidden Forest. Could it be that he made it up again? But this is also outrageous. Even meteorites can be summoned? What level of spell does this have to be? The girl subconsciously thought of Li Jianguo, and she lost her mind for a while in class. I always want to get out of class quickly, so I can ask for a clearance. On the other side, Li Jianguo was also frightened by this big movement he made. He didn't expect that the spell generated by the combination of the three elements of fire and thunder would be so outrageous. After the meteorite landed, it not only smashed a big crater into the ground, but also rolled forward along the ground for more than 10 meters. There are still remnants of lava on the ground where they passed. This place should not stay for long. Li Jianguo subconsciously prepared to slip away immediately. Sure enough, not long after he enlightened, Dumbledore and the professors appeared in the clearing. Is someone going to invade the school? Snape looked at the mess in front of him, and suddenly said with a solemn face, "If that's the case, then the other party's strength is too terrifying." Phileas, the dean of the Eagle Academy, walked up to the meteorite that was still on fire and said with a shocked expression, "If this thing falls into the house, I am afraid that the Hogwarts defense spell will be difficult to resist. I also feel the remnants of magical creations." Professor McGonagall also frowned. "It is a very terrifying existence, its power is not under the fire curse, or even stronger. Could it be that this person is demonstrating to us?" Snape looked down at Dumbledore, as if he wanted to hear the opinion of England's most powerful wizard. The latter, on the other hand, is lost in thought. It wasn't until 2 or 3 minutes later that he slowly spoke. "I hope this person didn't come for school. Flitwick." He looked at Professor Phileas and said in a deep voice, "Please strengthen the school's defenses again. Read violent novels, go on Fiction Network." "Okay." Phileas nodded with a serious expression. "Let Hagrid investigate who has been here recently." Dumbledore continued to order, "In addition, let him strengthen the guard here, and strictly prohibit children from approaching." After speaking, old Deng Tiaoyu suddenly sighed and said something that made several professors feel inexplicable. "Hopefully, the facts are as I guessed." On the other side, Li Jianguo, who had just made a big move, actually did not leave the Forbidden Forest immediately. Instead, he went to another place. Many times of experience in making troubles told him that the more normal he behaved at this time, the easier it was to be suspected. So instead of sneaking back to school, it's better to stay somewhere else. As long as it's not at the scene of the first crime. While strolling around, Li Jianguo suddenly saw a familiar figure, and suddenly the corners of his mouth raised, and he shouted at the other party, "Are you feeding the night buckle again?" When the girl heard this, she stood up and smiled lightly at Li Jianguo. "Well, recently they gave birth to a few little ones." The girl was none other than Luna, who had just entered Hogwarts. She was wearing a black wizarding robe, a wand on her small ears, and a satchel on her body. A horse-like creature with a bloodhound-like figure and a skinny body was slowly approaching her, gently taking the flesh of Luna's palm with its mouth. Don't look at the appearance of the nightingale, but in fact, this magical animal has a very gentle personality. But in the eyes of ordinary wizards, they can't see this creature. Only those who have seen death can see them. Luna is due to the death of her mother, while Li Jianguo is because he killed the werewolf leader Fenrir. But what seems to have happened over there in the Forbidden Forest just now makes them very uneasy. Luna suddenly frowned, and said in a soft voice, "Did you notice when you came?" "Nope." Li Jianguo shook his head decisively. But in the next second, his expression suddenly became solemn, because he noticed that Luna was not wearing shoes on her feet. Although the girl was barefoot when the two first met, it was only that once. "Have you been bullied by your classmates?" Li Jianguo asked in a deep voice. "Bullying?" Luna blinked her silver eyes. "Do you mean my feet? I just couldn't find my shoes." Luna said this the most, but she subconsciously shrunk her feet. Seeing this, Li Jianguo shook his head slightly. He knows that in the heart of this kind, Zhao Zhao Hao, girl, others hiding his shoes may just be a prank between friends, not bullying, but that's just what she thinks. Sometimes excessive tolerance can only be exchanged for unscrupulous oppression by the other party. I saw Li Jianguo take out a new pair of shoes from his pocket, and then cast a transfiguration to turn them into a size suitable for Luna. "Put it on." Luna did not refuse, but took it very happily and asked, "By the way, How could you carry such beautiful shoes with you? Li Jianguo scratched his head and said, I recently met a new friend, and for some reason she didn't bring much clothing. I asked someone to mail some of it. His new friend is naturally Nagini. Luna looked at Li Jianguo with some confusion, but soon she figured out something, and said a little timidly, actually, you don't have to do this, I can do it myself. As a result, before she finished speaking, she listened to Li Jianguo sigh leisurely, you're conniving at them to get worse. I saw him looking at Luna with a serious face. A lot of things are like this, the more you let others bully you, the more they will think that you are weak and take this matter as the right perception. In fact, the result of this is to hurt them. So what should I do? Luna reached out and touched Xiao Yeki's head, and her tone was a little confused. She's not very good at handling this kind of thing. For the cherishing of friendship, girls always want to think about the people around them as much as possible. Tell Professor Flitwick about this first, if you really can't do it, you will beat him up. Li Jianguo replied without thinking. Actually, he would prefer to say the latter. Because according to Li Jianguo's experience, teachers cannot play a big role in bullying in schools. For people who like to do this kind of thing, it is best to give a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye. Fundamentally beat them to 963 suits. However, for people like Luna who have not experienced campus life, this method may be difficult for her to accept for a while. Will Professor Phileas help me? Luna said with some hesitation. Due to her own personality problems, she did not have much contact with her own dean. On the contrary, those who do bad things to her are usually good students with excellent character and learning, and they are very liked by Professor Flitwick. How do you know if you don't try it? Li Jianguo tried to make the little girl take the first step bravely. Didn't you never try to put up a notice for them to give you back? Hearing this, Luna suddenly looked at Li Jianguo with some surprise. How do you know? She said, how do you know I'm going to post a notice at the end of the term? Because we're friends. Li Jianguo smiled, they can still guess each other's thoughts to some extent. That's what I said. Luna smiled sweetly, but sometimes I can't guess your thoughts. Then I can only say that this friend of yours has cared less about me recently. The boy said half-jokingly. Where is it? Just to say, there are too many people who care about you. Ahem, let's change the subject, such as what to eat tonight. I want to eat skewers. Then the whole thing. In the evening, I went to find the Beater Willow to borrow some signs. Poor Beater Willow, it's almost bald by you. Inside the office. Professor Phileas Flitwick is studying fragments stained with magical residues extracted from that meteorite not long ago. He could feel that there was a very pure magic element on it, but how to make it is a big problem. However, even so, through the study of this fragment, it was enough for him to get a lot of inspiration. At this time, a knock came through the door. Professor Phileas put down the magnifying glass in his hand and looked up at the door, please come in. In the next second, Li Jianguo pushed the door open with a smile. After seeing the appearance of the comber, Professor Phileas almost jumped up from the stool. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Build. Jianguo, why are you here? Looking at the entire teaching career, the student who impressed Flitwick the most should be the one in front of him. It's love and hate. On the one hand, this boy's talent in magic spells is outstanding, and he has mastered countless spells in only the second grade. On the other hand, the other party is really capable of making trouble. He will never forget that the other party gave him a so-called magic talisman in class. The scene that leads to the entire classroom being blown out of a large hole, AHCG, after opening. However, this brief introduction inspired Phileas to apply a new direction in the magic array. There is no class today, I specially came to see you. Li Jianguo grinned and glanced at the office by the way. The interior of the house is very warmly furnished, and all the things are placed in an orderly manner, which shows that Phileas is usually a very regular person. You came just in time, I just discovered something interesting. Phileas suddenly thought of something, immediately jumped off the stool, enthusiastically took Li Jianguo's hand and said, would you like something to drink, black tea, or coffee? I still have some small cakes here, they taste very good, do you want to try them? However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Luna standing behind Li Jianguo. Miss Lovegood, are you here too? He smiled and said, this should be your first time in my office, right? At this time, Phileas had already guessed that the two came to him for a simple visit. But he did not break it, but continued to entertain the two. Until Li Jianguo drank lipstick tea and said what happened to Luna recently. Always lose things for no reason. Professor Phileas frowned, some students have reported this problem to me before. But it turned out to be just a prank between friends. Good guys, and they're all repeat offenders. Professor Flitwick, this is clearly not a prank. Li Jianguo said in a deep voice, I believe that true friends will not let each other walk barefoot in such weather. Have you ever thought that all this is just under the guise of friendship? Hearing this, Professor Phileas's expression immediately became serious. Is that so? He asked Luna. I think Jianguo is right. Luna first looked down at the brand new shoes on her feet, then nodded. I choose to believe you, Miss Lovegood. Phileas knew that the child in front of him was a little withdrawn and eccentric, and would often do things that were inexplicable in the eyes of outsiders. But that doesn't mean you're a bad boy. On the contrary, he admired this personality. After all, what good wizard is not a little eccentric? It was a big round room. There are arched windows in the lounge and blue and bronze silks hanging from the walls. The ceiling of the dome is painted with stars, and the dark blue carpet below is also covered with stars. Tables, chairs and bookshelves lay on the floor, and a white marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw stood in the niche opposite the door. Unlike other house common rooms, those entering the Ravenclaw common room must first correctly answer the logical riddle given by the eagle-shaped bronze knocker. This means that anyone with enough wisdom can enter here, regardless of the college he or she comes from. At this time, in the lounge, 4 girls were sitting at the round table in the lounge, chatting first. One of them, Desiya, looked at the door and said with a contemptuous expression, "Hasn't that crazy girl come back yet? She has a thin face with prominent cheekbones, thin eyes, and a sense of arrogance between her words." In fact, Desiya has always been the leader of this small group of 4-person bullying. Many of the ideas that hurt people are her handiwork. Who knows, I guess I'm still looking for her shoes. Another slightly chubby girl burst out laughing. The thought of her looking for shoes everywhere on such a cold day makes me want to laugh. Isn't it usually funny? Every day the gods and gods nag, like to talk about some harassing flies, bent-horn snoring beasts, these non-existent things. Just this time I can help her clean it properly, and by the way, let her crazy head become normal. Desiya sneered. It can also be regarded as a kind of pity for her. Wouldn't it be a bit excessive for us to do that? At this time, a short girl with pale yellow hair said with some unbearability, on such a cold day, I guess I will catch a cold, and you also added dung bombs to it. Posy, when did you become so concerned about others? Desiya glanced at the girl and said, Isn't her shoe exactly what you hidden? I didn't mean that. The girl named Posy quickly waved her hand and said with some hesitation, I mean, if she is sick, will the school find out about us, and she seems to have a good relationship with the Hufflepuff guy named Li Jianguo. At the mention of Li Jianguo, the other 2 girls changed their faces one after another. They all know that this is not a good character. Even more headaches than the famous prank expert Weasley twins. So what? Desiya raised her eyebrows and said, You don't really think that someone like Li Jianguo will make friends with her? Although Li Jianguo likes to make trouble, with his excellent grades of ranking first in his age for many years, coupled with his handsome appearance, he is very popular among the girls at Hogwarts. Desiya is also one of them. In her eyes, the reason why Li Jianguo is close to Luna is nothing more than wanting to find an opportunity to tease each other fiercely. It's like weaving a Cinderella's dream, immersing it in it, and then smashing it hard. This is simply a brilliant whole-person method. At this time, other girls also echoed, I think Desiya is right, it was definitely the crazy girl who shamelessly stuck it. Poor fellow, as classmates, it seems that we have an obligation to make her recognize what reality is. Isn't that today? While several people were talking, there was a sudden noise at the door of the lounge. Desiya instantly moved her gaze to the door, and there was a little more mockery in her eyes. I saw that the moment the gate was pushed open, the eagle statue above the doorframe suddenly spit out a large pool of foul-smelling water and poured on the body of the enterer. The screams immediately sounded, but in the ears of several girls, it sounded like beautiful music. What's going on? Luna shouted as she stood in the doorway with her bare feet and panicked. She was drenched and emitted a disgusting stench like feces. Oh, who did the prank? Desiya pretended not to know and exclaimed, to actually do such an excessive thing. Read violent novels, go on Fila Fiction Network. Saying that, she also picked up the clothes beside her, walked quickly to Luna, and draped them over her. Poor crazy girl, put this on quickly, or you will get cold. Thank you. Luna wrapped her clothes tightly, but a little doubt flashed in her eyes. But in the next second, a sharp itching sensation came from the 100 bones of the limbs, which made Luna's body tremble violently. What's wrong with you? Desiya asked with a pompous expression. Could it be that the harassing fly got into the ears? What did you do to me? Luna asked a little angrily while scratching her body. I'd be sad if you asked that. Desiya shook her head, her eyes were extremely contemptuous. I am so eager to help you, you actually suspect your classmates. It's just, you're really a bit of a villain like this. The other 3 girls also stood up aggressively and walked towards this side. The stench on your body has stained Dish's clothes. I think you'd better buy her a new one, or sincerely apologize. Yes, maybe when we are in a good mood, we will reward you with a new pair of shoes. Who knew that at this moment, the expression on Luna's face suddenly changed from panic to depression. You really disappointed me. I always thought you were good and kind children, but I didn't expect to bully classmates who lived together so viciously. Hearing this, Desiya's face instantly turned pale. This is definitely not Luna's usual way of speaking. Who are you? You are definitely not Luna. How about Professor Phileas? Have you already got the proof you want? Li Jianguo's voice suddenly sounded in the lounge. I saw that he lifted his stealth and slowly appeared in shape, and beside him, there was another Luna standing. Professor Phileas? The four girls immediately drew their gaze back to the previous Luna. Desiya quickly explained, "We're just kidding, Luna. Are you right?" She looked at Luna with a hint of threat in her eyes. "Joke," Li Jianguo scoffed, "it's really like a joke." Hearing this, several girls felt relieved in their hearts, thinking that Li Jianguo's classmate was indeed towards them. But in the next second, they saw Li Jianguo slowly draw out his long black wand, tap lightly in the air. In the next second, a cloud of blisters suddenly appeared above the bodies of several people, and then bang! A bang fell. "You dare to attack your classmates with magic!" Desiya screamed. Her wet hair clung to her skinny cheeks, making her look like a pale-faced witch. 320, I want to report to school. Let the school punish you. Don't be nervous. Li Jianguo smiled lightly. "As you said, it's just a joke between classmates, isn't it?" Saying that, he flicked his wand lightly again. Desiya and the others were immediately startled, like a few chickens, curled up together. However, this time, Li Jianguo just shook them. "Don't you understand?" Professor Phileas's beard trembled angrily. Merlin's beard. "This kind of bad behavior is already bullying in school. No matter what lie you weave for it, you can't change this fact." School bullying? The commotion in the common room disturbed the young wizards who had planned to rest. They leaned out of the dormitory one after another, only to see that their dean was so angry that his beard was about to fly into the sky. At the same time, there was still some stench in the air, so that the little wizards couldn't help but cover their noses. "Why is Li Jianguo of Hufflepuff here?" After seeing Li Jianguo, Ravenclaw's prefect Pinlo asked Xu Zhang next to him with some doubt. "I don't know." The latter shook his head, but as it stands, it should be for his friend. "You mean Mad Girl Luna?" As the prefect of the Eagle Academy, Penelope had naturally heard of Luna's nickname. After all, everyone is under the same roof, and what happens around them can easily spread. Nicknames are not something to promote. Xu Zhang's brows furrowed slightly. "Desiya, what they did was indeed a little excessive. Passy mentioned it to me that Luna and Li Jianguo have a good relationship, and it seems that they have kicked the iron plate this time." Pinlo gloated. She had actually been unhappy with Desiya for a long time. The conditions in their respective families are relatively good, and they bully others every day in the lower school group. "Miss Luna's shoes were also hidden by you, right?" "Something else." Professor Phileas continued to roar. No wonder she suddenly couldn't find her textbooks when she went to class several times. "Also, in such cold weather, can you bear to watch your classmates walking around barefoot?" Merlin's beard. "What the hell do you think, that you would do such a despicable thing?" The faces of several girls became increasingly pale. On the one hand, the water balloon summoned by Li Jianguo was mixed with cold ice, so that these guys who like to bully others also experienced the feeling of being frozen. On the other hand, they have realized that things are starting to go in the direction they expected. Especially Desiya, she never expected that Professor Phileas would recognize them by disguising herself as Luna. This must be that Li Jianguo's conspiracy. Thinking of this, she looked at the hateful Dragon Kingdom boy with hatred. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Buy what? Why would he help that crazy girl out? Does she deserve it? As I usually tell you. Professor Phileas said bitterly, "You can dislike someone, or even hate her, but in any case, you should not choose to treat each other in a violent and humiliating way. So, what's the difference between you and those dark wizards?" As soon as these words came out, the expressions on the faces of several people suddenly became panicked. Even the little wizards who were watching the play opened their mouths wide in surprise. Comparing Desiya and his group with the Dark Wizard, Professor Phileas's words are already very heavy. They had never seen their usually amiable dean so angry. It can be seen that what Desiya and they have done must be very excessive. "Professor Phileas, it was Desiya who forced me to do this." At this time, the girl with pale yellow hair before suddenly spoke. "Zero. If I don't do what she says, she'll put me out of the circle." "That's right. It was Desiya who instructed us to do this. We don't want that either. I can give her the shoes back immediately." Under Phileas's words and everyone's gaze, the other three girls finally couldn't resist the pressure and began to defect one after another. "You guys." Desiya looked at her best partner in disbelief. For the first time, she experienced how fragile so-called friendships are. Enough. Seeing this, Phileas seemed even more angry. At this time, they are still shirking each other's responsibilities. "Originally, Miss Luna begged me to intercede and let me not want Chen Fan, but from this point of view, you must reflect on your mistakes. I declare that Ravenclaw will deduct 40 points for this matter. And the four of you in groups of 2, punished for half a month. Half a month of confinement. This punishment is already quite serious." The four girls instantly looked ashen. They know that this is not the most critical thing. In the next few days, they are expected to be despised by the people in the academy. "You're so young that it can be hard to understand what it's like not to be liked." 3.3 Professor Phileas seemed to have guessed the concerns of several girls, so he sighed. Because of my short stature and odd looks, it took a long time at school just to judge if I was important, but, speaking of this, he also seemed to remember sad things. This made all the little wizards present fall into deep thought. There were also people among them who did not like Luna's character and even secretly rejoiced when they saw her being bullied. But now ask yourself, what good will it do them? And thinking about it, no matter how cold-eyed they are, this girl always treats them with an optimistic and kind attitude. Thinking of this, several little wizards lowered their heads in shame. This is the end of the matter. I hope this will not happen again in Ravenclaw in the future. Anyone. You are not allowed to bully your classmates around you anymore, Professor Phileas shouted with a serious expression. After speaking, he turned his head to look at Li Jianguo and sighed a little helplessly. It makes you laugh, Jianguo. Wherever, you handled it very well. Li Jianguo smiled. In fact, Professor Phileas's punishment was severe enough for several first-year students. But Li Jianguo knows in his heart that these bullies will not really reflect on their mistakes. In their eyes, they will only shift the fault to the person who allows himself to be punished. 07. Just like Xia looking at Luna's gaze at the moment. It was a look of revenge in the eyes. Thinking of this, he said leisurely, "Please forgive my rudeness, Professor. I still want to say a few more words." Li Jianguo's gaze swept over the bodies of the small wizards. Although he was only 12 years old, even a senior student like Penelope felt a terrifying sense of oppression. Luna is my friend, I don't want to see her being bullied or wronged in any way. As he spoke, his gaze focused on the four girls and paused. If I let me know that this is happening later, I don't mind making some people feel something more terrible than being bullied. As soon as these words came out, Xianu's body trembled involuntarily, and the other little wizards did not dare to look directly at Li Jianguo. No one would doubt what the boy said. After all, even the Slytherin students with bad tempers did not dare to provoke each other. Malfoy is a good example. Sometimes I think that you really have the qualities of four houses. In the face of Li Jianguo's threat to his students, Professor Phileas was not angry, but said with a smile. Having experienced bullying, he also knows that it is almost impossible to eliminate this kind of thing by words. Otherwise, how could he have become a dual champion when he was young? This thing requires long-term practical experience to accumulate. Okay, let's go back and rest first. Professor Phileas looked up at the clock and said softly, "I think I should go back too." Li Jianguo smiled slightly. "Then I'll send you." Luna suddenly leaned over to him and smiled sweetly with big eyes. "As it should be." Professor Phileas nodded in satisfaction. With that, the three of them walked towards the door of the lounge together. "See, he was so handsome just now." Pinlo looked at Li Jianguo's departing back, excitedly holding Chu Zhang's hand and shouting, "If I can have such a good boyfriend, I will be careful in my dreams." "But don't you already have one?" Chu Zhangwanner smiled and said, "You cute Percy." "That's true, too." At the mention of his boyfriend, Penelope couldn't help but smile, but this doesn't prevent me from thinking that Li Jianguo is very good. Come to think of it, at the Quidditch pitch, he must have made Ron help us. It's a pity that he is very close to several girls, especially that Cassandra. Otherwise, I will definitely help you chase him. What are you talking about? Upon hearing this, Chu Zhang's face turned blushing shyly. "Nah, I just mentioned such a mouthful, you are actually shy," Penelope quipped. The result was a slap in the eyes of a friend. I saw Chu Zhang snort softly, turned around and walked towards the dormitory. "I'm serious, do you want to consider chasing him? I can help you." Seeing this, Penelope shouted at his back. However, Akaiberry's pace became faster, and even a little flustered. Outside the lounge, because the time was too late, Luna could only send Li Jianguo to the corridor. "Thank you," the girl said softly. "That's all I should do, we're friends, aren't we?" Li Jianguo smiled. What a touching friendship. Professor Phileas sighed on the side. "Back then, I also had such a friend around me that I came out of loneliness." He was referring to Professor McGonagall. "Thank you too, Professor." Luna smiled sweetly at Phileas. "Today is the happiest day since I entered school. May you have such a good mood every day in the future." Professor Phileas smiled and said, "You are a kind and wonderful child who deserves this." Time flies, time in the blink of an eye, half a month passes. After that common room incident, Ravenclaw students' attitude towards Luna changed significantly. Listening to the little girl, Penelope, the prefect of the Eagle House, recently invited her to participate in the Quidditch House team, but Luna doesn't seem to have much faith in the 797. She prefers to enjoy the game as a spectator, especially for events or training with Li Jianguo's participation. Girls come to watch almost every show. Even if the situation